Hello, friend. Before we begin, please set your volume to a soft, gentle level, just enough to hear my voice, no more. Now, gum. Close your eyes, lie still. Let the day fall away little by little, and allow your breath to slow with every quiet word. Tonight, we begin the very first story in our series, Boring History for Sleep, a slow journey through forgotten time, with no need to remember anything. Just listen and let go. Our first story is called The Hidden Gardens of Persian Palaces, Expanded. Now, if this helps you sleep, please consider giving it a like and subscribing for more quiet nights like this one. And now, let's begin. In the ancient lands of Persia, behind high walls of marble and clay, where the desert heat softened into fragrant breezes at dusk, there once existed quiet spaces of wonder. These were not loud or crowded places, nor were they designed for grandeur in the way public markets or mighty fortresses were. No, these were gardens, hidden gardens, tucked gently within the heart of royal palaces. These enclosed sanctuaries, known in Persian as paradisa, from which the English word paradise would eventually come, offered the rulers of the Achaemenid and later Safavid empires a refuge not just from sun and dust, but from the weight of decisions, the tension of war, and the politics of court life. These gardens were not meant to impress outsiders, but to soothe the inner world. They followed a design known as Chahar Bagh, the fourfold garden, dividing space into quadrants by water channels or paths, symbolizing the cosmic order, the four elements, or the sacred rivers of heaven. Each garden was a careful orchestration of sensory calm. Long, shaded walkways lined with slender cypress trees offered protection from the sun, while flowering almond or pomegranate trees brought seasonal delight. Jasmine, rose, and lily perfumed the air. Fountains gurgled quietly, their sounds mingling with the hum of bees or the distant cooing of doves. These gardens were built not only for kings and queens, but for the soul. To step into one was to leave the world and enter a space where time moved differently. The very geometry of these gardens invited the mind to slow down, to rest, to reflect. Water, a sacred element in Zoroastrianism, played a central role. In a land where drought was a constant worry, the sound and sight of running water offered not only physical relief but spiritual serenity. Small channels called qanats brought water from distant underground sources, feeding the pools and streams that kept the garden alive. Alongside these channels, cool stone benches invited moments of stillness. Some gardens featured open pavilions, raised platforms under domes, where poets, philosophers, or perhaps the kings themselves would sit during cooler twilight hours, sipping sherbet or listening to gentle music. These pavilions were not for politics or ceremony, but for thought. Within the walls of the Persian palace, these gardens became a microcosm of the world as it should be, balanced, quiet, abundant, and in harmony. No part of the garden was wasted or wild. Every leaf, every pebble path had its place. Even the sounds were curated by design, a breeze through reeds, a ripple of water over stone, the rustle of citrus leaves. Outside the garden, the empire moved restlessly, wars, trade, diplomacy, intrigue, but inside, there was only stillness, and perhaps that is why these gardens were guarded so carefully, kept from the eyes of the public. They were places where the rulers of Persia could lay down the burden of their titles, even for a moment, and remember something quieter inside themselves. These gardens were often unseen, but they were never unimportant. They whispered a different kind of power, not of might, but of peace. And in that peace, there was something eternal. As centuries passed and dynasties shifted, the design and purpose of these gardens endured. Even as palaces crumbled and new regimes rose, the idea of the garden remained. It traveled westward, influencing Islamic garden design in Mughal India and Moorish Spain. It echoed in the shaded courtyards of Morocco, in the rose gardens of Shiraz, and in the memory of paradise that poets so often sought to recreate in words. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the Persian garden was how it remained deeply personal. It was not a monument to victory or a temple of worship. It was a private world, a breathing space, a mirror to the soul. And for that reason, even as we study them today, their purpose still resonates, not as ruins of the past, but as invitations to stillness. Tonight, as you listen, imagine yourself walking one of those quiet paths, The stones are warm beneath your feet. The air carries the soft scent of orange blossom. Somewhere nearby, water trickles in slow rhythms, like a lullaby. No one is watching. You are simply there, surrounded by green and gold, beneath a dome of sky slowly turning indigo. There is nothing to do now, only to rest. As you wander further into the heart of the palace gardens, your senses begin to adjust to the rhythm of this ancient world. The transition from stone corridors to soft earth pathways happens so gently, you hardly notice. It is not just a change in material underfoot, but a shift in mood. The hard edges of power give way to curved spaces of reflection. You pass beneath an arched trellis woven with vines, perhaps sweet grape or flowering bougainvillea. Above you, small birds hop between leaves, occasionally letting out quiet chirps that blend into the low gurgle of a nearby stream. The air is noticeably cooler here, shaded by both nature and careful architecture. The Persian builders, aware of their harsh climate, knew how to shape space for calm. They designed badgers or wind towers to funnel air downward and cool the garden pavilions. Stone walls were placed not just for boundaries, but for temperature control. Trees were planted not randomly, but in deliberate patterns, some to block sun, others to guide the wind, still others to frame the sky in a particular way. The result was an atmosphere of quiet, balanced perfection. A gardener walks by slowly, carrying a shallow copper bowl filled with rose water. He's not in a hurry. Nothing in the garden rushes. He kneels beside a basin, dips his hand in the bowl, and sprinkles the water across the path. The scent rises gently, as if the earth itself has exhaled. This simple act is not only for fragrance. It cools the air, settles the dust, honors the space. In this moment, you realize the garden is not merely a place. It is a living presence, cultivated not just by hands, but by intention. Inscriptions carved in marble or glazed on tiles sometimes appear along the garden walls. They are verses from Persian poets, Hafez, Sadi, Rumi, whose words linger like another layer of fragrance in the air. I am not this hair, I am not this skin, I am the soul that lives within, one inscription reads. Such words placed beside water and tree become more than poetry. They become reminders. A reminder that even in power, the kings and queens of old sought meaning beyond conquest. That beneath layers of silk and ceremony, they too desired peace. You arrive at a corner of the garden where fruit trees grow in neat rows. Pomegranates, their skin blushing red, hang like quiet lanterns. Figs grow in tight clusters, their leaves large and soft. Mulberries stain the ground beneath them, evidence of birds feasting and time passing. A small dome rises nearby, a private pavilion half hidden by trees. Inad, light filters through stained glass windows in patterns of blue and amber. Cushions are arranged along the walls. Perhaps centuries ago, a scholar reclined here, reading under lantern light. Or a queen rested, her thoughts drifting between the scent of jasmine and the rustle of willow branches. The garden gave her space to simply be, not to speak, not to decide, not to perform, but just to exist. Even the sound of footsteps here is different, softer, more deliberate. As if the very ground asks you to tread gently, and you do. Because somehow this place makes you want to move with care, to slow your breath, to listen. Beyond the garden walls, the city might be bustling. Horses clatter on cobblestone, traders call out wares, children run through alleys. But within these walls, there is only this, the steady heartbeat of nature, curated through centuries of thought, labor, and devotion. Persian gardens were often oriented with celestial precision. Some were aligned to catch the first light of dawn on the summer solstice. Others were designed so that moonlight would reflect perfectly across the central pool. This was not coincidence. It was a language of geometry and spirit, of mapping the heavens onto the earth. In doing so, these gardens did not just soothe the body, they centered the soul. A balance of light, water, shadow, and scent. A mirror of what peace could feel like, held not in the absence of action, but in the presence of harmony. And perhaps this is why so many poets and thinkers return to the image of the garden in their writing. It became a symbol not only of beauty, but of order, of intention, of the divine, hidden in the everyday. Tonight, as you listen, imagine this garden growing around you, not fast, not sudden, but with the quiet patience of vines climbing toward sun. Feel the ground beneath you soften. Hear the stream beside you sigh. Let each leaf, each breath of wind remind you that stillness is not emptiness. It is fullness without noise, and you are welcome here. As you continue your quiet walk through the garden, you begin to notice how time behaves differently here. Minutes seem to stretch, not in boredom, but in gentle unfolding. The usual urgency that presses against your thoughts is gone. In its place is a steady rhythm, like the sway of cypress trees in a wind that doesn't need to announce itself. The Persian garden, after all, was never meant to impress at first glance. It was not designed to overwhelm the senses, but to soothe them. It unfolds slowly, like a whispered story told beneath moonlight. Every detail, from the height of a wall to the pattern in a tiled pathway, is part of a quiet conversation between structure and spirit. Ahead of you now stands a reflecting pool, long and narrow, stretching toward the entrance of a small palace wing. The water is so still it seems like polished stone, yet the image of the sky dances faintly on its surface. This pool was not meant for swimming or spectacle. It was meant for presence, a place where firelight and starlight could meet, where guests might pause before entering a royal chamber, catching their breath and their reflection in equal measure. On either side of the pool, low hedges grow in careful symmetry, bordering patches of soft herbs, mint, thyme, basil, whose fragrances rise gently when brushed by a passing breeze. You crouch for a moment and run your fingers across the leaves. They release a cool scent, subtle and grounding. You close your eyes. It feels ancient. It feels alive. Nearby, a marble fountain murmurs to itself. Not loud, but constant. The Persians believed in the therapeutic power of water sounds. Unlike the crashing of a waterfall or the roar of a river, the fountains in these gardens were deliberately designed to sound like a soft lullaby, a sound to accompany reflection, not interrupt it. Some were shaped like scallop shells, letting water cascade in even, rhythmic droplets. Others were built with small steps or carved spouts, each offering a different kind of music. You sit near one now. The sound is almost indistinguishable from the breeze, yet your body responds to it. Your breath slows, your shoulders soften. In the distance, a servant carries a silver tray across the garden, balancing small glasses of sweetened tea. The tradition of tea in Persian gardens is not just a matter of refreshment. It is a ritual. The slow pouring, the gentle clink of glass, the warmth in the hands, each part is as intentional as the petals of a flower. Even the tea itself carries the scent of cardamom or dried rose, marrying the inner with the outer world. Perhaps a royal guest sits beneath one of the pavilions now, sipping quietly, listening not to conversation but to silence. There is a reason that the great poets of Persia did not speak of courtrooms or battlefields when writing of transcendence. They spoke of gardens, not because they were idyllic fantasies, but because they were real places where the invisible became tangible. Here, the divine was not separate from the world, it was embedded in it. In the curve of a branch, in the shade cast by a lattice window, in the warmth of sunlight that filtered through grape leaves at noon. These gardens were not escapes, they were reminders that the soul does not always speak in words. That wisdom sometimes arrives not with answers, but with stillness. And that beauty, true beauty, is quiet. A bee drifts past your face now, lazy and unbothered. It lingers over a rose, hovers for a second, then disappears into the vines. No one trained it, no one called it, yet it knows where to go. In this space, all living things seem to understand their place, not by force, but by harmony. It is this harmony that makes the Persian garden endure. Not just in history books, but in feeling. Even today, long after the empires have faded and the names of the rulers have blurred, the memory of these gardens remains. They live in architecture, in poetry, in dreams. And now, they live in you. As the sun begins to set, the garden shifts again. Colors soften, shadows grow longer, the air grows cooler, kissed with the scent of night-blooming flowers. Lanterns are lit. Small, oil-filled bowls set along the path, their flames steady and low. You watch the light flicker against the polished tiles. It does not chase the dark away, it simply joins it. And you understand, perhaps without thinking, that peace is not the absence of darkness, but the ability to sit within it and still feel safe. You lean back on the stone bench, arms resting gently at your sides. The sounds of the garden wash over you, leaves whispering, water sighing, night birds beginning to stir. And for this moment, there is nothing else. You are not waiting, you are not wishing, you are simply here. As evening deepens, the garden reveals yet another of its quiet gifts, its ability to welcome the night without resistance. While the world outside the palace begins to shift into its nocturnal rhythm with merchants closing stalls, courtiers retreating to private quarters, and torches lighting alleyways, the garden does not rush to change, it simply softens. The sky above turns from deep blue to a velvet indigo, and stars begin to appear. Not all at once, but one by one, as if invited with care. In the center of the garden, a small pavilion with a domed roof stands on stone pillars. During the heat of day, it offered shade and shelter, but now it becomes something else. A quiet observatory. The dome's interior is painted with faint constellations, gold leaf lines connecting stars across a navy background. This was no random decoration. The ancient Persians were keen astronomers, and their understanding of the sky influenced everything from architecture to poetry. In the garden, the alignment of trees, paths, and pools often reflected celestial maps, mirroring the heavens on earth. To sit beneath this painted dome is to feel suspended between worlds, the earthly and the divine. A small oil lamp flickers at the edge of the pavilion. Its flame is low, barely illuminating more than a few feet. But that is enough. Too much light would betray the stars. The garden respects darkness, not as something to be feared, but as a necessary companion to light. Nearby, a gardener moves silently through the shadows, checking that the water channels remain unblocked, that the vines have not grown too wild. This care is not hurried. It is part of a rhythm passed down through generations. Tending the garden is not a task to complete, but a dialogue to maintain. The trees, the stones, the pools, they each have needs, each offer something in return. The gardener knows this not through instruction, but through years of quiet listening. And in many ways, this reflects the deeper purpose of these hidden spaces. They are not just places to look at. They are places to listen, not to speech, but to presence, to silence, not as emptiness, but as fullness that requires no words. Along the western wall of the garden stands a tall structure with intricate lattice windows made of carved wood, mashrabiyah, allowing airflow while casting geometric patterns of moonlight across the tiled floor. These patterns shift slowly throughout the night, marking time not with bells or clocks, but with shadow and light. A cat curls beneath one of the lattice windows, blinking slowly as it settles into sleep. Even the animals here seem to sense the garden's invitation to stillness. There is no barking, no sudden flight, just the soft echo of wings now and then, or the distant call of a night owl. You sit again by the long, reflecting pool. The moon, now high above, casts its pale silver light across the surface, creating a second sky beneath your feet. This symmetry, the real and the reflected, reminds you of something the poets often wrote, that the outer world is but a mirror of the inner. What we nurture in our surroundings, we cultivate in ourselves, and what we allow to grow in silence often becomes the most lasting. You begin to imagine the many lives that once passed through this very space. A scholar carrying scrolls filled with verses and diagrams, pausing to read one last passage before returning to the library. A child, barefoot, chasing a pet bird between hedges before being gently called back inside. A queen, silent and unseen, walking the path alone, just to feel the freedom of unobserved thought. None of them left behind statues or monuments, yet somehow their presence lingers in the shape of the garden. The echoes of lives lived quietly. As the air grows cooler, dew begins to form on petals and leaves. The garden becomes even more fragrant, more hushed. Every surface seems to glisten faintly, touched by the breath of night. You can feel the temperature shift gently against your skin, not uncomfortable, just enough to remind you of the passage of time. Somewhere in the distance, a zither is played slowly, its notes wandering like soft footprints across the air. Not a performance, just a presence. Music, like the garden itself, not meant to impress, only to accompany. You close your eyes, and the garden continues without you needing to watch it. That is its nature. It does not ask for attention, it simply is. And in its being, it invites you to be also, without expectation, without movement. Just presence. The stars overhead multiply, and the dome of the sky feels vast, yet gentle. It holds you, quietly, no longer separate from the garden. You become part of it. Another breath in the night, another leaf among many, and so you rest. The night deepens further, and in the cool hush of the Persian garden, everything begins to slow just a little more. The air becomes still, as if holding its breath in reverence. Not from fear, not from tension, but from a sense of quiet awe. The garden now belongs fully to the moonlight. It glides across the polished tiles, rests on the surface of fountains, and casts soft silver shadows along the curved edges of the pavilions. The world outside may have darkened, but within these walls, the night glows gently, offering a different kind of illumination. In one corner of the garden, behind a tall wall of climbing jasmine, lies a smaller, more private courtyard. It is almost hidden. There is no grand entrance, only a narrow stone path that leads between two aged fig trees. This was known in some palaces as the garden within the garden, a space so quiet, so personal, that even many servants never entered it. Here, there are no formal walkways, no tall fountains, just a round pool of water no larger than a room, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the stars above with such clarity that it's hard to tell where the garden ends and the sky begins. Around the pool, 4 low cypress trees stand guard, their branches motionless in the windless night. The scent of the jasmine blends with that of the earth, cool, soft, faintly sweet. Somewhere in the shadows, a stone lantern rests atop a short pillar, its tiny flame protected by carved openings in the shape of delicate flowers. This light doesn't reach far. It doesn't need to. It exists simply to warm the darkness nearby. This private courtyard may have once been the retreat of a royal poet, or a prince who wished to escape the formalities of the court. Maybe it was a space for meditation, or for nothing at all, just a place to sit and listen to the quiet. You lower yourself to the edge of the pool, feet resting on smooth stone, eyes drawn toward the mirrored sky. And again, you feel that sensation that the garden has been waiting for you, not just tonight, but always. Waiting for someone to notice not the grandeur, but the stillness, not the history, but the presence. Persian gardens were never about escape. They were about return, a return to the center of things, to the balance between order and wildness, to the dance between architecture and nature. Every element was intentional, and yet nothing felt forced. The stones were arranged, but not stiff. The trees were planted, but allowed to grow into their own grace. Even the silence was shaped, designed not to be empty, but to be full of space for thought, breath, memory. The water in the pool ripples faintly now, perhaps from the smallest breeze, or perhaps from your own stillness settling into the environment. The moon has shifted slightly in the sky, and its reflection drifts across the surface like a boat on an invisible current. You could sit here for hours, and time would lose its edges. And that, too, was part of the garden's design, to make you forget clocks and calendars, decisions and duties, and to place you gently back in the present moment, where nothing is required except to be. Off in the distance, near the outer walls of the palace, you hear the sound of a night watchman making his rounds, the soft crunch of his sandals on gravel, the low chime of a bell at his hip. He does not disturb the peace here. He is part of it. Like the cat beneath the mashrabia window, like the gardener who sprinkled rose water, like the flame in the stone lantern. Each part of the garden, human or not, is in harmony. You wonder now how many such gardens remain, quietly surviving behind old stone walls or lost in the ruins of once great cities. Some may still be tended, their fountains still flowing, their trees still bearing fruit. Others may be overgrown, reclaimed by time and dust. And yet the memory of them persists. It lingers in old manuscripts, in the lines of poetry passed from tongue to tongue, in the designs of distant lands that borrowed their geometry and spirit. But most of all, it lingers in places like this, within your imagination, within the part of you that yearns not for excitement, but for peace. For a space that does not demand anything of you. A space that simply invites you to sit, breathe, and feel the night unfold. You place your hand gently on the ground beside you. It is cool, slightly damp from dew. The stone is smooth, yet textured with time. And just like that, you remember something simple and deep. That even stone can feel alive when it has been shaped with care and when it has rested for centuries in the company of silence. You remain there unmoving as the garden continues its quiet work around you. The stars drift, the lantern flickers, the pool reflects. There is nothing more to see, nothing more to do, only to remain in this moment, in this breath, in this garden that was never really lost, only waiting to be remembered. As the night reaches its quietest hour, a softness settles over the entire garden like a silk veil. The breeze has stilled, the last bird has long since tucked its head beneath its wing, and even the water seems to flow more slowly now, as if it, too, is beginning to rest. You sit beneath an open archway of the pavilion, legs folded comfortably, your back lightly pressed against a pillar cool from the night air. The stone beneath you holds the memory of centuries. How many others have sat here, in the same position, in the same silence? Not all were rulers or poets. Some were servants, gardeners, messengers, or strangers, seeking a moment's shelter. The Persian garden never turned anyone away. Its beauty did not demand understanding. Its stillness did not ask questions. It simply offered presence to anyone who stepped inside with quiet feet and an open heart. Nearby, a vine climbs up the side of the arch, its tendrils curling around the edge of the column. Tiny white flowers bloom along it, star-shaped, almost invisible in the day, but now glowing softly in the moonlight. Their fragrance is faint and clean, like the breath of early dawn. You close your eyes again, and in the dark behind your eyelids, the scent feels like a lullaby. One of the most sacred ideas in the Persian philosophy of space was that gardens were not separate from the human soul. They were reflections of it. The way the water flowed, the way the trees were pruned, even the path your feet followed, all of it mirrored the inner journey of contemplation and balance. That's why they were enclosed by walls, not to shut the world out in fear, but to define the sacred space within. A space where what was planted and what was felt were not separate things. A place where the design of stone paths and the silence of the heart could meet and find agreement. In one ancient text, it is written that a garden is a poem made of earth and water, and as you sit here now, still and listening, you begin to understand what that truly means. The garden speaks not in words, but in rhythms, in coolness and warmth, in light and shadow, in presence and pause. Somewhere deeper in the palace complex, a door opens and closes quietly. You hear the sound, faint as it is, but it does not disturb the peace. Even the human activity that happens nearby seems to carry the garden's rhythm. There is no rushing here, no sharp sounds. Every movement is softened by stone, absorbed by vine, or echoed into water. You imagine the path of that person, perhaps a cook stepping outside for a moment of air, or a guard making a final round before dawn. Their feet pass gently along the gravel paths, and then all is quiet once more. The stars above have shifted again. One cluster now rests directly above the central pool. The reflection is so exact it's difficult to tell which is sky and which is water. This mirroring effect was not accidental. Persian architects aligned certain garden elements with celestial patterns so that on specific nights, the stars would complete the design. To them, beauty was not decoration, it was alignment with a greater harmony. And the garden, even in darkness, was proof of that harmony. In a distant corner, a small grove of citrus trees stands together, their leaves catching what little light remains. Lemons, sour oranges, and bitter limes grow here, not in chaos, but in careful grouping. Their fragrance is slightly sharper than the floral perfumes elsewhere in the garden, but still gentle, still welcome. Some believe that citrus trees were planted to remind the ruler of contrast, that even in paradise, a touch of bitterness is needed to understand sweetness, that even in perfection, one must taste reality. And here, under the stars, that lesson feels less like philosophy and more like understanding. You inhale slowly, the scent, the air, the hush, it all moves through you without effort. You are no longer just observing the garden, you are part of its breath. Its rhythm has become your own. The Persian garden never aimed to dazzle. It did not require drama or display. Instead, it offered something far rarer, sustained serenity. A sanctuary not from life, but within it. A sanctuary where nothing was demanded of you, where even the passage of time was optional. As you sit there, not speaking, not moving, you feel something rise gently inside you. Not an emotion exactly, not a thought, just an awareness, a feeling of being exactly where you are meant to be. With no expectation, with no pressure, with no need to reach or achieve. You are simply here, and for now, that is everything. The garden does not applaud your presence. It does not need to. It continues around you, in its quiet cycles, offering the same peace to anyone who listens. And so you remain still, resting against ancient stone, beneath stars older than memory, in a garden that was always waiting for this moment, for this silence, for you. The hours pass slowly, as they should, in a place like this. And somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, you begin to feel that time itself has loosened its grip. There is no urgency here, no ticking clock, no need to recall where you came from or where you are going. The Persian garden was never meant to be hurried through. It was a place of lingering, of sitting, of simply letting each breath arrive and depart, like a leaf drifting down a stream. And now, in the deepest part of night, the garden reveals perhaps its most sacred quality. Not its flowers or fountains or architecture, but its ability to hold stillness without emptiness. This kind of stillness is full of quiet presence, full of subtle textures, the roughness of aged bark, the smoothness of worn stone, the softness of moss beneath a tree where no one has stepped for years. Even the darkness is not one solid thing. It's made of layers. Layers of shadow, of cool air, of scents that come alive only at night. Somewhere beyond the trees, a hidden doorway leads to a forgotten part of the palace. A small gate, made of a carved wood and metal studs, half covered in ivy, nearly invisible unless you already know it's there. And beyond that door lies another courtyard, untouched, perhaps unused for decades. The kind of space where stories are buried like roots beneath soil. You imagine that once, long ago, a prince walked there alone, away from the pressures of inheritance, away from the noise of judgment. Or a physician sat beside a basin of water, mixing tinctures made from garden herbs by lantern light. The garden was never just for beauty. It was also a place of healing, physically, emotionally, even spiritually. The plants chosen for these spaces were not accidental. Lavender to calm the nerves, basil to clear the mind, rose to steady the heart, water to purify thought, shade to soften grief. Every element served a purpose, though none were declared loudly. They did their work in silence, like the garden itself. Even the layout of the garden followed rules older than the palace itself. The Chahar Bagh, or fourfold design, represented not only order, but the balance of opposites: water and earth, sun and shade, growth and decay. Paths intersected at right angles, fountains were placed at center points, trees planted in mirrored patterns. This was not to create control, but to reflect the cosmic order that the ancients believed surrounded all things. In this view, the garden was a model of the universe, a small reflection of how harmony could exist in the world if only we chose to shape it gently. And now, seated beside the still pool once more, you see how even the stars seem to honor that symmetry. Their light glistens softly across the water's skin, broken only when a night insect skims the surface. The ripple it causes is so small, so quiet, yet it travels all the way across the pool, leaving no trace a moment later, like memory, like thought, like a dream forgotten upon waking. The garden is full of such reminders, small movements that ask nothing from you except that you notice, a fallen petal on stone, a breeze that moves one leaf while leaving all others still, the sound of a distant door creaking open, all of them signs that the world is alive, but not in a rush. You rise slowly and begin to walk again, not because you must, but because the garden invites motion without demand. You follow a curved path now, one lined with low walls painted with faded tiles. The tiles bear floral patterns, blues, greens, and ochres that echo the plants around them. Some have chipped, others remain vivid, untouched by time. Along the top of the wall, a row of clay pots holds small citrus trees, their roots contained, their branches leaning gently into the path. As you walk by, the scent rises, a blend of leaf, soil, and the faint bitterness of rind. You pause at the end of the path, where a low bench has been placed beneath a canopy of climbing roses. The bench is made of stone, but shaped to cradle the body, smooth from centuries of touch. You sit once more, gazing out toward the broader garden. It is still quiet, still dark, but not asleep. The garden does not sleep. It waits, it listens, it breathes. You close your eyes again, and for a moment, you feel your body mirror the garden's rhythm. Your breath rises and falls like the petals of the jasmine. Your heartbeat echoes the slow drip of water from the fountain. Your thoughts become softer, lighter, like the leaves swaying overhead. You are not lost. You are not drifting. You are simply resting in a place that has always existed, not only in history, not only in distant lands, but within the architecture of your own quiet mind. And the garden, as always, welcomes you. The earliest hints of dawn begin to brush against the edges of the garden, not in bursts of light, but in subtle shifts of tone. The sky overhead is still dark, but not quite the same as it was an hour ago. The deep velvet black is slowly softening into a muted gray blue, and the stars are starting to lose their sharpness. One by one, they begin to disappear, not from sight, but into memory. And in this early hour, the garden enters one of its most sacred transitions. There is something profoundly still about the moments just before dawn. The world seems to pause, suspended between the rest of night and the breath of morning. In Persian gardens, this time was often considered a gift, a quiet, golden space for contemplation and renewal, known by few but treasured by those who experienced it. You remain seated on the same stone bench beneath the canopy of roses, now barely able to see the color of the petals, but still able to smell their presence. The fragrance has deepened during the night, warmed by the shelter of leaves and the gentleness of darkness. As the air begins to shift, the scent of earth grows stronger, rich, quiet, familiar. Insects begin to stir. A bird calls out, softly at first, as if testing the air. Another answers, then silence again. The garden is waking, but slowly, carefully, as if it knows there is no need to rush. Beyond the pool, the tops of the cypress trees begin to catch the earliest traces of silver light. The wind returns, not boldly, but with the gentleness of breath. It moves through the branches with a sigh, then quiets again, satisfied. You walk once more, this time toward the eastern wall of the garden, where a raised platform sits shaded beneath a row of date palms. These palms have stood for generations, tall and watchful, their long leaves always the last to lose the night and the first to greet the sun. The platform is made of smooth brick and stone, with steps on each side and a low parapet that forms a simple boundary. It was once a place for morning rituals, reading, stretching, quiet tea, prayer. Not performances, but practices. Repeated acts of presence that reminded the body and soul of their belonging. You step onto the platform and sit cross-legged, facing the soft horizon. The sky before you begins to turn pale, then gold, then rose. Slowly the light spreads across the garden, touching the tops of trees, crawling gently down walls, slipping between the arches of the pavilions. The pools begin to shimmer. The vines stretch slightly, shadows shrink. The day has begun, but in the garden, it does not arrive suddenly. It comes as a whisper. The Persians believed that morning light held a particular wisdom. It was said to be a light of clarity, revealing things without harshness, illuminating without judgment. And in a place like this, where every leaf and stone had been shaped with care, that light did not expose flaws. It revealed depth. You notice now that the garden has begun to return to its living rhythm. A gardener appears near one of the entrances, sweeping dust from the path with a short woven broom. He does not look rushed. His movements are deliberate, methodical, almost meditative. He stops to adjust a climbing vine that has wandered too far, tying it gently to the trellis with a thread of cotton. Then he disappears down another path, as quietly as he came. Near the pomegranate trees, a pair of doves flutter down and begin to search the ground. Their wings stir the air, soft and rhythmic, matching the gentle pulse that now fills the space. You take another breath. It feels cooler now, fresher. The moisture in the air has lifted, replaced by the dry sweetness of daybreak. The roses at your back begin to glow faintly in the sun's early light. Their petals, once hidden in shadow, now open slightly, still damp with dew. You reach out and touch one, not to pick it, just to feel it. It is soft like folded silk, alive with texture. There is no sound beyond the whisper of leaves and the distant clink of a watering can. And yet, the garden feels full, alive, content. There is no announcement of morning, No bells, no horns, just light, just breath, just the slow return of color to the walls and paths and stones. You stand again, walking slowly now, taking one last path before you go. It leads toward a hidden alcove where a small inscription has been carved into the wall, weathered and moss-covered, but still readable if you lean close. The script is Old Persian, translated quietly into a line of poetry that reads, "Within the garden, all is known. Within the stillness, all is clear." You read it again softly, not with your lips, but with your breath. Then you step back and close your eyes. You have seen enough. Or rather, you have seen everything that needed to be seen. The garden does not say goodbye. It does not close its doors. It simply remains as it always has, waiting for your return. And now, as the light rises and your body rests, you carry its stillness with you, not as a memory, but as a quiet rhythm within your breath, ready to return whenever you need to remember peace. With the sun now gently resting above the garden walls, the world inside the Persian palace garden begins to shift into its daylight rhythm. Yet even in full morning light, the garden remains calm. No sudden brightness, no sharp edges, only a slow awakening, like the soft opening of a rose still damp from the night. The shadows have retreated to the base of trees and beneath stone benches, and the golden light that now bathes the garden moves slowly across the tiled walkways and marble fountains, as if remembering where it left off the day before. In one section of the garden, where the walls are slightly taller and the air a touch cooler, a long rectangular basin reflects the rising sun. The water is shallow, crystal clear, and bordered by a row of small flowering shrubs that lean over the edge, their petals just brushing the surface. Occasionally, a drop of dew falls from a leaf into the water, creating ripples that echo outward in perfect rings before fading into stillness. You move quietly along a curved path lined with ancient terracotta pots. Some are chipped at the edges, their paint faded by time, but each one holds life: a small fig tree, a young cypress, or a fragrant herb like tarragon or mint. The scent of the morning is crisp and green, like new leaves mixed with clay, and it lingers as you pass from shadow to sun. To your right, a long wooden pergola extends across part of the garden, covered with woven vines and climbing roses. Beneath it, the light filters down in shifting patterns, creating a dappled mosaic on the flagstone floor. Two birds flit above the beams, pausing to perch on a twisted branch before disappearing again into the vines. Beneath the pergola, a table has been set, a simple one carved from dark wood, its legs uneven from age. On its surface rests a small ceramic pitcher and two shallow bowls. There is no feast, no grand arrangement, just the quiet suggestion of a morning shared. Perhaps this was once a place where a royal advisor met with a student, or where a father sat with his daughter explaining the meanings hidden in the geometry of the garden. Or perhaps no words were spoken at all. In a space like this, silence is never empty. You walk slowly past, pausing to run your fingers over the wood, then continue along the garden's edge, where a row of mosaic tiles forms a gentle border between earth and stone. Each tile bears a different image: flowers, birds, symbols, fragments of poetry. Some are cracked, others nearly perfect. None seem out of place. Even imperfection belongs here. One tile, more weathered than the rest, bears the outline of a tree with 12 branches, each reaching outward in a different direction. Beneath it, barely legible, is an inscription. The roots are one, though paths may differ. You linger here for a moment longer, then step forward onto a narrower trail that leads to a secluded alcove beneath a thick canopy of pomegranate trees. The shade is deeper here, the temperature cooler. The trees are old, their trunks twisted with age, their bark rough to the touch. Yet their branches are full, heavy with green leaves and ruby-colored fruit. Some of the fruit hangs low, nearly touching the earth. Others have split slightly, revealing the jeweled seeds inside. It is said that in Persian thought, the pomegranate symbolized unity and wholeness, the many contained within the one. Just as the garden is made of countless parts, yet exists as a single whole, so too does the fruit remind the viewer that harmony need not erase difference. It can hold it gently, like seeds inside a shell. Beneath the trees lies a small stone bench, barely visible unless you're looking for it. You sit there now, feeling the coolness of the stone seep into your skin. Above, Light filters through the leaves, flickering with the breeze. You close your eyes. For a moment, all sound fades, and then gently, it returns. The soft chirp of a bird, the rustle of leaves, the trickle of a fountain in the distance. No one speaks. No one intrudes. The garden does not ask you to reflect or understand. It simply offers you a space to rest, to be, to exist, without effort. You remain in that silence, not out of obligation, but because the moment feels complete. The Persian garden was always more than a display of wealth or knowledge. It was a sanctuary, a mirror, a teacher. It held lessons not written in books but carved into the curve of a pathway, or whispered through the petals of a rose. It taught through stillness, through repetition, through the quiet return of morning after night, and of night after day. A lesson repeated not in words, but in presence. As the sun rises higher, casting new shadows and bringing warmth to the stones beneath your feet, you stand once more. The garden does not end, it simply opens into more space. Another turn in the path, another bench, another corner where silence waits. And so you continue, slowly, without need or urgency, knowing that in this garden there is always time. The garden has now fully embraced the morning. The shadows have shortened, the light has settled, and the air has warmed just enough to lift the scent of stone, leaf, and blossom into a gentle blend that feels timeless. The stillness remains, but it has taken on a new quality. No longer the deep hush of night, but a more alert, serene quiet, like a room filled with soft breathing. You step onto a broad tiled pathway that stretches alongside the main palace wall, where flowering vines creep upward toward narrow windows set high in the stone. The tiles beneath your feet are worn smooth from centuries of passing footsteps, their geometric patterns faded in places, but still distinct. 8 pointed stars, interlocking lines, and floral rosettes, all set in delicate shades of blue and cream. Each tile seems to carry a memory, not just of those who built the garden, but of those who wandered it slowly, paused here, perhaps rested a hand against the same wall, or whispered a thought into the air that no one else heard. You pause at a shallow alcove where a niche has been carved into the wall, filled with glazed turquoise tilework, shaped into the image of a tree. This tree, though stylized, has roots that stretch downward and branches that reach toward a sun made of golden tesserae. It is not labeled. No inscription explains its purpose, and yet it doesn't need one. It is simply there, like the garden itself, beautiful, still, and open to meaning. As you continue your walk, you come across a narrow water channel that branches off from the larger pool. It follows the edge of the path, guided by low stone ridges, and disappears beneath a tiny arched bridge ahead. The water, clear and steady, moves with a sound that barely rises above a whisper. The way it curves, the way it flows beside your steps, feels almost like companionship. In Persian philosophy, water was not merely functional. It was sacred. It cleansed, it cooled, it nourished, and, perhaps most importantly, it connected. These channels didn't just irrigate plants. They linked parts of the garden together, forming a web of gentle motion and sound. They mirrored the structure of thought, the pathways of reflection. And so as you follow the water, you feel yourself moving not toward a destination, but deeper into presence. The bridge you now reach is small, only wide enough for one person at a time. It is made of pale stone and decorated with modest carvings. Nothing elaborate, just repeating curves and floral forms that echo the shapes in the nearby foliage. You step onto it slowly, listening to the slight shift in your footing as the sound of water changes below. And then you stand there, midway across, with water moving beneath you and trees arching overhead. It is not a grand moment, not dramatic, and yet it feels significant. Perhaps because in this garden, even the smallest transitions are honored. Even the brief act of crossing from one side to another is given space, stillness, and shape. Beyond the bridge, the path opens into a small clearing, circular, enclosed, bordered by high hedges and scattered with stone cushions built low into the ground. This is a gathering space, not for speeches or announcements, but for quiet companionship. In ancient times, it may have hosted poetry recitations, soft music, or long silences shared between friends. Today, it holds only the wind and the filtered sunlight that slips through the trees above. You sit once more, choosing a cushion still warm from the morning sun. Across from you, the hedges form a rounded doorway that leads back toward the central garden. You could go there next, or you could remain here, without any need to decide. That is the nature of this space. It welcomes stillness just as it welcomes movement. Both are part of its rhythm. A pair of bees circle above the low hedges, dipping in and out of the blossoms. Their buzz is soft, almost melodic, and it weaves through the quiet like a thread holding everything together. A leaf falls beside you, spinning slowly as it drifts to the ground. You do not reach for it, you simply notice. The Persian garden teaches, not by instruction, but by invitation. It teaches you to observe without grasping, to breathe without rushing, to be still without waiting. It reminds you that peace is not something to find, it is something to allow. You rise again, not out of obligation, but because your body feels ready to move. You follow the hedge-lined path back toward the heart of the garden, where the main fountain stands. It is larger than the others, circular and wide, with a central spout that sends water upward in a narrow, gentle arc. The sound it makes is slightly louder, but still soft enough to blend with birdsong and wind. This fountain marks the center, the quiet heart around which all other parts of the garden are arranged. It does not dominate, it simply holds. You stand beside it now, watching the play of water and light. And in this moment, something within you settles. Not everything has to be understood. Not everything needs explanation. Some things, like the garden, are meant only to be experienced, again and again, until their rhythm becomes your own. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next chapter of Quiet History, if you're still with us, please consider leaving a like and gently subscribing to the channel. It helps more than you know. Now, let's return to the soft corridors of time as we continue our journey through boring history for sleep. Tonight's story, the ancient Greek influence on Roman culture. Get comfortable, close your eyes, and let's begin. Long before Rome became the heart of a vast empire, long before legions marched across continents and marble forums rose beneath the Mediterranean sun, there was Greece, a land of thinkers and sculptors, poets and warriors, philosophers and builders. And though Rome would one day command much of the known world, it never forgot the power and legacy of its older cultural sibling. In many ways, the story of Roman civilization is a story of borrowing, not blindly or without adaptation, but with admiration, curiosity, and a desire to build something that both honored the past and suited the present. The influence of ancient Greece on Roman culture was not sudden or singular. It seeped into Roman life gradually, like water soaking into stone. Through conquest, through trade, through travel, and through the quiet migration of ideas, Greece became woven into the very fabric of Roman thought, art, religion, education, and daily life. And to understand Rome, one must begin, not in the Colosseum, but in the shaded courtyards of Athens, the marble temples of Delphi, and the quiet schools where Socrates once questioned the meaning of life. In the early centuries of Rome, Greek influence was already felt in small ways. Wealthy Romans imported Greek pottery, hired Greek tutors for their children, and even attempted to mimic Greek hairstyles and fashion. But it wasn't until Rome came into direct contact with the Hellenistic world, particularly during the conquest of southern Italy and later the eastern Mediterranean, that Greek culture began to flood into Roman society. When Rome defeated the Greek city-states and absorbed the former territories of Alexander the Great's empire, it inherited not only land but libraries, artworks, scholars, and philosophies. Instead of discarding these cultural riches, the Romans embraced them. Greek became a second language among the Roman elite. Educated Romans read Homer and Plato as readily as they read Latin authors. Greek statues were copied and displayed in Roman homes and temples. Philosophical schools from Athens took root in the minds of Roman senators. The Roman religion itself, while rooted in older Italic traditions, became heavily intertwined with the Greek pantheon. Jupiter, Juno, and Mars became mirror images of Zeus, Hera, and Ares. The stories of Greek mythology were retold with Roman names, sometimes adapted slightly to fit Roman values, but often left intact. Temples built in Rome began to resemble those found in Corinth and Athens, with fluted columns, triangular pediments, and marble altars. Even the rituals and festivals echoed those of the Greek world. sometimes blending traditions into new, uniquely Roman forms. The Roman approach to Greek influence was not passive. It was both reverent and selective. They admired Greek intellect and artistry, but they also saw themselves as more disciplined, more practical, more capable of governance and engineering. Where the Greeks loved contemplation, the Romans preferred action. Where the Greeks built temples to honor ideals, the Romans built roads, aqueducts, and legal systems to bind their society together. And yet, beneath these differences, the echo of Greece was always present. In Roman education, Greek literature and rhetoric formed the core of elite training. Boys learned to recite Homer, to analyze Aristotle, to debate using Socratic logic. The great Roman orators, like Cicero, were deeply shaped by Greek rhetorical theory. Their arguments, though made in Latin, followed Greek structures. Their thoughts were guided by Greek questions. What is justice? What is virtue? What does it mean to live a good life? Even Roman architecture, which would one day produce the grandeur of the Pantheon and the sprawling complexity of Roman baths, owed its early forms to Greek blueprints. The use of columns, symmetry, open courtyards, and sculptural decoration all drew from Greek models. Roman sculptors often trained by copying Greek originals. In fact, many of the most famous Greek statues we know today survive only as Roman copies, carved centuries later with incredible skill and reverence. The artistic relationship was not limited to marble. Roman mosaics depicted scenes from Greek mythology. Roman playwrights adapted Greek dramas. Roman poets echoed the rhythms and themes of Greek verse, sometimes even writing in Greek themselves as a mark of sophistication. And in philosophy, the influence was perhaps deepest of all. Stoicism, Epicureanism, Platonism, all Greek schools, became central to Roman intellectual life. Seneca, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius. These Roman names are now pillars of Western thought, yet their ideas were rooted firmly in the soil of Greek philosophy. The Romans did not merely copy, they absorbed, debated, challenged, and sometimes transformed the ideas they inherited. But they never denied the source. Greek culture was their teacher, their muse, their rival, and their mirror. And so, as we begin to trace the long arc of Rome's rise, we must always keep in mind the simple truth. Behind the marble columns of every Roman temple, behind the verses of every Latin poet, behind the laws and rituals and ideas that shaped the empire, there is a shadow, a graceful, enduring shadow, cast by the light of ancient Greece. As Roman power expanded and its cities grew in splendor, the imprint of Greek influence became not only more visible, but more deeply embedded into everyday Roman life. Walking through the heart of Rome during the height of the empire, one might notice how Greek aesthetics were not confined to temples or sculptures, but echoed in the layout of homes, in the rhythms of speech at the forum, and even in the daily rituals of the citizens. Wealthy Roman villas often featured a peristyle, a garden courtyard surrounded by columns, borrowed directly from Hellenistic designs. These open-air spaces, filled with fountains, mosaics, and carefully arranged plants, were not merely decorative. They served as places of reflection, conversation, and intellectual exchange, much like the Greek symposia, where thinkers would gather to discuss ethics, politics, and the nature of existence. Inside these homes, one would often find Greek texts, busts of Greek philosophers, and tutors, almost always Greek, teaching children to read, speak, and think with clarity. Education in Rome was deeply tied to Greek traditions. A young Roman boy of noble birth would first learn the Greek language before mastering Latin. This was not accidental, but deliberate, a recognition that Greek remained the language of philosophy, science, and refined discourse. Even senators and generals, whose careers required command and discipline, took pride in being able to quote from Homer or Aristotle, to reference Sophocles or Euclid, not only to demonstrate knowledge, but to signal their connection to the cultural prestige of the Greek world. Public buildings reflected this admiration too. Roman theaters, while adapted for Roman use, with certain structural innovations, were directly inspired by the Greek amphitheater. The design, the use of open-air acoustics, the tiered seating, these elements came from earlier Greek models, and the content staged upon those platforms was often Greek in origin, with playwrights like Plautus and Terence adapting Greek comedies for Roman audiences, changing settings and names, but retaining the core themes of wit, folly, and social commentary. Even Roman religion, often associated with rituals of state and the veneration of ancestral spirits, carried within it the unmistakable threads of Greek mythology. The deities of Olympus were renamed and reimagined, but their stories, personalities, and symbols endured. The goddess Aphrodite became Venus, god of love and beauty. Hermes became Mercury, messenger of the gods. Athena became Minerva, guardian of wisdom and strategy. These were not mere substitutions. They were reconfigurations, attempts to harmonize Greek stories with Roman values. In doing so, the Romans created a mythology that felt both familiar and distinct, rich with shared meaning. In Roman art, the human form was idealized in the same way it had been in classical Greece. Sculptors strived to capture the balance between strength and serenity, movement and stillness. Yet Roman artists, while deeply respectful of their Greek predecessors, also added their own touches: more realism, more texture, more emphasis on individual features. Where Greek sculpture often aimed to depict ideal beauty, Roman portraiture increasingly focused on character, age, and even flaw. A Roman bust might show wrinkles, a furrowed brow, or a scar, not as imperfections, but as markers of virtue, endurance, and lived experience. This too echoed Greek philosophy's shift from the external to the internal, from appearance to essence. In the field of philosophy, Roman thinkers not only adopted Greek schools of thought, but advanced them in new directions. Stoicism, for example, founded by Zeno of Citium in Athens, took deep root in Roman soil. Roman Stoics like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius did not merely repeat Greek ideas, they refined them, applying them to the specific trials of Roman life: political duty, personal loss, and the moral challenges of leadership. Epicureanism, once a Greek call to simple pleasures and rational living, found new expression in the writings of Lucretius, whose epic poem, De Rerum Natura, offered a cosmic vision rooted in atomism and the pursuit of peace. The Romans also preserved and transmitted Greek scientific and mathematical knowledge. The works of Archimedes, Pythagoras, and Hippocrates were copied, studied, and translated. In Roman libraries and scholarly circles, Greek theories on medicine, geometry, astronomy, and music were kept alive. Without Rome, much of that intellectual legacy might have been lost. But Rome did not merely preserve, it propagated. It carried Greek knowledge across its empire, introducing Greek-inspired education to the western provinces of Gaul, Spain, and Britannia. In cities from Alexandria to Londinium, children learned to conjugate Greek verbs and study Greek myths, even if they would never set foot on Greek soil. Greek influence became, through Rome, a Mediterranean inheritance, a cultural bridge that connected East and West, past and future. And while the Roman Empire would eventually fall and its monuments crumble, the ideas it carried, so many of which began in Greece, would remain. Carried in manuscripts, whispered in monastic halls, painted into cathedrals, and eventually rediscovered during the Renaissance, that Greek seed planted in Roman soil would blossom again and again, in different forms, across centuries. It is perhaps one of the most profound legacies of cultural transmission the world has known. Not domination, not erasure, but a reverent, thoughtful continuation. A blending of vision and pragmatism, of thought and structure, of Athens and Rome. As we continue to explore the quiet yet profound reach of Greek influence on Roman culture, it becomes increasingly clear that this was not a fleeting trend or a fashionable curiosity. It was a long and deliberate embrace, one that transformed Roman identity itself. Even as the Roman Republic evolved into an empire, with emperors wielding vast power and cities stretching from North Africa to Britain, the whisper of Greece could still be heard in its art, its laws, its rituals, and even its dreams. One of the most powerful examples of this cultural inheritance lies in Roman education and the ideals it sought to instill. The very notion of a liberal education, of cultivating the mind through literature, philosophy, music, and the arts, came directly from Greek models. The Roman concept of humanitas, a term that embraced intellectual refinement, civic responsibility, and moral character, was deeply inspired by Greek thought. This was not just about schooling for children of the elite. It was a framework for shaping citizens, for creating individuals who could serve the Republic, govern wisely, and reflect on the nature of virtue. Central to this was the Greek emphasis on dialectic and rhetoric. Schools in Rome trained young men in the methods of argumentation first laid down by Socrates, expanded by Plato, and refined by Aristotle. to be able to speak well in public, to reason clearly, to persuade with logic and ethics. These were not merely academic exercises, but essential tools for Roman political life. In the Senate, in the courts, in the assemblies, a Roman statesman succeeded not only through military strength or birthright, but through his command of words that had been sharpened on Greek stone. The influence extended even to the calendar and timekeeping. The Romans adapted the Greek system of calculating months and years, naming some months after deities or historical figures that bore Greek lineage. Festivals and holidays, once purely local or Italic in origin, took on new shapes and stories under the influence of Hellenistic tradition. The celebration of the Lupercalia, for instance, retained its rustic Roman roots but began to echo Greek fertility rites. Saturnalia, with its themes of inversion and revelry, mirrored Greek Dionysian practices. These connections were not superficial. They reflected an ongoing desire to merge the familiar with the revered, to shape Roman life into something richer by adding the weight and beauty of Greek myth and symbolism. Architecture, too, tells a story of deep cultural blending. While the Romans became known for their engineering innovations, vaults, domes, and concrete construction, they consistently dressed their buildings in the language of Greece. Temples built in the Roman world bore Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns. The Corinthian style, in particular, with its intricate acanthus leaves and graceful spirals, became a favorite in the imperial period. Roman triumphal arches, baths, basilicas, and theaters all echoed Greek spatial logic, emphasizing proportion, symmetry, and harmony with the natural world. In gardens, statuary, and household design, the layout often followed principles first imagined in the sanctuaries of Athens or the palaces of the Hellenistic East. Yet even as Rome expanded its cultural inheritance, it adapted it to reflect its own needs. Where a Greek temple might be a serene space set on a hill for private reverence, a Roman temple often stood boldly in the center of public life, facing a bustling forum. This shift reflected the Roman sense of civic engagement and political purpose, a subtle but important difference between the contemplative Greek spirit and the pragmatic Roman heart. Still, both saw the sacred in beauty, the eternal in proportion, and both believed that architecture could embody ideals. In the realm of law, Roman jurisprudence eventually became one of the most enduring legacies of the empire, but here, too, the roots trace back to Greek philosophy. The idea that laws must be rooted in reason, that justice exists as a concept greater than mere decree, came from thinkers like Plato and Aristotle. Cicero, one of Rome's greatest legal minds, often referred to natural law, a principle he believed was written not by men, but by the universe itself, discoverable through reason and conscience. This belief in universal law, in the dignity of the individual, and in the responsibility of the state to uphold virtue, formed a bridge between Roman administration and Greek ethics. In medicine and science, the same pattern unfolded. Greek theories formed the foundation of Roman knowledge, from Galen's studies of anatomy to Ptolemy's views on the cosmos. Roman doctors were trained on Greek texts, and Roman engineers measured aqueducts using Greek geometry. The knowledge passed along from one culture to the next like a torch, carried carefully from hand to hand, never extinguished. And perhaps most beautifully of all, in literature and poetry, the echo of Greece remained constant. Virgil's Aeneid, the national epic of Rome, was modeled on Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. It sought to do for Rome what Homer had done for Greece, give voice to the soul of a people, to their trials, their gods, their destinies. And while it told a distinctly Roman story, filled with duty, struggle, and sacrifice, its language, its form, its vision were steeped in the Greek tradition. This interplay of cultures, this steady absorption and reimagining, allowed Rome not only to rise in power, but to grow in wisdom. For while Rome gave the world roads, laws, and military order, it was Greece that gave Rome its conscience, its elegance, its longing for truth and meaning beyond conquest. And in the quiet spaces between columns and scrolls, between speeches and statues, the voice of Greece continued to guide the Roman spirit, not as a master, not as a shadow, but as a quiet teacher, still speaking through stone and verse and silence. As we continue drifting through the corridors of ancient history, the relationship between Greece and Rome reveals itself not as a simple exchange of customs, but as a deep an evolving partnership of minds across generations. The Romans did not merely inherit Greek culture like a child receiving a parent's possessions. They engaged with it, reinterpreted it, and allowed it to shape their identity in profound and lasting ways. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the realm of philosophy, where the ideas born in Athenian marketplaces and Ionian schools were brought into the heart of Roman civic life. The Romans were not philosophers by tradition. They were builders, organizers, and doers. But when they encountered the logical clarity of Aristotle, the disciplined ethics of the Stoics, and the gentle, pleasure-seeking wisdom of Epicurus, they found tools that could be used not only to contemplate the universe, but to navigate the daily burdens of duty, power, and loss. The Stoic school, in particular, found fertile ground in Roman soil. With its focus on inner discipline, rational control of emotion, and the acceptance of fate, Stoicism resonated deeply with the Roman ideals of strength, resilience, and civic duty. Figures like Seneca, advisor to Emperor Nero, infused their writings with Greek Stoic principles, but tailored them to the pressures of Roman political life. Epictetus, once a Greek slave, taught Roman audiences how true freedom lay not in status or wealth, but in mastery over one's own mind. And Marcus Aurelius, emperor of the vast Roman world, poured his thoughts into meditative reflections that remain timeless. His writings, composed in Greek, remind us that the most powerful man in the empire still turned to Hellenic wisdom in his quietest moments. But Greek influence did not stop at the lofty heights of philosophy and literature. It extended even into the everyday rhythms of Roman life. Household shrines, for instance, often displayed images of Greek deities or household gods that had been given attributes borrowed from Greek myth. Children played with toys crafted in the likeness of figures from Greek tales, and family meals sometimes followed patterns inspired by Greek customs of communal dining and shared discourse. Banquets in upper-class Roman homes mirrored the Greek symposium, where reclining guests would eat, drink, and discuss poetry, politics, or love. The couches, the order of service, the use of wine mixed with water in special vessels, all drew from Greek precedent. Even the artistic adornments on walls and ceilings, frescoes, friezes, mosaics, often featured scenes from Greek legend: Hercules wrestling with lions, Orpheus calming beasts with his music, or Achilles dragging Hector's body behind his chariot. These were not just stories, they were moral lessons, cultural markers, and visual poetry placed into Roman homes to elevate and inspire. Greek influence was also embedded into the legal profession. While the Roman legal system was a marvel of innovation and structure, it was deeply affected by Greek concepts of natural law and reason. Philosophers like Aristotle and Plato had laid the groundwork for thinking about justice as something more than punishment. It was about harmony, equity, and the proper ordering of society. Roman lawmakers, though practical and often harsh, carried those ideals forward into their legal codes, debates, and interpretations. Law students studied the works of Greek thinkers alongside Roman case law, and legal arguments were often framed using Greek rhetorical strategies. Medicine, too, bore the stamp of Hellenic knowledge. Greek physicians such as Hippocrates and Galen formed the backbone of Roman medical training. Temples to healing gods like Asclepius were established in Roman cities, and practices such as diagnosis by observation, balancing of bodily humors, and surgical techniques were adopted wholesale from the Greek world. Roman baths, while symbols of Roman identity and engineering prowess, also served as centers of health and social engagement modeled after Greek ideals of hygiene and well-being. These spaces were not just for washing, they were places for conversation, exercise, and philosophical exchange. And in the architecture of these public baths, you could see the fusion of Roman scale with Greek elegance. One might walk past a colonnade of Corinthian columns into a chamber lined with mosaics of Greek gods, and recline beside a pool beneath a ceiling that echoed the symmetry of a Greek temple. In the provinces, especially in the eastern regions of the empire, Greek influence was even more pronounced. Cities such as Antioch, Ephesus, and Alexandria retained strong Greek identities despite being under Roman control. In these places, Greek was often spoken more than Latin. Greek customs shaped daily life, and the blending of Roman administration with Greek civic tradition created unique hybrids of governance and culture. Roman emperors, particularly those who ruled during the later imperial period, often saw themselves as guardians of this Greco-Roman heritage. They built libraries to preserve Greek texts, sponsored public lectures in philosophy, and commissioned statues and temples in the Greek style. Hadrian, one of Rome's most intellectually inclined emperors, famously traveled to Athens and oversaw the completion of the Temple of Olympian Zeus. He saw in Greece not a conquered land, but a cultural motherland, one whose wisdom could guide the future of Rome. And so, through centuries of expansion, reform, and change, Greece remained the quiet soul within the Roman body. It shaped how the Romans thought, what they built, how they worshipped, how they governed, and how they dreamed. Not as an echo, fading with time, but as a living voice, growing, evolving, and speaking still through every colonnade, every verse, every law and letter that Rome carried forward into the world. As the Roman Empire matured, expanding its frontiers across continents and cultures, its foundation remained firmly rooted in Greek intellectual soil. Even as Roman military power marched westward into Gaul and north into Britannia, its cultural compass pointed steadily east, toward Athens, toward Alexandria, toward the rich legacy of Greek thought that had quietly become the lifeblood of Roman civilization. Greek influence was no longer a foreign presence within Roman culture. It had become naturalized, internal, embedded in the language of daily life and the structure of public institutions. It shaped not only what Romans built and believed, but also how they understood themselves, as heirs not only to Romulus and Remus, but to Socrates, Homer, and Pericles. In the Roman understanding of citizenship, duty, and public service, echoes of Greek polis life were unmistakable. While the Roman Republic had its own traditions of civic engagement and senatorial debate, the philosophical underpinnings of what it meant to be a citizen, to participate, to reason, to sacrifice for the common good, owed much to Greek models of democracy and discourse. The idea that politics was not merely a struggle for power, but a platform for virtue and rational leadership was deeply influenced by Athenian ideals, even as Rome adapted those principles to its own hierarchies and institutions. Roman coinage, inscriptions, and statuary began to reflect this synthesis. Emperors were not only portrayed as powerful rulers, but as learned men, patrons of the arts, protectors of philosophy, guardians of culture. A statue of Augustus might depict him not only in military attire, but with scrolls in hand, draped in the style of a Greek philosopher. This was not mere decoration, it was a message. It said, "Power alone is not enough. A ruler must also be wise." And in the Roman imagination, wisdom still bore a Greek accent. The libraries of the Roman world further reveal the depth of this connection. Across the empire, public and private libraries grew, repositories not only of Roman law and literature, but of Greek science, poetry, and philosophy. In Alexandria, the great library stood as a beacon of Hellenistic learning, still active under Roman oversight. In Rome itself, libraries attached to forums and baths made Greek knowledge accessible to senators and citizens alike. The scrolls and codices housed within them preserved centuries of Greek writing, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and metaphysics, texts that Roman scholars read, translated, and expanded upon. Even the very idea of organizing knowledge into categories, of creating encyclopedias and summaries, stemmed from Greek precedents, refined by Roman thinkers like Pliny the Elder. The Greek emphasis on observation and classification merged with Roman practicality, producing a body of knowledge that would feed into the medieval and Renaissance worlds for centuries to come. In art, too, this cultural fusion remained visible. Frescoes unearthed from villas in Pompeii and Herculaneum depict scenes not of Roman conquest, but of Greek myth. Achilles at Troy, Helen of Sparta, the labors of Hercules, all painted with careful brushstrokes onto the walls of Roman homes. These were not simply decorative motifs. They were cultural anchors, reminders of a shared past, and of the enduring power of stories. They told guests that the homeowner was not only wealthy, but learned, that beneath the surface of Roman pride, there flowed a current of Hellenic imagination. Music and theater followed the same path. Roman instruments, though often locally crafted, were modeled after Greek prototypes. The aulos, the lyre, the kithara, these remained central in Roman musical expression. Roman drama, particularly during the Republic, heavily borrowed from Greek templates. While some Roman playwrights created original content, many others reinterpreted Greek comedies and tragedies. adjusting the themes to fit Roman audiences, but retaining the structure, the chorus, and even the tone. This adaptation was not seen as theft or imitation, but as homage. To borrow from Greece was to align oneself with excellence. Even Roman religion, which had developed its own rites and priesthoods, was continually shaped by Hellenistic spirituality. Mystery cults such as those devoted to Dionysus, Orpheus, and later Isis and Serapis flourished in Roman cities. The Eleusinian mysteries, born in Greek soil, offered Romans a spiritual experience, beyond the rigid public rituals of state religion, something more intimate, more transcendent. And in this openness to Greek spiritual practice, Rome found ways to address the private emotional lives of its people, their longings for meaning, connection, and the afterlife. Over time, this merging of Greek and Roman traditions created a uniquely Greco-Roman identity. In every province of the empire, from the temples of Asia Minor to the villas of Gaul, from the libraries of Egypt to the bathhouses of Spain, this blended culture offered a shared language of beauty, learning, and belief. It allowed a diverse and sprawling empire to see itself not as fragmented, but as part of a larger legacy, one that began not with conquest, but with conversation. And even when Rome began to decline, when its cities fell and its armies weakened, the ideas it had carried from Greece did not fade. They lived on, preserved in monasteries, in manuscripts, in oral traditions passed through teachers and students. They became the foundation upon which Europe would later rebuild itself, not from ruins of marble alone, but from the words, visions, and quiet brilliance of two ancient civilizations forever intertwined. As we move toward the final chapters of Rome's long and intricate story, the enduring presence of Greek culture remains quietly visible, not only in the monuments that still stood across the empire, but in the thoughts and habits of those who lived within its walls. Even in its twilight years, as political instability rose and borders were tested by invading tribes, the Roman world continued to find reassurance in the structures, both physical and intellectual, that Greece had helped it build. Education, above all, remained a vessel for Hellenic memory. In the homes of aristocratic families, young boys were still taught by Greek tutors, reciting passages from Homer and practicing oratory in the style of Demosthenes. The schools of rhetoric that trained future Roman lawyers, governors, and senators clung to Greek frameworks of argument and persuasion. Grammar, logic, and ethics, pillars of Greek philosophy, were the foundation of a Roman's intellectual formation. And even as Latin literature continued to grow, its best voices never strayed far from their Greek roots. Poets, historians, and philosophers alike regarded their Greek predecessors not as distant ancestors, but as living guides. To write well, to think clearly, to live with honor, all of these were pursuits shaped by Greek example, echoed in Roman context. In the realm of religion and spirituality, the syncretism of the Roman Empire ensured that Greek deities and beliefs never disappeared, even as new religions rose. The philosophical schools, Stoicism, Platonism, Epicureanism, remained part of educated discourse, but they were now joined by newer, more mystical forms of thought. Neoplatonism, which emerged in the 3rd century CE, fused classical Greek philosophy with a more spiritual, almost mystical, understanding of the universe. Plotinus, one of its chief thinkers, taught that beneath the surface of the material world lay a single source of all existence, the One, an idea rooted in Plato but carried further into the metaphysical realm. His ideas would deeply influence early Christian thinkers, as well as later Islamic and medieval scholars. Thus, the Greek philosophical tradition continued to evolve, its roots feeding new branches long after the collapse of the Roman West. In architecture and urban planning, Roman engineers still followed Greek principles of symmetry and proportion, even as styles shifted. While the Romans had developed innovations such as the arch, the dome, and concrete, the aesthetic vocabulary of Greek architecture remained constant. A Roman basilica might contain an arched roof, but its columns and pediments echoed the temples of Delphi and Olympia. In cities like Constantinople, founded by Emperor Constantine and envisioned as the New Rome, the blend of Greek and Roman elements was made explicit. Streets were laid out in grids, forms mirrored ancient agoras, and statues of classical figures stood beside Christian churches. Constantinople itself, with its heart at the Bosporus Strait, would become the enduring bridge between the ancient Greek world and the medieval Christian East, preserving Greek language, thought, and tradition long after the fall of Rome in the West. It was in this Eastern Roman Empire, what we now call Byzantium, that Greek influence would survive most visibly. Here, Greek became the dominant language of administration, literature, and worship. The works of Plato, Aristotle, and Galen were copied, studied, and translated. Scholars in cities like Antioch and Alexandria kept alive the sciences, mathematics, and medical knowledge of the classical world. Byzantine artists painted religious icons with the same care for symmetry and harmony found in earlier Greek sculpture. And the domed churches of Constantinople, including the great Hagia Sophia, reflected both Roman engineering genius and Greek aesthetic balance. Meanwhile, in the Latin-speaking West, as the Western Empire disintegrated under pressure from within and without, Greek knowledge did not vanish, but it retreated into quieter spaces. In remote monasteries and among scattered intellectuals, the memory of Greece was carried forward in fragile manuscripts and whispered teachings. It would take centuries before this knowledge would once again rise to the surface during the Renaissance, when scholars, artists, and thinkers would rediscover the Greek texts that had shaped so much of the ancient world. And when they did, they looked not only to Greece, but to Rome, for it was Rome that had preserved, translated, and passed down so much of what we now know as classical wisdom. The legacy of Greek culture within the Roman world is therefore not a single moment or influence, but a continuum, a quiet thread woven through centuries of change. It is in the layout of cities, the structure of government, the rhythm of poetry, the discipline of philosophy. It is in the way Romans spoke of virtue, justice, and the soul. It is in their reverence for beauty, for proportion, for meaning, found not only in temples or palaces, but in the shaping of a life well lived. When Rome finally faded, its physical empire scattered to wind and ruin, what remained was not just its laws or monuments, but the ideas it carried, ideas shaped by Athens and refined by time. And so, through Rome, Greece never truly died. It lived on, in cathedrals and classrooms, in sculptures and scriptures, in the silent logic of geometry, and the soaring imagination of literature. A legacy passed not with fanfare, but with quiet persistence, from stone to parchment, from mind to mind, until it became part of the very air we breathe today. As the Roman Empire gave way to the quiet drift of centuries, as its roads faded into the hills and its legions became only names in brittle scrolls, the cultural dialogue it had shared with Greece continued to echo far beyond the fall of emperors. In many ways, the Roman adaptation of Greek thought allowed those ideas to survive the turbulence of history, to pass unnoticed through the darker corridors of time, shielded by the very structures Rome had built. In the earliest Christian communities, for example, the legacy of Greek philosophy remained a subtle but shaping force, though the new faith sometimes defined itself in contrast to the classical world. It also drew deeply from it. Church fathers such as Augustine and Clement of Alexandria read Plato and Plotinus alongside scripture, shaping theological doctrines with the tools of Greek reason. The concept of the soul, the eternal, the good, and the divine hierarchy were explored through a fusion of Christian belief and Greek metaphysics. The language of philosophy, logos, ethos, telos, became embedded in religious texts and sermons. And so, even as the Roman Empire transformed into a Christian one, it carried forward the philosophical DNA of ancient Greece, dressed in new garments, but bearing familiar bones. In monasteries scattered across the crumbling empire, monks painstakingly copied Greek and Latin texts by hand, line by line, often without fully understanding their contents. These scribes became unlikely guardians of a classical inheritance, preserving works of Aristotle, Euclid, Galen, and others in ink and silence. Many of these texts would later find their way into the libraries of Islamic scholars, where the transmission of Greek knowledge would find new life. In places like Baghdad and Cordoba, the works of Plato and Aristotle were studied, translated into Arabic, and expanded upon by scholars such as Avicenna and Averroes. This transmission across cultures ensured that Greek philosophy did not belong to any one people, but to humanity as a whole. Meanwhile, in the heart of the former Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine world carried on with Greek as its official language, both spoken and written. Byzantine theologians, historians, and scientists continued to engage with Greek classical texts as part of their intellectual and spiritual life. Even as the West sank deeper into feudal fragmentation, the East kept alive the memory of Hellenistic clarity and inquiry. When Constantinople fell in 1453, many Greek scholars fled westward, bringing with them their books, their languages, and their ideas. They found refuge in Italian city-states like Florence and Venice, where a new generation of artists and thinkers was beginning to look backward in search of inspiration. And thus, the Renaissance was born, a rebirth not of Roman militarism or political dominance, but of the ancient spirit of curiosity, proportion, and human potential that had once animated Greece. Painters studied ancient sculptures to understand anatomy and movement. Architects resurrected the rules of Vitruvius, who himself had been inspired by Greek models. Writers sought to emulate the balance and clarity of Greek prose and verse. Universities began to emerge, built on foundations that owed more to Athens than to medieval Europe. Science, too, began its slow reawakening, with Copernicus, Galileo, and others drawing upon classical logic to question old assumptions. The idea that truth could be discovered, not just inherited, was central to Greek thought, and it became the rallying cry of a new era. Yet this resurgence of Greek influence through Roman preservation did not remain limited to intellectual elites. Over time, Greek ideals of beauty, symmetry, and reason became part of the cultural atmosphere. City squares were designed to reflect classical order. Laws and constitutions, including those of the Enlightenment and early American democracy, were shaped by Greek ideas of citizenship and Roman principles of governance. The very notion of a republic, a res publica, carried within it both Roman structure and Greek spirit. In literature, theater, and even education, echoes of Greek influence remained constant. Students in Europe and beyond read Greek myths not as superstition, but as cultural heritage. They studied geometry not only as a mathematical pursuit, but as a discipline with roots in the curiosity of ancient minds. To be educated, in the classical sense, meant to be touched by Greece, through the bridge of Rome. Even in the modern world, where the pace of life has accelerated and the noise of technology often drowns out reflection, the influence of ancient Greece, transmitted and preserved by Rome, can still be found. In the marble steps of museums and courthouses, in the structure of scientific inquiry, in the very letters used to name constellations and equations, in the quiet awe felt when standing before a column that has endured the erosion of centuries. And so, as we look back at the long, slow arc of influence, stretching from the temples of Athens to the capitals of empire, from the scrolls of philosophers to the thoughts of modern minds, we can see not a single point of origin or a moment of transfer, but a continuum, a living stream of thought, carried gently from one civilization to the next. Greece gave Rome its light. Rome sheltered that light against the winds of time. And now, even in the stillness of night, as we listen and remember, that light continues to shine. In the quiet unfolding of history, it is often the ideas that travel farther than the armies, farther than the ships and trade routes, farther even than the names of kings and dates of conquests. And so it was with the influence of ancient Greece, which, through Rome, seeped not only into the architecture of cities and the governance of nations, but into the very framework of how human beings think about the world, about truth, about themselves. By the time the Renaissance awakened Europe from centuries of relative dormancy, the legacy of Greece, as filtered, preserved, and reshaped by Roman hands, had already settled deep into the foundations of Western civilization. The resurgence of interest in classical learning during the 15th and 16th centuries was not merely a backward glance at lost beauty, but a conscious attempt to recover a mode of thinking rooted in reason, proportion, inquiry, and form. In art, this meant the study of human anatomy, light, and movement, guided by ancient sculptures unearthed from Roman ruins. In architecture, it meant a return to the columns, arches, and harmonious proportions of the Greco-Roman world, as designers sought to build not only structures, but ideals. Temples became churches. Forums became civic centers. Domes rose once more above public spaces, reminders not of divine power alone, but of the balance between heaven and earth. In literature and philosophy, Greek influence, filtered through Roman voices like Cicero, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius, reached new audiences in new languages. Writers such as Erasmus and Montaigne drew from both traditions, crafting essays and treatises that merged ancient wisdom with emerging humanist ideals. Education systems across Europe adopted curricula based on the classical trivium and quadrivium, grammar, rhetoric, logic, and then arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy, each rooted in Greek foundations, but formalized in Roman practice. To be educated in the classical sense was to be shaped by this long dialogue between Athens and Rome, and even in the realm of politics, the echoes of these ancient conversations endured. The Enlightenment, that age of reason and inquiry, found in classical antiquity a mirror and a muse. The separation of powers, the idea of a republic governed by laws rather than by the whims of rulers, and the concept of natural rights all bore the unmistakable fingerprint of Greek and Roman political philosophy. Thinkers like John Locke and Montesquieu built upon foundations laid by Plato and Aristotle, strengthened by Roman legal tradition. And when the framers of the American Constitution sought to design a new form of government, they turned not to medieval monarchies, but to classical models. The Senate, the Republic, the system of checks and balances, all bore Latin names and Greek logic. It is in these moments when ideas shape systems, that we see the true depth of Greek influence within the Roman story. For it is not only through marble and myth that these cultures endure, but through the way they continue to shape the structures we inhabit and the values we hold. And this continuity is not limited to the Western world. As Greek texts were translated into Arabic during the Islamic Golden Age, a parallel preservation and expansion occurred. Philosophers like Al-Farabi, Avicenna, and Averroes engaged deeply with Aristotle and Plato, offering new interpretations and integrating Greek metaphysics into Islamic theology. These works, in turn, were translated back into Latin during the Middle Ages, fueling the scholastic tradition in Europe, and helping to reintroduce Greek thought to a continent that had long since forgotten the sound of Attic dialogue. The journey of these ideas, across languages, faiths, and centuries, reminds us that culture is not a possession to be hoarded, but a gift to be shared, adapted, and carried forward. Rome understood this. Though proud of its military strength and engineering feats, it never hesitated to acknowledge the superiority of Greek art, thought, and philosophy. Roman poets praised Greek models even as they added their own voices. Roman emperors honored Greek gods, even as they raised temples to their Latin counterparts. And in doing so, they created not a copy but a new synthesis, a Greco-Roman world that offered a model of cultural blending rarely equaled in history. Today, we still speak of Western civilization as if it were a single thread, but in truth it is a tapestry, woven from many strands, but bound together most securely by the two oldest threads of all, the wisdom of Greece and the will of Rome. And just as the Romans built roads to span their empire, they also laid down intellectual roads, paths along which ideas could travel safely and steadily from one generation to the next. These paths, unlike the stone ones that weathered and cracked, remain open still. Every time we speak of democracy, of ethics, of law, of reason, every time we ask what is good, what is beautiful, what is just, we are walking those roads once more. And though the cities have crumbled and the names have faded, the conversation continues, quietly, endlessly, through books and buildings, through thoughts and questions, through the very breath of learning itself, a gift from Greece, carried by Rome, given to us. As the centuries unfolded and empires rose and fell, the intellectual inheritance passed from Greece to Rome did not vanish. It merely changed form, adapting to each new context while retaining its essence. This enduring flexibility is what allowed Greek thought, carried within the Roman frame, to survive the disintegration of classical institutions and reappear in unexpected places. Long after the last Roman emperor had fallen in the West, the patterns of Greek logic, ethics, and aesthetics remained quietly embedded in the cultures that emerged from the ruins. In the quiet cloisters of medieval monasteries, monks lit candles above parchment and ink, copying works whose origins they may not have fully grasped. Many of these manuscripts were Roman translations of Greek originals or commentaries on them. And even though the language had shifted and the purposes had changed, from philosophical inquiry to religious instruction, the structure of thought often remained the same. Arguments still followed syllogisms, questions still pursued clarity, and beneath layers of Latin, the whisper of Athens could still be heard, The university system, which began to take shape in the 12th and 13th centuries, bore further evidence of this legacy. Though founded within the context of Christian Europe, the foundational curriculum was steeped in classical reasoning. Students studied grammar, logic, and rhetoric, three subjects deeply influenced by Greek philosophy and taught for centuries in Roman schools. The scholastic tradition, with its intense focus on dialectical reasoning, was essentially a Christian reimagining of Platonic dialogue and Aristotelian method. Thinkers like Thomas Aquinas did not reject Greek philosophy. They embraced it, integrating it into theology and producing vast systems of thought that blended divine revelation with rational structure. This was not mere survival, it was transformation. It was the continuation of a conversation begun by Socrates, passed through Cicero, and still alive in the minds of medieval scholars. In the visual arts, too, the classical spirit endured, albeit in subtler ways. While early medieval art favored symbolism over realism, the Renaissance would soon restore classical ideals of balance, anatomy, and perspective. The rediscovery of ancient Roman ruins, temples, sculptures, inscriptions, sparked a renewed fascination with antiquity. Artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael studied Roman architecture, which had itself been modeled on Greek forms. They sketched ancient statues, measured columns, and read treatises on proportion that originated in Hellenistic aesthetics. The goal was not simply to imitate, but to understand the principles that guided classical creation. The search for harmony, for proportion, for the expression of the eternal through the physical. And that pursuit had begun not in Rome, but in Greece. In music and science, the echoes were equally present. The Greek theory of music, its modes, its mathematical structure, was preserved and developed by Roman theorists, and later adapted into the medieval musical scale. The belief that music reflected the harmony of the cosmos, a Pythagorean idea, shaped how composers thought about melody and rhythm for centuries. In astronomy, Greek models such as the geocentric universe proposed by Ptolemy remained dominant until the scientific revolution, when they were revised, but not forgotten. Even Copernicus, who challenged ancient models, had first studied them in depth, learning from the very systems he would later help to replace. The same was true in medicine, where Hippocratic and Galenic traditions continued to guide physicians well into the modern period. These were not just names remembered, they were tools used, ideas applied, foundations trusted. Their survival was not accidental. It was the result of centuries of transmission, much of it made possible by the Roman Empire's vast reach, its administrative structure, and its emphasis on documentation. The Roman habit of collecting, copying, and organizing knowledge had ensured that Greek thought could be passed not only across space, but across time. This intellectual continuity found its most poetic expression in language itself. While Latin became the administrative and literary language of the Roman Empire, it absorbed countless Greek terms, especially in philosophy, medicine, and science. Many of the words we still use today, democracy, logic, ethics, cosmos, are of Greek origin, preserved through Latin usage. Even the alphabet carried echoes of the past, its shape and form evolving from Greek script. So when we read or write, when we argue or reason, when we seek to understand the world through observation and logic, we are participating in a tradition shaped by these two ancient cultures. Their dialogue, recorded in scrolls in stone, continues in our classrooms, our libraries, and even in our daily speech. And in this way, the influence of Greece on Rome was not merely cultural, it was structural. It became the very skeleton of Western thought, the framework upon which future generations would build, not as a ruin to be mourned, but as a foundation to be trusted. And so, even now, when we turn toward questions of beauty, truth, justice, and purpose, we are often retracing ancient steps. The paths may seem new, but they follow lines drawn long ago, lines that began in quiet courtyards beneath olive trees, that passed through marble halls and crowded forums, and that stretch still into the distance, waiting to be followed by those who listen carefully enough to hear the past in the present. As the long story of ancient Greece and Rome winds toward its quiet conclusion, it becomes clear that the influence of Greece on Roman culture was never about imitation, but transformation. Greece offered the seed, and Rome provided the soil. What grew from that union was not simply a blend of styles, but a shared way of seeing the world. an enduring framework that shaped empires, religions, sciences, and philosophies for over 2,000 years. Even now, long after both civilizations have faded into the pages of history, their voices continue to echo, not as relics, but as foundations. The last centuries of the Roman Empire, especially in the East, were marked by a deepening of this classical legacy. In Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine world, Greek was not a foreign language, but the language of law, liturgy, and learning. The city's scholars preserved and copied works by Plato and Aristotle, Hippocrates, and Herodotus, ensuring that the wisdom of the ancient world would survive the collapse of political power. Libraries remained centers of scholarship. Art and architecture continued to reflect classical ideals, even as Christian theology reshaped their purposes. Domes rose above churches where once they had crowned temples. Marble columns lined basilicas where once they had framed agoras. And always, beneath each adaptation, the same logic of balance and harmony endured. When the Western Roman Empire fell, many feared that the light of classical learning had gone out forever. But through Byzantium, through the Islamic Golden Age, and eventually through the Renaissance, that light was kept alive. And it was not only scholars and kings who preserved it. Artisans carved classical motifs into stone. Storytellers retold the myths of Oedipus and Achilles. Teachers passed down the structure of syllogism and rhetoric. Even peasants who could not read still built churches in the shape of Roman basilicas and walked roads first laid by Roman engineers, who had borrowed their surveying tools from Greek predecessors. By the time the Renaissance blossomed in Italy, the admiration for Greek antiquity had become almost reverential. Artists and architects journeyed to Athens and Rome to study ruins and sketch what remained. Humanists combed monasteries for lost texts, translating Plato and Plutarch, Epictetus and Euclid, back into Latin and into the languages of modern Europe. And so began not merely a revival, but a reawakening. A recognition that buried beneath centuries of change was a blueprint, not only for beauty, but for thought, a sense of proportion, a structure of inquiry, a belief in human dignity, reason, and the capacity for understanding the world through both science and imagination. Rome had given this legacy endurance. Greece had given it birth, and together they passed it forward. In our world today, the outlines of this ancient inheritance are still visible if we know where to look. In the buildings we inhabit, the languages we speak, the stories we tell, and the values we hold, Greece and Rome remain. In our parliaments and universities, in museums and theaters, in the quiet reverence we feel when standing before a column that has outlasted empires, or when reading a line of poetry written before the birth of Christ, yet still able to stir something within us. That is the power of influence, not loud or immediate, but lasting, the kind that does not impose, but invites, that does not conquer, but endures. And in the case of Greece and Rome, that influence became more than history. It became heritage, a shared memory of what it means to seek truth, to ask questions, to build, to create, to reflect, to walk through life not merely surviving, but trying to understand what lies beneath the surface of things. What began in the olive groves of Attica and the marble temples of the Acropolis traveled through the legions of Rome, across aqueducts and under arches, through scrolls and sermons, through fires and floods and forgetfulness. And yet it persisted. Passed hand to hand, whispered through time, reshaped and reimagined, but never lost. It is in every courtroom that weighs justice with reason, in every equation that begins with geometry, in every citizen who raises their voice to speak, in every builder who sketches a line with symmetry in mind, and in every thinker who pauses to ask, not what is convenient, but what is right. The influence of Greece on Rome was never simply about style or language or myth. It was about something deeper, a quiet commitment to the pursuit of knowledge, of beauty, of meaning. A recognition that though empires fall, ideas endure. And so we end, not with a ruin, but with a continuation. A long, slow unfolding of thought that reaches into the present and whispers gently that the past is never truly gone. It is with us, in stone, in word, in thought, a gift, carefully carried, still glowing. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next quiet journey, if you're still here with us, please consider leaving a like and gently subscribing to the channel. It helps keep these peaceful stories flowing. Now, let's return to the soft rhythm of the past as we continue our series of boring history for sleep. Tonight's new story, the history of the Silk Road's lesser-known routes. Close your eyes, settle in, and let's begin. When most people hear the term Silk Road, their minds often conjure images of long caravans crossing vast deserts, of traders winding through the famous cities of Samarkand, Kashgar, and Chang'an, bringing silk from China to the markets of Rome and beyond. And while those images hold truth, they represent only a portion of a far more complex and layered network, one that stretched like delicate threads across not just Central Asia, but deep into the lesser-known landscapes of history. For the Silk Road was never a single road, but a web of shifting routes, winding paths, and hidden passes, shaped as much by geography and politics as by ambition and trade. In this story, we turn away from the more well-lit chapters and look quietly toward the margins, to the lesser-known routes of the Silk Road, paths that crossed marshy deltas, forested valleys, and forgotten kingdoms, each carrying whispers of goods, ideas, and people through places where empires rose, but seldom ruled for long. These lesser-known routes were often not marked on ancient maps. They were trails known to locals, passed down through generations, changing with the seasons, the weather, and the rise and fall of power. They allowed goods to move when wars closed the main roads. They carried pilgrims, healers, and exiles. And in their obscurity, they preserved something that the great highways could not: the quiet endurance of small cultures, subtle exchanges, and human stories too fragile to survive in the glare of empire. One such route threaded its way through the Tarim Basin's outer edge, bypassing the bustling markets of Kashgar, and instead tracing the northern foothills of the Tian Shan Mountains. Here, in narrow valleys and along icy rivers, small caravans moved carefully, sometimes carrying nothing more than wool, medicinal herbs, or glass beads. Unlike the great silk trains, these traders were often on foot, leading donkeys or mules rather than camels. Their journeys were slower, but also more intimate. They stopped in tiny villages, bartered for meals, and carried not just merchandise, but stories, tales from distant lands that mingled with local folklore around fires after sunset. In the far west, another lesser-known route curved through the Caucasus, where mountain passes opened only in summer, and where traders had to negotiate not only geography, but tribal politics. Goods from Persia and Central Asia entered through these corridors, often headed not toward Rome, but to the Black Sea ports, where ships waited to ferry them toward Constantinople and other parts of the Byzantine world. In return, these paths brought back coins, icons, and rare manuscripts, cultural treasures that filtered slowly into the East, shaping thought and belief in quiet ways. These routes were also shaped by the natural world. When snows fell in the mountain passes of Bactria, or floods made the Oxus River impassable, merchants turned to lower paths, through reed-covered marshes, across salt flats, or along the edges of ancient lakes that have since dried away. And in those places, temporary rest stops would form. A mud brick house here, a walled orchard there. These waypoints were rarely recorded in history books, but they served as lifelines, offering water, shade, and stories to passers-by. Some became villages, a few became towns, most vanished. Yet their ghosts remain, in the shards of pottery found under wind-blown dunes, in the traces of foreign words that linger in regional dialects, and in the unbroken gaze of faces that resemble ancestors who once walked far from home. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of these lesser-known Silk Road routes is not what they carried, but what they connected. They linked nomads to farmers, Buddhists to Muslims, mountain shepherds to desert traders. They allowed for the quiet movement of not only material goods, but ideas, medical knowledge, weaving techniques, spiritual practices. A traveler might pass from a region of Zoroastrians into a Buddhist enclave, sleep in a Sogdian house, and learn to chant a hymn in Syriac before reaching the next valley. These subtle exchanges often went undocumented, yet they were just as transformative as the grand diplomatic missions and royal caravans that history prefers to remember. In time, as empires drew borders and maps were inked with firmer lines, many of these lesser routes faded from memory. Main roads were paved or guarded. Taxes were levied. Fortresses rose where once there had been open paths. Yet still, some travelers preferred the quieter ways. Slower, yes, and more dangerous, but also more human. They walked with their stories intact, their pockets light but their minds full of memories, gathered from places history nearly forgot. And so, as we begin our journey through these overlooked passages, we step into a different kind of history, one not written in capitals or measured in battles, but one carried in the rhythm of footsteps, in the creak of pack saddles, and in the soft exchanges between strangers in twilight. These were the roads beneath the road, the silk roads behind the Silk Road, and they have much to tell. As we continue our quiet exploration of the lesser-known routes of the Silk Road, we find that many of these paths were not born of grand imperial design, but out of necessity, adaptation, and trust built over time. These were not roads laid with stones or flanked by walls. They were trails formed by repetition, by footsteps, hooves, and the turning of wooden wheels. The landscape itself became the guide. Traders read the bend of rivers, the pattern of stars, the bloom of certain flowers that signaled the arrival of spring. In the eastern stretches of the network, away from the main hubs of Xi'an and Dunhuang, merchants often traveled through the forested hills and river valleys of what is now Yunnan and Sichuan. This southern Silk Road, sometimes called the Tea Horse Road, was less glamorous than its desert counterpart, but equally vital. Here, horses were exchanged for tea, which became a valuable commodity not only in China, but in Tibet and throughout Southeast Asia. These routes were narrow, often no wider than a single cart, and they clung to the sides of steep mountains or dipped into fog-covered ravines. Travelers walked single file, sometimes leading ponies loaded with tightly packed bundles of bricks wrapped in palm leaves. The rain fell often, and landslides were common, but through these paths flowed a river of trade and culture that had connected remote plateaus to urban markets, and in doing so, preserved traditions, languages, and flavors that might otherwise have disappeared. Farther west, lesser-used passages crept through the valleys of what is now modern-day northern Iran and the southern shores of the Caspian Sea. This region, dense with forests and crisscrossed by rivers, was less traveled by the great caravans, but frequently used by regional traders moving between Persia, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. These routes linked smaller towns and villages that never reached fame but served as quiet custodians of continuity. Pottery techniques, weaving patterns, and food preservation methods moved along these lines, absorbed slowly into local practice. And so did religious ideas, not by force, but by curiosity. A monk might find lodging in a merchant's home and share not only a bowl of stew, but a parable, a scroll, a song. These encounters, though small, rippled outward, leaving impressions that outlasted any formal edict or decree. In the high-altitude corridors of the Pamir Mountains, sometimes called the Roof of the World, traders took yet another forgotten path. This route was perilous, winding through snow-covered passes and across narrow bridges of stone and ice. Here, the air was thin and the terrain unforgiving. But for those seeking to connect the markets of Bactria, the Fergana Valley, and the regions beyond, this passage offered a direct, if treacherous, link. The people of these highlands, Kyrgyz, Wakhi, and others, acted as guides, hosts, and sometimes gatekeepers to travelers. They knew the rhythm of the land, when the rivers froze just enough to cross, when the wolves came lower into the valleys, when a storm was too dangerous to challenge. Their knowledge was not written down, but passed orally, a living map carried in memory and experience. And their hospitality was legendary, for in a place where survival depended on community, no guest could be left to the elements. Travelers on these routes often carried unusual cargo, not silks or spices, but minerals, herbs, pigments, and sometimes rare birds or animals meant for collectors and kings. One might find a bag of lapis lazuli wrapped in wool, its deep blue hue meant for a painter's palette thousands of miles away, or a gourd filled with resin used in incense or medicine, harvested from trees that only grew in one remote valley. These objects may not have held the same commercial weight as bales of silk or sacks of jade, but they were valued for their rarity, for the mystery they carried, for the way they told stories through color, scent, or shape. Along these hidden roads, trade was often less formal. There were no customs houses, no official stamps or seals. Exchange was based on relationships, built over time. A trader might spend the night in a home he had visited a dozen times before, welcomed not with contracts, but with tea and bread. Prices were negotiated with stories, with shared laughter, with memory. And in this quieter economy, trust was the most precious currency. There were dangers, of course. Bandits, rock slides, illness, and political instability could all close a route without warning. But the resilience of these networks lay in their flexibility. When one valley became impassable, another would open. When a bridge collapsed, a ford would appear. And so the routes lived on, not fixed like highways, but breathing like rivers, changing shape, but always flowing. These lesser-known Silk Roads remind us that history is not only made by emperors and generals, but by herders, weavers, and travelers with little more than a donkey and a map drawn in their minds. Their steps, though quiet, shaped the patterns of connection that bound vast regions together. And through their persistence, they carried more than goods. They carried culture, memory, and the simple human need to reach beyond the horizon, to trade not just things, but experiences, and to keep the world, however distant, gently stitched together. As the great dynasties and empires rose and fell, reshaping the contours of trade and power, the lesser-known routes of the Silk Road quietly adapted, shifting like windblown sand or the seasonal course of a mountain stream. These forgotten paths rarely earned the attention of official scribes or imperial records, but they endured nonetheless, maintained not by decree, but by the memory and movement of people who depended on them. Unlike the larger highways that connected imperial capitals and glittering metropolises, these smaller trails wove through regions that were often left to govern themselves. In the arid plateaus of what is now Western China, for instance, there existed a trail that curved around the edge of the Taklamakan Desert, linking clusters of oasis settlements that rose like mirages from the endless dust. These oases, places like Nia, Lulan, and Marin, were not cities of grandeur, but pockets of life, cultivated by the careful management of water, protected by mud brick walls, and sustained by the rhythms of caravan traffic that passed just often enough to keep them from vanishing. Traders who followed these dry, sun-bleached paths often traveled at dawn or dusk to avoid the burning heat. They carried silk, yes, but also salt, dried fruit, leather goods, and even seeds. Small parcels of potential exchanged in quiet transactions beneath tents or fig trees. In these moments, commerce was less about wealth and more about continuity, ensuring the next journey, the next planting, the next winter's fire. In the northwest, through the windswept plains and rolling hills of Central Asia, routes less traveled skirted around the major hubs and instead passed through steppe communities, nomadic encampments, and forgotten fortresses. Here, the movement of goods was shaped not by roads, but by relationships, often maintained through oral agreements, gifts, and seasonal alliances. A merchant might return to the same camp each year, his arrival greeted not with fanfare, but with nods of recognition and the careful presentation of wares laid out on woven mats. The steppe peoples, Turkic, Mongolic, Sogdian, and others, acted not only as traders, but as intermediaries, translators, and guides, bridging linguistic and cultural gaps between civilizations that rarely met face to face. Their horses were swift, their memories sharp, and their knowledge of the land unparalleled. Without them, many of these lesser routes would have faded entirely, lost to time and shifting borders. In the dense forests of the Altai region, another quiet branch of the Silk Road twisted through pine-covered mountains and narrow valleys where rivers shimmered beneath morning mist. Few written records mention these paths, but archaeological evidence, scattered coins, imported ceramics, beads of Mediterranean glass, suggest that trade flowed here too, in modest quantities, over centuries. The people of these forests, isolated but observant, integrated foreign items into their local customs, altering their tools, jewelry, and even burial practices in subtle ways that scholars are only now beginning to understand. These exchanges, though small, had lasting impact. They softened the boundaries between cultures, introduced new materials and techniques, and created a silent record of connection embedded in artifacts and oral traditions. In the far southwest, an obscure route linked the Iranian plateau with the coastal regions of the Arabian Sea. This path, winding through dry valleys and sunburned cliffs, was less suited to heavy caravans and more to small, agile groups who moved quickly and avoided notice. Along this trail, goods from the sea, pearls, incense, coral, and dates, made their way inland, eventually joining larger networks. In return, the coast received metal tools, ceramics, and textiles, dyed in brilliant shades. The trail passed through hidden wadis, ancient watchtowers, and resting places carved into stone, where travelers etched names and prayers into the walls as they paused to sleep or drink. Many of these inscriptions remain, faded by time, but still legible, a quiet testimony to movement, endurance, and the timeless need for shelter in a vast and unpredictable world. What made these lesser-known routes truly remarkable was not their scale, but their resilience. They carried not just luxury goods for elite markets, but the mundane and essential items that made daily life possible: grain, oil, wool, and tools. They allowed artisans in distant towns to access materials they could not produce themselves. They gave pilgrims the means to reach remote shrines. They offered exiled scholars a path to safety, displaced families a way to rebuild, and young dreamers a road to somewhere new. They connected people not only through trade, but through shared experience of hardship, hospitality, negotiation, and trust. And they did so without fanfare, without architecture, without leaving behind great ruins. Instead, they left impressions, faint footprints in the dust, recurring motifs in regional designs, echoes in the songs passed down through generations. The Silk Road was never a single story. It was 1,000 stories layered together, whispered across mountain passes, riverbanks, and empty plains. And these lesser-known routes, quiet, shifting, and resilient, were the veins that kept its heart beating long after the great empires had faded into silence. As we continue our journey along the quieter, lesser-known routes of the Silk Road, we begin to understand that these paths were not simply alternatives to more famous highways, but essential lifelines for entire communities. Winding through valleys, along coastlines, and across shifting borders, they formed the connective tissue between empires and the countless small societies that thrived in their shadows. They carried stories not just of great merchants and powerful kings, but of shepherds, potters, healers, and wanderers whose names never appeared in scrolls, but whose footsteps shaped the living memory of the landscape. In the deep interior of Central Asia, beyond the reaches of the more established caravan cities, traders and travelers often moved along braided river systems, using seasonal floodplains and old riverbeds as temporary corridors. These routes shifted year by year, depending on the rains and snows that fed the rivers from the mountains above. A trader might follow the same general path for decades, adjusting his course each spring to match the rhythm of the water. In these places, knowledge of the land was more important than maps, which were rare and often unreliable. Instead, people relied on memory, oral guidance, and signs in nature: the shape of a distant ridge, the direction of the wind, the flowering of a certain plant that marked the approach of a settlement. These skills were passed from elders to children, often in the form of song or story, anchoring geography in the structure of memory. Along these river routes, life bloomed. Fishermen pulled nets filled with carp and trout. Farmers grew millet and barley in narrow strips of green. Traders stopped in hamlets made of mud and reed, exchanging not only goods, but remedies, proverbs, and news from the world beyond the mountains. A worn brass earring from India might find its way into a Kyrgyz yurt. A pattern woven in Persia might appear, generations later, in the embroidery of a girl in a forgotten valley. These quiet exchanges, unrecorded and unnoticed, helped blend cultures not through conquest, but through familiarity. Farther east, near the borders of the Himalayan foothills, another lesser-known route crept through thick forests and terraced hillsides. This path, often shrouded in mist and scattered with wild orchids, connected isolated highland communities with larger markets in the plains below. Here, the terrain made large caravans impractical. Instead, traders traveled in small groups, carrying tea, herbs, and painted textiles packed tightly into bamboo baskets. They climbed steep ridges, crossed rope bridges over deep gorges, and stopped at monasteries perched along the slopes, places that offered rest, spiritual counsel, and sometimes protection from bandits or wild animals. These journeys were long and physically demanding, but they held a quiet beauty. Travelers moved through changing altitudes and languages, through Buddhist, Hindu, and animist worlds, all blending together in ways too complex for maps to capture. Each stop offered new flavors, new sounds, new forms of greeting and farewell. And by the time a trader returned home, weeks or even months later, he carried not only the goods he had gathered, but the stories, songs, and perspectives of everyone he had met along the way. In the southwest, where desert meets mountain and mountain falls into sea, yet another hidden corridor carried goods through the borderlands of ancient Arabia and Persia. This path followed a chain of wells and shaded groves, guarded by local clans who maintained watchtowers and offered safe passage in return for tribute or trade. Here, the wind carried the scent of frankincense, and the stones underfoot were worn smooth by centuries of use. Camels moved silently across the hard earth, their bells faint in the evening air. Along this path, traders brought dried dates, glass beads, colored wool, and medicinal resins used in both ritual and healing. They passed through places where no empire ruled, but where law was kept through honor, custom, and hospitality. A fire at night, a bowl of stew, and a shared silence beneath the stars were all part of the exchange. Trust was not enforced by written contract, but by memory, and by the unspoken understanding that a man who broke a promise would find few friends in the next oasis. These lesser-traveled roads also allowed for cultural retreat and preservation. When larger empires collapsed, when wars closed the main highways, or when religion or politics made certain ideas unsafe, it was often through these hidden routes that exiled artists, persecuted philosophers, and wandering scribes found refuge. A banned manuscript might reach a hidden monastery through the back of a donkey. A banned faith might survive in the carved caves of a distant hill. In this way, the lesser Silk Roads became shelters, not only for people, but for ideas. They became the places where knowledge paused, rested, and waited until the world was ready to listen again. And so these trails, though uncelebrated, carried not only the movement of goods, but the preservation of culture. They were arteries of survival and memory. They offered more than profit. They offered continuity, especially when the larger world fell into silence or fire. And even today, long after many of these paths have vanished beneath highways or been forgotten beneath layers of sand and soil, traces remain. In the way a village cooks a dish flavored with foreign spice, in the curve of a tool made with a distant design, in the lullaby a grandmother sings that contains words from another language, another time. The Silk Road's lesser-known routes remind us that history does not move only through power and monuments. Sometimes it travels quietly, in footsteps, in whispered exchanges, and in the soft persistence of people who walk the long way around, not because it is easy, but because it is theirs. Among the most fascinating features of the Silk Road's lesser-known routes is how deeply they were shaped by the environment. By rivers that refused to stay in place, by deserts that crept slowly outward with each generation, and by mountains that rose like silent guardians over every passage. These environmental realities did more than influence the direction of travel. They determined who could survive, who could thrive, and who would vanish. Along these forgotten paths, geography was not a backdrop, but a constant participant in every journey. In the dry, wind-whipped corridors of the Iranian plateau, where cliffs cast long shadows over the gravel plains, certain trails ran alongside underground aqueducts known as qanats. These marvels of ancient engineering brought water from distant hills through gently sloping tunnels, sustaining farms, settlements, and weary travelers. Along these routes, traders stopped not in bustling caravanserais, but in quiet courtyards shaded by pomegranate trees, where the air smelled faintly of dust and stone. A bowl of cool water from a hidden well might be more valuable than any coin exchanged. Here, merchants might rest beside farmers, monks, and musicians, each of them following a different path, yet united by the same need for water, shade, and safety. In these moments of pause, information flowed as freely as goods. News of a border skirmish hundreds of miles away might pass through a whisper, folded between bites of dried figs. A new melody hummed under breath might carry the spirit of a distant city. And slowly, these exchanges became part of the invisible fabric that wove these routes together. Not marked on maps, but remembered in song, recipe, and prayer. Moving northward, into the semi-arid steppes that stretch across parts of modern-day Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Traders navigated by stars and wind. There were few natural landmarks, only the shifting dunes and the occasional cluster of reeds marking a spring or stream. Travelers in this region relied on animals well-suited to the sparse grazing, lean horses, sturdy camels, and shaggy sheep that could provide both transport and sustenance. Their pace was slower, their routes less direct, but the steadiness of their progress gave rise to dependable cycles of exchange. Seasonal markets appeared at cross points, temporary towns of canvas and wood where one could find nuts from the Caucasus, wool cloaks dyed in natural indigo, and painted prayer flags brought down from the mountains. These markets were ephemeral, vanishing with the season, but they left lasting impressions. A family might return to the same camp every spring, meeting the same faces and adding new ones, remembering prices from years past, recalling the stories told around last year's fire. In this way, the lesser-known Silk Roads also became keepers of memory, communities built not on walls, but on repetition and rhythm. In the southern reaches, where the Silk Road flirted with the shores of the Indian Ocean, smaller maritime routes extended the network beyond land. Dhows, small, sturdy ships with triangular sails, plied the coastal waters of Oman, Gujarat, and the Red Sea, linking ports large and small. These ships carried lightweight cargo, spices, pearls, cotton textiles, and coral beads. And they often docked at settlements that had no monumental architecture, only a few piers, a shrine, and the open sea beyond. There, goods were exchanged directly on the sand. Barrels were rolled ashore, woven baskets passed from hand to hand. Sailors and villagers haggled with broad gestures and shared language fragments borrowed from Persian, Swahili, Arabic, and local dialects. The tide, more than any ruler, dictated the schedule. Inland, small trails led from these beaches to hilltop forts and desert way stations, ensuring that even those far from the coast had access to the pulse of the sea. In these regions, the Silk Road felt less like a road and more like a whisper that passed from land to sea and back again. Its influence was subtle yet persistent, blending cultural practices in quiet ways. A coastal village might wear headscarves tied in a manner borrowed from the islands. A potter might shape clay into forms inspired by foreign utensils brought by ship and traded inland by mule. The evidence of connection was everywhere, but often invisible to anyone who wasn't looking closely. What all of these lesser-known routes had in common was not wealth or glory, but resilience. They existed because people needed them. They endured because people remembered them. They were not immortal, but they could vanish and return like seasonal rivers, disappearing beneath the surface during times of turmoil, only to reappear when the world grew quiet enough to listen again. And so, across a landscape as vast as it was varied, the Silk Road's hidden trails wound through lives and generations, leaving behind not grand monuments, but simple things. A recipe that mixed cumin with dried apricot, a lullaby with unfamiliar words, a design etched into wood that seemed to echo a place no one could quite name. These are the real artifacts of the lesser Silk Roads, human things, quiet things, woven into everyday life. And though many of these paths have disappeared from the land, they remain in memory, in story, and in the echo of footsteps taken by those who chose the long, slow road, not because it was easy, but because it was the one that kept the world gently connected. As we follow the final stretches of these lesser-known Silk Road paths, it becomes clear that while they may not have held the splendor of imperial highways or echoed with the clamor of royal caravans, they carried something equally enduring: the soft weight of continuity. These routes thrived not on grandeur, but on quiet repetition. Generations of hands passing bundles of herbs, coils of thread, vials of dye, and pouches of seeds. In this final leg of our journey, we shift our attention to the uncelebrated porters of the Silk Road, those who were neither merchants nor rulers, but rather the invisible infrastructure of movement: women, children, herders, monks, and artisans, who kept the road alive by simply using it. In the narrow valleys of the Caucasus Mountains, between Georgia and Armenia, there existed trails so small that they were only passable on foot or by donkey. These paths hugged cliffs, crossed through forests of beech and oak, and past hidden sanctuaries carved into rock faces. Along them, women carried baskets filled with medicinal herbs, or wool dyed in plant-based pigments. Children followed behind with goats, pausing to collect mushrooms or trade trinkets with other passers-by. These were not traders in the traditional sense, but they participated fully in the economy of motion, swapping, gifting, and transporting goods in small quantities that, over time, amounted to entire supply chains. At each bend in the trail, a new village appeared like a folded page. Each settlement had its specialty, one known for carved wooden spoons, another for fermented dairy wrapped in leaves, another for thin spiced flatbreads sold in exchange for stories or thread. The road became less a thoroughfare and more a conversation stretched over distance. No contracts were signed, no tariffs collected, only trust, ritual, and custom, repeated until it became as natural as breathing. The value of these exchanges was not just in the goods themselves, but in their embedded knowledge. A woman who traded herbal salves also passed on recipes, warnings about poisonous plants, and stories about their healing origins. In this way, wisdom moved along the same footpaths as silk and spice, carried not by scribes but by memory. Meanwhile, in the highlands of Tibet and Nepal, yak caravans traversed snowy passes that linked small scattered monasteries and market towns. These beasts, bred for endurance and patience, moved steadily through snowfields and across rope bridges that swayed in the cold wind. Each journey was accompanied by bells tied to the animals' necks, their gentle chime blending with the chanting of monks or the flutes of solitary shepherds. Goods here were often wrapped in cloth, marked with chalk symbols for protection, and exchanged with ceremonial bows or shared bowls of butter tea. Here, the road was sacred. It was blessed before departure, and offerings were made at certain shrines to ensure safe passage. Even the terrain itself was honored, mountains treated as living beings, rivers spoken to before crossing. These were not just trading paths, but spiritual journeys, with trade as a companion rather than a purpose. In southern Siberia, where the taiga gives way to open plain, the routes were even more discreet. Frozen in winter, swampy in summer, they connected scattered yurts and wooden villages with minimal fanfare. Trade here was often internal, exchanges of meat, fur, salt, and tools among relatives or neighbors. But occasionally, a trader from far away would arrive with something extraordinary: a comb made of tortoiseshell, a bolt of silk, a strange coin with unfamiliar writing. These objects were treated with awe, not because they were valuable in currency, but because they brought the world closer. They were proof of elsewhere. Elders would gather the children and explain where the object came from, tracing invisible lines across the dirt with a stick, connecting their fire to a far-off sea. These quiet explanations became part of the culture, so that even those who never traveled knew something of the world's vastness, its strange customs, its colors and sounds. The lesser-known Silk Roads also served as escape routes, not just for people, but for ideas. In times of persecution or war, religious groups fled along hidden paths, carrying sacred texts wrapped in cloth, passing from one safe house to another. A doctrine might survive not through public preaching, but through whispered teaching under starlight. A painting style might endure in the folds of a traveling cloth, slowly replicated in distant places by those who remembered. These were not revolutions, they were survivals. And in many ways, survival is more difficult than conquest. To endure quietly, to bend without breaking, to remain unseen but present, this was the genius of the lesser roads. By now it becomes apparent that these lesser-known routes were not minor because they were unimportant, but because they refused to be owned. They belonged to no empire, no single power. They could not be paved over with gold or controlled by decree. They were passed down like stories, used like songs, remembered in the way the body remembers a path walked many times. And even when the physical road disappears, when rivers change course, when wars burn the forests, when highways are built over fields, the memory of the route lingers. In a grandmother's cooking, in a lullaby's melody, in the way a tool fits the hand, in the curve of a distant dome that somehow looks familiar. The lesser Silk Roads are not gone. They are simply quiet, waiting, always, for someone to walk them again. As twilight draped itself over the forgotten trails of the Silk Road, one might imagine the silence settling not as emptiness, but as a gentle presence, thick with memory. The lesser-known routes, unlike the famous arteries chiseled into history books, were soft trails, not carved by armies or rulers, but pressed into the soil by thousands of quiet feet. Some were only visible at certain times of year, when dry grass was flattened by a mule's passage, or when footprints appeared on frost-covered earth. And yet these roads endured for centuries, not because they were marked on maps, but because they were remembered in the heart. In remote parts of Anatolia, where the hills undulate like the folds of a blanket, Shepherd paths doubled as trade routes. These were not wide or impressive, but they connected villages that were otherwise isolated for months at a time. Here, wool was king, not just the material itself, but the dyeing, spinning, weaving, and storytelling it carried. Families passed down specific weaving patterns that could be traced, if one knew what to look for, back to Persian influences, or even farther east. A red spiral in the corner of a carpet might echo a design from a Kashgar workshop. A border of jagged triangles might mimic motifs seen on ceramic plates traded along the Levant. The carpet wasn't just for warmth. It was a message, a memory, a connection to a road that ran far beyond the village walls. In these lands, trade was often seasonal. Winter froze the roads and locked villages in snowdrifts, but spring brought thawed earth, green hills, and the return of movement. Young men and women would descend with bundles strapped to their backs, sometimes leading donkeys, sometimes going alone. They carried cheese wrapped in waxed cloth, oils in sealed clay jars, and spices stored in dried animal bladders to preserve their aroma. They traded with distant markets, but also with each other. A traveler might begin a journey with a dozen eggs and return home with a woven belt, a roll of thread, or a single book, read aloud to the whole village over weeks by candlelight. In the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, long after its political collapse, the lesser roads continued to hum with quiet life. The formal trade networks may have weakened, but pilgrims, scholars, and peddlers still walked these roads. Churches in remote valleys, built from sun-warmed stone, hosted travelers seeking healing or solitude. Monks brewed herbal remedies and copied texts in fading ink, exchanging their work for bread or wine brought from lowland vineyards. Here, barter was wrapped in ritual. A cup of wine might come with a prayer. A loaf of bread might be given in exchange for a story, of a city visited long ago, or of a dream that felt like prophecy. These exchanges were small, personal, and sacred. In distant oases of the Gobi Desert, where dust hung in the air like a veil, traders moved with patience. The wind erased tracks within hours, so navigation depended on memory and instinct. Yet these barren places hosted entire microeconomies. A single well, lined with stone and shaded by a twisted tamarisk tree, became a hub. Camels knelt, fires crackled, and tents rose like flowers. Within the fabric walls, deals were made with few words. An embroidered robe might be traded for salt cakes and a story. A jade ornament might pass from hand to hand, its origin forgotten, but its beauty untouched. These tiny hubs never grew into cities, nor did they seek to. Their strength was their impermanence. They existed only when needed, dissolving like morning mist when the caravan moved on. What is striking, again and again, is how much of the Silk Road's history exists in ephemera. Not in stone, but in gesture, tone, and touch. A way of folding cloth, a shared word between distant tongues, a method of wrapping dates in leaves to keep them fresh. These things do not make headlines, but they form the threads of human connection. They remind us that the greatest journeys often leave no visible trail. In the forests of northern China, bands of traders used narrow paths to link distant woodlands with markets near the Yellow River. They carried medicinal bark, pine resin, honeycomb, and mushrooms believed to cure fever or inspire visions. These items were wrapped in silk scraps or tied in reed baskets. Their appearance humble but their value high. Their customers were not just villagers, but wandering monks, local shamans, and the occasional noble seeking a rare cure. In this world, belief was as important as proof. A mushroom gathered during a full moon was thought to contain more power. Resin harvested by moonlight could drive away nightmares. The traders did not question, they delivered. And in doing so, they kept alive traditions older than empire. Perhaps the most poetic truth of these lesser roads is that they ask little from history. They do not demand statues, nor do they leave ruins. Their monuments are habits, passed down in kitchens, stories, and lullabies. Their triumphs are survival, adaptation, and return. And in this way, they live on, not in grand museums, but in the quiet familiarity between strangers, in the recipe that tastes of somewhere else, in the way one person greets another using a word no one remembers learning. The lesser-known routes of the Silk Road were not alternative, they were essential. They allowed the world to move at a human pace, to breathe between the empires, to dream even as borders shifted and thrones fell. And though most are forgotten in name, they remain present in spirit, woven into the unspoken memory of the land. As we continue drifting along the lesser-known trails of the Silk Road, we find ourselves arriving at a different kind of crossroads, not of empires or economies, but of imagination. These routes, quietly threading through deserts, mountain passes, forests, and forgotten villages, served as more than paths for goods and messages. They were bridges between worldviews, between myth and material, between what was and what was believed. For along these narrow paths, belief traveled just as easily as silk or jade. A tale whispered in the shadow of a flickering campfire could reach the ear of someone 1,000 miles away, carried not in ink or stone, but in memory. In the Zagros Mountains, where the air thins and stones seem to breathe with the cold, there existed a string of shrines, some no more than carved rocks or standing stones, visited not by armies or merchants, but by dreamers. Here, legend said that spirits guarded the mountain passes, and offerings of sweet smoke or coins pressed into cracks would ensure safe travel. Traders who passed these shrines did not all share the same religion, nor did they speak the same language, but most of them stopped anyway. A nod to the unknown, a pause to honor what cannot be measured. In this way, the road became a spiritual journey, and fear, a universal traveler, was answered with ritual. Elsewhere, in the high plateaus of Central Asia, among windswept plains that seemed to stretch endlessly, stories moved faster than camels. It was said that a man with a golden tongue could earn more than a caravan full of silk, simply by telling stories that enchanted the listeners. These storytellers were sometimes traders, sometimes holy men, sometimes nothing more than wanderers with no goods at all, only tales. And the tales, remarkably, held weight. A story about a serpent guarding a well might keep villagers cautious in a drought. A tale of a king who disguised himself as a beggar might inspire hospitality to strangers. Stories along these lesser-known routes were not just entertainment. They were instruction, history, and social glue. In the eastern parts of Persia, where sand swallowed roads as easily as it revealed them, it was common for travelers to exchange charms and tokens at way stations. A small stone carved with a single character, a piece of cloth tied into a precise knot, a feather wrapped in thread. These were not currency in the usual sense, but talismans of shared experience. One traveler might leave behind a charm to protect the next. Another might take it, only to pass it along again farther down the road. Over time, an informal system emerged, a quiet exchange of goodwill. Unlike official Silk Road trade, this commerce of tokens had no ledger, no loss or profit. Only presence, only gesture. Meanwhile, in the humid reaches near the Mekong River, the paths meandered not through open deserts, but through dense groves and still waters. Here, boats served as roads and markets floated. The Silk Road's lesser branches extended into rivers, where lotus bloomed and dragonflies hovered. Traders here moved slowly, poling small wooden boats through channels where the trees leaned close, and the sky was often just a shimmer through leaves. The goods were different: fresh fruit, fermented fish, carved ivory, painted fans. But the rhythm was familiar: a slow drift, a pause for exchange, a quiet conversation about weather or harvests. Even here, far from the sand and stone, so often associated with Silk Road imagery, the spirit of the road remained intact, fluid, adaptive, and deeply human. In these watery regions, the line between trade and hospitality blurred. A guest might arrive with a basket of ginger and leave with a song. A conversation might turn into a dance. A quiet smile might carry more meaning than any spoken agreement. These were places where commerce and kindness walked side by side. What unites all these routes, from mountain to marsh, desert to riverbank, is not a single empire's stamp or a merchant's ambition, but the way they shaped and were shaped by the ordinary people who used them. They made space for memory, they made space for meaning, and they allowed small lives to connect across great distances. In the grand scheme of world history, these lesser routes did not lead to conquests or revolutions. They led to moments, to the sharing of tea in silence, to the exchange of an unfamiliar spice that would change a local recipe forever, to the first time someone heard a melody they would never forget. These are not events that fill history books, but they are what history is made of. A road is only a road until someone walks it. Then it becomes a story, and when enough people walk it, tell that story, repeat the ritual, trade the token, sing the song, then the road becomes part of us. These lesser Silk Roads remind us that human connection doesn't need grand design. It only needs consistency, trust, and time. So even as these routes fade from maps, even as cities rise over their old stones or forests reclaim the soil, the spirit of the road lingers. In the way two strangers meet and feel familiarity, in the way a flavor appears where it should not, in the way a gesture crosses borders without translation. The Silk Road was never just a line, it was a rhythm. And in these quiet, lesser-known paths, that rhythm still beats, softly, like a heart at rest, waiting for the next footfall to begin again. As we near the end of this long and winding journey through the forgotten veins of the Silk Road, we arrive at a region where trade moved not just between people, but between seasons. In the upper valleys of the Hindu Kush and into the foothills of western China, life was shaped by altitude as much as geography. Villages perched like stone outposts on ledges above steep ravines, connected by footpaths that disappeared beneath snow for half the year. When spring returned and the ice receded, the roads re-emerged, not as grand boulevards, but as lines of flattened grass, scraped rock, and memory. These routes were not used daily, but in intervals. Windows of travel when the land permitted passage. Shepherds, monks, weavers, and traders would plan their movements according to ancient calendars that tracked not only time, but weather, stars, and the behavior of animals. The routes themselves were seasonal, alive in spring and fall, silent in the dead of winter or under the heavy storms of summer. This rhythm gave rise to a different kind of trade. Patience was baked into the journey. Items weren't rushed from one end of a continent to another, but instead allowed to wait, to age, to ripen. A fermented cheese, a dried fruit, a smoked fish. These were not only portable goods, they were time travelers. They endured the journey because they embraced it. Along these mountain passes, traders often traveled with animals more intelligent than pack mules. Dogs trained to sniff out safe footing, and goats that could navigate treacherous ridges better than any human. Bells hung from their necks, soft and melodic, forming a kind of caravan music that echoed across stone cliffs. The travelers moved in small numbers, often without a leader, trusting the terrain and the rhythm of the road more than any one voice. In the towns they visited, trade fairs were rare but sacred. These fairs were not daily marketplaces, but special gatherings that happened once or twice a year, coinciding with lunar cycles or harvest festivals. People traveled for days or even weeks to attend. It wasn't only about exchanging goods, it was about meeting others, hearing stories, exchanging marriages, resolving disputes, renewing kinship ties. A traveler might arrive with wool and return with salt, but they might also leave with a blessing, a piece of advice, or a lullaby they'd hum for years. In the alleyways of certain towns nestled between the desert and mountain borders of the Taklamakan, there were quiet courtyards where aged storytellers sat cross-legged on cushions, reciting histories that were never written down. These men, and occasionally women, served as the unofficial archives of the road. They remembered the names of dead cities, the locations of lost wells, the dynasties that came and went. They spoke not as historians, but as guardians of atmosphere. A child listening would remember not just the facts, but the scent of rosewater in the air, the shadow of lanterns flickering on stone walls, the hush of the audience leaning in as if the wind itself might carry away the words. These tales were often as much myth as memory, and yet they persisted. In them, the lesser roads were given voices, bridges that sang, rivers that spoke, stones that remembered footsteps. It was believed that walking a road with humility kept the path open, that arrogance could close it forever. So travelers walked gently, speaking soft words at shrines, leaving tokens at waystones, asking permission from the land, even when none was visibly required. In regions where the soil was loose and travel uncertain, people placed small cairns, stacks of flat stones balanced atop one another, not to mark territory, but to signal passage. A single cairn might have layers from dozens of travelers, each adding a stone to say, "I was here and I continued." Over time, the cairns became tiny monuments, not to triumph, but to endurance. Their shapes shifted in the wind, their stones moved by cold animals or frost, but the act of adding a stone remained. In this way, a shared memory was built, not with maps or monuments, but with hands and quiet gestures. By now, the lesser Silk Roads reveal themselves as more than alternate trade routes. They were arteries of culture, memory, and quiet resilience. Where the main Silk Road might show us the rise and fall of kingdoms, the lesser paths show us something older and more durable, the persistence of people simply moving, adapting, returning. And with them moved customs that never made it into royal records. A method of braiding hair to signify mourning. A way of arranging food that tells a guest they are safe. A word borrowed from one tongue and reshaped in another, now spoken by a child who doesn't know its origin. These quiet routes did not just transport objects, they carried gestures, habits, sounds. They gave us the slow evolution of culture, not through conquest, but through contact. Each passerby left something behind, a story, a laugh, a footprint, and took something new with them, perhaps not even realizing it. And so the road itself became layered, not just in soil and rock, but in meaning. These lesser-known routes ask nothing of us now. They lie silent under modern roads, buried beneath buildings, overwritten by satellite maps. But if you stand still long enough, in the right place, you might feel their echo, the soft presence of 1,000 footfalls, the murmur of a story half-remembered, the ghost of a bell's chime fading into wind. The Silk Road was vast, yes, but its truest heart may lie in these forgotten strands, humble, human, and still quietly breathing under the dust. As the journey through the lesser-known routes of the Silk Road reaches its quiet end, we find ourselves not at a final destination, but in a space between memory and silence, between movement and stillness, between what was once a world of footsteps and what now lingers as breath on the wind. For the Silk Road was never truly one road. It was a web, a rhythm, a murmuring thread of connection that wove together lives and lands far beyond the reach of royal scribes or imperial plans. And the lesser routes, the forgotten paths, the trails worn not by the great but by the persistent, reveal a history that was never loud but always living. In the final stretches of this story, we visit the edges, places where the Silk Road faded into sea, where the mountains became too tall to cross, or where the desert swallowed the horizon whole. These were not ends, but gentle dissolves. In the ports of the Indian subcontinent, coastal towns like Bharuch and Muziris hummed with quiet exchanges. Boats bobbed in the tide, loaded not with treasure but with modest bundles, pepper, incense, dyes, coconuts, ivory. The harbors were filled with voices in many languages, and yet no one voice ruled. Trade here was not dictated from above, but shaped from below, by fishermen, sailors, dock workers, and women weaving baskets on shaded porches. Goods moved slowly, news moved slower, and trust, earned one deal at a time, moved slowest of all, but it endured. Farther east in the jungles of Southeast Asia, routes dissolved into waterways, footpaths, and memory. Silk reached here too, though not always in its original form. Sometimes redyed, sometimes rewoven, it had already passed through many hands by the time it reached its final resting place. A strip of embroidered cloth might decorate the altar of a village temple or be used to swaddle a newborn. And no one could say exactly where it came from, only that it came from far away, and that it carried with it a sense of care. These final destinations were not lesser because they were small. They were lesser only in the eyes of empire, but in the lives of those who lived there, they were everything. A child receiving a foreign fruit for the first time, a healer grinding a spice that once grew on a different continent, a grandmother telling a story her mother once heard from a traveler who stayed a single night. The Silk Road's quiet branches reached into these moments, folding themselves not into monuments, but into lives. Along the southern edges of the great Taklamakan Desert, where shifting dunes swallowed whole towns, the lesser routes left almost no trace. The cities that once stood there, like Nia or Lulan, vanished beneath centuries of sand. Only fragments remain: wooden combs, scraps of letters, a shoe, a lock of hair. These are not grand ruins, but they are deeply human. They speak not of conquest, but of presence. Someone lived here, someone laughed, cried, traded, waited, hoped. In these final scenes of the Silk Road's hidden trails, we are reminded that history is not only made in palaces and courts. It is made in markets, in kitchens, in shared glances across borders. And it is remembered in smells, in textures, in songs. The lesser roads gave rise to all of this, not by force, but by flow. They allowed cultures to brush against one another gently, to mix not through domination, but through curiosity, trade, and necessity. The small towns they connected, the people they moved, the ideas they carried. These were not footnotes to history, they were the fabric of it. As night falls over this long reflection, imagine the roads themselves not as lines on a map, but as threads. Threads that pass through hands, through time, through generations. Threads that frayed, knotted, broke, and were mended again. The great silk garments worn by kings may have dazzled, but they began with a thread twisted between fingers. Perhaps spun by a girl on a quiet morning beside a stream. Perhaps sold to a trader with tired eyes. Perhaps carried on a donkey's back through rain and heat and wind. Perhaps traded for a book, a song, a promise. And perhaps it was forgotten, until now. So let us close this journey not with a grand finale, but with gratitude. Gratitude for the invisible hands that built the road with footsteps. Gratitude for the goods that were carried with care. Gratitude for the silence that holds these memories still. The lesser-known routes of the Silk Road may not rise from the earth in stone or bronze, but they live on. In the way we eat, speak, dress, dream. In every story passed from one person to another. In every object whose origin is just a little mysterious. In the way a spice lingers, a melody travels, a word survives. And perhaps, tonight, in the quiet between waking and sleep, they live on in you too. So rest now, traveler, let the dust settle, let the fire go dim. The road does not end, it only waits, softly, for the next footstep, the next story, the next night. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next quiet chapter, if you're still here with us, please consider leaving a like and gently subscribing to the channel. It helps keep these peaceful journeys going. Now, let's continue our series of boring history for sleep. And tonight, we turn to something even more still, the quiet lives of medieval nunneries. Close your eyes, breathe softly, and let's begin. In the stillness of early morning, when the rest of the world remained cloaked in mist and silence, the bells of the medieval nunnery rang softly, an echo not of command, but of rhythm. Life in a medieval nunnery was not marked by chaos or drama, but by quiet repetition, deliberate routine, and a devotion not only to faith, but to order, stillness, and simplicity. These were places where time moved differently, gently, almost circularly, anchored not by events, but by prayers. From the outside, a medieval nunnery often looked like a small, sturdy collection of stone buildings set slightly apart from the nearby town or village. There might be a chapel with a narrow bell tower, a garden enclosed by low walls, and a few other buildings where the nuns lived, worked, and prayed. Birds fluttered overhead. Herbs lined the pathways. The wooden doors creaked softly with age. But within these walls was a world entirely its own, shaped by centuries of tradition, spiritual intention, and the quiet labor of women who had chosen a life apart. Each day began before the sun. The first bell, called matins, sounded in the darkness, usually around 2 or 3 a.m. The sisters would rise from their narrow wooden beds in the dormitory, wash in silence with cold water, and move wordlessly to the chapel. There, beneath flickering candlelight, they would chant psalms, recite scripture, and sit in prayerful stillness. The walls were cold. The stone beneath their feet was worn smooth by generations of footsteps. And yet there was peace in the repetition, in the familiar rhythm of words spoken not for the world, but for something quieter, deeper, and beyond sight. After matins came a brief return to rest. Some nunneries allowed a short sleep between vigils, followed by lauds, the morning praise, timed with the dawn. As the pale blue light of day began to spread across the sky, the sisters gathered again in the chapel. Their voices rose like breath, soft and steady. There was no applause, no audience, only purpose, only presence. The nunnery was both home and world. Its boundaries were physical, yes, walls, gates, gardens, but also spiritual. Within it, life was intentionally narrow so that attention could become wide. The tasks were simple but meaningful. Some nuns tended to the garden, cultivating vegetables, herbs, and flowers used for food and medicine. Others worked in the kitchen, baking bread from coarse flour or brewing small batches of ale. A few might spend their time copying texts, religious or philosophical, by hand, with slow precision. Their tools were basic: Ink made from oak galls, quills trimmed to a fine point, parchment smoothed until it welcomed each careful letter. This labor was not rushed. It was meditative. It was an offering. Some nuns taught girls from nearby families, offering a rare glimpse of learning to young minds who would otherwise never learn to read or write. Others served as healers, tending to the sick with tinctures, poultices, and whispered prayers. A few lived as anchorites, secluded women who rarely left their cells, devoting their entire lives to contemplation. Yet even for the nuns who moved more freely within the walls, life was rooted in enclosure. It was not a prison, but a choice, a retreat from the distractions of the outside world to seek something inward, something timeless. Meals were eaten together, usually in silence. A reader, one of the sisters, might recite from scripture or the lives of saints while the others ate, heads bowed over simple fare. Beans, bread, a little cheese, perhaps apples from the orchard. The silence was not oppressive, it was sacred. A shared silence that created space for reflection, not just on faith, but on one's own heart. Bells rang throughout the day, marking the hours of prayer. Prime, terce, sext, none, vespers, compline. Each was a turning point, a pause, a recalibration of the soul. The bells were not interruptions, they were invitations. And through them, time flowed not as a race forward, but as a returning, again and again, to the still center. The nuns dressed plainly, usually in habits made from undyed wool or rough linen. Comfort was not a priority, but neither was suffering. Their clothing was meant to be simple and modest, a reflection of humility. A veil covered the hair. A rope belt might hold a rosary or small pouch. There were no mirrors in most cells. Vanity had no place here. Not because beauty was shunned, but because it was redefined. Beauty was found in devotion, in quiet kindness, in faith lived without spectacle. Outside, the world changed. Kings rose and fell. Wars burned across the countryside. Markets bustled. Cities grew. But within the walls of the nunnery, life continued in its steady rhythm. Seasons changed the garden. New novices arrived. Elder sisters passed away, their places taken by younger hands who picked up the work without pause. And yet the essence of the place remained. Not frozen, but anchored. A still point in a restless world. These places were not perfect. They held tensions, questions, moments of doubt. But they also held wisdom, not of loud revelation, but of quiet endurance. Of lives lived with purpose, without noise. Of days measured not by ambition, but by intention. And in that silence, something rare was found. Something that even centuries later still whispers from old stones and forgotten prayer books. Peace is not always loud. Sometimes it is simply consistent. As the day unfolded within the cloistered world of a medieval nunnery, life continued at its steady, quiet rhythm, largely untouched by the loudness of the outside world. The passing hours were marked by soft bells and subtle shadows drifting across stone walls. Morning deepened into midday, and the sisters carried out their assigned duties not with haste, but with gentle persistence. Their tasks were rarely glamorous and never urgent by worldly standards, yet they were performed with care, as if every motion was a form of devotion. In the herbal gardens, where sunlight fell through trellised vines and lavender brushed against the edge of the stone path, some sisters gathered plants that had been cultivated for generations. These weren't mere decorations, but living apothecaries. Calendula for wounds, sage for sore throats, valerian for restless minds. The knowledge of what to plant, when to harvest, and how to prepare each herb was passed from one nun to the next, not through books, but through hands. A novice would follow an elder, learning by watching, helping with small steps until her touch became just as precise. In the scriptorium, tucked away in one of the quieter wings of the convent, a different kind of labor unfolded. Here, sisters who were literate and steady of hand worked long hours copying manuscripts. Some were religious texts, psalters, gospels, the writings of early church fathers. Others were more practical, books of medicinal recipes, agricultural calendars, even collections of moral tales used for teaching. The work was done by daylight, with the help of wide, glazed windows when available, and on darker days, a few candles placed carefully to avoid smoke stains on the parchment. Each letter was shaped with purpose. Each margin left ample space for possible illuminations or glosses. Errors were rare, but treated seriously. If a mistake was made, the scribe might fast and pray before beginning again, as if the act of writing were a sacrament in itself. These books were not mass-produced objects. They were labors of love, made not for profit, but for preservation. Back in the refectory, midday meals followed the same humble traditions, served without conversation, taken with gratitude. Lentils, root vegetables, grains, and occasionally a piece of preserved fish or cheese. Wine was sometimes served, watered down and taken in small sips, more symbolic than indulgent. Every action in the nunnery, even the act of eating, was an opportunity to practice mindfulness, humility, and presence. After the meal, a period of quiet rest or spiritual reading allowed each sister to reflect. There was no rush to resume duties, for time was not a tyrant within these walls. The day was long enough. And so, with soft footsteps and bowed heads, the sisters returned to their chosen responsibilities. In the infirmary, sick members of the convent or even villagers from nearby were treated with gentle care. Though medicine in the Middle Ages was primitive by today's standards, the kindness and attentiveness of the sisters often made a difference. Clean linens, warm broths, whispered prayers, these were sometimes the only medicines available, and yet they carried their own form of healing. The nuns believed that suffering had meaning. It was not welcomed, but it was respected. They saw in each wound or illness a mirror of the trials of the saints and cared for the afflicted as if they were Christ in disguise. In the novitiate hall, young women who had recently joined the convent spent part of their days in study. While formal education was limited, they learned to read Latin prayers, to write their own names, to understand the structure of the divine office. But more than anything, they learned how to live in harmony with others in silence, how to listen without speaking, how to serve without seeking recognition. These were lessons not taught by lecture, but by observation, in the way the older nuns moved through the halls without vanity, in the way disputes were handled with patience rather than judgment, in the way love was shown not in words, but in small acts of daily care. Sometimes, the outside world brushed up against the nunnery's boundaries. A letter might arrive bearing news of a distant relative. A cart might deliver cloth or wax from a local patron. A bishop might visit once a year to offer blessing and oversight. But for the most part, the world beyond the walls remained distant, muffled. The sisters were aware of its presence, but not beholden to it. They had chosen enclosure not to escape the world, but to sanctify a piece of it. Their withdrawal was a kind of offering, a space made sacred by attention and simplicity. In the evening hours, the light in the cloister turned golden, stretching long shadows across the arcades. Vespers drew the community back to the chapel, where their voices again lifted in chant. The air was cooler now. The day was nearly done. Some sisters sat with knitting or mending, while others prepared the small evening meal. A hush began to settle over the entire space, not out of fatigue, but as a quiet gratitude for another day lived with purpose. By the time Compline arrived, the final prayer service of the day, darkness had fully fallen. The candles burned lower, and the words spoken became softer, slower. This was a time of closure, of turning inward, of releasing the day's thoughts into a deeper stillness. The prayers spoken were simple: keep watch, grant rest, guard our sleep. And then together the nuns processed to the dormitory, each finding her place in silence. The room was long, the beds modest, the windows small, and yet for each woman there, this was enough. Enough to rest, enough to believe, enough to begin again tomorrow. As another day dawned in the life of a medieval nunnery, there was no sudden noise or abrupt rush to meet it. Instead, the waking was gradual, like morning mist dissolving into light. The gentle clang of the bell, timed for matins or lauds, was not a command but a reminder, a soft signal that time was again unfolding. The nuns stirred quietly in their beds, pulling shawls over their shoulders as they made their way through cool stone corridors toward the chapel. This sacred space, lit only by candles and the early light creeping through narrow windows, welcomed them once again into the rhythm of devotion. They stood in rows, hands folded, heads bowed. No conversation broke the stillness. Their chants rose like breath, slow and even, echoing off the ancient walls that had absorbed centuries of prayers. In this quiet procession of sound, they re-entered the world not with tasks or plans, but with intention, placing the soul before the day. After lauds, Some sisters remained in the chapel, continuing in silent prayer. Others began the first tasks of the morning. Though life in the convent seemed still from the outside, within its walls, there was always quiet motion. The nuns who managed the cloister's animals, chickens, perhaps a few goats, and sometimes even bees, moved gently through the small farmyard. They collected eggs, checked on feed, drew water from the well. A sister might whisper to a goat as she milked it, or hum a psalm as she scattered feed for the hens. Nothing was done hastily. Even these daily chores were treated with reverence, because they were not distractions from spiritual life. They were part of it. Just beyond the cloister garden, where herbs and vegetables grew in neat rows, another sister worked the soil. Her hands, though calloused, moved with care. The soil was tilled slowly, methodically, as she prepared it for planting turnips or harvesting thyme. The garden, modest though it was, provided the bulk of the nunnery's sustenance. It also connected the sisters to the cycles of the earth, the slow, constant rhythm of seed, sun, rain, and root. Nature was their silent companion, never demanding, always teaching. Mid-morning brought the hours of terce and then sext. With each prayer bell, the nuns returned to the chapel, folding their hands, bowing their heads, and joining once more in song. These gatherings were not simply duties, but anchors. No matter the weather, the season, or the private burdens each woman carried, these intervals gave shape to the day. In between them, the convent breathed, its rooms filled with soft steps, the scratch of quill on parchment, the bubbling of stew in a pot, the clink of tools in the workshop. In the weaving room, the rhythm of the loom created its own kind of prayer. Wooden frames stretched with wool or flax threads stood against the walls. Here, nuns sat side by side, weaving cloth that would become habits, bed linens, or altar cloths. The motion was repetitive, almost hypnotic. Over, under, press, repeat. The soft click of the shuttle and the gentle tightening of threads became a kind of music. As they worked, some sisters meditated on scripture or memorized passages of prayer. Others said nothing, content in the quiet company of shared work. In this space, conversation was rare, but unnecessary. The language of silence was understood. Near the kitchen hearth, sisters tended the noon meal. A pot simmered over low flames, its scent rising to fill the stone-walled room. Perhaps a lentil pottage or barley stew, served with black bread and a little dried fruit. Food was neither abundant nor varied, but it was prepared with thought. Each meal was a gift, each mouthful a blessing. The midday meal was again taken in silence, while a designated sister read aloud from the lives of saints or the rule of Saint Benedict. The voice was steady, unhurried, echoing across the room as the others ate slowly, heads lowered, minds absorbing not just nourishment, but stories meant to guide and inspire. After the meal, the sisters took time for quiet reflection or rest. A short walk along the cloister path, a moment spent reading beside the window, or simply sitting in one's cell, watching dust motes float in the sunbeam. Even rest was purposeful. It made space for the soul to settle. Then, as the afternoon deepened, the rhythm of work resumed. In the laundry room, steaming basins of water were stirred. In the storeroom, shelves were checked, jars resealed, candles counted. Everywhere, the small, necessary acts of maintaining a life, sweeping, stitching, sharpening, sorting, unfolded like threads in a tapestry, not dramatic, not visible to the world, but deeply woven into the fabric of monastic life. The nuns did not speak of purpose in grand terms. Their faith was not in declarations, but in actions. They believed in obedience not as submission, but as harmony, each woman, each moment, each gesture finding its place within the sacred whole. Even in hardship, illness, cold winters, the loss of a beloved sister, they remained steady. They supported each other not with great speeches, but with warm blankets, soft words, a hand held in the dark. As the sun lowered in the sky and the time for vespers approached, the convent again shifted toward prayer. Shadows grew longer across the garden. A breeze stirred the ivy along the outer wall. In the chapel, the candles were lit anew, and the sisters entered one by one. Their day was not over, but it had already been full, not of achievement in the worldly sense, but of presence. They had lived each hour with attentiveness, and in doing so, they had given the day meaning. Not in headlines or records, but in the quiet places where the spirit lingers. As the afternoon shadows grew longer, and the hum of quiet labor gave way to evening stillness, the nunnery once again began to shift its pace. The work of the day, steady and sacred, had wound through hours of gardening, copying, weaving, cooking, healing, and prayer. Now, with the arrival of Vespers, the evening service, the sisters gathered once more in the chapel, their feet brushing softly against the stone floors, polished smooth by generations. The candles had already been lit, their glow soft and golden against the cool gray of the walls. The chapel, though simple, held a timeless beauty. Arched ceilings echoed every chant. Worn wooden pews creaked gently under the sisters' robes. A faint scent of beeswax and incense lingered in the air, and when their voices rose together in unison, it was not the sound of performance, but of devotion. Voices trained not for grandeur, but for sincerity. As the chants unfolded, the sky beyond the narrow windows shifted from pale gold to deep blue. The world outside was preparing for sleep, and so too were the sisters within. After Vespers, a final round of light chores might be done, tools put away, dishes cleaned, a fresh log added to the hearth. Conversations, if any, were brief and whispered. But more often, the nuns took this time for personal prayer or spiritual reading. In their small, sparsely furnished cells, they might sit at wooden desks with a psalter open before them, running fingers along familiar verses, eyes moving slowly over Latin phrases they had memorized long ago. A candle might flicker beside them, casting soft shadows. There were no distractions, no letters from afar, no paintings on the walls, no sounds from the street. Just the page, the flame, the stillness. Some would pace quietly in the cloister garden, hands tucked into their sleeves, reflecting on the day. The garden in twilight was a sacred place. The air cool, the flowers closing, the stone paths cool beneath the feet. It was not unusual to find a sister paused beneath the arch of ivy, her gaze lifted toward the stars just beginning to pierce the darkening sky. They found the divine in such simple things. The way the moonlight traced the fountain's edge, the rustle of dry leaves in the breeze, the rhythm of breath as the world hushed. The final service of the day, Compline, marked the official close. It was the most intimate of all prayers, meant to ready the body and soul for rest. In Compline, the nuns asked for protection through the night, confessed their faults of the day, and surrendered everything they had held tightly to the hands of God. The chants were slower now, the tones deeper. The light in the chapel dimmed to near darkness, just enough to guide their steps. After the last Amen, the sisters bowed their heads and filed out without a word. The dormitory waited in silence. In these shared sleeping quarters, each bed was small, separated only by thin partitions or curtains. The mattresses were stuffed with straw, the blankets woolen and coarse. A small wooden chest might sit at the foot of each bed, holding a rosary, a folded shift, perhaps a scrap of parchment with a copied prayer. It was not much, but for those who had chosen this life, it was enough. Sleep came early, there were no clocks, but the bells and the sky kept time. By nightfall, the convent was enveloped in darkness. A lantern might flicker at the end of a hall. A soft cough or shifting blanket might be the only sound. And yet, in this profound silence, there was no fear, only peace. The sisters did not fear the dark. They had befriended it. They knew its rhythms, its hush, its invitation to surrender. In those hours, they trusted the silence to hold them. And as they slept, the world turned. Outside the walls, life continued. Merchants closed their stalls. Travelers lit their campfires. Lords hosted feasts. Wars were fought in distant lands. But none of this disturbed the still center that was the nunnery. It existed like a heartbeat within the body of the world, quiet, faithful, unseen. Occasionally, the peace was broken by necessity. If a sister fell ill during the night, another would rise to tend her. If a storm raged outside, a few might wake to check that the shutters held. But mostly, the hours between Compline and Matins were untouched, sacred in their silence. In the broader world, the role of nunneries was often misunderstood. Some saw them as places of confinement. Others viewed them as retreats for wealthy women with no suitors. But for those who lived within, they were neither prison nor escape. They were sanctuary. They were purpose. They were a deliberate answer to a restless world. And within those stone walls, each sister carried not just her own story, but the weight of a tradition centuries deep. She knew she was part of something larger, a river of devotion that had flowed long before her and would continue long after. That night, like every night, the convent held its breath in sleep. The stars arched overhead, the breeze whispered through the cloister arches, and the soft rhythm of breath filled the dormitory. It was not a dramatic life, nor a celebrated one, but it was whole, it was still, and in that stillness something sacred endured. By the time dawn gently touched the convent rooftops again, another day had quietly begun, almost without announcement. There were no loud alarms, no bustling crowds or frantic schedules, only the subtle call of the morning bell gently echoing through stone corridors and cloister arches. Each sister awoke not with reluctance, but with calm acceptance, knowing what the day would bring, not chaos, but constancy. This predictability, far from dulling the spirit, grounded it. The structure of monastic life, often misunderstood by outsiders, was not a constraint but a framework for peace. The sisters dressed in the still shadows of early morning, wrapping themselves in plain habits, the cloth rough against the skin but familiar and honest. There were no mirrors, no perfumes, no distractions from within. Their beauty was found in uniformity, in humility, in the dignity of intention. As they gathered in the chapel for matins, their voices once again joined in chant, not loud but layered, rising and falling like breath itself. The air was cool, the light faint, and the prayers ancient. These moments before sunrise held a kind of holiness that could not be taught, only felt. After the service, the sisters dispersed to their assigned places. One walked toward the kitchens, another toward the garden, others toward the library or the infirmary. The convent functioned not because of orders barked or rules enforced, but because each sister knew her role and lived it with purpose. No task was seen as greater or lesser. Each had meaning because it was offered. In the kitchen, bread dough was shaped by hand and placed in the wood-fired oven, the warm scent eventually curling through the corridors like a gentle greeting. Water was fetched from the well and boiled for tea. Trays were prepared with bowls, spoons, and modest portions. The morning meal was simple, perhaps warm porridge or a thin broth, but it was taken in silence and gratitude. The sister reading aloud did so with clarity and peace, sharing lines from scripture or the rule, her voice becoming a kind of nourishment alongside the food. In the garden, the seasons revealed their wisdom slowly. In spring, it was color and blossom. In summer, full growth and fruit. In autumn, the patient harvest, and in winter, stillness. Today, the earth was damp with early dew. A sister knelt to trim mint, her fingers careful not to bruise the leaves. Another checked the carrots beneath the soil, her rhythm unhurried. They spoke rarely while they worked, but the presence of one another was comfort enough. The garden, for them, was not merely about food. It was a space to witness life's gentle teachings. Growth required time. Patience bore fruit. Stillness preceded renewal. In another part of the convent, the scriptorium glowed with quiet industry. Sunlight streamed in from narrow windows and fell across parchment, inkpots, and the bowed heads of scribes. One sister, steady in hand and clear in eye, copied a line of Latin scripture, her quill moving slowly but with certainty. Another added a marginal note, a brief comment in smaller script, perhaps to clarify a theological point. Illuminations, small painted details, were added with care, a curling vine here, a golden star there. These books were not for vanity or display, they were acts of worship. In a world where knowledge was fragile and often lost to war, weather, or neglect, the nuns' quiet labor was a form of preservation. They were guardians of words, protectors of memory. Their work might one day guide a distant reader, someone they would never meet. This possibility, even if remote, gave their efforts a sacred weight. Elsewhere, the infirmary was still and clean. Sunlight warmed the linens, and the scent of lavender hung in the air. A sister knelt beside an older nun with sore joints, gently wrapping her knees with cloth steeped in warm herbs. Another checked on a young novice who had not been feeling well, her touch kind and her voice soft. Healing here was not dramatic. It was quiet, slow, and layered with compassion. The body was not seen as a burden, but as a vessel, worthy of care, even in weakness. Visitors occasionally came to the convent seeking help, an ill peasant, a wounded traveler, a mother with a sick child. Though the nunnery was enclosed, its charity did not end at its walls. Hospitality was considered a divine duty. Bread was offered, blankets shared, medicine administered, and always prayer. These acts, while seemingly small, had a ripple effect far beyond the cloister. By the time Sext approached, the sun was high and the air warmer. The bell rang again, and the sisters gathered for midday prayer. Their robes brushed the flagstones, their chants rose slowly, and their minds, however momentarily, paused from labor to rest again in reverence. It was this balance between work and prayer, silence and service, that defined their days. And after prayer, another simple meal, another shared silence, another chance to listen, reflect, be still. What made this life remarkable was not any single act, but the consistency of it. The beauty of days stitched together by gentleness, by intention, by the belief that a quiet life, lived with care, could still echo into the world beyond. And so, the afternoon stretched on, not with urgency, but with peace. As the warm afternoon sun shifted and shadows lengthened across the convent's stone courtyard, the rhythm of life within the nunnery continued without deviation, calm and steady like the slow passing of clouds overhead. The sisters moved gently through their final tasks of the day, each footstep measured, each movement filled with quiet purpose. It was during these hours that the convent became especially still, when even the birds seemed to chirp more softly, and the breeze carried the faint scent of rosemary from the garden across the cloister walk. The older sisters, those who had lived through many such afternoons, often used this time for gentle forms of service. Some might return to the scriptorium, not to write, but to prepare parchment or bind completed manuscripts. They moved slowly, their fingers more careful than quick, but with a kind of deep understanding that only time and repetition could bring. Others visited the small apothecary chamber tucked in one corner of the convent, where rows of earthenware jars lined the shelves. Inside each container were herbs gathered and dried over the seasons: chamomile, sage, valerian, hyssop. The sister assigned to this task, often called the herbalist, moved with silent reverence. She crushed dried leaves into powder, measured roots by hand, and prepared infusions for both the sisters and any visitors in need. Her knowledge was not written in books, but passed down in hushed voices and careful observation, generation after generation. Meanwhile, younger novices might be in the sewing room, patching robes or repairing altar cloths. Their stitches were not always perfectly straight, but their effort was a form of prayer. Each loop of thread, pulled through with intention, marked their growing understanding of what it meant to serve in silence. These simple acts were not menial, they were sacramental, and as they worked, some would hum softly, not to distract, but to center their minds. Nearby, the bell for nuns sounded, calling the sisters once again to prayer. As always, they paused, set aside whatever tool or task they held, and made their way to the chapel. The light in the room had changed since morning. Now it was golden, streaming in through tall, narrow windows and casting long patterns across the stone floor. Their voices, when they sang, seemed to blend more warmly in this light, as if the sun itself had joined the chant. Prayer was the heart of their life, and even though the words were familiar, never did they feel empty. Each syllable held meaning because it was spoken not for show but for stillness. After the service, the convent gradually prepared for evening. One sister walked the grounds with a small broom, sweeping fallen leaves from the cloister paths. Another lit the oil lamps in the hallways, their tiny flames flickering to life in a quiet procession of light. The kitchen, too, was again warmed by the gentle crackle of fire as supper was prepared. A thin soup, perhaps with turnips and barley, and a bit of bread baked earlier that day. Nothing elaborate, nothing wasted. The food was blessed not just in prayer, but in the labor that brought it forth. From the garden, the oven, the hands that stirred and served. The meal was taken in the same calm silence as the others, with one sister reading aloud from a text chosen not to entertain, but to remind. Maybe a saint's life, or an excerpt from a theological teaching. Evenings in the convent had a different rhythm, slower, more introspective. After the meal, the sisters were free to use the remaining daylight for quiet activities. Some returned to their cells to write or read. Others walked beneath the cloister arches, alone or side by side without speaking. The stillness was not lonely, it was sacred. A space where each sister could be with herself, and in doing so, be closer to God. Occasionally, the convent received visitors who wished to stay for spiritual retreat. These guests were often women from nearby towns or even noble families, seeking a period of silence and rest from the world's noise. They were received not with fanfare, but with welcome. A simple room, a warm meal, and space to reflect. The nuns did not preach to them or impose rules beyond the convent's gentle rhythm. Instead, they let the silence do the teaching. Many guests left changed, not by dramatic visions or sermons, but by the quiet witness of a life lived in peace. In one corner of the convent grounds stood a small cemetery, where sisters who had passed were laid to rest beneath modest wooden markers or carved stones. It was not a place of fear or mourning, but one of remembrance. Each evening, as part of their personal prayers, the sisters would recall those who had gone before them, not as names in a list, but as lives whose faithfulness had made their own paths possible. The past, in the convent, was never far. It lived in the walls, the chants, the very earth. And so, as twilight arrived and the sky turned a shade deeper, the final chores of the day were concluded. The convent bell rang one last time for vespers, calling them again to gather in the chapel where flickering candles glowed against the soft stone. The world outside faded away, and within the walls peace deepened. No one rushed, no one raised their voice. Everything moved as if guided by a slower hand, one that measured time, not in urgency, but in meaning. And as the service closed and darkness took hold, the sisters returned to their rooms, their footsteps gentle, their hearts steady. Another day had passed, not with noise or spectacle, but with presence. In every prayer, every chore, every step, there had been intention. And in that they found something the world rarely offered: quiet, enduring grace. As evening deepened into night, and the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the hills beyond the convent walls, the sisters gathered for Compline, their final communal prayer of the day. The chapel, now lit only by soft candlelight and the faint glimmer of stars visible through the high-arched windows, held a sacred hush. The air was still, and even the flames seemed to flicker more gently, as if acknowledging the holiness of the hour. Compline was not simply a prayer service. It was a farewell to the day. Each sister entered the chapel with quiet steps, some pausing to dip fingers in the stone font of holy water, others bowing low before taking their seat. Their robes whispered against the stone floor, their presence marked not by sound, but by stillness. The prayers that followed were low, slow, and gentle. Psalms of protection, confessions of any stray thoughts or moments of weakness, and soft petitions for peace through the coming night. Each word was deliberate, spoken not with urgency, but with surrender. By the time the final chant echoed off the chapel walls, many had already let go of the day's weight. After Compline, silence became absolute. Known as the Great Silence, this nightly vow forbade any speech until after the next morning's first prayer. It was more than a rule, it was a gift, a space carved out of time where nothing was expected but rest. The sisters returned to their dormitories, the long halls dimly lit by a few lanterns spaced far apart, casting elongated shadows on the old stones. The doors creaked gently as they entered the shared sleeping quarters. Each bed was modest, framed in wood and filled with straw, with woolen blankets folded neatly at the foot. Curtains hung between sleeping spaces provided a sense of privacy, though sound could carry. But on these nights, there was no sound to carry. No voices, no footsteps. After lights were extinguished, only the occasional sigh or shifting of blankets, a reminder that each woman was still very much alive within her quiet devotion. For many, this silence was the most intimate form of prayer. Lying in darkness, eyes closed, they recalled the day, not with judgment, but with tenderness. Where they had succeeded in discipline, they gave thanks. Where they had faltered, they asked for strength. Some whispered prayers in their hearts. Others simply breathed, trusting that the rhythm of their lives was enough of an offering. Outside, the wind stirred the ivy growing along the cloister walls, and the faint hoot of an owl echoed from the distant woods. Life beyond the nunnery continued in its own rhythm. Merchants closed their stalls, farmers banked their fires, children were tucked into bed. But within the convent, time seemed suspended. There was no fear of the night, no dread of the next day. Only a calm acceptance that whatever came, it would arrive gently, as all things did in this place. The nunnery's architecture, though unadorned, seemed to support this sense of safety. The thick stone walls absorbed sound. The arched ceilings gave breath to the quiet. The wooden beams above each dormitory bed, carved long ago by hands long gone, reminded the sisters that they were part of something ancient, something that had endured not because of wealth or power, but because of faith and patience. In the infirmary wing, 1 or 2 sisters remained awake, taking turns in the rota of nightly care. Their steps were soft, their voices even softer, as they checked on an elderly nun who had fallen ill during the previous week. They offered a spoonful of warm broth or adjusted a blanket with hands that were practiced in kindness. No one resented this duty. To serve a sister in her weakest hour was to serve God in his most hidden form. In the small library, long since closed for the day, books slept beneath linen covers. The scent of vellum and wax lingered in the still air. Illuminated manuscripts rested on wooden stands, their bright colors hidden beneath folds of cloth, waiting for the next day's hands to reveal them. A single candle burned low near the writing desk, left by the last sister who had transcribed a prayer by lamplight. Even in stillness, the memory of movement remained. The quiet lives of these women were never empty. Each moment was steeped in layers of purpose, invisible to the outside world, but deeply felt by those who lived them. They measured their worth not in possessions, not in recognition, but in obedience, kindness, presence. Their days were not wasted. They were woven, one thread at a time, into the larger fabric of the convent's history. Generations of women who had never met, never spoken, were connected by shared rituals, whispered prayers, the way they folded their hands or bowed their heads. The night hours passed slowly. In this silence, there was no need for distraction. The mind could wander, yes, but not far. The heart remained anchored. Dreams, when they came, were often simple. A return to childhood, a vision of the garden in bloom, a remembered hymn echoing through the chapel. When the first light of morning crept back into the sky, pale and hesitant, the bell would ring again, and another day would begin, just as this one had ended, quietly, faithfully, and with peace. With the coming of morning light, filtered pale and silver through the narrow windows of the dormitory, the convent slowly stirred awake once more, not with alarm or sudden noise, but with the soft rustling of fabric, the creak of wooden floors beneath bare feet, and the first toll of the morning bell gently echoing across the enclosed courtyard. The sisters, already accustomed to this rhythm, rose quietly, their movements practiced, deliberate, and reverent. They folded their blankets neatly, brushed down their habits, and made their way to the chapel without exchanging a word. Morning began, as it always did, with matins and lauds, prayers sung together in a harmony that was never perfect, but always sincere. Their voices, layered and fragile in the still air, gave shape to the space, like a gentle wind tracing the contours of stone and timber. The chants reminded them that they were not alone, that their individual lives were part of a larger, eternal current that had flowed long before them and would continue long after. These early prayers, timed just before sunrise, were not merely obligations. They were the soul of the day, a quiet call to begin again. When the service ended, the sisters dispersed once more into the waking world of work and silence. The kitchens grew warm again with the scent of rising dough and steeping herbs. The garden paths glistened with dew as a few sisters returned to tend the plants. In the scriptorium, candles were relit beside fresh parchment, while the herbalist began measuring crushed lavender and dried marjoram into small linen bundles for aches and sleep. On some days, like this one, there were visitors expected. A local widow had requested to stay within the convent for several days of reflection. Her cart, drawn by a gentle mare, arrived mid-morning, and the porter, a sister trained in quiet hospitality, greeted her at the gate. No fanfare, no elaborate welcome, just a bowed head, a few soft words, and an invitation to follow. The guest was led to one of the guest cells, bare but clean, a simple wooden bed, a basin of water, a cross on the wall, bread and fruit placed gently by the door. The woman did not come seeking conversation or comfort. She came for silence, and that was something the convent offered freely, without question or expectation. The presence of guests never disrupted the flow of monastic life. Instead, they were absorbed into it, like a leaf falling gently onto the surface of a calm pond. They prayed when the bell rang. They walked the cloister paths at their own pace. They sat in the garden or chapel, letting the quiet wrap around them like a woolen shawl. Some wept, some merely breathed. Some left with gratitude etched into their eyes. The sisters never asked what burdens their guests carried. They simply made room. Meanwhile, within the convent walls, the younger novices continued their quiet instruction. Though much of their learning came from observation and repetition, there were hours set aside for study. In a small room near the library, a senior nun would gather a handful of young women and read aloud from sacred texts or the writings of the church fathers. Her voice was steady and soft, her pauses thoughtful. Questions were rare, but not unwelcome. Learning here was not hurried. It was more like tending to seeds. Some would take root quickly, others would bloom slowly over time. Outside, the seasons turned without ceremony. The leaves had begun to curl at the edges, their green dulled by the whisper of approaching autumn. The garden no longer burst with color, but offered a subtler beauty. Ripening apples, the soft yellow of aging leaves, the last few blooms of calendula bowing in the breeze. The sisters harvested what remained, carefully placing apples in woven baskets and tying bundles of herbs to dry above the kitchen hearth. Even in this, there was no waste. Everything had a purpose. Everything was gathered with care. In the chapel, a sister knelt to polish the brass candlesticks, her reflection flickering in the metal's soft gleam. Another dusted the stone windowsills with a worn cloth, humming a melody she had carried since childhood. These tasks, though often invisible to the outside world, were filled with devotion. Every act, no matter how small, became a form of prayer. In the afternoons, the convent's pace slowed even further. The heat of the sun softened, and a gentle quiet settled in deeper than before. Sisters walked in pairs beneath the cloisters, their steps slow, their conversation, if any, kept to a whisper. One might be assigned to write letters for the abbess, responding to inquiries from distant monasteries or bishops. Another might be tasked with preparing the altar for an upcoming feast day, arranging linens, candles, and a small bowl of holy water with steady, reverent hands. As dusk neared, the bell rang once again, drawing them back into prayer. The light through the chapel windows had changed once more, now golden and long, stretching across the floor like reaching fingers. Their chant, too, carried a softer edge, more reflective, as if the voices themselves recognized the weight of another day nearly finished. And when the last note faded into silence, there was only the breath of the present moment, deep, still, and endlessly patient. As twilight deepened over the stone walls of the convent and the final colors of day melted into the quiet hues of night, the sisters began to complete their last responsibilities before returning once more to the shelter of silence. There was a calmness in the air, a steady breath between one day and the next, as though time itself had paused in reverence. The routine was not hurried, nor was it sluggish. It followed a rhythm that had been established through years of repetition, as reliable as the rising of the moon or the changing of the tide. In the kitchen, bowls were washed by hand under cool well water, dried with clean cloths, and stacked neatly upon the shelf. Spoons, each made of carved wood, were counted and wiped, their surfaces worn smooth by countless meals. The hearth was swept, its embers allowed to die gently overnight, and a pot of broth was left to simmer quietly in case anyone fell ill before morning and needed something warm. Across the way, in the cloister garden, a lone sister checked the herbs strung beneath the wooden overhang, adjusting the bundles with practiced fingers. The air smelled faintly of sage and lavender, still fragrant even in the cooler evening air. She paused to listen, not for voices, but for the soft sounds that told her everything was as it should be. The rustle of leaves, the chirp of a distant bird, the low creak of a wooden beam settling into sleep. The chapel, too, was prepared. Candles were lit slowly, one by one, their flames steady and small. The altar cloth was smoothed, the pews aligned, and a single flower from the garden, a pale rose or perhaps a sprig of mint, was placed in a cup near the lectern. Nothing extravagant, nothing chosen for beauty alone, but offered as a quiet gesture of devotion. The abbess, who had lived within these walls longer than most, walked the halls in silence, stopping briefly at the doors of each room. Her presence was not one of supervision, but of blessing. She made no announcements, offered no instructions. She simply moved through the building like a steady breeze, touching the lives of her sisters with a presence that said, "You are seen and you are loved." In the scriptorium, the last candle was extinguished. The quills were cleaned and stored, the ink pot sealed with beeswax. A parchment left half filled with careful Latin script was rolled loosely and tied with string, awaiting the next day's labor. These writings were not for fame or publication. They were prayers, reflections, transcriptions of psalms, and copies of sacred texts to be sent to other monasteries. They were created in silence and sent forth in silence, carrying the wisdom of the convent beyond its stone walls. The infirmary remained lit a little longer than the rest of the convent. Sister Margaret, the elder nun who had been unwell, stirred softly in her bed, her hands folded atop the blanket. A younger sister sat beside her, reading quietly from a worn leather book, her voice barely above a whisper, more like a breeze than the speech. Every so often, she would pause to spoon a bit of broth to the elder's lips, or to adjust her pillow with great care. There was no sense of burden in her task. It was, in every way, a sacred act, tending not just to a body, but to a soul nearing the final stretch of its journey. Elsewhere, in the novices' quarters, the younger sisters prepared for rest. Their rooms were small, but each held something precious: a small wooden cross, a candle stub, a worn book, a pressed flower kept between the pages. They whispered prayers into their pillows, not because they were required, but because the habit had become part of their breathing, part of their being. Even their dreams, when they came, were gentle. Some dreamt of the garden in spring, others of voices singing together in the chapel. Nothing grand, nothing loud, only the soft echoes of a life lived slowly. Outside, the stars took their places in the night sky. The moon, in whatever phase it wore, cast a silver sheen over the tiled roofs and mossy stone paths. An owl called from a distant tree. Somewhere, a fox moved through the tall grass at the edge of the woods. The world continued, vast and unknowable. But inside the convent, everything felt held, protected by the prayers whispered into stone and the routines etched into time. The bell did not ring at this hour. It had said its last word with the closing of Compline. Now only the silence spoke, and in that silence, each sister found her place. She was not important by the world's measure. She did not write laws or paint frescoes or command armies, but she washed the linens with love. She copied the psalms by hand. She held the sick and the dying with care. She prayed when no one else was listening. She offered her presence, her breath, her days. And perhaps, in the quiet accounting of the universe, that was enough. As the night stretched on, the convent seemed to disappear into the darkness, not out of fear, but as if it belonged there, tucked beneath the stars, wrapped in the softest blanket of silence. No candles remained lit. No voices broke the hush, only the steady rhythm of sleeping breath, the gentle crackle of cooling stone, and the faintest scent of rosemary drifting through the hallway, a final reminder that even in stillness, life continued, patiently and quietly. As dawn prepared to touch the sky once again, before even the first light had broken through the slits in the convent walls, a gentle shift began to occur inside. It wasn't abrupt or marked by any sound. It was simply a collective awakening, not of eyes or limbs, but of presence, the quiet readiness of lives built on devotion, rising once more to meet the day. In this final hour of night, when the stars still held their place above and the wind had settled into the silence of its own rhythm, the sisters turned inward in stillness, some already half awake, wrapped in layers of warmth, their thoughts drifting not toward worries or plans, but toward the next moment of prayer. This moment, just before matins, was sacred in its simplicity, a space between the end of one day and the beginning of another. The convent had known thousands of such mornings, each almost identical, and yet none exactly the same. This is where their lives had found meaning, not in grandeur or achievement, but in constancy. When the bell finally rang, it did not shatter the silence. Rather, it stirred it gently, like a finger across still water. The sound flowed across the dormitory, across the corridors, into the garden, into the cloister walk, reminding all within that a new day had arrived. One more chance to serve, to reflect, to continue. Slowly, the sisters rose from their beds, as they had done all their lives. Some with joints stiff from years of kneeling, others still new to the rhythm, learning the weight and the grace of their vocation. They moved like shadows, unhurried but certain. Robes were adjusted, sandals slipped on, candles relit in quiet hands. They made their way once more to the chapel where the soft ancient light of the sanctuary awaited them. The chapel had no need for renovation or ornament. Its stones, darkened with centuries of incense and candle soot, held more wisdom than could be spoken. The wood of the pews had been worn smooth by countless hands, and the altar stood simply, covered in white linen with a single cross above it, not adorned with jewels or gold, but carved plainly as it had been since the beginning. They took their places, each sister in her accustomed spot, and began their chants, not for the world to hear, but for heaven alone. Their voices rose slowly, softly, a layering of tone and breath and intention. There was no leader among them now, only harmony. As the sun's first rays crept into the chapel, casting long bars of golden light across the stone floor, the sisters' chants melded with the warmth of day. The night had passed without incident, and the day began with peace. After prayers, they exited as they had entered, silently. The kitchen stirred again with gentle motion. Water was drawn, bread was warmed, a pot of oats thickened on the fire. The same breakfast, the same routine, yet always enough. The sisters ate together, without chatter, in a room where the walls had heard thousands of such meals, each one a mirror of the last. And afterward, the work began anew. In the garden, the changing season brought new tasks. Leaves were gathered from the paths. Earth was turned, slowly and by hand, making room for the roots of next year's herbs. A novice was shown how to bundle dried rosemary and thyme, tying them with soft twine for use in the months ahead. Her hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the care she took with the task. Elsewhere, a senior sister wrote a letter on behalf of the abbess, her script careful and even. She paused occasionally to gather her thoughts, not to rush, but to write with intention. It was a letter of gratitude, sent to another convent that had shared a basket of dried fruit after the harvest. One of those quiet exchanges between communities, invisible to the world, but deeply meaningful to those who lived by faith and service. As the morning passed, the convent slipped into the fullness of its day. Guests walked slowly through the garden, some sitting quietly beneath the cloister arches, their faces softened by time and silence. The sisters passed them with nods, or sometimes without any acknowledgement, not out of rudeness, but to respect the invisible weight many guests carried with them. By mid-afternoon, the shadows stretched again. The chapel bell rang for none, another anchor in the day's tide. And once more, they prayed, not to be heard, not to be seen, but simply because prayer was breath, and breath was life. The hours that followed were filled with the same simple acts: mending robes, polishing brass, feeding the chickens, copying scripture by candlelight. Time didn't race here. It moved like a stream beneath ice, present, constant, but barely visible on the surface. As evening neared, and the final light of the sun stretched long and thin across the convent floor, the sisters prepared once more for Compline. The day, like all the others, had passed quietly, without drama, without news, without event. And yet, it was not empty. It had been filled with love, with purpose, with unseen sacrifice, and private grace. These were the lives no history books would record, no paintings would immortalize, and no sculptures would honor, but perhaps that was their true beauty, not in what the world could see, but in the holiness of the unseen. And so the bell rang, and the sisters filed into the chapel one last time, voices low, hearts quiet, souls wrapped in the stillness of routine. And the night welcomed them once again, not as strangers, but as old friends returning home. That brings our quiet story to a close. Before we begin the next one, if you've made it this far, please consider leaving a like and gently subscribing to the channel. It helps us keep creating these peaceful journeys into history. Now, let's continue with another chapter of boring history for sleep. Tonight, we explore the silent currents of commerce, the fragrant roads that connected distant worlds, the role of spice trade in early globalization. Close your eyes, let your breath soften, and let's begin. Long before the clamor of modern ports, long before airplanes stitched the skies with their global trails, the world was already quietly weaving itself together, thread by thread, scent by scent. And in the soft heart of this early connectivity lay something surprisingly small, yet immensely powerful: spices. Fragrant, rare, coveted. These tiny seeds, barks, roots, and buds would stir empires, inspire exploration, and quietly ignite the earliest sparks of what we now call globalization. But the story does not begin with conquest or commerce. It begins, as many things do, with desire, for flavor, for preservation, for medicine, and for something that felt almost like magic. In ancient kitchens and marketplaces, the warmth of cinnamon, the brightness of pepper, the golden hue of turmeric, and the bite of cloves were not simply luxuries, they were treasures. And as demand grew, so did the need to move them, to carry them over deserts, mountains, rivers, and seas, to trace a path from their places of origin to the distant mouths and minds that longed for them. Our story begins quietly, far to the east, in the lush and misty landscapes of India, Sri Lanka, and the Spice Islands, what we now call the Maluku Islands of Indonesia. Here, in humid groves and coastal forests, some of the world's most precious spices were born. Cloves, nutmeg, and mace were native only to a few small islands, yet their reach would soon extend across continents. The people who first cultivated them did not know they would change the world. They simply harvested what the trees gave, drying and packing them in leaves or woven sacks, trading them with nearby villages for rice, tools, or cloth. Slowly, these local exchanges grew. Indian merchants, expert in navigating the currents of the Indian Ocean, began to transport these goods farther, to the ports along the Arabian Peninsula, East Africa, and Southeast Asia, and Pampas. The sea became a corridor of quiet trade, marked not by armies, but by the rhythmic creaking of wooden ships and the knowledge passed from sailor to sailor about monsoon winds and seasonal tides. By 1000 BCE, long before most empires had even risen, trade routes had already linked India with Mesopotamia. Peppercorns from southern India were found in the nostrils of mummified pharaohs in Egypt, placed there not only as preservative, but as a sign of wealth and reverence. This small, dark seed had traveled thousands of miles, across treacherous waters and vast stretches of sand, to find its place among the rituals of the dead. Meanwhile, overland trade was quietly growing too. The Silk Road, often remembered for its flow of silk and porcelain, also carried spices, ginger, saffron, cardamom, on the backs of camels and mules, through the bustling oasis cities of Central Asia and into the Mediterranean world. Spice merchants became masters of distance. They moved slowly, often passing their goods through dozens of hands. A single sack of cloves might begin its journey in a coastal hut in Ternate, travel by canoe to a regional port, be loaded onto a larger ship bound for India, sold to an Arab trader in Calicut, carried to Aden or Hormuz, and from there, overland to Damascus, Constantinople, or Venice. By the time it reached a European table, its price had increased 100-fold, and yet people paid, willingly, eagerly, for in that pinch of spice was the flavor of distant worlds they could hardly imagine, but could now taste. The role of the spice trade was not merely economic. It reshaped cultures. It spurred innovation. It created cities where there had been none. Port towns like Malacca, Muscat, and Zanzibar became vital links in the chain. Languages mixed, customs blurred, dishes transformed. In Kerala, Hindu, Muslim, and Christian communities all blended their food traditions with generous use of pepper and tamarind. In Alexandria, North African stews were laced with cinnamon imported from Ceylon. Everywhere, spice became not just an ingredient, but a symbol of wealth, of connection, of the world growing just a little smaller. And yet, much of this happened quietly, without battles or fanfare, without maps redrawn or flags planted. It was a gentle form of globalization, one that came not by force, but by trade, one that did not demand domination, but cooperation. Of course, this would change in time. The arrival of European powers would bring violence and conquest into the spice trade. But in these early centuries, long before the sails of Portugal or the ambitions of the Dutch East India Company, the world was already knitting itself together, softly, patiently, across spice-laden caravans and moonlit ships. And at the center of it all, hidden in woven baskets and clay jars, were the spices themselves, tiny, aromatic, transformative. They did not speak, they did not conquer, but they traveled. And as they traveled, they changed the world. As we move further into the quiet world of ancient trade, it becomes clear that the story of spices was not only about the movement of goods, but about the movement of knowledge, of wind patterns, of distant languages, of trust built slowly between strangers. In this quiet early web of commerce, the Indian Ocean emerged as a peaceful yet bustling highway. Unlike the perilous overland routes of Central Asia, which required heavy protection and complicated logistics, the monsoon-driven sea routes allowed large ships to carry tons of precious spices and return with goods from across Arabia, East Africa, and even China. The people who sailed these waters, Arab, Indian, Malay, African, and later Chinese, shared not just spices, but stories, navigation methods, techniques for preserving goods, rituals, and songs. Ports like Calicut, on the southwestern coast of India, became crossroads not only for pepper and cardamom, but for language and culture. The traders who gathered there each year were not just buyers and sellers. They were keepers of ancient knowledge. They knew when to sail, when to wait, how to interpret the stars, how to prepare for a storm. Theirs was a world where time was marked not by clocks, but by tides. In many of these coastal trading towns, market activity was quiet, even meditative. There were no loud auction calls, no frantic haggling. Prices were discussed in calm voices, over cups of tea, and the success of a transaction often relied more on reputation than on bargaining skill. Trust was currency. A trader who cheated once might find no buyers the next year, no port willing to welcome him. And so honesty traveled alongside cinnamon and saffron, binding the early global economy together in ways that modern finance rarely remembers. Farther west, in the dry heat of the Arabian Peninsula, the port of Aden became one of the most important spice redistribution centers in the ancient world. Ships from India and East Africa would offload their cargoes here, and from this desert city, caravans would set off across the harsh interior, following well-worn tracks to Damascus, Jerusalem, and Cairo. These caravans were slow-moving, often protected by armed guards, and sometimes accompanied by musicians or scholars. Along the way, spices were shared with desert communities who had never seen a clove tree or tasted real peppercorns, but who had learned to recognize their power. To some, spices were medicine, to others, magic, and to all, they were rare. In ancient Rome, the elite were obsessed with exotic spices. They were not only used to flavor foods, but also burned in homes, mixed into perfumes, and infused in oils. Black pepper became so valuable that at times it was used to pay rent or taxes. Roman chefs experimented wildly, combining spices from the East with local ingredients to create dishes that were considered luxurious and mysterious. The Roman author Apicius even compiled an early cookbook with dozens of recipes, calling for long-distance spices. But these spices came at a cost. Roman merchants never traveled all the way to India or Southeast Asia themselves. Instead, they relied on a chain of intermediaries: Nabatean traders, Persian merchants, Indian sailors. With each handoff, the price of spices rose, and with each journey, the stories about their origins grew more fantastic. Many Europeans believed that cinnamon grew in deep, snake-infested valleys, guarded by giant birds. Others thought cloves were harvested from underwater caves. These myths persisted because those who truly knew the sources, the seafarers and coastal villagers of the Indian Ocean, kept their knowledge close. Secrecy, after all, protected livelihood. Meanwhile, in the bustling markets of Alexandria, spices arrived in jars and bundles, packed into crates marked in strange scripts. Buyers walked slowly through shaded arcades, guided by scent. Here, too, spices became a language: the sharpness of dried ginger, the sweetness of cassia, the depth of turmeric, turning cloth and fingers gold. These were not just goods, they were signals, signs of trade routes that stretched farther than most people would ever travel. In China, the Han Dynasty had already been experimenting with long-distance exchange through the Silk Road. Though China had its own native spices, including star anise and Sichuan pepper, it still found fascination in imports. Spices arrived in the imperial kitchens alongside silk, jade, and exotic birds. The emperor's court dined not just for sustenance but for spectacle. A dish seasoned with foreign spice was a demonstration of the empire's reach. But this reach was delicate. Trade routes were vulnerable to war, weather, and politics. A single storm could sink a cargo worth more than gold. A border skirmish could block an entire overland route. And so those who depended on the spice trade developed patience, They learned to wait. They adapted routes. They built alliances. They relied not on speed but on resilience. And over time, their quiet, steady movement of goods would outlast empires. This was the hidden foundation of early globalization. Not armies or treaties, but patient, fragrant parcels passed from hand to hand across continents, carried not by conquerors, but by those who simply knew how to read the wind. As the spice trade quietly extended its reach across continents and seas, it became much more than a commercial enterprise. It became a catalyst for cultural exchange, technological innovation, and early forms of diplomacy that shaped the world in subtle but profound ways. The fragrant cargoes carried on creaking wooden ships and camel caravans wove together the lives of peoples who might otherwise never have met or known of each other at all. Consider the merchants who sailed across the vast Indian Ocean, relying on the predictable rhythms of the monsoon winds. These mariners, often called the sea nomads of their time, developed sophisticated navigation techniques centuries before the compass became common in Europe. They read the stars, the color of the water, the flight of birds, and even the smell of the air to find their way from port to port. Their vessels, nimble yet sturdy, could cover thousands of miles, linking the archipelagos of Southeast Asia to the ports of East Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, and beyond. With every voyage, new spices found their way into distant kitchens, but so too did stories, languages, and technologies. For instance, the art of shipbuilding itself evolved through these exchanges. The Arab dhow's distinctive triangular sail, the lateen, allowed for more efficient navigation against the wind, a design that spread along the trade routes and influenced ship construction far from its place of origin. Similarly, the introduction of sugarcane cultivation to the Mediterranean and Europe came through the movement of merchants and their cargoes, transforming agricultural practices and culinary traditions. Beyond the seas, overland spice routes wove through deserts and mountain passes, where caravans laden with precious goods moved slowly but surely. The deserts of Arabia and Persia were dotted with caravanserais, resting places offering water, shelter, and safety. These way stations became hubs of cultural interaction. Scholars, poets, and travelers from disparate regions found themselves sharing meals and stories, their worlds momentarily overlapping under the flicker of oil lamps. This mingling of peoples fostered early ideas of diplomacy. Trade agreements and safe passage treaties were forged not only for economic gain, but to ensure the longevity of routes that connected distant kingdoms. The spice trade thus laid the groundwork for some of the earliest forms of international relations. In the great cities along the Mediterranean, such as Venice and Genoa, the demand for spices fueled economic transformation. These city-states grew wealthy as intermediaries, their merchants investing heavily in ships and explorations. Venice, in particular, became the European gateway to Eastern spices, commanding a lucrative monopoly for centuries. The immense profits from spice trade financed magnificent cathedrals, palaces, and public works. They also made possible advances in banking and accounting, as merchants developed new methods to manage credit and investments across long distances. Yet, with wealth came competition and conflict. The fierce desire to control the spice routes contributed to the age of exploration, prompting European powers to seek direct sea routes to spice-producing regions to bypass intermediaries. This quest led to historic voyages by explorers like Vasco da Gama and Christopher Columbus, whose journeys would forever alter global history. But before these dramatic episodes, the spice trade was a story of slow accumulation, of networks built on trust and patience rather than conquest. The trade relied heavily on relationships. A merchant in Calicut would recognize a trader from Hormuz by the cut of his robe or the mark on his caravan. Deals were sealed with shared meals and oaths, and breaking trust meant exclusion from future opportunities. In this way, the spice trade created an early form of global community, one rooted in mutual benefit and respect for the rules of exchange. These communities were multilingual, multicultural, and multi-faith, embodying a pluralism that was as natural as the mingling aromas of clove, cinnamon, and pepper in their bustling markets. This pluralism fostered innovations in cuisine, medicine, and religion. The introduction of spices into medicinal practices across cultures led to new remedies and healing rituals, some of which persist even today. culinary traditions evolved as cooks experimented with blending local ingredients and foreign spices, resulting in dishes that became signatures of entire regions. The story of spice trade is thus a testament to the subtle forces that bring humanity together, forces not of armies and empires, but of desire, curiosity, and the human penchant for connection. Though the routes were fraught with challenges, storms, bandits, political upheavals, the enduring flow of spices across thousands of miles illustrates the resilience of these early global networks. And even now, centuries later, when we sprinkle pepper onto our food or savor the warm aroma of cinnamon, we partake in a tradition that once linked worlds in quiet, fragrant exchange. In understanding the role of the spice trade in early globalization, we glimpse how the world began to knit itself closer, one small seed at a time. Continuing our journey into the world shaped quietly by spices, it is important to understand that the trade was far more than a simple exchange of goods. It was an intricate dance of cultures, economies, and ideas stretching across continents and seas, shaping the very fabric of early global connections. Each spice carried with it not just flavor, but stories, traditions, and technologies that traveled alongside the merchants who bore them. The very routes along which spices traveled became corridors of cultural diffusion, where language, religion, art, and knowledge mingled in ways that would ripple across centuries. In the bustling ports along the Indian Ocean, the convergence of peoples from diverse backgrounds created melting pots of commerce and culture. Merchants from Arabia, Persia, India, and later East Africa congregated in these vibrant harbors, exchanging not only spices, but also textiles, precious stones, metals, and ideas. It was here that languages blended, producing pidgins and creoles that eased communication among traders who spoke different mother tongues. Religious practices intermingled as well. Muslim traders brought their faith to the East African coast. Hindu and Buddhist influences spread through South and Southeast Asia, and Christianity reached new shores via missionary travelers, accompanying caravans and fleets. The exchange of ideas traveled with remarkable speed relative to the era. For example, knowledge of navigation and shipbuilding techniques was shared across regions. The Arab dhows lateen sail influenced the design of ships far beyond the Red Sea, enabling sailors to harness wind patterns more effectively. This innovation facilitated longer voyages and expanded the reach of maritime trade networks. Similarly, cartographic knowledge, though primitive compared to modern standards, was compiled and circulated among seafaring communities, gradually improving the safety and efficiency of these perilous journeys. Economic systems evolved alongside these networks. The spice trade necessitated sophisticated methods of credit and contract enforcement, especially as merchants extended trust over great distances and long periods. Early forms of banking and bills of exchange developed in Mediterranean cities, allowing for the transfer of wealth without the physical movement of coins. These financial innovations laid foundational stones for later economic developments in Europe and the wider world. Meanwhile, the cultural impact of spices was profound. Culinary traditions transformed as foreign spices were integrated into local cooking, creating new flavors and dishes that defined regions for centuries to come. In the Middle East, the use of cinnamon and saffron in both sweet and savory dishes became commonplace, blending with indigenous ingredients like lamb and rice to create rich culinary tapestries. In India, the introduction and cultivation of various spices bolstered already complex gastronomic practices, which in turn influenced neighboring cultures. Spices also played a significant role in medicine and ritual. Ancient medical texts from China, India, and the Arab world cataloged the properties of various spices, prescribing them for ailments ranging from digestive issues to respiratory conditions. The aromatic qualities of spices found use in religious ceremonies and funerary rites, believed to purify spaces and ward off evil. The symbolic power of these fragrant substances enhanced their desirability and drove demand further. As European powers began to awaken to the immense wealth flowing through spice routes, competition intensified. Cities like Venice and Genoa became wealthy hubs, controlling key points of distribution in Europe and monopolizing access to coveted spices. This control fueled ambitions to find direct sea routes to the spice-producing regions, leading to the Age of Discovery. Vasco da Gama's historic voyage around the Cape of Good Hope in 1498 opened direct maritime links to India, altering the balance of power and trade forever. However, before this dramatic shift, the spice trade remained a delicate network of cooperation, trust, and gradual expansion. It connected distant societies not through force, but through mutual benefit and the shared desire for goods that transcended their practical uses. In this way, the spice trade was an early manifestation of globalization, an interconnected system where commodities, cultures, and ideas flowed slowly but persistently, knitting the world into a more familiar whole. Through these fragrant threads, the ancient world moved closer together, laying the groundwork for the complex global interactions we experience today. Each pinch of pepper, each sprinkle of cinnamon, carried with it the essence of this history, of voyages taken across unknown waters, of marketplaces filled with chatter in many tongues, of friendships and rivalries forged in the pursuit of something as simple and profound as flavor. The legacy of the spice trade is not only preserved in the recipes and traditions that have endured, but in the very notion that our world is connected. It reminds us that globalization did not start with towering skyscrapers or the digital web, but with humble seeds and bark, carried by hands that dared to dream beyond horizons. And in those dreams, we find the beginnings of the world we know. As the centuries unfolded, the spice trade continued to influence societies far beyond its origins, subtly shaping economic, social, and political structures in regions connected by these fragrant threads. It was not merely a matter of flavor or medicine. The trade became entwined with power, wealth, and the very ambitions of empires. In the bustling markets of the medieval Middle East and Europe, spices were regarded as precious commodities, symbols of status and refinement. Pepper, often called the king of spices, was so highly prized that it was used as a form of currency and even accepted as rent payments by some feudal lords. Nobles and royalty adorned their tables with lavish dishes, infused with these exotic tastes, and their courts became centers of culinary experimentation. The allure of spices was not only gustatory, but symbolic, representing the reach and connections of those who possessed them. This high demand spurred intense competition among emerging maritime powers. The Italian city-states of Venice and Genoa dominated European trade with the East during the late Middle Ages, controlling key ports and acting as gatekeepers of spice imports. They built vast fleets, maintained complex trade networks, and leveraged diplomatic ties to ensure the steady flow of goods. Their wealth grew, enabling them to finance magnificent cathedrals, palaces, and artworks, all built on the prosperity brought by spices and other luxury goods. At the same time, the Arab and Persian merchants, who had long controlled the overland and maritime routes, found themselves facing new challenges. The rise of the Ottoman Empire in the 15th century altered the balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean and overland passages, as the Ottomans imposed taxes and restrictions on European traders passing through their territories. This disruption prompted European nations to seek alternative routes to the spice-rich lands of Asia, setting the stage for the Age of Exploration. The Portuguese, driven by both economic ambition and the desire for direct access to spices, navigated around Africa's Cape of Good Hope. Vasco da Gama's historic voyage in 1498 marked the beginning of a new era, establishing direct maritime links between Europe and India and bypassing traditional intermediaries. This shift drastically changed global trade patterns, reducing the influence of Mediterranean and Middle Eastern merchants and ushering in centuries of European colonial expansion. The Dutch and British soon followed, establishing their own trading companies and colonial footholds, competing fiercely for control over spice-producing regions, particularly in the Indonesian archipelago. The spice trade thus became a flashpoint for global conflict and competition, but it also continued to serve as a bridge between cultures, languages, and ideas. Beyond economics and politics, the cultural impact of spices remained profound. They transformed cuisines across continents. In Europe, the introduction of spices led to new culinary techniques and dishes, blending native ingredients with exotic flavors. The combination of sweet and savory, the use of pungent and aromatic herbs, all became hallmarks of Renaissance cooking. Spices also played roles in medicine and religious rituals. They were ingredients in remedies, balms, and incense, believed to have healing and purifying properties. The early globalization facilitated by the spice trade also contributed to the spread of crops and agricultural practices. For instance, the cultivation of spices such as black pepper and cinnamon expanded into new areas, sometimes through the efforts of colonizers and traders, sometimes through local adaptation. The spice trade thus contributed to the dynamic reshaping of ecological and agricultural landscapes, effects that can still be traced today. Moreover, the networks built around the spice trade fostered early forms of cosmopolitanism. Ports and cities where spices were traded became melting pots, where merchants, sailors, and travelers of diverse ethnicities and faiths lived and worked together. This cross-cultural interaction led to exchanges in art, music, literature, and science. Manuscripts traveled with merchants as eagerly as pepper and cloves, spreading knowledge from east to west and vice versa. In reflecting on the role of the spice trade in early globalization, it becomes clear that its significance went far beyond mere commerce. It was a force that shaped the contours of the known world, connecting disparate regions in complex webs of mutual dependence and cultural exchange. The delicate balance of these interactions relied not just on the allure of exotic flavors, but on human relationships, trust, negotiation, adaptation, and sometimes conflict. Even as the centuries progressed and global trade grew more complex and expansive, the humble spice retained its power. It reminded people of a world beyond their own borders and offered a tangible taste of distant lands. In kitchens across continents, from the simplest village hearths to the grandest royal tables, spices told stories of voyages, encounters, and the slow weaving of the world into one interconnected whole. In the end, the spice trade was both a driver and a symbol of early globalization. Its fragrant legacy a reminder that the world's connections often begin with small, quiet steps, carried on the wind, the waves, and the willing hands of those who dared to trade beyond horizons. As we continue exploring the expansive influence of the spice trade, it becomes clear that this ancient commerce was as much about the people behind it as it was about the fragrant commodities themselves. Behind every sack of pepper or bundle of cinnamon was a network of individuals whose lives were interwoven through miles of sea and land routes, cultures and languages, challenges and opportunities. These traders, sailors, porters, and artisans formed the beating heart of early globalization, often unseen but absolutely essential. Consider the diverse cast of characters who made this system function. There were the Indian pepper farmers, tending their vines in humid fields, carefully harvesting the tiny blackberries that would command fortunes across oceans. These farmers worked within complex social structures, passing agricultural knowledge through generations, aware that their crop was not just food, but currency in a larger world. Nearby, spice grinders and packers prepared their wares for shipment, bundling aromatic powders and whole pods with care to preserve their precious qualities. Then there were the sailors and shipbuilders of the Indian Ocean littoral, communities of Arabs, Gujaratis, Malays, Swahilis, and others who mastered the monsoon winds and built vessels capable of crossing vast distances. These skilled navigators relied on intimate knowledge of stars, tides, and currents, often passed down orally or through hands-on mentorship rather than written charts. Their voyages were perilous, fraught with storms, piracy, and the unknown. Yet they braved the seas, linking port cities from Calicut to Zanzibar, from Muscat to Malacca, creating a web of exchange that pulsed with life. On the overland routes, camel caravans carried spices across deserts and mountain passes, guided by Bedouin tribesmen and caravan leaders whose knowledge of terrain and politics was vital. They negotiated safe passage with rulers and local tribes, sometimes paying tolls, other times securing alliances through gifts and marriages. The journey was long and arduous. Goods changed hands multiple times before reaching their final destinations. But at each stop, merchants exchanged more than goods. They shared news, customs, technologies, and sometimes languages. Markets became vibrant centers of multicultural interaction, where a spice seller from Arabia might haggle with a Persian buyer, while an Indian trader recounted stories from distant islands. As spices moved westward, the demand for these exotic goods intensified, weaving them deeper into the social and economic fabric of Europe. The allure of the East spices spurred wealthy merchants and princes to finance increasingly ambitious expeditions. Behind this demand was not just a craving for flavor, but a desire for prestige, medicine, and even spiritual symbolism. For example, cinnamon and frankincense were used in religious ceremonies, their scents believed to purify and elevate the sacred space. Spices became status symbols, a way to display wealth and power, European cities like Venice and Genoa rose to prominence through their control of spice trade routes. Venetian merchants cultivated extensive networks of agents and partners across the Mediterranean and Near East, leveraging political influence and military power to secure access and favorable terms. Their success brought immense wealth, which fueled the Renaissance's flowering of art, science, and culture. Yet this prosperity was fragile. Control of the spice trade was contested fiercely. The Ottoman Empire's rise in the 15th century shifted power balances, leading to increased taxes and restrictions on European merchants. This disruption was a catalyst for maritime exploration, pushing European powers to seek direct sea routes to Asia. Portuguese expeditions around the Cape of Good Hope and Spanish voyages across the Atlantic were direct outcomes of the desire to access spices unmediated. These expeditions led not only to new trade, but also to dramatic cultural encounters, colonization, and conflict. The Dutch and British East India Companies soon followed, aggressively expanding their footholds in spice-producing regions, establishing monopolies, and reshaping global trade networks. The spice trade, once a quiet thread connecting distant peoples, became a central factor in the rise of European imperialism. Despite this tumultuous history, the human stories underlying the spice trade remain compelling. The everyday lives of those who planted, harvested, transported, and sold spices reveal a world of interdependence and adaptation. In remote villages, farmers adapted traditional techniques to new crops introduced by traders. In coastal towns, multilingual marketplaces thrived on negotiation and hospitality. In distant courts, foreign spices became woven into local customs and rituals, shaping identities and tastes. Spices carried memories, hopes, and connections across oceans and deserts. The legacy of the spice trade continues to resonate today, embedded in global cuisines, agricultural practices, and cultural exchanges. It reminds us that globalization is not a modern invention, but a process unfolding over centuries, propelled by human curiosity, necessity, and cooperation. The humble peppercorn and delicate clove, carried through uncertain journeys by countless hands, serve as fragrant symbols of this shared history, a history of connection, transformation, and enduring influence. As the centuries unfolded, the impact of the spice trade extended far beyond mere commerce, weaving itself intricately into the social, cultural, and political fabrics of societies across continents. The pathways carved by merchants and sailors did more than ferry precious goods. They became conduits of ideas, innovations, and beliefs, transforming the world in subtle but profound ways. At the heart of this dynamic exchange were the port cities, thriving hubs where East met West and cultures mingled in a continuous dance of interaction. Take, for instance, the legendary port of Malacca, strategically situated on the narrow straits between the Malay Peninsula and the island of Sumatra. By the 15th century, Malacca had emerged as a crucial center in the spice trade, attracting merchants from China, India, Arabia, and beyond. Its bustling docks were alive with the sounds of many languages, the sense of exotic goods, and the exchange of not only spices but stories, customs, and knowledge. Here, religious ideas mingled freely. Buddhist monks, Muslim traders, Hindu priests, and later Christian missionaries all coexisted, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in tension, but always shaping the cultural mosaic of the region. The trade networks that connected Malacca to other ports were marvels of early globalization. Ships laden with cloves, nutmeg, mace, and pepper sailed vast distances, relying on intimate knowledge of the monsoon winds to time their voyages. These monsoons, blowing predictably in seasonal cycles, enabled merchants to traverse thousands of miles of open ocean, linking Southeast Asia with South Asia, the Arabian Peninsula, and East Africa. The timing was critical. Miss the monsoon, and a ship might be stranded for months, cargo spoiling, crew vulnerable. Overland, the spice trade wove through the rugged terrain of the Middle East and Central Asia, crossing deserts and mountain passes that tested the endurance of both humans and beasts. Caravanserais, roadside inns scattered across these routes, provided safe havens where traders could rest, replenish supplies, and exchange news. These caravanserais were more than mere rest stops. They were vital nodes of cultural and commercial exchange, where merchants from diverse backgrounds shared stories, negotiated deals, and forged relationships that spanned continents. In these bustling marketplaces, spices were often displayed alongside other luxury goods, silks from China, precious gems from India, and finely crafted ceramics from Persia. The merchants who operated here were masters not only of trade, but of diplomacy and cultural fluency. Their success depended on trust, reputation, and the ability to navigate complex political landscapes, often involving multiple rulers and competing interests. Deals were sealed with more than coin. They required hospitality, gift-giving, and the delicate art of negotiation. The cultural influence of spices also found profound expression in art and literature. Manuscripts from the medieval Islamic world, richly illuminated and painstakingly copied by scribes, frequently included detailed descriptions of spices, their origins, and their uses in medicine and cooking. Poets and chroniclers celebrated the allure of these exotic substances, weaving them into metaphors for beauty, desire, and mystery. In Europe, the fascination with spices inspired everything from lavish feasts to allegorical paintings, reflecting the growing awareness of a wider, interconnected world. But the spice trade was not without its darker shadows. The immense wealth generated by this commerce attracted the ambitions of powerful empires and emerging nation-states, leading to conflicts over control of key ports and trade routes. The Portuguese arriving in the Indian Ocean in the late 15th century sought to monopolize the spice trade by force, establishing fortified trading posts and engaging in naval battles that disrupted centuries-old networks. The Dutch and English East India Companies soon followed, wielding unprecedented economic and military power to dominate the spice markets, often at great cost to indigenous communities. Despite these upheavals, the human stories at the core of the spice trade persisted, those of the farmers who cultivated rare plants in humid tropical forests, the sailors who braved tempestuous seas guided by stars and wind, the merchants who navigated shifting alliances and rivalries with skill and diplomacy. These individuals, though often anonymous to history, were the true architects of early globalization. The legacy of the spice trade endures today in our kitchens, markets, and cultures. The flavors of pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg have become universal, transcending their origins to become staples in cuisines worldwide. They remind us that the world has long been connected, not only by technology and politics, but by the simple, shared human love of flavor and discovery. Reflecting on the spice trade's role in early globalization, we see a world in motion, slow, deliberate, and deeply human. A world shaped by trade and trust, by curiosity and adaptation, where small seeds carried the weight of empires and dreams alike. This legacy invites us to appreciate the unseen threads that connect us across time and space, woven through history by fragrant hands and daring journeys. As we move deeper into the intricate web woven by the spice trade, it becomes clear that this network was more than a mere commercial enterprise. It was a complex system of human connection that bridged vast distances, transcended cultural boundaries, and reshaped societies in profound ways. The early spice trade laid the foundations for what we now understand as globalization, linking continents, peoples, and ideas long before modern technology made such connections commonplace. The maritime routes of the Indian Ocean were among the most vital arteries of this network. Ships from the bustling ports of South India, the Arabian Peninsula, and East Africa carried spices, textiles, precious stones, and other commodities across vast stretches of water. The monsoon winds, blowing predictably with the changing seasons, were both a challenge and a boon to these sailors, dictating the timing of voyages and shaping the rhythms of trade. Mariners developed sophisticated knowledge of the stars, ocean currents, and wind patterns, enabling them to navigate treacherous seas with remarkable precision. Ports like Calicut, Aden, and Zanzibar were vibrant centers of exchange, where traders from diverse backgrounds gathered. These ports were not merely places of commerce, they were cultural melting pots, where languages mixed, religions coexisted, and ideas flowed as freely as goods. The cosmopolitan nature of these hubs fostered a spirit of tolerance and adaptability, as merchants learned to negotiate not only prices, but cultural differences and political complexities. On land, the spice trade routes threaded through deserts, mountains, and cities, connecting the East to the Mediterranean world. The Silk Road, often celebrated for its silk and porcelain, was also a crucial corridor for spices like saffron, ginger, and cardamom. Caravans of camels and horses traversed these perilous paths, stopping at caravanserais, where weary travelers rested and exchanged news. These inns served as vital nodes in the network, providing shelter, food, and security, and facilitating the flow of goods and information. The spice trade's influence extended far beyond economics. It spurred innovations in navigation, shipbuilding, and finance. The need to manage complex, long-distance transactions led to the development of early banking systems, credit instruments, and accounting methods. Letters of credit and bills of exchange allowed merchants to conduct business across continents without the physical transfer of large sums of money, reducing risks and increasing efficiency. Culturally, spices transformed cuisines around the world. The introduction of pepper, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, and other exotic flavors enriched local culinary traditions, creating new dishes and taste profiles that persist today. Spices also found uses in medicine, perfumery, and religious rituals, where their aromatic qualities were believed to purify and protect. The demand for spices drove exploration and conquest. European powers, eager to bypass middlemen and secure direct access to spice sources, sponsored voyages that would reshape the global map. Portuguese navigators sailed around Africa's Cape of Good Hope, reaching India and establishing a sea route that challenged existing trade monopolies. The Spanish, Dutch, and British followed, creating trading companies and colonial empires that dominated the spice trade for centuries. However, the legacy of the spice trade is not solely one of conquest and colonization. It is also a story of resilience, adaptation, and intercultural exchange. The merchants, sailors, and farmers who sustained this trade developed networks of trust and cooperation that transcended linguistic, religious, and ethnic divides. Their daily interactions fostered a shared economic and cultural space that was a precursor to the interconnected world we know today. In reflecting on the role of the spice trade in early globalization, we recognize its power to connect and transform. It reminds us that globalization is not a modern phenomenon, but a process rooted in human curiosity, cooperation, and the simple desire to share the flavors of distant lands. Through the fragrant trails of cinnamon, pepper, and cloves, the ancient world began to knit itself together, slowly, patiently, and irrevocably. As we delve deeper into the sprawling saga of the spice trade, it becomes evident that the journey of these precious commodities was intertwined not only with commerce, but with the very fabric of human civilization. The passage of spices across vast oceans and arduous deserts was accompanied by an exchange of cultures, beliefs, and innovations that helped shape the early interconnected world in ways that resonate to this day. The marketplaces where spices changed hands were far more than centers of trade. They were arenas of cultural fusion where merchants from Arabia, India, Africa, and Europe mingled, not just to barter goods, but to share stories, languages, and customs. In these cosmopolitan hubs, the aroma of cloves and cinnamon mingled with the sounds of multiple tongues and the vibrant colors of fabrics and goods brought from distant lands. The merchant communities forged networks that transcended national and religious boundaries, their cooperation essential for the delicate balance of trust necessary in an era before modern contracts and enforcement mechanisms. In the bustling city of Alexandria, once the jewel of the Mediterranean, spices arrived from the east, carried by caravans and ships alike. Alexandria's ports were gateways through which goods, ideas, and peoples flowed. Here, the influence of Greek, Egyptian, Roman, and later Islamic cultures overlapped, creating a rich tapestry of intellectual and commercial activity. The city was famed not only for its trade, but also for its great library and centers of learning, where scholars studied the sciences, philosophy, and medicine. Spices played a role even here, featured in medicinal recipes and ritual practices documented by physicians and priests alike. Meanwhile, the ports of the Arabian Peninsula, like Aden and Muscat, were vital junctions where the maritime and overland routes converged. The sailors and traders who frequented these ports possessed a profound knowledge of the sea and desert, skillfully navigating monsoon winds and shifting political landscapes. These traders were custodians of an oral tradition that passed down navigation techniques, seasonal patterns, and cultural etiquette essential for successful exchanges. Their expertise ensured that the flow of spices remained steady, even in the face of challenges such as piracy, storms, and geopolitical turmoil. The spice trade also catalyzed technological advancements. The demands of transporting delicate and valuable spices across long distances led to improvements in ship design and navigation instruments. Innovations such as the astrolabe and more accurate maps were developed and refined, facilitating voyages that previously would have been perilous or impossible. The transfer of such knowledge was a byproduct of trade interactions, demonstrating how commerce can drive scientific progress. As European interest in the spice trade intensified during the late medieval period, the economic and political landscape began to shift dramatically. Venice, in particular, capitalized on its strategic position and maritime prowess to dominate the European spice market. Venetian merchants operated extensive networks reaching into the Levant and beyond, their influence bolstered by alliances and occasional conflicts that defined the politics of the Mediterranean basin. However, the heavy toll of middlemen on the cost of spices fueled a European desire to find direct sea routes to Asia. This quest, spearheaded by Portuguese explorers, ushered in the Age of Discovery. Vasco da Gama's voyage around the Cape of Good Hope in 1498 marked a watershed moment, opening a maritime path to India that circumvented the traditional overland and Mediterranean routes. This breakthrough drastically altered global trade patterns and set the stage for centuries of European colonial expansion and competition for control over spice-producing territories. Despite these dramatic changes, the foundational networks of the spice trade, established centuries earlier, continued to function and adapt. Local merchants, navigators, and communities in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East remained integral players, navigating the new realities while preserving cultural traditions and practices linked to centuries of exchange. The enduring nature of these networks highlights the resilience and complexity of early globalization, a process driven as much by human relationships as by economic imperatives. The cultural legacy of the spice trade remains vivid in contemporary cuisine, medicine, and ritual. The global diffusion of spices like black pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, and nutmeg enriched culinary traditions worldwide, blending indigenous tastes with imported flavors to create new gastronomic identities. Similarly, the use of spices in traditional medicine and spiritual practices underscores their symbolic and practical importance across cultures. In reflecting on the role of the spice trade, we are reminded that the modern world's interconnectedness is built upon layers of history involving countless individuals whose lives intersected through these fragrant threads. The story of spices is a testament to humanity's enduring curiosity, adaptability, and desire to connect, transforming simple seeds into vessels of culture, economy, and globalization. As we reach the final chapter of our exploration into the role of the spice trade in early globalization, it is important to appreciate how this ancient network of commerce was not simply about the movement of goods, but about the creation of a new world, a world connected by exchange, shaped by curiosity, and sustained by human endeavor. The fragrant trails of cinnamon, pepper, cloves, and nutmeg carried more than flavor. They bore the hopes, challenges, and ambitions of countless individuals across continents and centuries. The spice trade's legacy is perhaps most vividly seen in how it transformed economies and societies, giving rise to new centers of power and fostering cultural interactions that would resonate far beyond the marketplaces. As empires expanded and maritime powers rose, control over spice-producing regions and trade routes became a critical factor in global politics. The Portuguese, Dutch, British, and others competed fiercely to dominate these lucrative markets, establishing colonies, fortresses, and trading companies that reshaped global maps and histories. Yet beyond the geopolitical drama and economic competition, the essence of the spice trade lies in the human stories woven through it. Farmers tending pepper vines in the tropical forests of India and Indonesia, sailors navigating the monsoon winds with ancient knowledge, merchants haggling in crowded bazaars, and cooks blending exotic spices into new culinary traditions. All these actors contributed to a tapestry of interaction that transcended borders and time. The trade routes themselves, whether overland caravans crossing deserts or ocean-going vessels riding the tides, became pathways of connection not only for goods, but for ideas, technologies, and faiths. The diffusion of navigation techniques, cartographic knowledge, and financial instruments was intertwined with the movement of spices, illustrating how commerce and culture often advance hand in hand. Along these routes, religious beliefs mingled, artistic styles were shared, and languages borrowed from one another, fostering a rich, multicultural milieu. The spice trade also played a crucial role in shaping dietary and medical practices across regions. Spices once reserved for the elite gradually permeated broader populations, influencing cuisine and healing traditions. The use of spices in medicines, perfumes, and rituals highlighted their multifaceted importance beyond mere seasoning. Their symbolic value often equaled or surpassed their economic worth, connecting the physical and spiritual worlds. In contemporary times, the legacy of the spice trade is omnipresent, from the pepper sprinkled on our tables to the cinnamon swirled in our desserts. These flavors, taken for granted today, carry with them stories of daring voyages, cultural exchanges, and economic transformations that laid the groundwork for the interconnected world we inhabit. Recognizing this history enriches our understanding of globalization as a process rooted deeply in human experience, marked by curiosity, cooperation, and the relentless pursuit of connection. Moreover, the spice trade reminds us that globalization is not a new phenomenon, but a continuum stretching back thousands of years. It challenges modern narratives that frame globalization solely as a product of recent technological advancements, revealing instead a long, complex history of networks that link distant peoples through trade, culture, and shared knowledge. As we close this chapter, let us imagine the countless hands that touch these precious spices, harvesting, packing, sailing, trading, cooking. Each hand played a part in weaving together continents and cultures, in building bridges of understanding and exchange. The journey of a single peppercorn from a vine in Kerala to a merchant's stall in Venice symbolizes the vast, intricate web of human connection that defines our shared past and shapes our future. And so, as the fragrant scent of spices lingers in the air, so too does the memory of those who traversed oceans and deserts to bring them to us. Their stories are woven into the very fabric of history, quiet yet profound, subtle yet enduring. In the humble spice lies a grand tale, a testament to humanity's ceaseless journey toward connection, discovery, and shared existence. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next one, if you're still here with us, please leave a like and softly subscribe to the channel. It helps us continue sharing these peaceful journeys into history. Now, let's continue with another chapter of boring history for sleep. Tonight, we explore the quiet grandeur of the architecture of ancient Mayan cities. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Deep in the dense jungles of Central America, where sunlight filters softly through towering ceiba trees and the calls of exotic birds echo endlessly, lie the remnants of an ancient civilization whose architectural achievements continue to captivate historians and explorers alike. The Maya, a people who flourished for centuries before the arrival of Europeans, built cities that were not only centers of culture and politics, but also masterpieces of engineering, artistry, and symbolic meaning. Their architecture was deeply intertwined with their worldview, religion, and social order, each stone laid with purpose and significance. The story of these cities begins in the heart of the rainforest, where the Maya carved out grand urban centers amid the wild landscape. These cities were carefully planned and constructed to reflect the cosmos itself. The pyramids, temples, palaces, and ball courts were not randomly placed, but aligned with celestial bodies, solstices, and cardinal directions, creating living maps of the heavens on earth. For the Maya, architecture was a sacred language, a way to communicate with gods and ancestors, and to manifest order in a world that was otherwise wild and unpredictable. One of the most iconic features of Maya cities was their towering step pyramids. Unlike the smooth-sided pyramids of Egypt, Maya pyramids were stepped, with broad platforms rising in terraces toward the sky. These structures served multiple purposes, as temples for worship, as tombs for rulers, and as stages for public rituals and ceremonies. At the summit, a small temple or shrine often stood, where priests performed rites that connected the earthly realm with the divine. The design of these pyramids demonstrated an impressive understanding of geometry and construction techniques. Built primarily from locally quarried limestone, the Maya used precisely cut blocks that fit together without mortar, relying on careful engineering to ensure stability. The surfaces were often covered with stucco and painted in vivid reds, blues, and whites, though time and the jungle's relentless growth have mostly worn away these colors. Beyond pyramids, Maya cities featured large plazas surrounded by important civic and ceremonial buildings. These plazas served as centers of community life, spaces where markets, festivals, and political gatherings took place. The plazas were carefully laid out, their open spaces framed by palatial residences for the elite and administrative buildings where scribes and officials managed the affairs of state. One of the most remarkable elements of Maya urban planning was the incorporation of ball courts. These rectangular courts, often flanked by steep terraces, were the sites of the Mesoamerican ball game, a ritual sport with profound religious and political significance. The ball game was not merely entertainment. It symbolized cosmic battles between light and darkness, life and death, order and chaos. The courts themselves were carefully constructed with sloping walls and rings mounted high above, requiring incredible skill from players. Water management was another sophisticated aspect of Maya architecture. Despite their jungle surroundings, many Maya cities faced seasonal droughts and had to develop systems to collect, store, and distribute water. Reservoirs, canals, and cisterns were engineered with remarkable precision to capture rainwater and maintain a steady supply. This water infrastructure supported large populations and agricultural terraces that fed the cities. The layout of streets and causeways connecting different parts of the city and linking neighboring urban centers reflected a complex political landscape. Wide paved roads, sometimes raised above the jungle floor, allowed for the movement of goods, people, and armies. These causeways symbolized not only practical connectivity, but also the political alliances and dominance of certain city-states over others. Maya architecture was also rich in symbolism, often adorned with intricate carvings and hieroglyphs that told stories of rulers, gods, and cosmological events. Facades of temples and palaces featured elaborate reliefs depicting mythological scenes, historical conquests, and genealogies. These visual narratives reinforced the divine right of kings and the sacred nature of their rule. The design of Maya cities was thus a fusion of practical function, political power, and spiritual belief. Each element, whether a grand pyramid, a humble dwelling, or a ceremonial ball court, contributed to a holistic environment that defined the Maya way of life. Today, the ruins of cities like Tikal, Palenque, Copan, and Uxmal stand as silent witnesses to this remarkable civilization. Covered partially by the relentless growth of the jungle, they invite us to explore a world where stone and spirit were inseparably linked. As we walk among these ancient stones, imagining the bustling plazas, the chanting priests, and the skilled artisans who crafted every detail, we begin to grasp the grandeur of Maya architecture, a testament to human ingenuity, faith, and the desire to leave a lasting imprint on the world. This is only the beginning of our journey into the architectural wonders of the Maya, a story of stone and sky, jungle and civilization, mystery and mastery. As the dense jungle enveloped the ancient Maya cities, the architecture they built emerged not just as structures of stone, but as symbols of a sophisticated understanding of the natural world, spirituality, and social hierarchy. Every building, pathway, and plaza reflected layers of meaning that transcended mere functionality, embodying the Maya's intricate cosmology and their place within it. The Maya saw their cities as microcosms of the universe, places where the earthly and the divine intersected, and their architecture was designed to reinforce this sacred connection. One of the most fascinating aspects of Maya construction was the precise astronomical alignment of their buildings. Temples and pyramids were often oriented to mark significant celestial events, such as solstices and equinoxes. This alignment was no accident. It served to integrate the cycles of the heavens into daily life and ritual, reinforcing the power of the ruling class, who claimed divine sanction by virtue of their ability to interpret and predict cosmic events. For example, at Uxmal and Chichen Itza, certain buildings and observatories were aligned with Venus's cycles, a planet of great significance in Maya mythology. The plazas, large open spaces framed by monumental architecture, were the heart of social and political life. These open courts were sites of public gatherings, religious ceremonies, and marketplaces, enabling a complex society to function with cohesion. Surrounding these plazas were the palaces and residences of the elite. These structures were often multi-roomed, with vaulted ceilings and intricate stone carvings depicting the lineage and achievements of rulers. The placement and grandeur of these buildings were deliberate signals of status and power, visually asserting the hierarchy that defined Maya society. In addition to religious and political architecture, the Maya also excelled in creating spaces dedicated to recreation and ritual, notably the ball courts. These courts were not just sports venues, but deeply symbolic arenas where myth, politics, and religion converged. The ball game played here was connected to stories of cosmic struggle and renewal, with the outcome often reflecting themes of life, death, and rebirth. The architectural design of ball courts, with their long, narrow courts, sloped walls, and high-mounted rings, reveals a culture that valued physical skill as a metaphor for spiritual and social order. Water management was another critical component of Maya urban planning. The tropical climate brought periods of heavy rain as well as drought, so the Maya developed advanced hydraulic systems to sustain their cities. They built reservoirs, canals, and cisterns to collect and store rainwater, often integrating these with their city layouts. These waterworks not only provided for the population, but also held ceremonial significance, reflecting the Maya's reverence for natural elements as divine forces. The presence of cenotes, natural sinkholes filled with fresh water, was especially important, often regarded as sacred portals to the underworld and central to religious practices. The construction techniques employed by the Maya demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. They quarried vast amounts of limestone, which they shaped into blocks using stone tools. Their architecture featured corbelled arches, a technique that allowed for the creation of vaulted ceilings without the use of true arches or mortar as seen in other ancient civilizations. The exterior of many buildings was covered with stucco and elaborately painted, although time and jungle growth have obscured much of this decorative work. Inside, walls were often adorned with murals and glyphic inscriptions that recorded historical events, myths, and genealogies. The intricate hieroglyphic writing system of the Maya was frequently integrated into architectural elements, serving as both decoration and record. Temples and stelae bore inscriptions commemorating rulers and their deeds, victories in battle, or important calendrical events. These texts provided a narrative that linked the physical city with the divine and historical narrative, reinforcing the legitimacy of leaders and the sanctity of the built environment. Maya cities were also characterized by their dense urban fabric, with residential compounds clustered around plazas and ceremonial centers. These compounds varied in size and complexity, reflecting social status and family lineage. The elite lived in larger, more elaborately decorated houses, while commoners resided in more modest structures made of perishable materials that have mostly disappeared. Nonetheless, archaeological excavations have revealed the intricate layout and organization of these neighborhoods, highlighting the Maya's sophisticated urban planning. Finally, the interplay between architecture and environment in Maya cities reveals a deep respect for the natural world. Rather than imposing their structures aggressively on the landscape, the Maya integrated their cities harmoniously with the jungle. Buildings were often constructed on raised platforms to avoid flooding, and city layouts respected the contours of the land. Sacred natural features such as caves, mountains, and rivers were incorporated into the urban and ritual landscape, further emphasizing the connection between the cosmos, the earth, and human society. In this way, the architecture of ancient Maya cities was much more than stone and mortar. It was a living, breathing reflection of their culture's values, beliefs, and aspirations, a testament to their desire to create order, meaning, and beauty in a complex and often unpredictable world. As we journey deeper into the heart of Maya civilization, the profound connection between their architecture and their cosmology becomes increasingly clear. Maya cities were not simply urban centers. They were sacred spaces meticulously designed to embody the universe's order and to facilitate communication between the earthly realm and the divine. This spiritual geography shaped every aspect of city planning, from the positioning of temples to the orientation of streets, reflecting an ancient worldview that saw humans as part of a larger cosmic drama. Central to this concept was the Maya understanding of time and space, intricately linked through their complex calendar systems. The Maya believed that the cycles of the sun, moon, planets, and stars influenced events on Earth, and their cities served as terrestrial manifestations of these celestial patterns. The layout of cities like Tikal, Palenque, and Calakmul reveals alignments with solstices and equinoxes, enabling priests and astronomers to mark important seasonal and ritual occasions. For example, the Temple of the Inscriptions in Palenque aligns with sunrise on the summer solstice, symbolizing rebirth and renewal. In addition to these cosmic alignments, Maya architecture incorporated symbolic representations of mythological themes. The pyramid temples, with their towering stepped forms, were often conceived as sacred mountains, axis mundi that connected the underworld, the earthly plane, and the heavens. Climbing these pyramids during ceremonies was seen as a ritual journey bridging the human and divine. The stairways were often flanked by carved serpents, jaguars, and other creatures significant in Maya mythology, serving as guardians of these liminal spaces. Another striking feature of Maya architecture is the use of corbel vaults in their buildings. This architectural technique, involving overlapping stones to create arched ceilings without true keystones, allowed the construction of spacious interiors that were both durable and aesthetically impressive. The Palace of the Governor at Uxmal, with its vast vaulted chambers and intricately decorated facades, exemplifies this mastery. These vaulted spaces were used for administrative purposes, housing the elite and facilitating governance, underscoring the integration of architecture and political power. Decoration played a crucial role in Maya architecture, with many structures adorned with stucco reliefs and polychrome murals. These artworks were rich in symbolism and narrative content, portraying deities, ancestors, and historic events. The murals at Bonampak, for example, vividly depict court life, warfare, and religious ceremonies, providing invaluable insights into Maya culture and the importance of architecture as a storytelling medium. Maya cities also featured extensive causeways, raised and paved roads connecting plazas, temples, and neighboring settlements. These sakbayab, as they were called, were engineering feats in their own right, some stretching tens of kilometers through challenging terrain. They facilitated the movement of people, goods, and armies, reinforcing political alliances and economic ties. The presence of such infrastructure highlights the complexity of Maya urban networks and the importance of connectivity in their society. Residential architecture, while less monumental than temples and palaces, offers a window into daily life. Excavations reveal compounds consisting of multiple structures arranged around courtyards, including living quarters, kitchens, and workshops. These residential areas were often built using perishable materials like wood and thatch, which rarely survive archaeologically but were complemented by stone foundations and platforms. The variation in house sizes and decoration reflects social stratification, with elite families occupying larger, more elaborately adorned compounds. Environmental adaptation was another hallmark of Maya urbanism. Situated in tropical rainforests prone to seasonal flooding and dense vegetation, Maya builders employed techniques to mitigate these challenges. Elevated platforms raised buildings above flood levels, while drainage systems and cisterns managed rainwater. The integration of natural features, such as cenotes and hills, into city layouts demonstrates a harmonious relationship between urban design and ecology. Religious practice was deeply embedded in the architectural fabric of Maya cities. Temples were centers of ritual activity, often housing shrines, altars, and tombs of rulers. The discovery of royal tombs beneath temple pyramids, such as that of Pakal the Great in Palenque, illustrates the interweaving of political and spiritual authority. These tombs were richly adorned with carvings and artifacts that reinforced the ruler's divine status and ensured their journey to the afterlife. Public spaces like plazas served not only for social gatherings, but also as theaters of ritual spectacle, including the famous Mesoamerican ball game. The architecture surrounding these spaces was designed to frame such events, emphasizing their communal and religious significance. The acoustics of these plazas, shaped by surrounding structures, enhanced the chanting and music that accompanied ceremonies, further transforming architecture into a multi-sensory experience. In reflecting on the grandeur and complexity of Maya architecture, one cannot ignore the layers of meaning embedded within stone, stucco, and space. These cities were more than physical settlements. They were living expressions of a civilization's understanding of the cosmos, their history, and their social order. Each structure, from the monumental pyramid to the humble residence, contributed to a holistic vision that celebrated life, death, power, and the sacred. As we continue this exploration, we begin to see how the Maya's architectural legacy remains a profound testament to human creativity and spiritual depth, inviting us to walk their ancient plazas, climb their grand pyramids, and glimpse a world where stone and sky were inextricably bound. As we continue to unravel the intricate tapestry of Maya urbanism, it becomes evident that their architectural prowess extended far beyond the grand pyramids and sprawling plazas. The Maya demonstrated remarkable adaptability, engineering skills, and artistic vision in shaping environments that were at once functional, symbolic, and harmonious with nature. This deep relationship between human habitation and the surrounding landscape played a crucial role in the longevity and vibrancy of their cities. One of the most striking aspects of Maya architecture is the sophisticated water management systems they developed. Despite residing in tropical rainforest regions with high annual rainfall, Maya cities frequently faced challenges related to water supply and sanitation. Seasonal droughts and the porous limestone bedrock meant that fresh water was not always readily available. To address this, the Maya constructed an extensive network of reservoirs, canals, and cisterns designed to capture and store rainwater. These engineering feats allowed cities like Tikal to sustain large populations, sometimes estimated at tens of thousands, through careful water conservation. The reservoirs, often lined with stone or clay to prevent seepage, were integrated seamlessly into urban planning. Their placement was strategic, ensuring access for daily use, ritual purification, and agricultural irrigation. Some reservoirs were monumental in scale, underscoring the importance of water as both a practical resource and a symbol of life and fertility. The maintenance of these systems required organized labor and administrative oversight, reflecting the complexity of Maya governance and social structure. Agriculture, supported by these water management techniques, was central to Maya city sustenance. The Maya practiced intensive farming methods, including terracing, raised fields, and slash-and-burn agriculture. The integration of agricultural terraces within or adjacent to urban areas illustrates a holistic approach to city design, where production and habitation were interdependent. This balance between urban life and food production was essential in supporting large, dense populations and complex societies. Architecturally, the Maya employed a distinctive construction technique known as corbel vaulting, which allowed for the creation of interior spaces with vaulted ceilings despite the absence of true arches. This innovation enabled the building of larger rooms and halls, which were used for ceremonial, administrative, or residential purposes. The palace of the governor at Uxmal, with its expansive corbel vaulted rooms and intricately carved facades, exemplifies the grandeur and technical mastery achieved through this method. The decorative aspects of Maya architecture further reveal a culture deeply invested in symbolism and communication. Facades were often covered with intricate stucco reliefs depicting deities, mythical creatures, and historical narratives. These artistic elements serve to convey religious beliefs, legitimize rulers, and narrate important events. The use of vivid colors, although mostly faded today, would have transformed buildings into vibrant canvases that animated cityscapes with spiritual meaning. Maya glyphs, an elaborate writing system, were inscribed on stelae, altars, and building facades. These inscriptions provide historians with invaluable records of political history, dynastic lineages, and calendrical events. The presence of glyphic texts integrated into architecture demonstrates how buildings functioned as living documents, monuments not only to power and piety, but also to memory and identity. Social stratification was physically manifested in the architecture. Elite residences were often elevated on platforms, decorated with carvings, and located near ceremonial centers, while commoner dwellings were simpler and constructed from perishable materials like wood and thatch. The spatial organization of these neighborhoods reflected and reinforced societal hierarchies, shaping daily interactions and access to resources. The Maya also constructed ball courts, elongated, walled playing fields used for the ritualistic ball game. These courts were widespread across cities, reflecting the cultural significance of the game as a metaphor for cosmic battles and social order. Architecturally, ball courts varied in size and complexity, but all featured sloped walls and often stone rings mounted high on the sides, requiring remarkable skill from players. The interconnectivity of Maya cities was enhanced by sakbeab, raised stone causeways that linked plazas, temples, and even neighboring urban centers. These causeways facilitated trade, communication, and military movements. Their construction demonstrated careful planning and significant labor investment, highlighting the organized nature of Maya civilization. The interaction between the built environment and natural features was also a hallmark of Maya city design. Sacred caves, mountains, and water bodies were integrated into the urban fabric, serving religious and symbolic functions. For example, cenotes, natural sinkholes filled with fresh water, were revered as portals to the underworld and often became sites of ritual offerings and ceremonies. Despite the passage of centuries and the encroachment of jungle growth, many Maya architectural sites retain an aura of grandeur and mystery. Excavations continue to reveal the complexity of these cities, offering glimpses into a civilization that achieved remarkable feats in architecture, engineering, and urban planning. As we reflect on the architecture of ancient Maya cities, we appreciate not only the physical remnants, but the cultural and spiritual dimensions embedded within stone and space. These cities stand as testaments to human creativity, resilience, and the profound desire to connect Earth with cosmos, society with spirit. As we delve further into the architectural legacy of the ancient Maya, it is important to explore the ways in which their urban centers reflected and reinforced their complex social structures and religious beliefs. The cities were not only centers of political power, but also living expressions of a worldview that intertwined governance, spirituality, and cosmic order. Every plaza, palace, and pyramid was designed to communicate status, power, and divine favor, creating a landscape that was as symbolic as it was functional. One of the most emblematic features of Maya cities was the Acropolis, a raised ceremonial complex that served as the focal point for elite activities. Within these acropolises stood the palaces of rulers and nobles, grand structures often distinguished by their size, architectural embellishments, and strategic placement overlooking the city below. These palaces were built to impress, designed with multiple rooms, courtyards, and vaulted halls that hosted political gatherings, religious rituals, and administrative functions. The architecture conveyed the ruler's authority, legitimacy, and connection to the divine, reinforcing their central role in both secular and sacred life. In the heart of many Maya cities lay the great plazas, open spaces surrounded by temples, palaces, and ball courts. These plazas were the stages upon which the community gathered for markets, festivals, public ceremonies, and political events. Their spatial design facilitated large crowds and ensured that important rituals could be witnessed by many, reinforcing social cohesion and shared beliefs. The layout and scale of these plazas reflected the city's wealth and influence, with larger and more elaborately decorated plazas signaling greater power. The temples themselves were architectural marvels, often crowned by elaborate roof combs, decorative stone lattices that rose high above the temple roofs, adorned with intricate carvings and painted in vivid colors. These roof combs not only enhanced the visual impact of the temples, but also served symbolic functions, representing sacred mountains or the celestial realm. The carvings often depicted deities, mythological scenes, and royal iconography, reinforcing the religious and political messages embedded in the architecture. Religious symbolism permeated the design of Maya buildings. For example, the concept of the world tree, a cosmic axis connecting the underworld, earth, and heavens, was often represented in architecture through vertical elements like pyramids and stelae. The alignment of structures along cardinal directions echoed cosmological principles, and the integration of natural features such as caves and cenotes into urban layouts highlighted the sacred geography that underpinned Maya spirituality. The Maya were also adept at integrating their cities with the natural environment. Their settlements were carefully situated to take advantage of natural resources, such as water sources and fertile land, while also respecting the contours of the landscape. This ecological sensitivity was reflected in their construction techniques, which often incorporated elevated platforms to protect against flooding and drainage systems to manage rainwater. The harmonious blend of architecture and nature created urban spaces that were sustainable and resilient. Another key aspect of Maya architecture was its role in social stratification. Residential areas were divided into compounds of varying sizes and complexity, reflecting the status of their inhabitants. Elite residences were often constructed from durable materials like stone and featured decorative elements such as carved lintels and painted murals. commoner dwellings, by contrast, were typically built from perishable materials and arranged in more modest layouts. This spatial hierarchy reinforced social divisions and maintained the political order. The ball courts scattered throughout Maya cities served not only as venues for the ritual ball game, but also as symbols of cosmic duality and political power. The game itself was deeply embedded in Maya mythology, representing the eternal struggle between life and death, light and darkness. Architecturally, the courts were designed to enhance the drama of the game, with sloped walls and high stone rings challenging players' skill and symbolizing the lofty goals of spiritual conquest. Maya stelae, upright stone slabs carved with inscriptions and images, were often placed prominently in plazas and along causeways. These monuments commemorated significant events, such as royal accession, military victories, or calendrical milestones. The hieroglyphic texts etched on stelae offer invaluable insights into Maya history and worldview, and their placement within the cityscape served to remind citizens of their ruler's divine authority and the city's enduring legacy. Finally, the extensive network of sakbiob, or raised causeways, connected different parts of Maya cities and linked urban centers across the region. These paved roads, sometimes several kilometers long, facilitated communication, trade, and military movements. Their construction required coordinated labor and sophisticated engineering, further illustrating the organizational capabilities of Maya society. In sum, the architecture of ancient Maya cities was a complex and multi-layered phenomenon. It was an expression of cosmology, a tool of political power, a reflection of social hierarchy, and a testament to human ingenuity. The ruins that survive today, overgrown yet majestic, invite us to imagine the vibrant life and profound beliefs of a civilization that shaped its world through stone, space, and symbolism. As we continue our exploration of the ancient Maya, it becomes clear that their cities were far more than collections of stone structures. They were living, breathing expressions of a civilization's values, beliefs, and aspirations. The Maya integrated art, astronomy, religion, and politics into every facet of their architecture, crafting spaces that reflected their intricate understanding of the universe and their place within it. One of the remarkable achievements of Maya architects was their ability to blend urban development with the surrounding natural environment. The dense tropical forests of the Yucatan Peninsula, with their thick canopy and challenging terrain, might seem an unlikely setting for grand cities. Yet, the Maya not only built impressive urban centers amid this wilderness, but also designed them to harmonize with the landscape. Buildings were often constructed on natural elevations or atop raised platforms to avoid seasonal flooding. Water management systems, reservoirs, canals, and cisterns were ingeniously integrated to collect and conserve precious rainwater. These features ensured the sustainability of large populations and supported complex social and ceremonial activities. The use of space in Maya cities was deeply symbolic. Public plazas served as stages for political power and religious rituals, reinforcing the authority of rulers and the cohesion of the community. Palaces, often located adjacent to these plazas, were architectural embodiments of elite status. These multi-roomed complexes included audience halls, private chambers, and ritual spaces, adorned with intricate carvings and murals that depicted dynastic history and divine ancestry. Their proximity to ceremonial centers underscored the interdependence of political and spiritual leadership. Religious structures, especially pyramidal temples, dominated the city skyline. These stepped pyramids functioned as both sacred mountains and observatories. Their construction involved precise alignments with celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes, enabling priests and astronomers to mark time and perform rituals aligned with cosmic cycles. The temple's towering presence symbolized the connection between earth and sky, mortal and divine. Rituals conducted atop these temples served to renew social and cosmic order, affirming the ruler's divine mandate. The artistic embellishments on Maya architecture added layers of meaning. Elaborate stucco masks, serpent motifs, and depictions of gods adorned temple facades and palace walls. These visual narratives conveyed mythological themes, historical events, and political propaganda. Color played an essential role. Although much of the original paint has faded, remnants suggest vibrant palettes that brought these stories to life. The interplay of light and shadow on carved surfaces enhanced the spiritual ambience, transforming buildings into dynamic expressions of faith. Maya stelae and altars, carved with hieroglyphic inscriptions, were strategically placed within cities to commemorate significant events and rulers. These monuments were not merely decorative. They functioned as public records, legitimizing power and linking the living community with ancestral traditions. The glyphs also encode astronomical and calendrical information, reflecting the Mayas' sophisticated understanding of time. Residential architecture varied across social strata. Elite families lived in stone compounds with multiple rooms and courtyards, while commoners inhabited simpler structures built from perishable materials. Archaeological evidence reveals organized neighborhoods, reflecting social hierarchy and community organization. This residential diversity contributed to the city's vibrancy, supporting a range of crafts, trades, and domestic activities essential to urban life. Public infrastructure such as sakbiob, or raised causeways, connected key parts of the city and linked neighboring settlements. These elevated roads facilitated trade, communication, and political control. Their construction required coordinated labor and advanced engineering, highlighting the organizational capacity of Maya society. The causeways also had ceremonial significance, symbolizing pathways between the human and spiritual worlds. The Mayas' architectural achievements extended to specialized structures like ball courts, which were venues for the ritualistic Mesoamerican ballgame. These courts, often flanked by temples or palaces, were designed to accommodate large audiences and amplify the sounds of the game and accompanying ceremonies. The game's symbolic narrative of cosmic struggle added to the court's importance within the urban landscape. In considering the totality of Maya architecture, we recognize a civilization that integrated diverse influences, environmental, astronomical, religious, and political, into a cohesive and inspiring built environment. Their cities were not static ruins, but dynamic centers where stone and spirit met, where the human and divine coexisted, and where the aspirations of a people found expression in enduring forms. As modern explorers and scholars walk the ancient plazas and ascend the worn steps of Maya pyramids, they glimpse not only the physical grandeur, but the profound worldview embedded in these spaces. The architecture invites reflection on the human capacity to create meaning, order, and beauty amid the complexities of life. This completes our deep dive into the architectural marvels of ancient Maya cities. As we move forward, we will continue to uncover more about the lives, beliefs, and innovations of this remarkable civilization, appreciating the legacy they left for us all. As we journey further into the heart of the ancient Maya civilization, it becomes increasingly clear that their architectural achievements were not merely about construction, but about creating a physical and spiritual landscape that reflected their intricate worldview. The Maya masterfully combined functionality with profound symbolism, weaving cosmology, religion, politics, and social hierarchy into the very fabric of their cities. Each stone and structure spoke volumes, serving as both a practical space and a testament to their understanding of the cosmos and society. The ceremonial centers of Maya cities were focal points for religious life and political power. These centers, often elevated above the surrounding cityscape, were designed to emphasize the divine nature of rulers and the close relationship between the earthly and supernatural realms. The grand temples that crowned pyramid platforms were places of worship and ritual, where priests conducted ceremonies that reinforced the social order and sought favor from the gods. The ascent of these temples was symbolic, a pilgrimage connecting the earthly plane to the heavens, embodying the journey of the soul and the cycles of time. Moreover, Maya architects incorporated complex astronomical knowledge into their designs. Buildings were frequently aligned with celestial events such as solstices, equinoxes, and the movements of Venus, which held special significance in Maya mythology. The observatories within some cities enabled precise tracking of celestial bodies, linking architecture with the science of the heavens. This integration of astronomy ensured that religious festivals and agricultural cycles were timed to cosmic rhythms, reinforcing the sacred nature of time and space. In addition to monumental religious structures, Maya cities featured elaborate palatial complexes that served as the residences and administrative centers for the elite. These palaces showcased the wealth and power of ruling families through their size, decoration, and strategic placement. Courtyards, multiple rooms, and ceremonial halls allowed for governance, social gatherings, and ritual practices. The facades of palaces were often richly decorated with carved stone reliefs and glyphs, narrating royal lineage, political achievements, and mythological tales, thereby asserting the divine right of rulers and their connection to ancestral gods. Residential architecture also revealed the social stratification of Maya society. While the elite lived in stone structures with elaborate adornments, commoners typically resided in simpler homes constructed of perishable materials like wood and thatch. These dwellings were often clustered in neighborhoods, forming the fabric of daily life and reflecting kinship ties and social organization. Archaeological excavations have uncovered evidence of workshops, marketplaces, and communal spaces within these residential areas, illustrating a vibrant urban community that supported the city's economy and culture. The ball courts scattered throughout Maya cities were more than mere sporting arenas. They were sacred spaces charged with religious and political significance. The Mesoamerican ball game played within these courts symbolized cosmic struggles, the duality of life and death, and the cyclical nature of time. The architecture of ball courts, with their sloped sides and high stone rings, reflected this importance, creating dramatic settings for ritualized competition and public spectacle. Victories and defeats in the game often carried political implications, reinforcing or challenging the status quo. Sac Biob, the raised stone causeways, were vital infrastructural elements connecting various parts of cities and neighboring sites. These causeways facilitated trade, communication, and military movement, underscoring the interconnectedness of Maya polities. Their construction required coordinated labor and engineering expertise, highlighting the organizational complexity of Maya society. The Sakbeob also held ritual importance, symbolizing pathways between earthly and spiritual realms, linking temples, plazas, and sacred sites. Maya architecture was also remarkable for its artistic expression. Stucco masks, serpent motifs, and depictions of deities adorned temple facades and palace walls, infusing buildings with layers of symbolic meaning. These decorations, often painted in vivid colors, brought life and narrative to the stone, creating immersive environments that conveyed stories of creation, cosmology, and divine authority. The integration of hieroglyphic texts into architectural elements further enhanced this storytelling, preserving history and mythology in the cityscape itself. The ecological sensitivity of Maya urban planning cannot be overstated. Cities were designed to coexist with the natural environment, with structures and infrastructure adapted to the tropical rainforest climate. Water management systems, reservoirs, canals, and cisterns ensured reliable water supply, while elevated platforms and drainage mitigated flooding. The incorporation of natural features such as cenotes and sacred caves into urban layouts reflected a worldview that revered the landscape as a living entity, integral to religious and social life. Exploring these architectural marvels today, amid overgrown ruins and dense jungle, offers a glimpse into a civilization that harmonized engineering, art, spirituality, and governance in ways that continue to inspire. The Mayas' built environment was not merely a backdrop for their lives, but an active participant in the expression of their identity and beliefs. In closing this chapter of our journey, we recognize that the architecture of ancient Maya cities stands as a testament to human ingenuity and the profound desire to connect earth and sky, past and present, mortal and divine. These silent stones echo with stories of a people who crafted their world with vision, precision, and reverence, leaving a legacy that continues to captivate and teach us across the ages. As we continue to explore the remarkable architecture of the ancient Maya, it is essential to understand how their cities function not just as isolated marvels, but as vibrant centers of human activity, political power, and spiritual life. The urban fabric of Maya cities was woven together through a careful balance of monumental architecture, residential zones, ceremonial spaces, and infrastructural systems that supported their complex society. The monumental core of each city was a dramatic assemblage of plazas, pyramids, temples, and palaces, carefully arranged to reflect cosmological principles and social hierarchy. These grand spaces were designed to host ceremonies, political gatherings, and communal rituals that reinforced the authority of the ruling elite and the religious worldview underpinning Maya society. The plazas themselves were often vast open spaces, allowing for large gatherings and spectacles, while their boundaries, lined with impressive stone buildings, framed the social stage where power and devotion were publicly enacted. Surrounding these ceremonial cores were the residential districts, where the majority of the population lived. These neighborhoods ranged from densely packed clusters of modest houses, built with perishable materials, to more spacious stone compounds for the elite. Archaeological excavations reveal a complex urban layout with streets, courtyards, workshops, and marketplaces, indicating a high degree of organization and social stratification. The separation of residential areas from ceremonial centers underscored social distinctions, but also integrated daily life with religious and political activities. Water management was a critical concern in Maya urban planning. Despite the tropical environment, many Maya cities faced seasonal droughts and had to develop sophisticated systems for collecting, storing, and distributing water. Reservoirs, often constructed with stone retaining walls and lined with impermeable materials, collected rainwater during the wet season for use during dry periods. Canals and cisterns directed water flow throughout the city, supporting domestic needs, agriculture, and ritual cleansing. These hydraulic works were engineering achievements that demonstrated the Mayas' intimate understanding of their environment and their capacity for large-scale public works. The Maya also engineered causeways known as sakbeob, elevated paved roads that connected plazas within a city and linked cities across regions. These causeways were more than transportation routes. They were symbolic connectors representing the political and religious ties between centers of power. Their construction required coordinated labor and reflected the administrative organization necessary to sustain complex polities. The sakbeob facilitated trade, military movement, and communication, effectively knitting the Maya world together. Religious symbolism permeated the architectural language of the Maya. Temples were often adorned with elaborate stucco masks and carvings depicting deities, mythological scenes, and historical events. The intricate iconography served to communicate religious narratives, assert the divine legitimacy of rulers, and guide ritual practices. Roof combs, ornamental stone lattice structures atop temples, added vertical emphasis, symbolizing sacred mountains or celestial phenomena. Their presence transformed temples into towering spiritual landmarks, visible across the cityscape. Maya inscriptions, hieroglyphic texts carved on stelae, lintels, and walls, provide crucial insights into the civilization's history, politics, and cosmology. These texts chronicled royal lineages, military victories, and calendrical events, embedding the city's narrative into its physical fabric. Architecture thus became a living record, preserving the identity and memory of the Maya people across generations. Public structures such as ball courts held deep cultural and religious significance. The Mesoamerican ball game was a ritualized sport symbolizing cosmic struggles and renewal. Ball courts were architecturally distinctive, with long, narrow playing fields, sloped walls, and high-mounted stone rings. These courts served as venues for both athletic competition and spiritual drama, attracting spectators and participants from across the region. Their integration into city plans emphasized the importance of ritual performance in Maya society. Residential and community life was complemented by workshops and artisan quarters, where skilled craftspeople produced pottery, textiles, tools, and ritual objects. These spaces demonstrate the economic diversity and specialization within Maya cities. Artisans contributed to the city's cultural vitality and supported the material needs of its inhabitants. In addition to urban centers, the Maya also constructed ceremonial sites in the countryside, integrating sacred architecture with natural features such as caves, cenotes, and mountain peaks. These sites were pilgrimage destinations and places for specialized rituals, further illustrating the Maya's holistic worldview where nature and built environment were intertwined. Despite centuries of abandonment and the encroachment of jungle, the ruins of Maya cities stand as enduring testaments to human creativity and spiritual aspiration. They invite us to contemplate a civilization that forged a unique relationship between earth and sky, stone and spirit, community and cosmos. As our exploration draws forward, we appreciate that the architecture of ancient Maya cities was not merely a backdrop for history, but an active participant in shaping the lives and beliefs of a remarkable people. Through their monumental and everyday structures, the Maya expressed their vision of the world, a vision that continues to inspire and mystify us today. As we approach the final chapters of our journey through the architectural wonders of ancient Maya cities, it becomes increasingly clear that these urban centers were more than the sum of their monumental structures and intricate designs. They were living, dynamic spaces where the sacred and the secular intertwined, where daily life unfolded alongside ritual and ceremony, and where the built environment served as a canvas for expressing identity, power, and cosmology. Central to the Maya worldview was the concept of duality and balance, a theme reflected throughout their architecture. The cities were designed to embody cosmic principles, including the interplay of light and darkness, earth and sea, life and death. This duality was symbolized architecturally in the positioning of structures, the use of symmetry, and the integration of natural and built elements. For example, many temples faced east, greeting the rising sun and symbolizing renewal, while others aligned with the setting sun, representing endings and transitions. The Maya also placed great emphasis on the vertical dimension in their architecture. The soaring pyramids and towering roof combs served not only to impress, but to connect the terrestrial realm with the heavens. Climbing these temples was both a physical and spiritual journey, elevating priests and rulers closer to the gods. The spatial hierarchy within cities mirrored social and cosmological order, with the most sacred and powerful buildings rising above residential and commercial areas. Public spaces within Maya cities functioned as more than mere gathering spots. They were stages for the enactment of religious myths, political power, and social cohesion. Plazas were the heart of civic life, where rulers performed ceremonies to legitimize their authority, priests conducted rituals to ensure cosmic harmony, and citizens participated in festivals that reinforced communal identity. The careful arrangement of plazas and surrounding architecture ensured that these events were both visible and meaningful, creating a shared experience that bound the community together. The integration of art and architecture in Maya cities is particularly striking. Facades, lintels, and stelae were adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant murals depicting gods, ancestors, and historical events. These visual narratives served multiple purposes. They conveyed religious teachings, celebrated political achievements, and communicated the ruler's divine lineage. The iconography was highly symbolic, often incorporating motifs such as the serpent, jaguar, and maze, each loaded with cultural significance. Maya writing, one of the most sophisticated writing systems in the pre-Columbian Americas, was often incorporated into architectural elements. Hieroglyphic texts on monuments and buildings chronicled dynastic histories, calendrical events, and cosmological knowledge, effectively transforming the city into a living archive. These inscriptions provide modern scholars with invaluable insights into Maya politics, religion, and social organization. Residential architecture offers a window into the daily lives of the Maya. Excavations reveal that homes were arranged in compounds with multiple structures, including living spaces, kitchens, and workshops. While elite residences were constructed of stone and elaborately decorated, commoner dwellings were simpler but thoughtfully organized. The layout of neighborhoods reflects social organization, kinship ties, and economic activities, highlighting the complexity of urban life. Water management was critical to the sustainability of Maya cities. Sophisticated hydraulic engineering, including reservoirs, canals, and drainage systems, allowed cities to thrive in a challenging tropical environment. These systems supported agriculture, domestic needs, and ritual practices, underscoring the Mayas' profound understanding of and respect for their environment. The integration of water features into urban design also had symbolic importance, reflecting beliefs about fertility, purification, and the cycles of life. Sakbiob, raised stone causeways, played a crucial role in connecting different parts of cities and linking urban centers across the region. These causeways facilitated trade, communication, and political alliances, symbolizing pathways between the human and divine worlds. Their construction required coordinated labor and planning, demonstrating the organizational capabilities of Maya society. The Mesoamerican ballgame, played in specialized courts throughout Maya cities, held immense religious and social significance. These courts were architectural marvels themselves, designed to amplify the drama and spiritual meaning of the game. The ballgame symbolized cosmic battles and cycles of life and death, and its outcomes were often linked to political power. The court's placement near temples and plazas emphasized their centrality in Maya cultural life. Natural features such as cenotes, caves, and mountains were seamlessly integrated into the urban and ceremonial landscapes. These sites were considered sacred portals to other realms and were often the focus of ritual activity. The Mayas' reverence for nature and their ability to blend built environments with natural surroundings exemplify their holistic worldview. In conclusion, the architecture of ancient Maya cities represents a remarkable synthesis of engineering, artistry, spirituality, and social organization. These cities were not merely places to live, but sacred landscapes that expressed a civilization's deepest values and cosmic understanding. As modern visitors walk among the ruins, they are invited to experience a world where stone and spirit are intertwined, where every structure tells a story of human creativity, devotion, and connection. As we reach the conclusion of our exploration into the architectural grandeur of ancient Maya cities, it is fitting to reflect on the enduring legacy these magnificent urban centers have left behind. Though centuries have passed since the height of Maya civilization, and dense jungles now reclaim much of what was once vibrant cityscape, the ruins still resonate with stories of innovation, spirituality, and human determination. They stand as silent monuments to a people who sought to shape their world with meaning, precision, and awe. The Maya did not merely build structures. They created living environments that connected earth to sky, community to cosmos, and past to future. Their cities were embodiments of complex worldviews, where every architectural element had a purpose, practical, symbolic, or both. The pyramids reached toward the heavens, inviting communication with deities and ancestors. The plazas gathered citizens for ritual and governance. The ball courts enacted cosmic dramas through sport. And the residential compounds reflected social organization and daily life. Water management, a vital yet often overlooked aspect of Maya urbanism, showcased their sophisticated engineering and ecological wisdom. The ability to harness and store water amid tropical seasonal extremes enabled large populations to flourish in what might otherwise have been inhospitable environments. This harmonious relationship with nature, adapting and integrating natural features such as cenotes and caves into the urban fabric, demonstrates a holistic approach to city building that modern planners continue to admire. The architectural innovations of the Maya also reflected and reinforced their social and political structures. Palaces and temples were not just places of residence or worship, but statements of power, legitimacy, and divine right. The intricate carvings and hieroglyphs adorning these buildings chronicled dynastic histories and cosmological beliefs, linking rulers to the gods and providing a visual narrative that educated and inspired the populace. The very stones of these cities were storytellers, preserving cultural memory in enduring form. Moreover, the Mayas' integration of astronomical knowledge into their architecture underscores the intellectual sophistication of their civilization. Observatories and carefully aligned structures enabled precise tracking of celestial bodies, informing agricultural cycles, religious ceremonies, and political events. This synthesis of science and spirituality was central to Maya life, emphasizing harmony between human activity and the cosmos. The social fabric of Maya cities was complex and multifaceted. The division of urban space into elite and commoner areas, the presence of marketplaces, workshops, and causeways connecting distant parts of the city and other settlements all point to a dynamic society with diverse roles and interactions. This urban complexity facilitated economic specialization, cultural exchange, and political alliances that sustained Maya civilization for centuries. Today, the ruins of cities like Tikal, Palenque, Copan, and Uxmal stand as testaments to a civilization that combined artistic brilliance, technical mastery, and profound spiritual insight. The challenge of preserving these sites amid environmental threats and human activity highlights the continuing importance of understanding and honoring this heritage. The influence of Maya architecture extends beyond archaeology and history. It informs contemporary appreciation for sustainable design, cultural expression, and the human connection to environment and cosmos. The lessons embedded in stone and space inspire architects, urban planners, and cultural historians, reminding us that cities are not merely functional constructs but expressions of collective identity and aspiration. As we close this chapter, let us imagine the bustling life that once filled these spaces, the voices echoing through plazas, the rhythmic sounds of the ball game, the solemn chants atop pyramids, and the daily rhythms of families in their compounds. Though time has silenced these sounds, the spirit of the Maya endures in their enduring architectural masterpieces. In the quiet majesty of their ruins, we find a reflection of humanity's timeless quest to understand our place in the universe and to create meaning through the built environment. The ancient Maya remind us that architecture is not merely about buildings, but about crafting a world that embodies our deepest values, beliefs, and dreams. Thank you for joining this journey through the architecture of ancient Maya cities. May the echoes of their stones inspire you to see the spaces around you as living stories, woven with history, culture, and spirit. And as you rest, let these reflections settle gently in your mind, a bridge between past and present, earth and sky. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next one, if you're still here with us, please leave a like and softly subscribe to the channel. It helps us continue sharing these peaceful journeys into history. Now let's continue with another chapter of boring history for sleep. Tonight, we explore the quiet decline of a great civilization, the slow collapse of the Hittite Empire. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. The story of the Hittite Empire, one of the ancient world's most powerful and enigmatic civilizations, begins deep in the rugged landscapes of Anatolia, modern-day Turkey. Emerging around 1600 BCE, the Hittites rose from a collection of small city-states to establish an empire that would rival Egypt and Babylonia, dominating much of the Near East for several centuries. Their legacy, however, is not only marked by their impressive achievements in law, diplomacy, and military power, but also by the gradual, complex unraveling that led to their slow collapse, a process that unfolded over decades and left enduring mysteries for historians to ponder. At the height of their power, the Hittites were masters of political strategy and cultural adaptation. Their capital, Hattusa, was a sprawling city fortified by massive walls, towers, and gates adorned with intricate carvings of lions and dragons. The city's layout reflected advanced urban planning, with palaces, temples, administrative buildings, and residential quarters carefully organized to support the needs of a sophisticated bureaucracy and a vibrant religious life. The Hittite kings ruled not only through military might, but also through an elaborate system of laws and treaties that governed relations both within their realm and with neighboring states. The empire's military prowess was legendary. The Hittites were among the first to employ chariots extensively in warfare, which gave them a decisive advantage in battles against rival powers. Their armies were well-trained, equipped with advanced weapons and armor, and capable of projecting power across vast territories. This military strength enabled the Hittites to expand their borders, control critical trade routes, and influence the politics of surrounding regions. Yet despite their dominance, the empire was not monolithic. It was a complex mosaic of peoples, cultures, and loyalties that required careful management. Religious beliefs played a central role in Hittite society. They worshipped a pantheon of gods inherited and adapted from earlier Anatolian traditions, Mesopotamia, and other neighboring cultures. Temples and shrines dotted the landscape, serving as centers of ritual and community life. The Hittite king often acted as the chief priest, reinforcing his divine authority and linking the fate of the empire to the will of the gods. Religious festivals, ceremonies, and divination practices were integral to political decision-making and social cohesion. However, the strength of the Hittite Empire began to wane gradually due to a combination of internal and external pressures. Internally, the complex nature of their multi-ethnic empire presented governance challenges. Maintaining loyalty among diverse populations and local rulers required constant negotiation, and factional disputes within the royal court sometimes weakened central authority. Economic difficulties, including disruptions in trade routes and resource management, strained the empire's capacity to support its military and administrative apparatus. Externally, the Hittites faced increasing threats from emerging powers and nomadic groups. The Late Bronze Age was a turbulent period marked by widespread upheaval across the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East. Invasions, migrations, and conflicts disrupted long-established kingdoms, including the Hittites. Pressures from the Sea Peoples, mysterious maritime groups who attacked coastal cities, and incursions by other tribal confederations chipped away at the empire's borders and destabilized its core regions. The slow collapse of the Hittite Empire was not a sudden event but a drawn-out process characterized by gradual loss of territory, declining central control, and social fragmentation. Archaeological evidence suggests that key cities, including the capital Hattusa, were eventually abandoned, and the administrative and religious centers fell into ruin. The precise causes and sequence of events remain subjects of scholarly debate, partly due to the limited and fragmentary nature of surviving records. Despite the empire's decline, the cultural and political influence of the Hittites persisted in successor states and among neighboring peoples. Their legal codes, diplomatic practices, and artistic styles left lasting impressions on the region. The Hittite language and texts provide valuable insights into the political history, religion, and international relations of the Late Bronze Age, helping to illuminate a complex and interconnected ancient world. As we begin to unravel the slow collapse of this once mighty empire, we embark on a journey through a landscape of towering fortresses, ancient texts, and enigmatic ruins. The story of the Hittites offers a window into the fragility of power and the enduring legacy of a civilization that shaped the course of history in profound ways. Continuing the story of the Hittite Empire, it is essential to understand the intricate web of challenges that gradually eroded its strength, leading to a slow and complex collapse. Unlike the sudden destruction seen in other ancient empires, the decline of the Hittites was marked by a protracted period of instability, internal conflict, and external pressures that unfolded over decades. This gradual unraveling offers profound insights into the fragile nature of power in the ancient world. One of the key factors contributing to the empire's decline was the increasing difficulty of managing its diverse and sprawling territories. The Hittite realm encompassed a variety of peoples, languages, and cultures spread across Anatolia and into parts of the Levant and northern Syria. This diversity required a delicate balance of central authority and local autonomy, which was maintained through a network of vassal states, alliances, and diplomatic marriages. However, as the central government weakened, some of these vassal states began to assert greater independence, challenging the cohesion of the empire. The royal court, once a symbol of stability and authority, became a site of political intrigue and factionalism. Succession disputes and rivalries among noble families often destabilized governance, distracting rulers from the external threats pressing against their borders. The delicate alliances that held the empire together began to fray, as regional leaders pursued their own interests. This internal discord weakened the empire's ability to respond effectively to crises and maintain control over distant provinces. Economic difficulties also played a significant role in the Hittite decline. The empire's wealth depended heavily on control of trade routes connecting the Near East to the Aegean and Mediterranean worlds. However, disruptions caused by warfare, piracy, and shifting alliances made these routes increasingly insecure. The loss of access to vital resources, such as timber for construction and metal ores for weaponry, further strained the empire's infrastructure and military capacity. Agricultural production was also vulnerable to climatic fluctuations and social upheavals, which could lead to food shortages and population displacement. Externally, the Late Bronze Age was a period of widespread turmoil, often referred to as the Bronze Age collapse. The Hittites were not immune to these regional convulsions. The rise of new powers, such as the Assyrians, exerted pressure on Hittite borders, while incursions by nomadic and semi-nomadic groups, including the enigmatic Sea Peoples, threatened coastal cities and disrupted maritime trade. These external challenges compounded internal weaknesses, creating a cycle of decline difficult to reverse. Military campaigns that had once expanded and secured the empire became increasingly defensive and reactive. The once formidable Hittite army struggled to repel invaders and maintain control over rebellious provinces. The loss of key fortresses and cities signaled a shrinking sphere of influence. Archaeological evidence points to periods of destruction and abandonment in important urban centers, suggesting episodes of conflict and population displacement. Despite these hardships, the Hittites made efforts to adapt. Diplomatic correspondence, such as the famous treaties with Egypt, reveals attempts to forge peace and alliances. They engaged in negotiations and arranged marriages to secure borders and stabilize relations. However, these measures could only delay the inevitable decline rather than prevent it. The slow collapse of the Hittite Empire ultimately culminated in the abandonment of its major cities and the loss of centralized control. The political vacuum left behind was filled by emerging powers and new cultural groups, marking a significant transformation in the ancient Near East. Yet, the cultural and legal traditions of the Hittites survived, influencing successor states and neighboring civilizations. Studying the gradual decline of the Hittites provides a valuable perspective on how empires fall, not always with dramatic conquests or sudden catastrophe, but often through a complex interplay of internal weaknesses and external pressures. Their story reminds us of the delicate balance required to sustain power and the enduring impact of cultural legacy even after political collapse. As we delve further into this fascinating period, we uncover more about the resilience, adaptability, and ultimate fate of a civilization that shaped the ancient world in profound and lasting ways. The decline of the Hittite Empire was a gradual process marked by a series of interconnected challenges, weaving together internal strife, environmental pressures, and external threats. As their once mighty realm faltered, the effects rippled across Anatolia and beyond, reshaping the ancient Near East political landscape in profound ways. To understand this slow collapse, we must explore the multifaceted factors that undermined the Hittite state and examine how these elements intertwined over decades. Central to the empire's weakening was the fragmentation of political authority. The Hittite kingdom was not a monolithic state, but a coalition of city-states and regional powers, each with its own local rulers and loyalties. The central administration, based in Hattusa, maintained control through a network of vassal states and alliances. However, as the central government's power waned, many regional leaders seized the opportunity to assert autonomy or outright independence. This erosion of centralized authority led to a fracturing of the empire's unity, making coordinated defense and governance increasingly difficult. The royal succession crises that plagued the Hittite court further exacerbated political instability. Rival factions within the nobility vied for the throne, sometimes resulting in assassinations, coups, or civil wars. These internal conflicts distracted rulers from addressing external dangers and weakened the legitimacy of the monarchy. The resulting power struggles undermined the ability of the empire to respond effectively to the mounting pressures on its borders and internal cohesion. Environmental and economic factors also contributed significantly to the empire's decline. The Late Bronze Age was a period of climatic fluctuations that affected agricultural productivity across the Near East. Droughts, soil degradation, and resource depletion led to food shortages, undermining the economic base necessary to support large urban populations and standing armies. The Hittite economy, heavily reliant on agriculture and control of trade routes, suffered as commerce became more perilous due to increased warfare and instability. Trade disruptions had a profound impact on the empire's ability to sustain itself. The Hittites were strategically positioned along vital trade corridors connecting Mesopotamia, the Levant, and the Aegean. However, as political fragmentation spread and new groups challenged established powers, these routes became less secure. The decline of long-distance trade curtailed the flow of essential goods such as metals, luxury items, and raw materials. The loss of these resources not only weakened the economy, but also diminished the political leverage the Hittites once held over their neighbors. Externally, the empire faced relentless pressure from emerging powers and migrating peoples. The Assyrian kingdom to the southeast was expanding, exerting military and political influence over contested regions. Simultaneously, groups collectively referred to as the Sea Peoples launched raids and invasions along coastal cities, destabilizing the wider region. These incursions contributed to widespread destruction, displacement, and the collapse of several contemporary states, including the Hittites. Archaeological evidence from the period indicates episodes of violent destruction and abandonment of key Hittite sites, including the capital Hattusa. Layers of ash and rubble suggest that the city was burned and deserted, a dramatic end to a center that once symbolized imperial strength. The fall of Hattusa marked the end of centralized Hittite authority, with successor states and new cultures emerging in its wake. Despite this decline, the cultural and legal traditions of the Hittites endured. Their legal codes, administrative practices, and religious beliefs influenced successor kingdoms in Anatolia and the broader Near East. Hittite diplomacy, exemplified by treaties such as the famous pact with Egypt's Ramesses II, set precedents for international relations in the ancient world. The remnants of their language and script provide valuable insights into their history, culture, and worldview, allowing modern scholars to piece together the story of their rise and fall. The slow collapse of the Hittite Empire serves as a poignant example of how complex societies can unravel through a combination of internal weaknesses and external forces. It illustrates the delicate balance required to maintain power in a world marked by shifting alliances, environmental challenges, and cultural transformations. The Hittites' story is a reminder that the fall of great civilizations is often a gradual process, woven from many threads rather than a single cataclysmic event. As we continue to explore the aftermath of the empire's decline, we will delve into the legacy left behind by the Hittites, how their achievements influenced later cultures, and how their story reflects broader patterns of change in the ancient world. The echoes of their civilization resonate through history, offering timeless lessons about resilience, adaptation, and the impermanence of power. As the Hittite Empire entered its twilight years, the landscape of Anatolia and the surrounding regions was undergoing profound transformations. The once mighty empire, which had stood as a formidable force for centuries, was now a patchwork of fading power centers, contested territories, and emerging new societies. The slow collapse of the Hittites was not just a tale of political disintegration, but also one of cultural transition and enduring influence. The abandonment of Hattusa, the imperial capital, stands as a poignant symbol of this decline. Archaeological excavations reveal that the city was subjected to destruction by fire and subsequent desertion. Once a bustling metropolis with massive fortifications, royal palaces, and sacred temples, Hattusa was left to the encroaching wilderness. The precise causes of its fall remain debated, but evidence points to a combination of internal strife, external invasions, and economic hardships that rendered the city unsustainable. Its abandonment marked the effective end of centralized Hittite power in Anatolia. Yet, even as the political structures crumbled, the cultural and religious traditions of the Hittites persisted in fragmented forms. Local successor kingdoms, often led by regional elites, maintained aspects of Hittite governance, law, and ritual. These smaller polities adapted to the changing geopolitical realities, negotiating new alliances and cultural syntheses with neighboring peoples such as the Phrygians, Luwians, and others who were migrating into the region. One notable legacy of the Hittites was their legal system. The Hittite laws, among the earliest known legal codes, influenced subsequent legal traditions in the Near East. These laws addressed a wide range of social issues, from property rights and marriage to criminal offenses, reflecting a society deeply concerned with justice and order. The survival and adaptation of these legal principles in successor states highlight the enduring administrative sophistication of the Hittites. Religiously, the Hittite pantheon and ritual practices continued to shape spiritual life in Anatolia. Many of their gods and ceremonial customs were absorbed and transformed by later cultures, contributing to the rich tapestry of ancient Anatolian religion. Temples and sacred sites, some dating back to the Hittite period, remained centers of worship and pilgrimage, preserving the spiritual heritage even as political control shifted. The broader region also experienced significant demographic and cultural shifts during this period. The so-called Sea Peoples, mysterious groups originating from the Aegean and Mediterranean, played a role in destabilizing established powers and facilitating migrations. Their movements contributed to the emergence of new populations and cultural blends that reshaped the ancient Near East's ethnic and political map. Trade networks that had flourished under Hittite dominance were disrupted, but not entirely severed. New centers of commerce arose, adapting to altered routes and emerging powers. The decline of the Hittites coincided with changes in the geopolitical landscape that set the stage for the rise of other Anatolian kingdoms and the eventual ascendancy of empires, such as the Assyrians and Persians. The slow collapse of the Hittite Empire thus represents a complex transition rather than a simple end. It illustrates the resilience of cultural traditions amid political upheaval and the dynamic nature of ancient societies facing internal challenges and external pressures. The legacy of the Hittites is visible not only in archaeological ruins, but in the legal, religious, and cultural threads woven into the fabric of successor civilizations. For historians and archaeologists, this period remains a subject of intense study and fascination. The fragmented records, combined with the physical evidence of ruins and artifacts, challenge researchers to piece together a nuanced picture of decline, adaptation, and transformation. Understanding the slow collapse of the Hittites offers valuable perspectives on the vulnerabilities of complex societies and the enduring nature of cultural identity. As we reflect on this chapter of ancient history, we are reminded that the fall of great empires is rarely sudden or absolute. Instead, it is often a gradual process, marked by resilience, negotiation, and change. The Hittite Empire's slow collapse invites us to consider the delicate balances that sustain civilizations and the forces that ultimately reshape the course of history. As the Hittite Empire receded into history, its influence persisted not only through direct descendants, but also through the complex cultural and political transformations that swept across Anatolia and the Near East. The period following the empire's collapse was marked by both continuity and change, with the remnants of Hittite civilization blending into emerging societies and leaving an indelible mark on the ancient world's evolving tapestry. One of the most fascinating aspects of the post-Hittite period is how their political and cultural legacy influenced successor states. These smaller kingdoms, often centered around regional strongholds, adopted elements of Hittite administration, law, and religious practice. The city of Carchemish, for example, emerged as a significant Neo-Hittite center, preserving many traditions while adapting to new geopolitical realities. These Neo-Hittite states maintained diplomatic relationships with powerful neighbors such as Assyria, demonstrating a complex interplay of autonomy and influence. The legal traditions of the Hittites continued to resonate. Their sophisticated codes, among the earliest recorded legal systems, addressed civil, criminal, and family law. The principles enshrined in these laws, emphasizing fairness and social order, influenced later Near Eastern legal frameworks. These laws reveal a society deeply concerned with justice and the maintenance of harmony, values that transcended the empire's political demise. Religiously, the Hittite pantheon and rituals survived in various forms. The worship of major deities such as the storm god Teshub and the sun goddess Arinity continued in regional cults and ceremonies. Temples, often located on or near ancient Hittite sacred sites, remained focal points for community life. This religious continuity provided a sense of stability and identity amid the political fragmentation that characterized the region. Trade and economic networks adapted to the new realities. While the vast imperial infrastructure of the Hittites was no longer intact, regional centers maintained commercial activities, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. The disruption of major trade routes caused by political instability led to the rise of alternative paths and markets, reshaping economic landscapes. These changes reflect the resilience and flexibility of ancient societies in the face of upheaval. The migrations and incursions by groups such as the Sea Peoples added further complexity to the post-collapse era. Their movements contributed to demographic shifts and cultural exchanges that influenced the formation of new ethnic and political identities. The blending of traditions and peoples during this time set the stage for the rich cultural diversity that would characterize Anatolia and the Near East in subsequent centuries. Archaeological discoveries continue to shed light on this transformative period. Excavations reveal layers of occupation, destruction, and rebuilding, illustrating the dynamic nature of the landscape. Artifacts such as pottery, inscriptions, and architectural remains provide glimpses into the daily lives, beliefs, and artistic expressions of communities navigating a world in flux. The story of the Hittite Empire's slow collapse and its aftermath offers timeless lessons about the fragility and adaptability of civilizations. It underscores how cultural legacies can endure beyond political power, influencing successor states and shaping the course of history. The Hittites' achievements in law, diplomacy, religion, and architecture did not vanish with their political demise, but continued to inform and inspire future generations. As we conclude this exploration of the Hittite Empire's decline, we are reminded of the complex interplay between power and culture, resilience and change. The echoes of the Hittites resonate through time, inviting us to reflect on the enduring human quest for order, meaning, and connection amid the ever-shifting tides of history. Thank you for joining this journey into the slow collapse of a great ancient empire. May these stories of rise and fall deepen our understanding of the past and enrich our appreciation for the civilizations that shaped our world. As the Hittite Empire continued its gradual decline, the once expansive and powerful state found itself increasingly fragmented, both politically and socially. The weakening central authority struggled to maintain control over distant provinces and vassal states, many of which began asserting greater independence or fell under the influence of emerging powers. This fracturing created a patchwork of competing interests, making the region one of dynamic change and often conflict. One key factor accelerating this fragmentation was the rise of the Assyrian Empire to the southeast. The Assyrians, known for their formidable military and administrative capabilities, expanded aggressively during the Late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age, encroaching upon former Hittite territories. Their incursions destabilized the balance of power, as some Hittite vassals sought protection or alliance with the rising empire, while others resisted fiercely. The Assyrian expansion significantly contributed to the erosion of Hittite influence in northern Mesopotamia and parts of Syria. Meanwhile, the enigmatic movements of the so-called Sea Peoples further unsettled the region. Though their origins remain debated, these groups conducted widespread raids along the Mediterranean coast, targeting established centers of power, including some within Hittite domains. The destruction wrought by these incursions contributed to the widespread collapse of several Late Bronze Age civilizations, including the Hittites. Coastal cities suffered damage or abandonment, disrupting maritime trade networks that had once underpinned the empire's economy. Internal social unrest also played a role in the empire's unraveling. The pressures of maintaining a vast military apparatus, combined with economic difficulties and possible food shortages caused by climatic fluctuations, led to strains within the population. Evidence suggests that some urban centers experienced depopulation or social upheaval during this turbulent period. The ability of the ruling elite to effectively govern diminished as local leaders gained autonomy, further weakening imperial cohesion. Despite these challenges, the Hittite cultural and religious traditions persisted in various forms. Neo-Hittite kingdoms, often centered in southern Anatolia and northern Syria, continued to flourish for several centuries. These successor states preserved many aspects of Hittite governance, art, and religion while adapting to new geopolitical realities. Their interactions with neighboring powers, including the Assyrians and emerging Aramean groups, created a complex and evolving cultural landscape. Archaeological findings from sites like Carchemish and Zincirli provide valuable insights into this transitional era. The art and inscriptions from these sites demonstrate a continuity of Hittite motifs, alongside influences from surrounding cultures. The persistence of the Hittite language and script in these regions attests to the lasting impact of their civilization. Economically, the collapse of centralized control disrupted traditional trade routes but did not halt commerce altogether. New networks emerged, often more localized or oriented toward different powers, reflecting the shifting political map. The adaptation of trade and production methods illustrates the resilience of human societies in the face of change. The gradual decline of the Hittite Empire thus exemplifies the complexities of imperial collapse. It was neither sudden nor uniform, but marked by a series of interconnected events and processes that reshaped Anatolia and the Near East. Understanding this slow collapse enriches our appreciation of how ancient civilizations navigated challenges and transitions, offering lessons that resonate through history. As we reflect on this chapter, we recognize the enduring legacy of the Hittites, a civilization that, despite its decline, left profound marks on law, diplomacy, religion, and culture. Their story reminds us that even in collapse, civilizations contribute to the ongoing human journey, influencing what comes after in ways both tangible and intangible. As the shadows of decline deepened over the Hittite Empire, the once formidable structures of governance, military prowess, and cultural identity began to fracture, giving way to a period marked by uncertainty, adaptation, and transformation. This phase in Hittite history, often overshadowed by tales of conquest and glory, reveals a profound story of resilience and change amid the slow unraveling of a great civilization. Political fragmentation became the defining characteristic of this era. The central authority, once exerted with ironclad control from the capital Hattusa, weakened as local rulers and city-states asserted their autonomy. These regional powers, while often retaining cultural and administrative links to their Hittite heritage, operated increasingly independently. The balance of power shifted from a unified empire to a constellation of smaller, competing polities, each vying for influence in a rapidly changing geopolitical landscape. Amidst this fragmentation, diplomacy remained a vital tool. The fragmented Hittite successor states engaged in complex networks of alliances, marriages, and treaties, navigating a world where survival often depended on astute political maneuvering. These interactions not only maintained cultural continuity, but also introduced new influences, as contacts with Assyrians, Aramaeans, and other neighboring groups brought fresh ideas and practices into the region. Military challenges persisted and evolved. The Hittite armies, once renowned for their chariot warfare and formidable infantry, faced new threats and changing tactics. The incursions by the Sea Peoples and pressures from expanding powers like Assyria forced these successor states to adapt defensively. Fortifications were enhanced, and strategies shifted toward protecting remaining strongholds rather than expansive conquest. These military adaptations highlight the resilience of these polities amid external pressures. Economically, the decline disrupted long-established trade networks, yet did not extinguish commerce entirely. Local and regional trade flourished in new forms, with markets and caravans adjusting routes to accommodate political realities. The exchange of goods, metals, textiles, ceramics, and luxury items continued to bind communities together, even as imperial structures dissolved. This economic adaptability was crucial for the survival and cultural vitality of the region's peoples. Culturally, the late Hittite period saw a fascinating fusion of traditions. Artistic styles incorporated Hittite motifs alongside influences from Aramean, Phoenician, and Assyrian cultures. Inscriptions and reliefs from this period reveal a blend of languages and iconography, reflecting a dynamic interchange of ideas. Religious practices similarly evolved, with older Hittite deities remaining prominent while new gods and rituals entered the pantheon. Archaeological evidence from Neo-Hittite sites provides glimpses into this complex era. Cities like Carchemish and Zinkirli exhibit impressive fortifications, palatial complexes, and richly decorated temples, demonstrating that despite political fragmentation, a high level of artistic and architectural achievement persisted. These centers became cultural and political hubs in their own right, preserving aspects of Hittite heritage while contributing to the region's evolving identity. The environment itself also played a role in shaping these developments. Climate fluctuations and ecological changes affected agricultural productivity and resource availability, placing additional pressures on communities already grappling with political and social instability. The ability to adapt to these environmental challenges was critical for the survival of the region's inhabitants. The story of the Hittite Empire's slow collapse and its aftermath offers profound lessons on the nature of change. It illustrates how civilizations do not simply vanish, but transform, breaking apart, merging with others, and giving rise to new cultural landscapes. The legacy of the Hittites lived on in the traditions, laws, and artistic expressions of successor peoples, influencing the historical trajectory of Anatolia and the Near East. As we reflect on this chapter, we are reminded that history is a tapestry woven from both triumph and decline, continuity and change. The resilience of the Hittite legacy amid decline speaks to the enduring human spirit's capacity to adapt and reinvent itself. The ruins and artifacts left behind are not just remnants of the past, they are storytellers, whispering the complexities of a civilization that shaped and was shaped by the turbulent currents of its time. As the era of the Hittite Empire drew to a close, the lands once governed by this powerful civilization were marked by profound transformation and cultural intermingling. The vacuum left by the fading empire gave rise to new powers and societies, reshaping the political and cultural landscape of Anatolia and the Near East. Understanding this transition is crucial for appreciating how the legacies of ancient civilizations persist beyond their political decline. One of the most significant outcomes of the Hittite collapse was the emergence of the Neo-Hittite states. These successor kingdoms, scattered throughout southern Anatolia and northern Syria, preserved much of the Hittite cultural and political heritage while adapting to new regional dynamics. They continued to use the Hittite language and script, maintained religious traditions, and upheld artistic styles that echoed their imperial past. These states acted as cultural bridges between the ancient Bronze Age world and the rising Iron Age civilizations. The Neo-Hittite kingdoms engaged in intricate diplomatic relationships with neighboring powers, such as the Assyrians, Arameans, and Phrygians. These interactions involved alliances, trade, warfare, and cultural exchange, illustrating the complex geopolitics of the post-imperial landscape. While the centralized authority of the Hittites was gone, the regional rulers skillfully navigated the shifting power dynamics to maintain their domains and influence. Archaeological sites like Carchemish provide valuable insights into this period. Carchemish, once a major Hittite city, flourished as a Neo-Hittite capital, featuring impressive fortifications, palatial architecture, and richly decorated temples. The city's monumental art displays a blend of Hittite motifs and influences from neighboring cultures, reflecting a syncretic cultural identity. Inscriptions from the site document royal genealogies, military campaigns, and religious rituals, offering a window into the political and spiritual life of the time. The art and architecture of the Neo-Hittite states demonstrate continuity and innovation. Stone reliefs depict kings, gods, and mythological creatures with striking detail and symbolism, reinforcing the divine legitimacy of rulers and the sacred nature of their authority. Architectural features such as gates, walls, and temples were both functional and ceremonial, emphasizing protection, power, and piety. Economically, the post-Hittite world saw the reorganization of trade networks. The disruption of imperial infrastructure led to the rise of new trade routes and centers, with goods flowing between Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the Levant. This economic vitality supported the Neo-Hittite kingdoms and contributed to cultural exchanges that enriched the region's diversity. Religiously, the persistence of Hittite deities alongside the introduction of new gods illustrates the dynamic spiritual landscape. Temples continued to serve as focal points for community life and royal ritual, maintaining traditions while adapting to evolving beliefs. This religious continuity provided a sense of identity and stability amid political fragmentation. The environmental context also influenced these developments. Climatic changes and resource pressures affected settlement patterns and agricultural productivity, challenging communities to innovate and adapt. The resilience of these societies is evident in their ability to sustain urban centers and cultural traditions despite adversity. The slow collapse of the Hittite Empire and the rise of its successors highlight the complexity of historical transformation. Rather than a sudden end, this period was characterized by gradual shifts, adaptation, and cultural blending. The Hittites' legacy endured through their successors and the lasting impact they had on the ancient world's legal, religious, and artistic traditions. As we reflect on this rich and nuanced history, we recognize that the story of the Hittite Empire is not merely one of rise and fall, but of continuity, change, and the enduring human endeavor to create meaning and order in an ever-changing world. Their legacy invites us to consider how civilizations evolve, influence one another, and leave marks that transcend time. As the Neo-Hittite kingdoms solidified their presence in the aftermath of the great empire's fall, they became vibrant centers of culture and political activity in a region experiencing significant change. These successor states, while inheriting the legacy of the Hittite Empire, were dynamic entities adapting to a new world where power was more fragmented and diverse. Their story reveals much about resilience and transformation in ancient times, as well as the enduring influence of a civilization that refused to fade quietly into history. One striking feature of the Neo-Hittite period is the remarkable artistic and architectural synthesis evident at sites like Carchemish, Zincirli, and Melide. These cities became showcases of cultural fusion, where traditional Hittite motifs mingled with influences from Assyrian, Aramean, and even early Phrygian styles. Stone reliefs, monumental gates, and temples were elaborately decorated with images that celebrated kingship, divine protection, and mythological narratives, symbolizing continuity even amid change. The craftsmanship reveals skilled artisans who carried forward ancient techniques while embracing new aesthetic ideas. Political life in these kingdoms was complex and often precarious. The Neo-Hittite rulers navigated a challenging geopolitical landscape, balancing diplomacy and warfare with neighboring powers such as Assyria, Urartu, and various Aramean states. Their inscriptions recount battles won and lost, alliances forged, and dynastic lineages claimed, underscoring the importance of royal legitimacy and military strength. Despite smaller scale compared to the imperial era, These kingdoms maintained elaborate court rituals and state ceremonies that echoed the grandeur of their Hittite predecessors. Economically, the Neo-Hittite states thrived through regional trade networks that connected Anatolia with Mesopotamia, the Levant, and the Aegean. Markets in these cities bustled with goods ranging from local agricultural products to exotic imports. The movement of metals, textiles, ceramics, and luxury items helped sustain urban life and facilitated cultural exchanges. This commerce contributed to the resilience and adaptability of these societies in a period marked by broader disruptions. Religion continued to play a central role in Neo-Hittite society. Temples dedicated to traditional Hittite deities remained focal points of worship, while the pantheon also expanded to incorporate new gods, reflecting the multicultural milieu. Religious festivals and rituals were essential for social cohesion and royal propaganda, linking kings to divine favor and reinforcing their authority. The sacred landscape, with its temples, shrines, and holy sites, served as a tangible connection between the community and the cosmos. Despite the political fragmentation, the legacy of the Hittite legal and administrative systems influenced governance structures. Elements of their laws and bureaucratic organization persisted, adapted to the needs of smaller polities. This continuity highlights the depth of Hittite institutional development and its lasting impact on the region's political culture. Archaeological investigations continue to shed light on this transitional era, uncovering inscriptions, reliefs, and urban layouts that reveal the complexities of Neo-Hittite civilization. These findings enrich our understanding of how cultures evolve, merge, and endure amid changing historical circumstances. The slow collapse of the Hittite Empire and the rise of Neo-Hittite kingdoms illustrate broader themes in human history: the interplay of decline and renewal, the persistence of cultural identity, and the adaptation of societies to shifting political and environmental landscapes. This period serves as a reminder that the end of an empire often marks the beginning of new cultural expressions and political realities. As we reflect on the rich history of the Hittites and their successors, we gain insight into the enduring nature of human creativity and resilience. Their story invites us to appreciate the complexity of ancient civilizations and the ways in which past societies inform our present understanding of culture, power, and identity. As we draw our exploration of the Hittite Empire and its gradual decline to a close, it is important to reflect on the lasting legacy this civilization has imparted upon history and the modern world. The slow collapse of the Hittites was not an abrupt disappearance, but a transformation, a complex process where political power waned, but cultural and intellectual contributions endured, influencing subsequent societies in Anatolia and beyond for centuries to come. The Hittite legal traditions, for instance, stand among the earliest sophisticated law codes known to humankind. Their comprehensive laws addressed issues ranging from property rights and family disputes to punishments for various crimes. These codes reveal a society deeply invested in justice and social order, concepts that resonated beyond their empire's borders and echoed in the legal frameworks of successor civilizations. The enduring influence of Hittite jurisprudence testifies to the civilization's role in shaping governance and societal norms in the ancient Near East. Diplomatically, the Hittites were pioneers in international relations. Their treaties, including the famous peace accord with Egypt's pharaoh Ramesses II after the Battle of Kadesh, exemplify early examples of formal diplomacy and treaty-making. These agreements, often sealed with oaths invoking deities and witnessed by envoys, set precedents for diplomatic practices that would shape relations between states for millennia. The nuanced political strategies of the Hittites, balancing warfare with negotiation, highlight their sophisticated approach to power and survival. Culturally, the art and religious practices of the Hittites left indelible marks on the region. Their iconography, depicting gods, kings, and mythological creatures, influenced neighboring cultures and inspired artistic traditions long after the empire's decline. Temples and ritual sites continued to be revered, and elements of Hittite mythology were absorbed into the spiritual fabric of successor peoples. This cultural continuity underscores the depth and resilience of Hittite civilization beyond its political lifespan. The archaeological legacy of the Hittites provides a tangible connection to this ancient world. Excavations at sites like Hattusa have uncovered massive city walls, royal archives with thousands of cuneiform tablets, and monumental architecture that speak to the empire's grandeur and administrative sophistication. These discoveries not only illuminate the past, but also inspire awe at the capabilities of a civilization that thrived over 3 millennia ago. The slow collapse itself offers valuable lessons on the dynamics of empire and the fragility of power. It shows how a confluence of internal divisions, environmental challenges, economic pressures, and external invasions can erode even the most formidable states. Yet it also reveals how cultural identity and traditions can persist, adapt, and transform in the face of such challenges, shaping the course of history in unexpected ways. In the modern era, the Hittites remind us of the complexity of human societies and the intricate webs of influence that connect past and present. Their story encourages reflection on how civilizations rise, fall, and leave enduring legacies that transcend their temporal boundaries. The stones of their cities, the words of their laws, and the echoes of their diplomacy continue to speak across time, inviting us to listen and learn. Thank you for accompanying this journey through the rise and slow collapse of the Hittite Empire. May the lessons and stories of this remarkable civilization enrich your understanding of history's depth and humanity's enduring quest for order, meaning, and connection. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next one, if you're still here with us, please leave a like and softly subscribe to the channel. It helps us continue sharing these peaceful journeys into history. Now let's continue with another chapter of boring history for sleep. Tonight, we explore the quiet and complex world of the history of the Ottoman imperial harem. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. The Ottoman imperial harem, an enigmatic and often misunderstood institution, was a central feature of the Ottoman Empire's political and social structure for centuries. Far from the exoticized or sensationalized portrayals often found in popular culture, the harem was a complex, multifaceted world where power, influence, and survival intertwined within the walls of the imperial palace. To understand the harem is to glimpse a hidden dimension of Ottoman history, one that shaped the empire's leadership, culture, and daily life in profound ways. At its core, the harem was the private living quarters of the Sultan and his family within the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, a sprawling complex that served as the political and administrative heart of the empire. The term harem itself derives from the Arabic word haram, meaning forbidden or sacred, signifying a space set apart, guarded, and reserved exclusively for women and those intimately connected to the Sultan's household. Access to the harem was strictly controlled, and it operated as a separate world governed by its own rules, hierarchies, and rituals. The women of the Ottoman imperial harem were not simply passive figures confined to luxury and leisure. They were diverse in origin and role: consorts, wives, mothers, princesses, servants, eunuchs, and administrators, each contributing to the intricate social fabric. Many women entered the harem as slaves, often from the Caucasus, the Balkans, or the broader Mediterranean region. However, their status could change dramatically. Some rose to positions of considerable influence and power, shaping imperial policy and court life. The harem was, paradoxically, both a place of captivity and opportunity. Central to the harem's hierarchy was the Sultan's mother, known as the Valide Sultan. She wielded remarkable authority, often acting as the empire's most influential woman behind the scenes. The Valide Sultan oversaw the administration of the harem and exercised significant political power, influencing the Sultan's decisions and the empire's governance. Her role was pivotal, blending maternal authority with political acumen, and she often served as a mediator between the Sultan and the wider court. The daily life within the harem was governed by strict protocols and routines. The women engaged in education, religious observance, artistic pursuits, and the management of household affairs. Music, poetry, and embroidery flourished, reflecting the cultural richness of the Ottoman court. Education was highly valued, especially for those women destined to become consorts or influential figures, encompassing languages, literature, religion, and etiquette. The harem was thus a space of both cultural refinement and intense competition. Eunuchs played a critical role in the harem's functioning. Castrated men, often from Africa or the Balkans, served as guardians and administrators, entrusted with maintaining order and security within the women's quarters. Their presence ensured the separation of the harem from the rest of the palace and protected the privacy of the women. Eunuchs often held substantial authority, managing the complex social and administrative affairs of the harem and acting as intermediaries between the sultan's family and the outside world. Marriage alliances within the harem were deeply political. The sultan's selection of consorts was not only a matter of personal preference, but a strategic decision influencing dynastic continuity and political alliances. Children born in the harem, especially sons, were potential heirs to the throne, making their mother's status critical. The intense competition for the sultan's favor among women and their factions often had far-reaching political implications, sometimes sparking rivalries that echoed through the corridors of power. The Ottoman imperial harem was also a center of charity and religious activity. The women, particularly those of higher status, sponsored charitable foundations, schools, and mosques. These philanthropic efforts enhanced their prestige and reinforced the empire's social and religious fabric. The harem's influence extended beyond palace walls, impacting Ottoman society in diverse and lasting ways. Understanding the harem requires dispelling myths and recognizing its complexity as a social institution. It was neither merely a space of seclusion nor solely a den of intrigue, but a multifaceted environment where gender, power, and culture intersected. The lives of the women within shaped the empire's history, leaving a legacy that continues to fascinate and inform. As we begin this journey into the history of the Ottoman imperial harem, we will explore the origins, daily life, power dynamics, and cultural significance of this extraordinary institution, uncovering stories of ambition, influence, and resilience hidden behind its guarded doors. As we delve deeper into the world of the Ottoman imperial harem, it is crucial to understand the intricate social hierarchy and power dynamics that define life within its walls. The harem was not simply a collection of women living in seclusion. It was a structured society with defined roles, responsibilities, and ambitions. Each person, from the sultan's consorts to the eunuchs, played a part in maintaining the delicate balance of power and influence that shaped the empire's inner workings. At the apex of the harem hierarchy stood the Valide Sultan, the sultan's mother. The Valide Sultan was often the most powerful woman in the empire, wielding influence over both palace affairs and political decisions. Her authority extended beyond the private chambers into the wider Ottoman court and administration. This position allowed her to act as a queen mother, advisor, and sometimes even regent, particularly when the sultan was young or inexperienced. The Valide Sultan's ability to manage palace intrigues and broker alliances was critical in preserving the stability of the dynasty. Below the Valide Sultan were the sultan's consorts, known as Khadins. These women, often chosen for their beauty, intelligence, and loyalty, could rise to significant prominence depending on their relationship with the sultan and the status of their children. The highest-ranking consort held the title Haseki Sultan, signifying her position as the sultan's favorite and the mother of his heir. The Haseki Sultan's influence could rival that of the Valide Sultan, especially if she bore a male heir, which made her a central figure in palace politics. The consorts were supported by a vast retinue of servants, attendants, and female administrators who managed daily life in the harem. These women were responsible for education, training in court etiquette, and managing the household's complex affairs. Education within the harem was rigorous, emphasizing literature, music, poetry, and religious instruction. This training prepared the women to navigate the court's social intricacies and, for some, to engage in political maneuvering. Eunuchs, often divided into white and black eunuchs based on their origin and duties, served as guardians and officials within the harem. Black eunuchs, recruited primarily from Africa, were entrusted with the security of the women's quarters, while white eunuchs typically held administrative roles. Their unique position as trusted servants allowed them to act as intermediaries between the sultan, his family, and the outside world. Some eunuchs amassed considerable power, becoming influential figures in palace politics. The harem was also a place of intense competition. The struggle for the sultan's favor among the women often had political ramifications. Rival factions formed, led by powerful consorts, or the Valide Sultan herself, vying to secure positions of influence for themselves and their children. These internal conflicts could lead to intrigue, alliances, and sometimes tragic outcomes. However, this competition also fostered a culture of refinement, education, and cultural patronage, as women sought to enhance their status through patronage of the arts and charitable works. Children born in the harem, especially princes, were central to the power dynamics within the palace. The succession of the throne was a critical issue, and mothers of potential heirs worked tirelessly to secure their sons' futures. The upbringing of princes was carefully managed, with tutors and guardians preparing them for leadership. The fate of the empire often hinged on the complex relationships within the harem, as the ambitions and alliances forged there influenced imperial policy and succession. Beyond the political and social aspects, the harem was also a cultural hub. Women of the harem contributed to the empire's artistic and intellectual life, commissioning works of literature, poetry, and architecture. The harem's private quarters were adorned with exquisite decoration, reflecting the sophistication and aesthetic sensibilities of its inhabitants. Music and dance were integral to daily life, serving both as entertainment and as expressions of cultural identity. Religious devotion was a cornerstone of life in the harem. The women participated in rituals and prayers, seeking divine favor for themselves and the dynasty. Many established charitable foundations and endowed mosques, schools, and hospitals, using their wealth and influence to benefit society. These acts of piety reinforced their status and connected the private world of the harem to the broader Ottoman society. Understanding the Ottoman imperial harem requires a nuanced appreciation of its complexity, an institution where power, culture, spirituality, and survival intertwined. Far from being a mere curiosity or symbol of exoticism, the harem was a vital center of influence that shaped the course of Ottoman history. As we continue our journey, we will explore the daily lives, challenges, and legacies of the women and eunuchs who inhabited this hidden world. The Ottoman imperial harem was not simply a secluded space of the Sultan's palace, but a vibrant and dynamic institution that played a critical role in the political and social fabric of the empire. While often misunderstood through the lens of Western exoticism and myth, the harem was a place of education, governance, diplomacy, and cultural production, where women wielded influence both subtle and overt. To truly appreciate the harem's complexity, we must explore how it functioned as a center of power and how the women within it shaped the empire's destiny. Education was a cornerstone of life in the harem, especially for the women destined to become consorts or influential figures. From a young age, girls brought into the harem were trained in a wide array of subjects: languages such as Ottoman Turkish, Persian, and Arabic, religious studies, poetry, music, and etiquette. This rigorous education prepared them not only for court life, but also for potential roles in advising the Sultan or managing vast estates. The harem was thus a place where intellect and culture flourished behind its guarded walls. One of the most remarkable features of the Ottoman harem was its role as a political arena. Women, particularly the Valide Sultan and the Haseki Sultan, often exerted considerable influence over imperial policies and court appointments. Their counsel was sought by the Sultan, and their favor could determine the careers of viziers, generals, and officials. The position of Valide Sultan, held by the Sultan's mother, was especially powerful. She often acted as an advisor and regent, mediating court factions and sometimes shaping foreign policy. This maternal authority was a defining feature of the empire's governance, with the harem functioning as a nexus of female political power. Eunuchs were indispensable to the operation of the harem. These men, typically castrated and often of African or Balkan origin, served as guardians and administrators, ensuring security and protocol within the women's quarters. The chief black eunuch, in particular, held a position of great authority, acting as a gatekeeper between the harem and the outer palace, and sometimes influencing state affairs. Their unique status allowed eunuchs to navigate between genders and roles, becoming trusted confidants to the Sultan and key figures in palace intrigue. The relationships and rivalries within the harem shaped the empire's history in subtle but profound ways. The competition among consorts for the Sultan's favor often translated into political maneuvering, as mothers sought to secure the throne for their sons. Intrigues, alliances, and occasional conflicts punctuated the harem's daily life, with power struggles reflecting broader tensions within the Ottoman court. Yet these dynamics also fostered a culture of patronage and artistic expression, as women commissioned works of art, architecture, and literature to enhance their prestige. Beyond politics, the harem was a cultural center. The women nurtured music, poetry, calligraphy, and other arts, creating a refined environment where creativity blossomed. They participated in religious life, attending ceremonies and supporting charitable works such as the founding of schools, mosques, and hospitals. These philanthropic activities extended the harem's influence into Ottoman society, linking private power with public welfare. The harem's spatial organization reflected its complex social hierarchy. It consisted of multiple quarters, including living spaces, educational rooms, gardens, and prayer areas. Access was highly regulated, with strict protocols dictating who could enter and under what circumstances. This separation ensured privacy, but also created a closely knit community where relationships were intensely personal and political. Despite its seclusion, the harem was deeply connected to the outside world. News of court decisions, diplomatic developments, and imperial campaigns reached its walls, and its inhabitants played roles in shaping these events. Women of the harem often corresponded with provincial governors and foreign dignitaries, influencing policy and forging alliances. Their letters and communications form an important part of Ottoman historical records. Understanding the Ottoman imperial harem thus requires moving beyond stereotypes to recognize it as a vital institution that combined gender, power, culture, and politics. The women and eunuchs within it were not mere spectators, but active participants in the empire's governance and cultural life. As we continue, we will delve into the daily routines, ceremonies, and personal stories that bring this hidden world to life, revealing the human dimension behind the grand history. Continuing our journey into the Ottoman imperial harem, it is essential to explore the daily life and intricate routines that define this secluded world. Life inside the harem was governed by strict protocols and a delicate balance of social roles, where each individual, whether a consort, servant, or eunuch, knew their place and duties. Despite its privacy and isolation, the harem was a vibrant community filled with education, artistry, devotion, and at times, intense political maneuvering. From dawn until dusk, the women of the harem followed carefully structured schedules. Their mornings often began with prayers and religious study, reflecting the deep Islamic faith that permeated Ottoman court life. Spirituality was woven into the fabric of their daily existence, offering both comfort and a means of reinforcing social order. Religious instruction was complemented by lessons in literature, music, and languages, ensuring that the women were not only refined companions, but also capable advisors and cultural patrons. Meals were another important aspect of daily life, often served with great ceremony. The cuisine of the harem was elaborate, featuring a variety of dishes influenced by the vast reaches of the Ottoman Empire, from the Mediterranean to the Middle East and the Balkans. Food was both nourishment and a symbol of status, and communal meals provided occasions for socializing and subtle displays of favor and hierarchy. The preparation and presentation of meals involved skilled cooks and attendants who contributed to the harem's complex social dynamics. Entertainment and cultural pursuits were central to the harem's atmosphere. Music and dance were regularly enjoyed, with performances by skilled musicians and dancers, providing relaxation and artistic enrichment. Poetry readings and storytelling sessions were common, fostering a shared cultural identity among the women. These artistic activities not only entertained, but also served as a means of education and emotional expression within the confined space of the harem. The physical layout of the harem was designed to support its multifaceted functions. It consisted of numerous rooms and chambers, private apartments for the sultan's consorts, quarters for the valide sultan and princesses, living spaces for servants, and educational areas. The harem's gardens offered a tranquil retreat, filled with fragrant flowers, fountains, and shaded walkways, creating an environment conducive to contemplation and relaxation. These spaces provided a contrast to the strict formality of court life, allowing moments of personal freedom and connection. Security and secrecy were paramount. Eunuchs patrolled the harem, controlling access and maintaining order. Their role extended beyond guardianship. They were confidants, messengers, and sometimes power brokers, wielding influence through their unique position. The presence of eunuchs ensured that the harem remained isolated from the male-dominated political world outside, while simultaneously linking it to the center of imperial authority. Despite the restrictions and hierarchies, the harem was also a place of personal relationships and bonds. Friendships, mentorships, and familial ties developed among the women, offering support and companionship. Mothers taught daughters, older women guided the young, and alliances were forged that could protect or empower individuals. These human connections added depth and nuance to the harem's social fabric. The political significance of the harem's inhabitants cannot be overstated. Many women exercised considerable behind-the-scenes influence, advising the sultan, shaping court appointments, and impacting imperial policies. Their roles extended into diplomacy, charity, and patronage of the arts, making the harem a center of power and culture that shaped the Ottoman Empire in profound ways. In sum, the daily life of the Ottoman imperial harem was a blend of discipline and creativity, devotion and ambition, seclusion and influence. It was a world where the personal was political, and where women and eunuchs navigated complex social landscapes to secure their positions and leave lasting legacies. As we continue our exploration, we will delve into the notable figures, pivotal events, and lasting cultural contributions that emerged from this fascinating institution, further illuminating the hidden world behind the palace walls. As we delve further into the rich tapestry of the Ottoman imperial harem, it becomes clear that the institution was not merely a domestic space, but a crucible of political power, cultural innovation, and social influence. The women who resided within its walls played critical roles in shaping the empire's direction, often acting as key advisors, patrons, and even power brokers in the sultan's court. Understanding these roles helps dispel myths and highlights the profound impact the harem had on Ottoman history. The Valid Sultan, or Queen Mother, was arguably the most influential figure in the harem, and by extension, the empire. She wielded immense power, overseeing not only the internal administration of the harem, but also influencing imperial decisions and diplomatic affairs. Many Valide sultans came from humble origins, yet through their intelligence, political savvy, and maternal authority, they rose to become formidable figures. Their patronage extended to the arts, architecture, and charitable works, leaving lasting legacies across the empire. Consorts of the Sultan, particularly those holding the title of Haseki Sultan, the favored consort and mother of the heir, also held significant sway. Their influence stemmed from their intimate relationship with the Sultan and their role in producing heirs, which made them central to succession politics. The competition among consorts for the Sultan's favor could be fierce, but it also encouraged the cultivation of skills such as diplomacy, education, and artistic patronage. This dynamic environment created a court culture rich in sophistication and intrigue. Eunuchs, especially the chief black eunuch, were vital players within the harem's political and social ecosystem. Their duties went beyond security. They acted as intermediaries between the harem and the outer palace, controlled access to the Sultan, and often participated in political machinations. The unique position of eunuchs as trusted servants and confidants enabled them to accumulate considerable influence, sometimes rivaling that of high-ranking officials outside the harem. The harem was also a center for cultural production. Music, poetry, calligraphy, and fine arts flourished within its confines. Women of the harem commissioned architectural projects, endowed mosques, schools, and hospitals, and patronized artists and scholars. These activities were not merely leisure pursuits, but means of asserting status, cultivating influence, and contributing to the empire's cultural heritage. The harem thus functioned as a hub of artistic and intellectual life that extended beyond its walls. Education within the harem was comprehensive. Women received instruction in multiple languages, including Ottoman Turkish, Arabic, and Persian, as well as religious studies and court etiquette. This education equipped them to engage effectively in court life and political affairs. Many consorts and princesses acted as patrons of learning and literacy, encouraging the production of manuscripts and the preservation of knowledge. The political intrigues of the harem were often subtle, yet impactful. Alliances formed through marriage, mentorship, and shared interests shaped policy and succession. Rival factions competed for influence, sometimes resulting in conflicts that reverberated throughout the empire. Understanding these dynamics is essential to grasping the complexities of Ottoman governance, where informal power networks within the harem could determine the fate of empires. Charitable works funded by harem women played an essential role in Ottoman society. These philanthropic efforts included establishing soup kitchens, hospitals, and educational institutions, providing social welfare and reinforcing the moral authority of the imperial family. The ability of these women to mobilize resources for public benefit strengthened their legitimacy and connection to the broader populace. Life in the harem was not without its hardships. Despite the grandeur and privileges, women faced strict rules, intense competition, and limited freedom. Their fates were often tied to their relationship with the sultan and the volatile nature of court politics. Yet, many navigated these challenges with remarkable resilience and agency, carving out spaces of influence and leaving enduring marks on history. In conclusion, the Ottoman imperial harem was a multifaceted institution where gender, power, culture, and politics intersected. It was a place of confinement and opportunity, intrigue and creativity, domination and devotion. The women and eunuchs of the harem were active participants in shaping the empire's destiny, contributing to its cultural richness and political complexity. As we move forward, we will explore notable personalities, pivotal events, and the eventual transformation of the harem institution, tracing its evolution and legacy within Ottoman history and beyond. As we continue to unravel the intricate world of the Ottoman imperial harem, it is important to understand the pivotal roles played by some of its most remarkable figures. Women whose intelligence, ambition, and political acumen shaped not only palace life, but also the broader currents of Ottoman history. The harem was home to a succession of influential women who transcended their private quarters to become key players in empire-wide affairs, steering the fate of the Ottoman state through turbulent times. One such figure was Kusem Sultan, perhaps the most powerful woman to ever reside in the Ottoman harem. Born in the early 17th century, Kusem rose from humble beginnings to become the favorite consort of Sultan Ahmed I and mother to subsequent sultans. Her influence extended well beyond the harem walls. She acted as regent for her young sons and grandsons, effectively ruling the empire during periods of minority or instability. Her political savvy, negotiation skills, and strategic alliances enabled her to maintain power in a male-dominated world, navigating court intrigue and external threats with remarkable finesse. Kusem Sultan's story exemplifies how the harem could serve as a springboard for female agency in Ottoman governance. The institution of the harem itself evolved over centuries, reflecting changing political, social, and cultural contexts. Early Ottoman harems were relatively small, but as the empire expanded, so too did the size and complexity of the harem. By the 16th and 17th centuries, it housed hundreds of women, eunuchs, and attendants, organized into a hierarchical structure with clear roles and responsibilities. This expansion reflected both the empire's growing wealth and the increasing importance of the harem as a center of power and culture. The daily lives of harem inhabitants were deeply intertwined with the political ambitions of the court. For many women, gaining the sultan's favor meant not only personal security and privilege, but also influence over policy and succession. Mothers of princes, in particular, engaged in elaborate power plays to secure their sons' claims to the throne, sometimes leading to intense rivalries and conflicts known as the Sultanate of Women. This period, spanning the 16th and 17th centuries, saw unprecedented female political involvement, with women from the harem acting as de facto rulers, diplomats, and patrons. Eunuchs remained crucial facilitators of harem operations and power dynamics. Their roles as protectors, administrators, and confidants positioned them as key intermediaries between the secluded world of the harem and the broader imperial administration. The chief black eunuch, in particular, held extraordinary influence, overseeing the harem's affairs and often playing a decisive role in palace politics. Their unique status underscored the complex gender and power relations within the Ottoman court. Culturally, the harem was a flourishing center of artistic expression and intellectual activity. Women of the harem sponsored poets, musicians, and calligraphers, contributing to the rich cultural heritage of the empire. The aesthetic tastes developed within the harem influenced Ottoman art, architecture, and literature, shaping the cultural identity of one of history's greatest empires. Religious devotion was deeply woven into harem life. Islamic practices, including daily prayers, fasting during Ramadan, and charitable acts, were observed meticulously. The women of the harem often funded religious institutions such as mosques and madrasas, extending their spiritual influence into Ottoman society. These acts of piety reinforced their social status and connected the private sanctity of the harem with the public religious life of the empire. Despite its grandeur and influence, the harem was also a place of confinement and constraint. Women lived under strict rules governing behavior, dress, and interaction. Their freedom was limited, and their fortunes often depended on the sultan's favor and the shifting tides of court politics. Yet many women navigated these challenges with remarkable resilience, using education, diplomacy, and cultural patronage to carve out spaces of autonomy and power. As the centuries progressed, the Ottoman imperial harem underwent further transformations, particularly with the advent of modernization and reform in the 19th century. These changes reflected broader societal shifts and eventually led to the gradual decline of the harem as a political institution. However, its legacy remains deeply embedded in Ottoman history and culture. In this part of our journey, we have glimpsed the complexities, contradictions, and enduring impact of the Ottoman imperial harem. It was a world of power and poetry, strategy and spirituality, confinement and influence, a microcosm of the empire itself. As we continue our exploration of the Ottoman imperial harem, it is important to delve into the unique cultural, social, and political roles that the women and eunuchs of the harem played, not only within the palace walls, but also in shaping the broader Ottoman Empire. The harem was far from a passive enclave. It was a dynamic institution where power was negotiated, alliances forged, and cultural life flourished in subtle but profound ways. One of the most fascinating aspects of the harem was its function as a center of education and cultural refinement. The women living within its walls were often highly educated in various disciplines, including poetry, music, religious studies, and court etiquette. This education was not merely ornamental, but served as preparation for political influence and social engagement. Many women became patrons of the arts, commissioning exquisite works of calligraphy, poetry, and music that contributed significantly to Ottoman culture. Their support of artists and scholars helped foster a rich intellectual environment that resonated far beyond the harem. The political influence wielded by women in the harem, particularly during the era known as the Sultanate of Women, roughly the 16th to 17th centuries, was remarkable. During this time, women such as Hurrem Sultan and Kösem Sultan acted as powerful political figures, effectively governing the empire in times of their sons' minorities or during weak sultans' reigns. Their role as regents and advisors involved direct engagement with state affairs, including diplomatic correspondence, patronage of military leaders, and influence over imperial succession. This period demonstrated that, while physically secluded, the harem was a pivotal space where female authority could be exercised in extraordinary ways. Eunuchs, both black and white, played indispensable roles within the harem's intricate power structures. The chief black eunuch, for example, held a position of immense authority, managing the harem's internal affairs and acting as a liaison between the sultan and the women. Eunuchs oversaw security, controlled access, and often participated in political decision-making, their unique position giving them leverage in palace intrigue. Their presence was critical in maintaining the delicate balance between seclusion and influence that defined the harem. Social life in the harem was characterized by a complex web of relationships, alliances, and rivalries. Women formed friendships and mentorships, creating supportive networks that could protect them from the harsher realities of court politics. At the same time, competition for the sultan's favor and the advancement of one's children often led to conflicts and intrigues. These dynamics shaped the governance of the empire in subtle but significant ways, as factions within the harem influenced appointments, policies, and succession outcomes. Religious devotion was deeply embedded in the daily routines of the harem's inhabitants. Prayer, fasting, and charitable acts were integral to life within the palace, reinforcing social hierarchies and moral codes. Women of the harem frequently established charitable foundations, known as waqfs, which funded mosques, schools, hospitals, and other public institutions. These philanthropic endeavors extended the influence of the harem into the broader society and enhanced the legitimacy of the imperial family. The architectural design of the harem itself reflected its multifaceted functions. The layout included private quarters, education rooms, gardens, and recreational spaces, all enclosed within a secure compound that ensured privacy and protection. These spaces facilitated both the intimate and ceremonial aspects of harem life, from personal contemplation to formal court rituals. The beauty and refinement of these surroundings reflected the cultural values and status of their occupants. Despite its grandeur and influence, the harem was also a place of restrictions. Women lived under strict codes of conduct, with limited freedom of movement and tightly controlled interactions. Their lives were often dictated by the sultan's favor and the shifting political tides within the palace. Yet, within these constraints, many women exercised remarkable agency, using education, diplomacy, and cultural patronage to carve out significant roles. As we look back on the Ottoman imperial harem, it becomes clear that it was an institution of contrasts, both a symbol of seclusion and a center of power, both a place of tradition and cultural innovation. The women and eunuchs who inhabited this world were key actors in the empire's history, shaping its destiny in ways that continue to fascinate and inspire. As we venture deeper into the intricate and often misunderstood world of the Ottoman imperial harem, it is essential to examine how this institution evolved over time, reflecting changes in politics, culture, and society. The harem was not static. It adapted to shifting power dynamics, reform movements, and external influences, all while maintaining its core function as the private domain of the Sultan and a significant center of female influence within the empire. By the 8th and 19th centuries, the Ottoman Empire faced numerous internal and external challenges, prompting efforts at modernization and reform, known as the Tanzimat period. These reforms sought to centralize authority, improve administration, and modernize the military and legal systems to stave off decline and foreign encroachment. The harem, as an integral part of the imperial court, was inevitably affected by these changes. One notable shift was in the harem's size and function. While earlier centuries saw the harem housing hundreds of women, by the 19th century, the number of inhabitants decreased significantly. This reduction reflected broader societal changes and reformist pressures, including critiques of the harem system as anachronistic or decadent. The role of the harem evolved from being a large, autonomous institution to a more controlled and ceremonial space. Despite these changes, the harem remained a vital site of cultural and social activity. Women continued to engage in education, religious practice, and artistic patronage. The gardens and private quarters retained their significance as places of beauty, leisure, and spiritual contemplation. The harem's women maintained networks of influence, even as their direct political power waned in the face of modernization and westernization. The lives of the harem's inhabitants during this period were also shaped by changing attitudes toward gender and public roles. As Western ideas about the family, education, and women's roles began to permeate Ottoman society, debates emerged about the place of women in public and private life. These discussions influenced reforms in education and legal rights, gradually altering the harem's traditional functions and the experiences of its residents. Eunuchs continued to serve as guardians and administrators of the harem, though their numbers and roles diminished alongside the institution's contraction. The chief black eunuch remained a figure of authority, but faced increasing scrutiny and decline in influence as the empire's administrative structures modernized. The gradual phasing out of the eunuch system marked a significant transformation in palace life and court politics. The decline of the Ottoman imperial harem culminated in the early 20th century as the empire itself approached its final years. The abolition of the monarchy and the establishment of the Turkish Republic in 1924 brought an end to the Ottoman dynasty and its associated institutions. The harem was dissolved, and many of its former inhabitants dispersed or relocated. The physical spaces of the harem, notably within Topkapi Palace, were transformed into museum exhibits, preserving their history for future generations. Despite its dissolution, the legacy of the Ottoman imperial harem endures. It remains a powerful symbol in cultural memory, reflecting both the empire's grandeur and the complexities of gender, power, and society. The harem's history challenges simplistic narratives and invites nuanced understanding of an institution that was both restrictive and empowering, private and political. Modern scholarship has worked to demystify the harem, shedding light on the real lives of its inhabitants and their influence on Ottoman history. By examining personal correspondence, architectural spaces, and cultural productions, historians reconstruct the harem's role as a dynamic social world. This scholarship enriches our appreciation of the harem's place within the broader story of the Ottoman Empire and its lasting impact on the region. As we conclude this chapter on the Ottoman imperial harem, we recognize it as a complex institution where women shaped history in profound ways, navigating the tensions between power and seclusion. The harem's story is a testament to the multifaceted roles women played in one of history's great empires, a story that continues to captivate and inspire reflection. As we move further into the twilight years of the Ottoman imperial harem, it is essential to understand the broader socio-political changes that shaped its final decades and eventual dissolution. The 19th and early 20th centuries were periods of great upheaval for the Ottoman Empire, marked by reform efforts, growing nationalism, and increasing pressures from European powers. These forces profoundly impacted the harem, transforming it from a powerful political institution into a symbol of a fading empire. During the Tanzimat reforms, initiated in the mid-19th century, the Ottoman leadership sought to modernize and centralize the empire's governance. These reforms aimed to streamline administration, introduce new legal codes, and foster greater equality among the empire's diverse populations. However, they also brought scrutiny to traditional institutions, including the harem, which was increasingly viewed by reformers as an outdated and secretive enclave incompatible with modernization. Within the harem itself, these changes led to a gradual reduction in its size and influence. The large population of women, eunuchs, and attendants that once inhabited the vast quarters of the Topkapi Palace diminished significantly. Many former functions of the harem, such as the education of royal women and management of palace affairs, were restructured or moved outside its walls. This shrinking of the harem reflected broader societal shifts toward greater public roles for women, influenced by Western ideas and Ottoman intellectuals advocating reform. The rise of new political movements and nationalist sentiments across the empire further destabilized traditional power structures, as various ethnic and religious groups asserted their identities and demands for autonomy. The centralized authority of the Sultan and his court weakened. The harem, once central to imperial power through its control of succession and court intrigue, found its role diminished in a political landscape increasingly dominated by secular reformers and foreign influence. Technological advancements and changes in communication also altered court life. The introduction of newspapers, telegraphs, and new forms of education exposed Ottoman society to global ideas, including those about gender roles and governance. These influences permeated even the secluded walls of the harem, challenging long-standing customs and expectations. The First World War marked a definitive turning point. The empire's involvement in the conflict hastened its decline, leading to political upheaval and the eventual abolition of the monarchy. In 1924, with the establishment of the Turkish Republic under Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the Ottoman court, including the harem, was dismantled. The women of the harem dispersed, and the palatial spaces were repurposed, signaling the end of an era. Despite its dissolution, the harem left a lasting cultural legacy. Its influence on Ottoman art, music, literature, and architecture remains evident, and its history continues to captivate scholars and the public alike. The harem serves as a window into the complex interplay of gender, power, and culture in one of history's most enduring empires. Modern scholarship has sought to move beyond the exoticized portrayals of the harem, revealing the nuanced realities of life within its walls. Through archival research, architectural studies, and cultural analysis, historians reconstruct a more balanced and informed understanding of this institution, highlighting the agency of its inhabitants and their contributions to Ottoman history. As we reflect on the final chapter of the Ottoman imperial harem, we recognize it as a symbol of both grandeur and transformation, a microcosm of the empire itself. Its story invites us to consider how traditions adapt and fade, how power is wielded behind closed doors, and how history remembers those who lived in the shadows of empire. As we reach the conclusion of our journey through the intricate and captivating history of the Ottoman imperial harem, it is important to reflect on the enduring legacy this unique institution has left behind. Although the harem was disbanded with the fall of the Ottoman Empire and the establishment of the Turkish Republic in the early 20th century, its influence continues to reverberate in cultural memory, historical scholarship, and popular imagination. The Ottoman imperial harem was more than just a secluded living space for the Sultan's family. It was a complex social and political institution that shaped the empire's governance and cultural life. For centuries, it was a world where power was exercised through subtle negotiation, maternal influence, and strategic alliances. The women of the harem, mothers, consorts, princesses, and servants, were not merely passive observers, but active participants in the empire's history. Their influence extended well beyond the palace walls. Valida sultans, such as Qasem Sultan and Hurrem Sultan, are notable examples of women who wielded tremendous political power, acting as regents and advisors and shaping imperial policies. These women navigated the delicate balance of authority in a patriarchal society, using their positions to foster peace, patronize the arts, and influence succession. Their legacy underscores the significant role of women in Ottoman political culture. Culturally, the harem was a vibrant center of artistic patronage and intellectual activity. Women nurtured music, poetry, calligraphy, and architecture, contributing to the rich tapestry of Ottoman cultural heritage. The harem's private spaces were adorned with exquisite decoration, reflecting the refined tastes and sophisticated artistry of its inhabitants. Their patronage helped preserve and promote Ottoman traditions during a period of great change. The harem's dissolution was part of the sweeping modernization efforts of the early Turkish Republic, which sought to secularize and westernize the country. The abolition of the Sultanate and Caliphate brought an end to imperial institutions and practices deemed incompatible with the new republican ideals. The harem's women were dispersed, and its physical spaces transformed into museums and historical sites, preserving their memory for future generations. Despite the end of the harem as an institution, its story remains a powerful reminder of the complexities of gender, power, and culture in history. It challenges simplistic stereotypes and invites a deeper understanding of how women navigated and influenced the corridors of power within a highly stratified and patriarchal society. The harem's history is a testament to human resilience, creativity, and the enduring quest for influence in all its forms. In contemporary times, the Ottoman imperial harem continues to fascinate artists, historians, and the public. Its portrayal in literature, film, and scholarship reflects ongoing efforts to balance myth and reality, uncovering the rich human stories behind the walls. The harem stands as a symbol of an empire's grandeur and the intricate social fabric that sustained it. As we close this chapter, we are reminded that history is never just about the visible centers of power, but also about the hidden worlds where real human drama unfolds. The Ottoman imperial harem was such a world, complex, secretive, and profoundly influential. Its legacy invites us to look beyond the surface and appreciate the subtle forces that shape history. Thank you for joining this detailed journey into the Ottoman imperial harem. May this exploration deepen your appreciation for the nuances of history and the remarkable stories of those who lived within one of the most fascinating institutions of the past. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next one, if you're still here with us, please leave a like and softly subscribe to the channel. It helps us continue sharing these peaceful journeys into history. Now, let's continue with another chapter of boring history for sleep. Tonight, we explore the fascinating world of the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. The story of ancient Egyptian medicine is one of humanity's earliest and most fascinating attempts to understand the body, disease, and healing. Rooted in a civilization that flourished along the fertile banks of the Nile for millennia, Egyptian medical practice combined empirical observation with spiritual belief, blending science, magic, and religion into a holistic approach to health. This ancient tradition laid foundations that influenced medical knowledge for centuries to come, yet much of it remains shrouded in mystery, lost to time or misunderstood by later generations. Ancient Egyptian medicine was deeply intertwined with the culture's worldview, where the natural and supernatural were closely linked. Health was seen not merely as a physical condition, but as a reflection of harmony between the body, soul, and the divine. Disease was often attributed to imbalances, evil spirits, or divine punishment, and healing required both practical treatment and spiritual intervention. Temples dedicated to gods such as Thoth and Sekhmet became centers for healing, where priests acted as physicians and performed rituals to invoke divine favor. The medical knowledge of the Egyptians was surprisingly advanced for its time. Papyrus scrolls, such as the Ebers Papyrus and the Edwin Smith Papyrus, contain detailed descriptions of anatomy, symptoms, diagnoses, and treatments. These texts reveal a sophisticated understanding of various ailments including wounds, fractures, infections, digestive issues, and even mental health conditions. Physicians documented surgical techniques, prescriptions for herbal remedies, and instructions for patient care, reflecting an empirical approach grounded in observation and experience. One of the remarkable aspects of Egyptian medicine was the use of natural substances and herbal remedies. The Egyptians utilized a vast pharmacopoeia derived from plants, minerals, and animal products. Ingredients such as honey, garlic, myrrh, and castor oil were employed for their antiseptic, analgesic, or healing properties. Treatments ranged from topical applications and poultices to dietary recommendations and rituals. This extensive materia medica shows a deep knowledge of natural resources and their therapeutic potentials. Surgical practices were also notable. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, often considered the world's oldest surgical textbook, provides insights into trauma care and surgical procedures. Egyptian physicians described methods for treating wounds, setting broken bones, suturing, and managing infections. While surgery was likely reserved for certain cases and performed with caution, the existence of such texts indicates a level of medical sophistication that challenges modern assumptions about ancient practices. Ancient Egyptian medicine was practiced by a variety of specialists, including general physicians, surgeons, dentists, and ophthalmologists. The role of women in medicine is evidenced by historical records mentioning female physicians and midwives who contributed to childbirth and women's health. The organization of medical professionals into guilds and training systems suggests an institutionalized approach to medical education and practice. Spiritual and magical elements permeated medical treatments. Amulets, spells, and incantations were integral to healing rituals, aimed at warding off evil forces or restoring balance. The famous Book of the Dead and other funerary texts contain references to protective charms and prayers that underscore the belief in the spiritual dimension of health. This blending of science and magic reflects a holistic understanding of the human condition, where physical and metaphysical realms intersect. The legacy of ancient Egyptian medicine extended far beyond its own civilization. Greek and Roman physicians, including Hippocrates and Galen, were influenced by Egyptian medical knowledge, incorporating its principles into their own practices. The transmission of medical texts through the ages preserved elements of Egyptian wisdom that continued to inform healing traditions throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. Yet, despite its significance, much of the knowledge and techniques of ancient Egyptian medicine were lost or transformed over time. The gradual decline of the empire, invasions, and shifts in religious and cultural paradigms contributed to the fading of this rich medical tradition. Modern archaeology and scholarship continue to uncover and interpret ancient texts and artifacts, piecing together a more complete picture of this pioneering art of healing. As we embark on this journey into the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine, we will explore its fascinating blend of science, spirituality, and culture. We will uncover the remarkable insights and practices that shaped one of history's most enduring medical legacies, illuminating a world where healing was as much an art as a science. Continuing our exploration of ancient Egyptian medicine, it becomes evident that the practitioners of this remarkable civilization were pioneers in both observation and treatment, setting foundations that resonate even in modern medical understanding. While deeply intertwined with spiritual beliefs, their approach was remarkably empirical, reflecting careful attention to symptoms, remedies, and outcomes over centuries of accumulated knowledge. Central to Egyptian medical practice was the role of the physician, known as the Sabun W. These skilled individuals held prestigious positions, often trained in temple schools, where medical knowledge, religious doctrine, and healing arts were taught in unison. Their expertise spanned anatomy, pharmacology, surgery, and spiritual care. Physicians were expected not only to treat the physical ailments of patients, but also to perform rituals to expel malevolent forces believed to cause illness. This dual responsibility highlights the holistic approach of Egyptian medicine, where body and soul were inseparable. The extensive medical papyri discovered by modern archaeology offer invaluable insight into these ancient practices. The Ebers Papyrus, for example, dating back to around 1550 BCE, contains over 700 remedies and spells addressing various conditions such as digestive disorders, skin diseases, and gynecological issues. It illustrates how Egyptians combined herbal medicine with magical incantations, a synergy aimed at both healing and protection. Remedies included the use of plants like aloe vera for burns, willow for pain relief, long before the discovery of aspirin's active ingredient, and garlic for infections. Another critical text, the Edwin Smith Papyrus, focuses on trauma surgery and anatomy, revealing advanced knowledge of the human body. Unlike the magical tone of many other medical writings, this papyrus presents a pragmatic and clinical approach to wounds, fractures, and neurological conditions. It offers systematic instructions for diagnosis and treatment, including the use of bandages, splints, and cauterization techniques. This early surgical manual suggests that Egyptian physicians possessed not only spiritual wisdom, but also practical surgical skills. The Egyptians also excelled in dentistry and ophthalmology. Dental ailments were common, likely due to the coarse bread and diet, and medical texts describe treatments for toothache and abscesses, including the use of medicinal herbs and dental tools. Ophthalmology, too, was a highly developed field, with specialized practitioners treating conditions such as conjunctivitis and cataracts. Eye diseases were common in the Nile Valley's dusty environment, and the emphasis on ocular health reflects the Egyptians' attention to quality of life. Beyond treatment, ancient Egyptians demonstrated sophisticated public health awareness. They understood the importance of hygiene, with archaeological evidence showing the use of soaps made from animal fats and alkaline salts. Cleanliness was linked to religious purity, further intertwining health and spirituality. Additionally, the design of their cities, including sanitation systems and water management, contributed to controlling disease and promoting well-being. Midwifery and women's health were also integral to Egyptian medical knowledge. Midwives played a vital role in childbirth, and medical texts include advice on prenatal care, labor complications, and postnatal care. The reverence for fertility and family is evident in the goddess Tauret, protector of childbirth, and in rituals designed to ensure healthy pregnancies. This focus underscores the importance of continuity and lineage in Egyptian society. The blending of magic and medicine, while perhaps puzzling to modern sensibilities, was not merely superstition, but part of a comprehensive worldview. Healing spells, protective amulets, and ritual purification worked alongside herbal remedies and surgical interventions to restore balance. The priest-physician's role was to navigate both realms, calling upon divine forces while applying empirical knowledge. The legacy of ancient Egyptian medicine extends beyond its own time. Greek physicians such as Hippocrates were influenced by Egyptian medical practices, and many principles survived through Roman and Islamic medical traditions. The ancient Egyptian texts preserved in libraries such as Alexandria became foundations upon which later medical knowledge was built. Today, the study of these ancient texts and archaeological discoveries continues to reveal the depth and sophistication of Egyptian medicine. Modern researchers are uncovering the chemical properties of ancient remedies and revisiting surgical techniques, gaining insights into how early healers confronted the challenges of human health. As we continue our journey into the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine, we will explore the cultural, religious, and practical dimensions of healing practices, uncovering stories of remarkable wisdom and resilience. This exploration invites us to appreciate a civilization that viewed healing as a sacred trust, blending science and spirituality in a timeless quest to nurture the human body and soul. Delving deeper into the world of ancient Egyptian medicine reveals a fascinating fusion of practical knowledge and spiritual belief that characterized their approach to health and healing. The Egyptians did not separate the body from the soul or the natural from the supernatural. Instead, they saw them as interconnected parts of a holistic system, each influencing the other. This worldview profoundly shaped their medical practices, making ancient Egyptian medicine a unique blend of empirical observation, ritual, and magic. One of the cornerstones of Egyptian medical thought was the concept of ma'at, representing order, balance, and harmony in the universe. Health was viewed as the manifestation of ma'at within the body, while disease was understood as a disruption of this harmony, often caused by malevolent forces or divine displeasure. Healing, therefore, required restoring balance, which could involve both physical treatments and spiritual interventions. The role of the priest-physician was central in this process. Physicians were not merely healers of the body, but also mediators between the human and divine realms. They often performed elaborate rituals and incantations alongside administering remedies, calling upon gods and protective spirits to aid in healing. The temple was a hub for this integrated practice, where religious ceremonies and medical treatments coexisted seamlessly. Ancient Egyptian texts detail a broad range of treatments addressing common and complex ailments. From herbal remedies to surgical procedures, the Egyptians developed methods that were both sophisticated and surprisingly effective. They used honey for its antibacterial properties, willow bark for pain relief, and various plants for digestive and respiratory conditions. The use of natural antiseptics and bandaging techniques highlights their understanding of infection control long before the advent of modern medicine. Surgery in ancient Egypt, as described in the Edwin Smith Papyrus, was approached with care and precision. Physicians recognized different types of wounds, assessed their severity, and recommended treatments accordingly. They practiced suturing, cauterization, and even immobilization of fractures using splints. This surgical knowledge, combined with a methodical diagnostic approach, reveals a level of medical practice that was remarkably advanced for its era. The Egyptians also paid attention to mental and emotional health, recognizing symptoms of distress and depression. Although explanations for mental illness often involved supernatural causes, treatments included a combination of ritual and herbal remedies, indicating an early awareness of psychological well-being as part of overall health. Preventative care was another vital aspect of Egyptian medicine. Hygiene was emphasized with frequent bathing, use of oils, and attention to sanitation. The importance of diet and lifestyle was acknowledged, and various prescriptions advised on food, exercise, and daily routines to maintain health. This preventive outlook reflects a comprehensive understanding of wellness beyond treating illness alone. Medical education was institutionalized, often linked to temple schools, where aspiring physicians learned through apprenticeship and study of medical texts. These centers preserved and transmitted knowledge across generations, fostering a tradition of empirical learning and spiritual practice. The training also included ethical guidelines, emphasizing compassion and responsibility in patient care. Interestingly, women held roles in medical practice, particularly as midwives and healers specializing in women's health. The presence of female practitioners highlights a more inclusive aspect of ancient Egyptian medicine and underscores the importance of childbirth and maternal care in their society. The influence of Egyptian medicine extended beyond its borders, impacting Greek, Roman, and later Islamic medical traditions. Many Greek scholars studied in Egypt, absorbing its medical knowledge and integrating it with their own philosophies. The transmission of Egyptian medical texts and ideas contributed significantly to the development of medicine in the classical and medieval worlds. Today, modern science continues to explore ancient Egyptian remedies and techniques. Studies on the antibacterial properties of honey and the analgesic effects of willow bark validate the empirical wisdom embedded in Egyptian medical practices. Archaeological discoveries of surgical instruments and medical papyri provide tangible connections to this rich heritage. As we continue our journey into the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine, we will uncover more about the fascinating practices, notable healers, and enduring cultural beliefs that define this extraordinary civilization's approach to healing. This exploration invites us to appreciate not only their scientific ingenuity, but also their profound spiritual understanding of health as an intricate balance of body, mind, and soul. As we continue to uncover the layers of ancient Egyptian medicine, it becomes clear that this civilization's medical knowledge was not only vast, but also intricately connected to their religious beliefs, social structures, and daily life. Healing was never viewed as merely a physical act. It was a spiritual journey toward restoring harmony between the body, the soul, and the divine forces governing the universe. One of the fascinating dimensions of Egyptian medicine was the profound role of the gods and religious ritual in the healing process. Healing was often initiated through prayer and offerings to deities such as Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, and Sekhmet, the goddess of healing and war. Temples dedicated to these gods served as centers for both spiritual and physical healing, where priests acted as both doctors and intermediaries between the gods and the sick. The dual role of physician and priest reflects the ancient Egyptian belief that disease was often caused by supernatural forces, whether malevolent spirits, curses, or divine punishment. and that healing required both physical treatment and spiritual cleansing. The Egyptians developed a rich pharmacopoeia, relying on natural substances found along the Nile and surrounding regions. Plants such as frankincense, myrrh, garlic, and juniper were staples of their medical remedies. Honey was prized not only for its sweetness, but also for its remarkable antiseptic properties, used to dress wounds and prevent infection. Various oils, resins, and minerals were combined in complex recipes, often accompanied by incantations and rituals to enhance their efficacy. Surgical practices, as evidenced by the Edwin Smith Papyrus, were surprisingly advanced. Egyptian surgeons performed procedures such as setting broken bones, treating wounds, draining abscesses, and even basic forms of reconstructive surgery. Their understanding of anatomy, though limited by the taboos surrounding human dissection, was based on careful observation of injuries and outcomes. The detailed documentation of surgical cases, including prognosis and treatment plans, reveals a scientific approach that prioritized empirical knowledge and patient care. The Egyptians also paid close attention to preventative medicine. Hygiene was integral to daily life, with frequent bathing, the use of scented oils, and cleanliness rituals designed to ward off disease and impurity. Public health practices included sanitation systems in cities and careful management of water resources, highlighting a practical understanding of factors that influenced health and disease. Childbirth and women's health occupied a significant place in Egyptian medical texts. Midwives were trained professionals who provided care during pregnancy, labor, and postpartum periods. Medical papyri contain advice on fertility, contraception, and the treatment of gynecological conditions, underscoring the importance of reproduction in Egyptian society. The goddess Tauret, depicted as a hippopotamus, was revered as a protector of mothers and children, illustrating the intertwining of medicine and mythology. Mental health was acknowledged, albeit through the lens of spiritual belief. Conditions that we might now classify as psychological or neurological were often seen as manifestations of spiritual imbalance or possession. Treatments involved a combination of herbal remedies, ritual purification, and protective spells, reflecting an early recognition of the complexity of human well-being. The transmission of Egyptian medical knowledge beyond its borders was significant. Greek scholars, including Hippocrates and later Galen, were influenced by Egyptian practices and integrated aspects of this knowledge into the foundations of Western medicine. Through Alexandria and other centers of learning, Egyptian medical texts were preserved, translated, and disseminated, ensuring their impact on subsequent generations. Modern research continues to uncover and validate aspects of ancient Egyptian medicine. Chemical analyses of embalming substances and medical prescriptions reveal sophisticated use of antimicrobial compounds. The holistic approach of the Egyptians, combining observation, natural remedies, spiritual healing, and preventive care, offers lessons that resonate with contemporary integrative medicine. As we journey further into the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine, we will continue to explore how this remarkable civilization balanced the seen and unseen, the tangible and intangible, to create a healing tradition that was as spiritual as it was scientific. This legacy invites us to reconsider the origins of medicine and the timeless human quest for health and harmony. As we continue to explore the remarkable world of ancient Egyptian medicine, it is essential to understand how medical knowledge was intertwined with the societal structures and cultural practices of the time. Medicine in ancient Egypt was not practiced in isolation. It was deeply embedded within the everyday lives of the people, reflecting their beliefs about the human body, the cosmos, and the forces that governed health and disease. One of the most striking features of Egyptian medicine was the sophisticated system of medical specialization that existed thousands of years ago. Physicians, known as SWW, often specialized in particular areas of medicine, such as dentistry, ophthalmology, or gastroenterology. This specialization indicates a nuanced understanding of the human body and its ailments, as well as an organized medical practice where expertise was valued and cultivated. Records reveal titles such as Chief of Dentists or Eye Doctor, showing that even ancient Egyptian society recognized the need for focused knowledge and skills. Medical practice was closely linked to religious institutions, and temples served as centers for healing as well as worship. The Temple of Imhotep at Memphis, dedicated to the god of medicine and wisdom, became a pilgrimage site for those seeking cures and divine intervention. Priests acted as healers, combining prayers, incantations, and rituals with practical treatments. The famous Edwin Smith papyrus, with its pragmatic approach to surgery and trauma, stands in contrast to the magical spells found in other texts, illustrating the dual nature of Egyptian medicine, both empirical and spiritual. Herbal medicine formed the backbone of treatments. The Egyptians had an extensive pharmacopoeia drawn from the natural environment along the Nile and beyond. Herbs like coriander, cumin, and castor oil were used to treat digestive issues. Willow bark was employed for pain relief, a precursor to modern aspirin, and honey was utilized for its antiseptic qualities in wound care. Recipes often combined several ingredients and were accompanied by spells, reflecting the belief that healing required both material and supernatural forces. Surgical practices were notably advanced, with evidence of careful wound care, bone setting, and even early forms of plastic surgery. Egyptian surgeons developed techniques to clean wounds, stop bleeding, and immobilize fractures, demonstrating remarkable anatomical knowledge despite cultural prohibitions on dissecting the human body. Their approach was systematic, emphasizing cleanliness and careful observation, which contributed to relatively low mortality rates from injuries. Women played significant roles in the medical field, particularly in midwifery and gynecology. Midwives were essential in assisting childbirth and providing care for mothers and infants, ensuring the continuation of family lines so vital to Egyptian society. Medical texts provide advice on pregnancy, labor, and postpartum care, revealing a deep concern for women's health and the importance of fertility in the culture. Public health measures also existed, with an emphasis on hygiene and sanitation. Archaeological findings suggest that ancient Egyptian cities had drainage systems and public baths. The connection between cleanliness and health was well understood, both for practical reasons and as part of religious purity. Ritual bathing and the use of scented oils were common practices that promoted both physical and spiritual well-being. The ancient Egyptians also recognized the psychological dimensions of health. Mental illness and behavioral disorders were often attributed to spiritual causes, such as possession by evil spirits, but treatments involved a mix of herbal remedies, ritual healing, and protective amulets. This early acknowledgement of mental health issues highlights the holistic nature of Egyptian medicine. The transmission of Egyptian medical knowledge profoundly influenced subsequent cultures. Greek physicians like Hippocrates studied in Egypt, integrating Egyptian practices into their own medical systems, which later informed Roman and Islamic medicine. The preservation of Egyptian medical texts in libraries such as Alexandria ensured that this knowledge was passed down through generations and across civilizations. Modern science continues to uncover the efficacy of ancient Egyptian remedies. Research on honey's antibacterial properties, the analgesic effects of willow bark, and other natural substances validates many traditional treatments. The Egyptians' empirical observations combined with their spiritual practices offer a timeless model of integrated medicine. As we reflect on this ancient tradition, we appreciate the profound legacy of Egyptian medicine, a sophisticated blend of science, spirituality, and culture. Their holistic approach to healing, balancing the seen and unseen, body and soul, continues to inspire and inform our understanding of health and medicine today. As we continue to delve into the intricate tapestry of ancient Egyptian medicine, it becomes evident that the blend of empirical observation and spiritual belief created a uniquely effective healing tradition that stood the test of time. The ancient Egyptians viewed health as a delicate balance maintained by natural and supernatural forces, requiring both practical interventions and ritualistic care. This holistic understanding shaped the way they approached disease, prevention, and wellness, weaving together science, religion, and culture into a unified system of healing. Central to Egyptian medical practice was the belief in the body's vital energies and the necessity of maintaining their harmony. The concept of Ka and Ba, representing the spiritual and life forces of an individual, illustrates their perspective that illness often stemmed from disruptions in these energies. To restore health, treatments were aimed at realigning not only the physical body, but also the spiritual essence. This dual approach meant that physicians often worked alongside priests, combining tangible remedies with incantations, prayers, and amulets designed to ward off evil spirits and divine wrath. The use of medicinal plants and natural substances was highly sophisticated, Egyptians exploited the rich biodiversity of the Nile Valley, harnessing the therapeutic properties of herbs, resins, minerals, and animal products. Recipes detailed in medical papyri describe complex mixtures, combining ingredients like myrrh, frankincense, aloe vera, and natron in poultices, ointments, and infusions. These natural remedies were often applied topically or ingested and were believed to possess potent healing qualities, many of which modern science has since validated. Surgical techniques in ancient Egypt were surprisingly advanced and well documented. The Edwin Smith Papyrus provides a detailed account of trauma surgery, offering instructions for treating wounds, fractures, and dislocations with remarkable precision. Egyptian surgeons practiced antisepsis by cleaning wounds with wine or honey and used linen bandages to promote healing. They also recognized the importance of immobilizing broken bones and practiced cauterization to stop bleeding. This empirical and methodical approach to surgery highlights a level of medical expertise that was extraordinary for its time. The training and specialization of medical practitioners further attest to the complexity of Egyptian medicine. Physicians underwent rigorous apprenticeships and were organized into guilds or professional groups. Specializations included dentists, ophthalmologists, and midwives, each with expertise tailored to particular aspects of healthcare. Midwives, for instance, played a crucial role in childbirth and women's health, offering support and medical care during pregnancy, labor, and postpartum. Hygiene and preventive care were integral to Egyptian medicine. Regular bathing, personal cleanliness, and environmental sanitation were not only religious obligations, but also practical measures to prevent disease. The Egyptians' understanding of the importance of clean water, waste disposal, and food safety contributed to public health in their densely populated cities. Mental health, though often framed in spiritual terms, was recognized and treated with a combination of herbal remedies, ritual practices, and counseling by healers. The Egyptians acknowledged symptoms such as anxiety, depression, and epilepsy, providing treatments that blended physical and spiritual therapies. The transmission of Egyptian medical knowledge had a profound influence beyond its borders. Greek physicians, most notably Hippocrates, traveled to Egypt to study, absorbing medical ideas that would shape the foundations of Western medicine. Later, Islamic scholars preserved and expanded upon Egyptian and Greek medical texts, ensuring the survival and evolution of this ancient wisdom through the Middle Ages and into modern times. Archaeological discoveries continue to shed light on ancient Egyptian medical practices, from surgical instruments to medical papyri and burial practices. These findings offer a window into the lives of physicians and patients alike. Modern scientific analyses have confirmed the efficacy of many ancient remedies, bridging the gap between past and present knowledge. In sum, the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine was a sophisticated and holistic system that integrated scientific observation with spiritual care. It represented one of humanity's earliest attempts to understand and treat illness comprehensively, emphasizing balance, prevention, and healing. This enduring legacy continues to inspire and inform our appreciation of the complex interplay between body, mind, and spirit in the pursuit of health. As we continue our journey through the remarkable legacy of ancient Egyptian medicine, it is vital to explore the social and cultural contexts that shaped these medical practices, as well as the practitioners who embodied this knowledge. Medicine in ancient Egypt was not only a science, but also a deeply communal and spiritual activity, where healers played multifaceted roles that transcended the modern distinction between doctor and priest. Physicians, known as SWW, were among the most respected members of Egyptian society. Their training was extensive and often took place within temple schools, where they studied anatomy, pharmacology, religious rituals, and ethics. These institutions preserved medical knowledge through generations, ensuring that practitioners were well-versed in both the physical and metaphysical aspects of healing. The physician's role extended beyond treatment. They were counselors, spiritual guides, and intermediaries with the divine, reflecting the holistic nature of Egyptian medicine. The medical profession in ancient Egypt was highly organized. Titles such as chief physician or physician of the eye indicate a degree of specialization and hierarchy within the medical community. Such structure suggests that healthcare was administered systematically, with different practitioners focusing on particular fields like dentistry, surgery, or gynecology. This specialization points to an advanced understanding of the human body and the need for expert care tailored to various ailments. Women also held important roles in healthcare, especially as midwives and healers, focused on women's and children's health. Midwifery was a respected profession vital for ensuring safe childbirth and the survival of the next generation. Texts like the Kahun Gynecological Papyrus provide insight into women's health issues and treatments, highlighting the emphasis placed on fertility, pregnancy, and reproductive well-being in Egyptian society. The interplay between magic and medicine was fundamental. Healing was often accompanied by spells, charms, and rituals designed to appease the gods and drive away malevolent spirits believed to cause illness. Physicians might recite incantations while administering herbal remedies, reflecting a belief that the physical and spiritual realms were inseparable in matters of health. This integration of magic and medicine was not seen as contradictory, but complementary, forming a comprehensive healing practice. Temples dedicated to healing gods such as Thoth and Sekhmet served as centers of medical knowledge and care. These sacred places offered not only spiritual solace, but also practical treatments, making them vital community resources. Pilgrims seeking cures traveled to these temples, where priests combined prayer with the application of medicinal substances. The dual function of temples as religious and medical centers illustrates the inseparability of faith and healing in ancient Egyptian culture. The transmission of medical knowledge was meticulous. Medical papyri were copied and studied carefully, containing detailed descriptions of symptoms, diagnoses, and treatments. The Ebers Papyrus, one of the oldest and most comprehensive, lists hundreds of remedies and spells, demonstrating the depth and complexity of Egyptian pharmacology. These texts reveal a systematic approach to healing, blending empirical observation with spiritual belief. Ancient Egyptian medicine also influenced neighboring civilizations and later cultures. Greek and Roman physicians traveled to Egypt to learn from its medical traditions, and elements of Egyptian practice were incorporated into their own systems. The preservation of Egyptian medical texts through Arabic translations ensured the longevity of this knowledge, which eventually contributed to the foundation of modern medicine. Despite the vast achievements, Egyptian medicine was not without its limitations, especially due to cultural prohibitions on human dissection, which constrained anatomical understanding. However, the Egyptians compensated with careful observation of injuries and symptoms, refining their treatments through experience. Modern science continues to validate many ancient Egyptian remedies, with ongoing research confirming the antibacterial properties of substances like honey and the pain-relieving effects of willow bark. These discoveries highlight the enduring wisdom embedded in ancient practices, bridging millennia of medical knowledge. As we reflect on the profound legacy of ancient Egyptian medicine, we recognize it as a pioneering tradition that integrated science, spirituality, and compassion. This legacy invites us to appreciate the holistic vision of health embraced by one of history's most extraordinary civilizations, a vision that continues to inspire and inform our understanding of healing today. As we delve further into the world of ancient Egyptian medicine, it becomes clear that the practice was not confined to royal courts and temples, but permeated everyday life across the civilization. From bustling cities to small villages along the Nile, medical knowledge influenced how people approached health, illness, and healing. The accessibility and adaptation of medical practices reflect the Egyptians' sophisticated understanding of both medicine and society. Medical knowledge was transmitted through a combination of written texts, oral traditions, and practical apprenticeship. While papyri like the Ebers and Edwin Smith contain formalized knowledge, many remedies and treatments were likely passed down within families and communities. This grassroots transmission ensured that healing practices were widespread and adaptable to local needs, creating a dynamic medical culture that combined learned expertise with folk wisdom. In households, common ailments were treated with herbal remedies and simple procedures. Women often served as primary caregivers, administering poultices, teas, and baths to family members. The use of natural ingredients, many of which remain relevant in herbal medicine today, underscores the Egyptians' close relationship with their environment and their ability to harness its healing potential. Public health was also a concern. Archaeological evidence points to urban planning that included drainage systems, waste disposal, and access to clean water. These measures helped mitigate the spread of disease in crowded cities like Thebes and Memphis, The association of cleanliness with religious purity further reinforced hygienic practices, blending practical health measures with spiritual discipline. The integration of medicine with religion extended beyond healing rituals to encompass funerary practices. The Egyptians believed that proper burial rites and preservation of the body through mummification were essential for the soul's journey after death. The embalmers, skilled in anatomy and chemistry, used various resins, oils, and salts to preserve bodies, inadvertently contributing to anatomical knowledge. Mummification techniques revealed a deep understanding of human physiology and decay, providing insights into how the Egyptians balanced spiritual beliefs with empirical observation. Mental and emotional health were recognized aspects of well-being, although explanations often involved supernatural causation. Treatments for conditions resembling epilepsy, depression, or anxiety combined herbal medicine with incantations and protective amulets. These practices illustrate an early awareness of the psychological dimensions of health and the necessity of holistic care. The social role of physicians was multifaceted. Beyond treating illnesses, they advised on diet, exercise, and lifestyle, emphasizing prevention alongside cure. Their counsel extended to royal and common patients alike, demonstrating the importance placed on maintaining health through balanced living. The physician's ethical duties were codified, stressing compassion, confidentiality, and responsibility, principles that resonate in modern medical ethics. The preservation and dissemination of Egyptian medical knowledge influenced subsequent civilizations. Greek, Roman, and Islamic scholars studied and incorporated Egyptian practices, ensuring that this ancient wisdom informed the evolution of medicine. The continuity of medical ideas across cultures highlights the foundational role of Egyptian medicine in global history. Modern archaeological and scientific research continues to unveil new facets of ancient Egyptian medical practices. Analysis of papyri, artifacts, and burial sites reveals the sophistication and diversity of treatments. Scientific validation of ancient remedies encourages a reevaluation of traditional medicine's contributions to healthcare. As we conclude this chapter of the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine, we recognize it as a testament to human ingenuity, blending observation, spirituality, and compassion. The Egyptian approach to healing offers timeless lessons about the integration of body, mind, and spirit in the pursuit of well-being. Their legacy invites us to appreciate the origins of medicine as both an art and a science, rooted in the profound human desire to heal and be healed. As we near the conclusion of our journey through the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine, it is crucial to appreciate the lasting impact this remarkable tradition had on the course of medical history. The practices developed along the banks of the Nile not only shaped Egyptian society, but also influenced the wider ancient world and laid foundational principles that echo in modern medicine today. One of the most significant contributions of ancient Egyptian medicine was its approach to diagnosis and prognosis. Physicians developed detailed methods for observing symptoms, understanding disease progression, and assessing patient outcomes. The Edwin Smith Papyrus exemplifies this scientific mindset, offering case studies with step-by-step analyses of injuries, accompanied by judgments about their severity and suggestions for treatment or observation. This early use of clinical reasoning marks a profound advancement in the history of medicine, emphasizing the importance of careful examination and evidence-based decision-making. The Egyptians also pioneered surgical instruments and techniques that would be rediscovered and refined centuries later. Archaeological findings reveal a variety of scalpels, forceps, probes, and sutures crafted from bronze and other materials, demonstrating a sophisticated toolkit for medical interventions. Their ability to perform procedures such as setting broken bones, draining abscesses, and even removing tumors indicates a level of expertise that challenges the assumption that ancient medicine was purely primitive or mystical. Pharmacology was another area where ancient Egyptian medicine excelled. The extensive catalog of medicinal substances, ranging from herbs and minerals to animal products, reveals an empirical understanding of therapeutic effects. Honey's antibacterial properties, willow's pain-relieving qualities, and the use of castor oil for digestive issues highlight how natural remedies formed the backbone of treatment. These substances were carefully prepared and administered, often combined in complex formulas designed to maximize efficacy. The spiritual dimension of Egyptian healing practices, while markedly different from modern secular medicine, reflects a holistic worldview that resonates with contemporary integrative approaches. The belief that health depended on harmony between body, soul, and environment underscored the necessity of addressing not only physical symptoms, but also emotional and spiritual well-being. Healing rituals, prayers, and amulets served to restore this balance, illustrating an understanding that illness could arise from disruptions beyond the material realm. Women played essential roles in ancient Egyptian medical practice, particularly in midwifery and healing arts related to fertility and childbirth. Their expertise ensured the survival of infants and mothers in a society where lineage and family continuity were paramount. The respected position of female healers in both domestic and temple contexts demonstrates the inclusive nature of Egyptian medicine and the vital contributions of women to healthcare. The transmission of Egyptian medical knowledge profoundly influenced other ancient cultures. Greek physicians studied Egyptian methods and integrated their insights into the foundations of Western medicine. Through Alexandria and other centers of learning, Egyptian medical texts were preserved and translated, enabling the survival and evolution of this ancient wisdom into Roman and Islamic medical traditions. This cross-cultural exchange enriched global medical heritage and underscores Egypt's role as a cradle of scientific inquiry. Modern science continues to validate and explore the efficacy of ancient Egyptian remedies and practices. Studies into the chemical properties of herbal medicines, antiseptics, and surgical techniques reveal a surprising degree of sophistication. These findings encourage a re-examination of traditional medicine's place alongside modern biomedical approaches, highlighting the value of holistic understanding and natural therapeutics. As we reflect on the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine, we recognize it as a pioneering tradition that combined observation, experimentation, spirituality, and compassion. The Egyptians' commitment to healing reflects humanity's enduring quest to alleviate suffering and promote health. Their legacy reminds us that medicine is not merely a technical endeavor but also a deeply human one, encompassing care for the body, mind, and spirit. This journey through ancient Egyptian medicine reveals a civilization ahead of its time, whose medical achievements continue to inspire and inform. Their story is a testament to the resilience of knowledge and the timeless nature of healing, a story that encourages us to honor the past while advancing the future of medicine. As we draw our journey into the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine to a close, it is fitting to reflect on the enduring lessons and legacies this extraordinary tradition imparts to us today. Ancient Egypt's medical practice was far more than a collection of remedies and rituals. It was a profound embodiment of humanity's earliest efforts to understand life, health, and the delicate balance that sustains us. The integration of empirical knowledge with spiritual insight created a holistic system that resonates even in modern approaches to healing. Throughout millennia, Egyptian physicians, priests, and healers approached medicine with a sense of reverence and responsibility. Their holistic view acknowledged the complex interplay between the body, mind, spirit, and environment, a perspective that contemporary medicine increasingly embraces through integrative and patient-centered care. The Egyptians' recognition that health depended on balance and harmony invites us to consider not only the biological, but also the psychological and social dimensions of well-being. The detailed medical papyri, archaeological discoveries, and historical records left behind by the Egyptians offer a rich repository of knowledge. Their early surgical techniques, sophisticated pharmacopoeia, and diagnostic methods demonstrate an impressive level of scientific inquiry. Yet, it was the seamless weaving of this knowledge with religious faith, ritual, and cultural practice that gave Egyptian medicine its unique character and power. Healing was as much about restoring cosmic order as it was about physical recovery. The legacy of ancient Egyptian medicine extended far beyond the boundaries of the Nile Valley. Its principles influenced Greek, Roman, and Islamic medicine, contributing foundational concepts and practices to the evolution of healthcare. The transmission of medical texts and ideas across cultures highlights Egypt's pivotal role as a cradle of medical science and philosophy. This cross-cultural dialogue underscores the universality of the quest to heal and understand the human body. Modern scientific investigations continue to validate many Egyptian remedies and techniques. The antibacterial qualities of honey, the analgesic effects of willow bark, and the antiseptic properties of natron affirm the empirical wisdom embedded in these ancient practices. This convergence of ancient knowledge and modern science encourages a respectful re-examination of traditional medicine's contributions, and inspires continued exploration of natural therapeutics. Beyond science, the human stories embedded in Egyptian medical history remind us of the compassion and dedication that define the healing arts. Physicians were not only technicians, but also caretakers, who recognized the vulnerability of their patients and the sacredness of their role. Their blend of science, art, and spirituality embodies a timeless ideal of medicine as a service to humanity. As we close this chapter, we are invited to honor the remarkable achievements of ancient Egyptian medicine and reflect on its enduring relevance. The lost art of healing practiced by the Egyptians is not merely a historical curiosity, but a testament to the depth of human ingenuity and the persistent hope for health and wholeness. Thank you for joining this detailed exploration of the lost art of ancient Egyptian medicine. May this journey enrich your understanding of the origins of medicine and inspire a deeper appreciation for the complex, compassionate endeavor that healing truly is. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next one, if you're still here with us, please leave a like and softly subscribe to the channel. It helps us continue sharing these peaceful journeys into history. Now let's continue with another chapter of Boring History for Sleep. Tonight, we explore the subtle yet profound changes of the quiet revolution of the agricultural age. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. The quiet revolution of the agricultural age marks one of the most transformative periods in human history. A subtle yet profound shift from nomadic hunting and gathering to settled farming and domestication of plants and animals. This revolution, often overlooked because of its slow, gradual nature, laid the foundation for the complex civilizations, social structures, and economies that define our modern world. Unlike the dramatic events of battles or empires rising and falling, the agricultural age revolutionized human life in quiet, almost imperceptible ways. Yet its impact is enduring and monumental. Around 12,000 years ago, during the Neolithic period, small groups of humans began to experiment with planting seeds and domesticating animals. This shift did not happen overnight, but developed gradually across different regions such as the Fertile Crescent, parts of Asia, and the Americas. Early humans noticed that certain wild grains could be sown and harvested, and certain animals, like goats and sheep, could be tamed and bred. This knowledge accumulated over generations, passed down through oral traditions and hands-on experience, transforming the relationship between humans and their environment. The move to agriculture brought about a fundamental change in the way people lived. Instead of roaming vast territories in search of food, communities settled in one place. This stability allowed for the construction of permanent dwellings and villages. The rhythms of life shifted to align with the cycles of planting and harvesting, creating new patterns of work, rest, and social organization. The once fluid existence of hunter-gatherers gave way to a more structured and predictable lifestyle rooted in the land. With settled farming came increased food production. Crop surpluses enabled populations to grow, supporting larger and more complex societies. The abundance of food freed some individuals from direct food production, allowing specialization in crafts, trade, governance, and religion. This division of labor was a key step in the emergence of cities and states, as people began to take on diverse roles that extended beyond mere survival. The agricultural revolution also transformed social relationships. Ownership of land and resources became central to identity and power. Concepts of property, inheritance, and social hierarchy began to take shape. Families and clans organized around the stewardship of fields and livestock, and communal cooperation became essential for managing irrigation, planting, and harvesting. Over time, these arrangements evolved into intricate social systems with leaders, priests, and artisans, setting the stage for early civilizations. Technological innovations accompanied these social changes. The development of tools like the plow, irrigation systems, and storage facilities enhanced agricultural efficiency and reliability. The ability to manipulate water through canals and dikes allowed farmers to cultivate land that was previously unusable, increasing food production and supporting population growth. These innovations reflected human ingenuity and adaptability in responding to environmental challenges. Agriculture also reshaped human diets and health. While farming provided a more reliable food source, it also introduced new nutritional dynamics. Reliance on staple crops like wheat, barley, or maize sometimes led to reduced dietary diversity and increased vulnerability to famine. Moreover, living in settled communities facilitated the spread of infectious diseases as population density and proximity to domesticated animals created new pathways for illness. The cultural and spiritual life of early agricultural societies was deeply connected to the land and the cycles of nature. Rituals and ceremonies celebrated planting and harvest seasons, invoking deities to ensure fertility and abundance. Megalithic structures such as Stonehenge may have served as calendars or places of worship aligned with agricultural cycles. These cultural expressions reflect a profound awareness of humanity's dependence on the Earth's rhythms. Trade networks expanded as communities exchanged surplus food, tools, and crafts. These exchanges fostered connections between distant peoples, spreading ideas, technologies, and cultural practices. The flow of goods and knowledge contributed to the diversification and enrichment of societies, further accelerating social complexity. Despite its benefits, the agricultural revolution also introduced challenges. Environmental degradation, such as soil exhaustion and deforestation, became issues as farming intensified. The concentration of populations and resources led to conflicts and the need for organized defense and governance. These pressures stimulated the development of laws, military structures, and centralized authority. The quiet revolution of the agricultural age, while lacking dramatic battles or upheavals, set in motion the conditions for all subsequent human history. It is the foundation upon which empires, technologies, and cultures were built. Understanding this revolution offers insight into the origins of modern society and the intricate relationship between humans and the natural world. As we begin this exploration, we will delve into the processes, innovations, and social transformations that define the agricultural age. We will uncover how this subtle yet powerful revolution quietly reshaped humanity's destiny, sowing the seeds of civilization itself. Continuing our journey through the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, we find ourselves immersed in a world where the slow, steady transformation of human societies reshaped the very fabric of life. This era, marked by the gradual domestication of plants and animals, laid the groundwork for social complexity, technological innovation, and cultural development that would reverberate through the ages. The process of domestication was neither sudden nor uniform. It involved generations of careful selection and cultivation, with early farmers experimenting with various wild species to identify those best suited for farming and herding. In the Fertile Crescent, for example, wild grains like einkorn, wheat, and barley were gradually cultivated, their seeds selected for size and yield. Similarly, animals such as goats, sheep, and cattle were tamed, their behaviors observed and managed to serve human needs for food, clothing, and labor. Settling into agricultural life required profound adjustments. Communities established permanent villages, often near water sources, to support irrigation and sustain crops. Structures evolved from simple huts to more complex dwellings made of mud bricks, reflecting increased investment in fixed homes. These villages became centers of social organization, where families and clans coordinated farming activities, shared resources, and developed communal decision-making processes. Agriculture's success depended on cooperation and innovation. Irrigation systems were developed to manage water supply, especially in regions where rainfall was scarce or seasonal. Canals, ditches, and reservoirs allowed farmers to extend growing seasons and cultivate larger areas. This technological ingenuity was critical in sustaining growing populations and stabilizing food production. As food surpluses increased, societies experienced demographic growth and social stratification. Not everyone needed to engage in food production, which freed some individuals to specialize in crafts, trade, administration, and religious leadership. This specialization fostered economic diversification and cultural flourishing. Artisans crafted pottery, textiles, and tools, while traders exchanged goods across expanding networks, connecting distant communities. Social hierarchies began to emerge, often linked to control over land and resources. Leaders and elites accumulated wealth and power, organizing labor for large-scale projects such as irrigation or defense. These developments laid the foundations for governance structures, including councils, chiefs, or early forms of monarchy. The division of labor and authority marked a significant departure from the egalitarianism of hunter-gatherer bands. Agricultural societies also developed new cultural and religious practices centered on fertility, harvest, and the cycles of nature. Rituals, festivals, and symbolic art reflected deep reverence for the earth and its bounty. Monuments such as stone circles or megaliths possibly served ceremonial functions aligned with agricultural calendars, illustrating the intertwined nature of spirituality and subsistence. However, the shift to farming also introduced new challenges. Dependence on a limited number of crops made societies vulnerable to environmental fluctuations and crop failures. The intensification of land use led to soil depletion and deforestation in some areas, affecting long-term sustainability. Moreover, increased population density facilitated the spread of diseases, altering human health and mortality patterns. Conflict became more common as communities competed for arable land, water rights, and resources. The need to protect surpluses and control territories spurred the development of defensive structures and organized warfare. These pressures further catalyzed the rise of complex political entities capable of mobilizing labor and resources on a larger scale. The agricultural age also witnessed significant technological advancements beyond farming itself. The invention of the wheel, plow, and metallurgy revolutionized production and transport. Pottery techniques improved storage and cooking capabilities, enhancing food security and nutrition. Writing systems began to emerge, initially for record-keeping related to agriculture and trade, paving the way for complex administration and culture. The legacy of the agricultural revolution is profound. It transformed human relationships with the environment, enabling the rise of civilizations with cities, states, and empires. The quiet, gradual changes of this era laid the foundation for social complexity, economic systems, and cultural achievements that define history. Understanding this revolution enriches our appreciation for the resilience and creativity of early humans who adapted to and shaped their surroundings through innovation and cooperation. The agricultural age reminds us that some of history's most significant transformations occur not through sudden upheaval, but through persistent, patient change. As we proceed, we will explore specific regions and cultures that exemplified this revolution, uncovering their unique adaptations, achievements, and contributions to the human story. This continued journey invites reflection on how the past quietly shapes our present and future. As we deepen our exploration into the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, it becomes clear that this transformation was far from a single event. Rather, it was a complex mosaic of regional developments, adaptations, and innovations. Across various parts of the world, early farming communities adapted the principles of agriculture to their unique environments, climates, and cultural contexts. This diversity of experience not only shaped the trajectory of human history, but also highlighted the ingenuity and resilience of our ancestors. In the Fertile Crescent, often hailed as the cradle of agriculture, early farmers began domesticating staple crops such as wheat and barley alongside animals like sheep and goats. The region's rich soils and favorable climate made it an ideal setting for this revolutionary transition. However, even here, the shift from foraging to farming was gradual. Early communities combined hunting, gathering, and cultivation, creating a mixed subsistence strategy that allowed them to experiment and adapt. Over time, as farming techniques improved and domesticated species became more reliable, agriculture emerged as the primary means of sustenance. Meanwhile, in East Asia, particularly along the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, rice cultivation became the hallmark of early agricultural societies. The labor-intensive process of rice farming required new social organization, including coordinated irrigation and flood control. These innovations fostered cooperation and complex social structures, supporting the rise of villages and eventually, state societies. The reliance on rice also influenced diet, culture, and settlement patterns in profound ways. In the Americas, indigenous peoples domesticated crops such as maize, beans, and squash, the so-called Three Sisters, forming sustainable agricultural systems that supported dense populations. Unlike in Eurasia, domestication in the Americas often involved crops with different growth cycles and nutritional profiles, leading to unique social and cultural adaptations. The development of terrace farming, irrigation canals, and seed selection in these regions underscores the technological sophistication of early American farmers. Across these diverse landscapes, Agriculture catalyzed shifts in social organization. Permanent settlements led to population growth, which in turn demanded new forms of governance and resource management. Villages grew into towns, and towns into cities, as specialization increased and trade networks expanded. The rise of artisans, priests, warriors, and rulers was closely tied to the surpluses and stability that farming provided. Agriculture also had profound ecological impacts. Deforestation, soil erosion, and changes in biodiversity occurred as humans transformed landscapes to suit cultivation. While these environmental changes facilitated growth, they also introduced new challenges and vulnerabilities. Managing these tensions between growth and sustainability became a recurring theme throughout human history. The cultural implications of the agricultural revolution are equally significant. Farming communities developed new religious practices centered on fertility, harvest, and the cycles of nature. Seasonal festivals and rituals sought to secure divine favor and ensure the continuity of life. Artistic expressions, from pottery decoration to monumental architecture, often reflected agricultural themes, celebrating the profound connection between humans and the earth. The quiet but powerful changes of the agricultural age set the stage for the emergence of complex civilizations, those remarkable human achievements marked by writing, law, monumental construction, and expansive trade. The innovations and social transformations seeded in this era laid the foundation for the great civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, China, and Mesoamerica. Yet this revolution was not without its costs. The shift to sedentary life and food production brought about new forms of inequality, labor demands, and health challenges. Disease transmission increased in denser populations, diets became less varied, and social stratification sometimes led to oppression and conflict. These complexities remind us that human progress is rarely linear or unambiguous. In reflecting on the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, we recognize a fundamental turning point in humanity's story. It reveals the capacity of human societies to adapt, innovate, and transform in ways that shape their destiny and the natural world. This age is a testament to the power of small, persistent changes to alter the course of history profoundly. As we move forward, we will explore the specific technologies, social structures, and cultural developments that arose from this revolution, illuminating the diverse paths humans took as they embraced agriculture and forged the beginnings of civilization. This exploration invites us to appreciate the subtleties and nuances of a revolution that was as quiet as it was world-changing. As we continue to unfold the story of the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, it is essential to explore how this gradual transformation reshaped not only the daily lives of early humans, but also the broader social, economic, and environmental landscapes. The shift from nomadic foraging to settled farming communities was a profound change, altering humanity's relationship with nature and one another in fundamental ways. One of the most significant impacts of adopting agriculture was the establishment of permanent settlements. Unlike the mobile lifestyle of hunter-gatherers, early farming societies built villages and towns, investing time and labor into constructing homes, storage facilities, and communal spaces. This permanence fostered a sense of place and community, allowing for the development of traditions, cultural identity, and social cohesion that would become the bedrock of civilization. The growth of populations within these settlements was both a cause and effect of agricultural success. Increased food production supported larger communities, which in turn required more sophisticated methods of resource management. Farmers developed techniques such as crop rotation and irrigation to sustain yields and protect soil fertility. These innovations demonstrated an evolving understanding of environmental stewardship and agricultural science. As communities expanded, social structures became more complex. Hierarchies emerged based on control of land, water, and food surplus. Leaders, whether chiefs, councils, or early monarchs, took on roles coordinating labor, resolving disputes, and organizing defense. This centralization of authority was a response to the challenges of managing larger groups and their resources, marking a shift toward organized governance. The specialization of labor was another hallmark of agricultural societies. Not everyone was required to farm, freeing individuals to pursue crafts, trade, religious duties, and military service. Artisans produced pottery, textiles, tools, and jewelry, contributing to economic diversification and cultural expression. Markets and trade routes connected communities, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies across regions. The spiritual life of agricultural peoples became deeply intertwined with the cycles of nature. Festivals and rituals celebrated planting and harvest seasons, honoring deities believed to govern fertility, rain, and growth. Megalithic monuments and ceremonial centers served as focal points for communal worship and social gathering, reflecting the sacred connection between people and the land they cultivated. While agriculture brought many benefits, it also introduced new challenges. Dependence on cultivated crops made societies vulnerable to climatic fluctuations, pests, and disease outbreaks affecting crops and livestock. The intensification of land use led to deforestation and soil degradation in some areas, necessitating ongoing adaptation and innovation to maintain productivity. Health patterns changed as well. Sedentary living and higher population densities increased exposure to infectious diseases. Dietary shifts, with a heavier reliance on staple grains, sometimes led to nutritional deficiencies. Archaeological evidence reveals these health impacts, offering a nuanced view of the costs and benefits of early farming. Conflict and competition for resources became more frequent as societies grew. Access to arable land and water was a source of tension, prompting the construction of defensive structures and the development of organized warfare. These pressures influenced political evolution, encouraging the formation of larger, more centralized states, capable of mobilizing armies and administering justice. Technological advancements accelerated during this period. The invention of the plow, improvements in irrigation, and the use of metal tools enhanced agricultural efficiency. Innovations in pottery and storage technology improved food preservation, reducing waste and supporting larger populations. The wheel and transportation innovations facilitated trade and communication. Writing systems emerged as a response to the need for record-keeping, administration, and communication within growing societies. Early scripts, such as cuneiform and hieroglyphs, often originated from accounting needs related to agriculture, trade, and taxation. This development was a key step toward complex bureaucracy and cultural sophistication. The quiet revolution of the agricultural age was, therefore, a multifaceted transformation: biological, social, economic, technological, and cultural. It reshaped the human experience, setting the stage for the rise of civilizations and the modern world. Its quiet yet persistent nature reminds us that fundamental change often unfolds gradually through accumulation and adaptation. As we proceed, we will examine specific cultures and regions where this revolution took distinctive forms, exploring how diverse environments and traditions shaped unique paths toward settled agricultural life. This ongoing exploration invites us to appreciate the subtle complexities of humanity's journey from forager to farmer and from village to city. As we continue to explore the profound transformations ushered in by the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, we begin to see how this era fundamentally altered human society, shaping the political, economic, and cultural structures that would dominate for millennia. The shift to agriculture not only changed how people obtained food, but also how they organized themselves, interacted with the environment, and conceived their place in the world. One of the defining features of this new era was the emergence of social stratification. In hunter-gatherer societies, egalitarian structures predominated, as mobility and subsistence strategies limited accumulation of surplus wealth and power. However, agriculture enabled food surpluses, which in turn allowed certain individuals or groups to accumulate resources and exert authority over others. Land ownership became a crucial source of power, and the management of agricultural production led to the rise of elites, such as chiefs, priests, and eventually kings. This social hierarchy was often reinforced by religious ideology. Agricultural societies developed complex cosmologies in which fertility, harvest, and the cycles of nature were governed by gods and spirits. Priests held significant influence, serving as intermediaries between the people and the divine forces believed to control agricultural success. Temples became centers of economic and political power, controlling land, labor, and resources. These institutions played a central role in legitimizing social stratification and governance. Economic specialization expanded rapidly. As farming communities produced more food than they consumed, they engaged in trade, both locally and across vast distances. The exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies fostered cultural interaction and innovation. Markets emerged, and trade networks connected regions and peoples, facilitating the diffusion of crops, livestock, metalworking techniques, and writing systems. The role of technology in agriculture cannot be overstated. Innovations such as the plow revolutionized farming by increasing efficiency and allowing cultivation of heavier soils. Irrigation systems enabled the expansion of arable land, especially in arid or semi-arid regions. Storage techniques, including granaries and pottery, improved food security by preserving surpluses through lean seasons. These advancements underpinned population growth and urbanization. Urban centers began to develop as population density increased. Villages grew into towns, which evolved into cities that served as hubs of administration, commerce, and culture. These cities required organized governance to manage resources, maintain order, and coordinate large-scale projects such as irrigation and defense. Writing systems emerged as essential tools for record-keeping, taxation, and legal codes, enabling the administration of increasingly complex societies. The agricultural revolution also brought environmental changes. Deforestation, soil depletion, and water management challenges arose as humans modified landscapes to meet their needs. These impacts required adaptive strategies and sometimes led to societal stress or decline, highlighting the delicate balance between human activity and ecological sustainability. Culturally, agricultural societies expressed their connection to the land through art, architecture, and ritual. Monumental constructions, such as the ziggurats of Mesopotamia or the pyramids of Egypt, symbolized religious and political authority. Festivals celebrated planting and harvest cycles, reinforcing communal identity and cohesion. These cultural expressions illustrate the profound integration of agriculture into the spiritual and social life of early civilizations. Health and lifestyle underwent significant changes. Sedentary living and reliance on staple crops altered diets and exposed populations to new health risks. Archaeological evidence indicates increases in dental caries and nutritional deficiencies, as well as the spread of infectious diseases in denser populations. These developments underscore the complex consequences of the transition from foraging to farming. The agricultural revolution, though quiet and gradual, was one of the most pivotal shifts in human history. It set humanity on a path toward civilization, enabling advancements in technology, governance, culture, and economy. Its legacy is the foundation of modern society and continues to influence how we live and relate to the environment. As we move forward, we will explore the rise of some of the world's earliest civilizations: Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, and China, each shaped by their unique agricultural practices and innovations. This exploration offers a window into the diverse ways human societies adapted the principles of the agricultural revolution to create complex and enduring cultures. As we continue our exploration of the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, it becomes clear that the rise of early civilizations was inextricably linked to the innovations and social transformations rooted in agriculture. The ability to produce food surpluses not only sustained larger populations, but also enabled the emergence of cities, complex governments, and cultural achievements that defined the ancient world. In Mesopotamia, often called the cradle of civilization, fertile lands between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers fostered the growth of some of the earliest urban centers. The development of irrigation systems to control river floods allowed farmers to expand their fields, increasing crop yields. This abundance supported burgeoning populations and the division of labor necessary for city life. Temples and palaces rose as centers of religious and political power, reflecting the intertwining of governance, economy, and spirituality. The invention of writing, specifically cuneiform script, arose in this context as a tool for record-keeping and administration. Early scribes documented agricultural production, trade transactions, and legal matters, creating the first archives of human history. Writing not only facilitated complex governance, but also preserved knowledge, enabling cultural continuity and innovation. Similarly, ancient Egypt's civilization flourished along the Nile River, where the predictable flooding cycles enabled reliable agriculture. Egyptian farmers cultivated wheat, barley, and flax, supporting a society rich in art, architecture, and religion. The pharaoh, seen as a divine ruler, was central to maintaining order and ensuring the fertility of the land. Massive projects such as the construction of pyramids and temples were possible due to the organizational capabilities made feasible by agricultural surpluses. In the Indus Valley, cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro showcase advanced urban planning, with grid layouts, sophisticated drainage, and standardized weights and measures. These features reflect a society that depended on agriculture and trade to sustain its population and economy. Though the script remains undeciphered, archaeological evidence points to complex social structures and extensive trade networks. In ancient China, early agricultural societies along the Yellow River cultivated millet and later rice, developing irrigation and terrace farming techniques. These innovations supported growing populations and laid the groundwork for dynastic rule. The Chinese emphasis on harmony between humans and nature is evident in their agricultural calendars, philosophies, and rituals. These early civilizations shared common challenges, including managing resources, coordinating labor, and mitigating environmental risks. Water control, food storage, and defense against invasions were critical concerns addressed through technological and social innovation. The rise of bureaucracies, codified laws, and standing armies emerged as societies sought stability and order amid increasing complexity. The cultural achievements of these civilizations, literature, art, religion, and science, were deeply influenced by agricultural life. Festivals celebrating planting and harvest seasons reinforced communal bonds and spiritual beliefs. Artistic expressions often depicted agricultural themes, symbolizing fertility, abundance, and renewal. However, the agricultural revolution also brought social inequalities. Elites controlled land and resources, while many laborers worked under their authority. The concentration of wealth and power led to social stratification and, at times, exploitation. These dynamics introduced new tensions and conflicts, shaping the political landscape of ancient societies. Health and nutrition evolved with agriculture, but faced challenges. Dependence on staple crops sometimes resulted in limited diets, and dense populations facilitated the spread of diseases. Archaeological findings of skeletal remains provide insights into the health impacts of early farming lifestyles, revealing patterns of stress, malnutrition, and illness. The legacy of these ancient agricultural civilizations is immense. Their innovations in farming, governance, writing, and culture laid the foundations for future societies. The quiet revolution that began with planting seeds and domesticating animals blossomed into the rich tapestry of human history. As we proceed, we will examine the enduring influence of the agricultural revolution on subsequent eras and how these ancient developments continue to shape our world. This exploration invites reflection on humanity's capacity for adaptation, innovation, and cultural expression, a journey that began quietly in the fields and gardens of our ancestors. As the agricultural age progressed, the foundations laid by early farming communities blossomed into vibrant, complex societies whose legacies continue to influence our world today. This quiet revolution, born from the steady toil of planting seeds and domesticating animals, set humanity on a path toward unprecedented cultural, technological, and social achievements. Understanding this transformation requires a close look at the ways agricultural societies innovated, adapted, and organized themselves to meet the challenges of their environments and ambitions. One of the most striking outcomes of the agricultural revolution was the rise of urban centers, cities that became hubs of administration, commerce, and culture. Unlike earlier, smaller settlements, these cities required sophisticated systems for managing resources, labor, and social order. The coordination of food production, water supply, and trade demanded bureaucratic governance, leading to the emergence of rulers, officials, and scribes. The development of writing systems, such as cuneiform in Mesopotamia and hieroglyphs in Egypt, played a crucial role in recording laws, transactions, and histories, enabling societies to manage complexity over generations. Economic specialization flourished alongside urban growth. With surpluses in food, not everyone needed to farm, allowing craftsmen, merchants, priests, and soldiers to focus on their trades. This diversification enriched cultures and stimulated innovation. Metalworking, pottery, textiles, and architecture advanced, reflecting both practical needs and aesthetic expression. Trade networks expanded, connecting distant regions and facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. Religion and spirituality remained deeply intertwined with agricultural life. Fertility, harvest, and seasonal cycles were central themes in religious beliefs and rituals. Temples and sacred sites often aligned with celestial events marking planting or harvest times, reflecting a profound connection between the cosmos and the earth's bounty. Priests wielded significant influence, overseeing ceremonies that sought to ensure divine favor for crops and communities. These religious frameworks provided social cohesion and helped legitimize political authority. However, the benefits of agriculture were accompanied by new challenges and complexities. Environmental degradation, including soil erosion and deforestation, became concerns as human activity intensified. Societies had to develop strategies for sustainable land use, water management, and resource conservation to maintain their livelihoods. The consequences of these environmental pressures are echoed in historical accounts of societal decline and transformation. Social hierarchies solidified during this period, often linked to land ownership and control over resources. Elites accumulated wealth and power, creating classes that had different access to goods, privileges, and political influence. This stratification introduced inequalities and sometimes fueled conflicts both within and between communities. The establishment of laws and military forces helped maintain order and protect interests, further shaping the social and political landscape. Health patterns also evolved with the rise of agriculture and urbanization. While reliable food sources supported population growth, diets often became less varied, leading to nutritional deficiencies. Close living quarters facilitated the spread of infectious diseases. Archaeological studies reveal increased instances of dental problems, bone stress, and other health issues related to the sedentary lifestyle. These developments remind us that the agricultural revolution's gains came with significant trade-offs. Technological innovation remained a constant driver of change. Advances in irrigation, plowing, and crop management improved yields and efficiency. The domestication of draft animals revolutionized transportation and agriculture. Innovations in metallurgy enabled stronger tools and weapons, altering economic and military dynamics. These technological strides supported expanding populations and the complexity of urban life. The cultural achievements of agricultural societies are enduring. Art, literature, architecture, and science flourished as communities accumulated resources and leisure. Monumental structures like the Egyptian pyramids or Mesopotamian ziggurats symbolize the scale of human ambition and organizational capability rooted in agricultural surplus. Written records preserve myths, laws, and knowledge, giving us insights into ancient worldviews and experiences. Trade networks link distant regions, fostering cross-cultural exchanges that enrich societies and spread innovations. Items like precious metals, spices, textiles, and ideas traversed vast distances, connecting disparate peoples. These interactions contributed to the dynamic and interconnected nature of ancient civilizations. As the agricultural age matured, it set the stage for further transformations, empires, philosophical systems, technological revolutions that would shape human destiny. The quiet revolution of farming was the seed from which the tree of civilization grew, its roots deep in the soil of human ingenuity and cooperation. Reflecting on this era, we see that progress often unfolds not through sudden upheaval, but through steady, persistent change. The agricultural revolution teaches us about adaptation, resilience, and the intricate relationships between humans and their environments. Its legacy continues to inform how we understand our past and navigate our future. As we continue our journey through the profound transformation brought about by the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, it is essential to understand how this slow but steady shift laid the groundwork for the rise of complex societies and civilizations. The innovations in agriculture, social organization, and technology during this period did more than sustain human life. They fundamentally reshaped human culture, politics, and economy. At the heart of this transformation was the development of food surplus. Early farming communities learned not only to cultivate the land, but also to store and manage their harvests effectively. Granaries and storage pits became common features of settlements, allowing communities to preserve food through seasons of scarcity. This ability to secure resources beyond immediate consumption was revolutionary, It provided a buffer against famine and enabled the support of larger populations and specialized social roles. The presence of surplus food meant that not everyone needed to participate directly in food production. This shift allowed individuals to pursue crafts, trade, religious leadership, and governance, fostering the diversification of labor. Artisans developed new techniques in pottery, metallurgy, weaving, and construction, producing goods that were both functional and symbolic. These crafts contributed to social status and economic exchange, further linking communities through trade networks. Trade itself expanded dramatically during the agricultural age. As surplus goods became available, communities began exchanging products locally and over long distances. Precious stones, metals, exotic foods, and crafted items moved along established routes, connecting disparate cultures and facilitating the spread of ideas and technology. These interactions enriched societies culturally and materially, accelerating innovation and cultural exchange. The growth of settlements into towns and cities necessitated new forms of governance. Leaders emerged to organize labor for large-scale projects, such as irrigation, road building, and defense. Administrative systems developed to manage resources, collect taxes, and enforce laws. Writing systems, initially developed for record-keeping, became tools of communication, literature, and law, preserving knowledge and cultural identity. Religion played a central role in legitimizing social order and explaining natural phenomena. Agricultural societies worshipped deities associated with fertility, harvest, rain, and the earth. Rituals and festivals punctuated the agricultural calendar, reinforcing community bonds and the relationship between humans and nature. Temples and sacred sites served as both religious and economic centers, often controlling significant land and resources. While the agricultural revolution brought many benefits, it also introduced challenges. Environmental degradation became apparent as forests were cleared, soils depleted, and waterways diverted for irrigation. These changes required societies to develop new strategies for sustainability and resource management. Failure to adapt could lead to societal stress or collapse, as evidenced in some ancient civilizations. Health and nutrition also evolved during this period. While stable food supplies supported population growth, diets often became less diverse, leading to nutritional deficiencies. The increased population density in settlements facilitated the spread of infectious diseases, impacting mortality and social dynamics. Archaeological evidence reveals these shifts, providing insight into the human cost of the transition to farming. Conflict and warfare became more organized as societies competed for resources and territory. The need for protection and expansion led to the formation of armies and fortifications. Political power increasingly centralized, with rulers wielding authority backed by military strength. This development laid the foundation for the empires and states that would dominate the ancient world. The agricultural age's cultural achievements are remarkable. Architecture flourished, with monumental buildings and urban planning reflecting the aspirations and organizational capacity of these societies. Art and literature developed, expressing religious beliefs, social hierarchies, and human experience. Music, dance, and ceremony played important roles in community life, weaving together the sacred and the secular. Education and knowledge transmission became formalized, with scribes, scholars, and religious leaders preserving and expanding cultural heritage. Scientific observation in fields like astronomy, mathematics, and medicine advanced, often motivated by practical needs such as calendar creation, land measurement, and health. As we reflect on the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, we see a transformation that was both subtle and profound. A revolution not of sudden upheaval, but of persistent innovation and adaptation. It reminds us that the foundations of modern society are built upon the patient efforts of countless generations who cultivated the earth, organized their communities, and created the social fabric we inherit. This era is a testament to human creativity, resilience, and the enduring relationship between people and the land. As we move forward, we will explore the specific stories and achievements of civilizations that flourished on this foundation, continuing our journey through the unfolding saga of human history. As our exploration of the quiet revolution of the agricultural age continues, it becomes clear that this transformative era set the stage for the extraordinary diversity of human civilizations that would follow. The foundations laid by early agricultural societies enabled the flowering of cultures with distinct identities, innovations, and legacies that still echo through time. To fully grasp the impact of this revolution, we must look closely at the complex interactions between environment, technology, social structures, and human creativity that characterize this period. One of the remarkable features of agricultural societies was their capacity to adapt to diverse environments. From the fertile river valleys of Mesopotamia and Egypt to the highlands of the Andes and the plains of North America, communities developed unique farming practices tailored to their surroundings. Irrigation canals in Mesopotamia transformed arid lands into productive fields, while the construction of terraces in mountainous regions prevented soil erosion and maximized arable land. These innovations highlight humanity's ingenuity in harnessing nature's resources sustainably. The development of writing and record-keeping was critical to managing increasingly complex societies. Early scripts, such as cuneiform and hieroglyphs, began as practical tools for tracking agricultural production, trade, and taxation. Over time, writing evolved into a medium for preserving laws, literature, religious texts, and historical narratives. This advancement not only facilitated governance and economic management, but also fostered cultural continuity and identity. Trade networks expanded dramatically during the agricultural age, connecting distant regions and fostering cultural exchange. Goods such as metals, textiles, spices, and precious stones traveled along routes that linked diverse peoples. These interactions spread technological innovations, artistic styles, religious beliefs, and ideas, enriching societies and enabling cross-cultural dialogue. The interconnectedness of ancient agricultural civilizations laid early groundwork for globalization. Social hierarchies became more entrenched as agricultural surpluses enabled the accumulation of wealth and power by elites. Land ownership, control over water resources, and access to trade became central to social status. Rulers, priests, and military leaders held authority over labor and production, establishing governance structures that maintained order and facilitated large-scale projects. These political developments laid the foundation for states and empires that would dominate ancient history. Religious and ideological systems evolved to reinforce social cohesion and justify authority. Agricultural cycles were deeply embedded in spiritual beliefs, with deities and rituals associated with fertility, harvest, and cosmic order. Temples and ceremonial centers served as focal points for religious activity and often controlled significant economic resources. The intertwining of religion and politics provided stability and legitimacy in rapidly growing societies. Despite these advancements, the agricultural revolution introduced challenges that shaped human experience. Environmental pressures from intensified land use led to deforestation, soil depletion, and water management issues. Societal complexity sometimes resulted in inequality, conflict, and exploitation. Population growth and urbanization increased vulnerability to disease and food shortages. These tensions required ongoing adaptation and innovation, driving cycles of growth, decline, and transformation. Health and nutrition were profoundly affected by the shift to farming. While stable food supplies supported population expansion, diets often became less varied and more reliant on carbohydrates from staple crops. This dietary shift sometimes led to malnutrition and increased susceptibility to illness. The rise in population density facilitated the spread of infectious diseases, altering mortality patterns and social dynamics. Archaeological evidence provides insights into these health impacts, deepening our understanding of ancient lifeways. The legacy of the agricultural revolution is both vast and complex. It underpins the emergence of civilization and the diversity of human cultures that followed. The quiet, persistent changes in how humans lived and worked reshaped our species' trajectory, influencing social organization, technology, culture, and our relationship with the environment. Reflecting on this era, we recognize that progress often unfolds gradually, through countless small innovations and adaptations. The agricultural age teaches us about resilience, cooperation, and the profound impact of humanity's interaction with the natural world. It invites us to appreciate the subtle but powerful forces that have shaped our collective history. As we prepare to conclude our exploration, we will examine how the innovations and social structures born of the agricultural revolution set the stage for later historical developments. This reflection offers a lens through which to view the continuing story of human civilization, one that began quietly in fields and villages but continues to shape our lives today. As we reach the conclusion of our exploration into the quiet revolution of the agricultural age, it is important to reflect on the profound and lasting impact this era has had on the course of human history. Though its transformations were gradual and often subtle, the agricultural revolution fundamentally altered the relationship between humans and the natural world, enabling the rise of civilizations and shaping the complex societies we live in today. This quiet revolution was not merely about the domestication of plants and animals. It was about the emergence of new ways of living, organizing, and thinking. The shift from nomadic foraging to settled farming required humans to cultivate not only the land, but also new social structures, technologies, and cultural expressions. Communities learned to cooperate on unprecedented scales, building irrigation networks, constructing storage facilities, and establishing governance systems to manage resources and labor. These developments laid the groundwork for cities, states, and empires. The ability to produce food surpluses was transformative. It freed many individuals from the daily necessity of food gathering, allowing them to specialize in crafts, trade, administration, and intellectual pursuits. This specialization spurred technological innovation, artistic expression, and the development of writing systems. The cultural achievements born from this period include monumental architecture, sophisticated religious beliefs, and complex legal codes, all hallmarks of civilization. However, the agricultural revolution also introduced new challenges and complexities. The concentration of populations in permanent settlements increased the spread of infectious diseases, altered human diets, and created vulnerabilities to famine and environmental degradation. Social inequalities grew as elites accumulated land and resources, and conflicts over these assets sometimes erupted into warfare. These dynamics reveal that progress often comes with trade-offs and tensions that societies must navigate. Environmentally, the revolution marked a turning point in human impact on the planet. Deforestation, soil erosion, and changes in water systems became more pronounced as humans manipulated landscapes to meet their needs. These early interventions set patterns that continue to influence ecological systems today. The delicate balance between exploiting and sustaining natural resources remains a central challenge for humanity. Culturally, the reverence for the cycles of nature persisted, embedded in rituals, festivals, and myths, celebrating fertility, growth, and renewal. These traditions reinforced social cohesion and connected human communities to the environment. The agricultural calendar became a rhythm that structured life, work, and spirituality, shaping calendars and timekeeping practices still in use. The legacies of the agricultural age are manifold. The innovations, social organizations, and cultural achievements it fostered underpin the foundation of the modern world. From the earliest cities of Mesopotamia and Egypt to the vast empires of later millennia, the seeds sown during this quiet revolution continued to bear fruit. Reflecting on this era, we recognize that monumental change often begins with modest steps, small shifts in practice and perspective that accumulate over time. The agricultural revolution exemplifies humanity's capacity for adaptation, innovation, and cooperation, demonstrating that quiet revolutions can reshape destinies. As we close this chapter, we are reminded of the intricate relationship between humans and their environment, a relationship that has defined our species and shaped the course of history. The quiet revolution of agriculture teaches us about resilience, ingenuity, and the enduring power of human connection to the land, to each other, and to the future. Thank you for joining this detailed exploration of the quiet revolution of the agricultural age. May this journey deepen your appreciation for the subtle forces that have shaped human civilization and inspire reflection on the ongoing story of our shared humanity. That brings us to the end of our previous story. Before we begin the next one, if you're still here with us, please leave a like and softly subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us continue sharing these peaceful journeys into history. Now, let's continue with another chapter of Boring History for Sleep. Tonight, we explore the crucial and fascinating influence of the role of horses in Mongol conquests. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. The story of the Mongol conquests is inseparable from the story of the horse. For the nomadic Mongol tribes of the vast Eurasian steppes, horses were far more than just animals. They were lifelines, partners, and the very foundation of military power and mobility. The extraordinary success of the Mongol Empire in the 13th century owed much to their unparalleled horsemanship and the integral role horses played in every aspect of their conquests. Understanding this relationship between the Mongols and their horses offers profound insight into how a relatively small group managed to build one of the largest empires in history. The Mongol horse was a hardy, resilient breed, uniquely adapted to the harsh conditions of the steppe. Smaller than many modern horses, averaging about 12 to 14 hands high, these horses were incredibly tough and could survive on sparse vegetation and limited water. Their endurance was legendary, enabling Mongol warriors to cover vast distances at speed, often traveling up to 100 miles in a single day. This mobility was a critical factor in the Mongols' military campaigns, allowing rapid movements, surprise attacks, and efficient communication across the vast expanses they sought to conquer. From a young age, Mongol children learned to ride horses, developing exceptional skills in horsemanship and archery. The bond between rider and horse was profound, with warriors often relying on multiple mounts during campaigns to maintain stamina and effectiveness. A typical Mongol soldier might have 5 or 6 horses, rotating among them to keep each fresh. This system ensured that the army could move swiftly and strike with overwhelming force before enemies could mount an effective defense. The horse's role extended beyond transportation and combat. It was central to the Mongol economy and society. Horses provided milk, meat, and hides, supporting the nomadic lifestyle. The care of horses was meticulous, with elaborate knowledge of breeding, grazing, and veterinary practices. Mongol families prized their horses, considering them vital assets and symbols of status and strength. In battle, the Mongol horseman was a formidable opponent. Mounted archers combined speed, agility, and deadly precision, firing arrows accurately even while galloping at full speed. The horse's agility allowed riders to execute complex maneuvers, feigned retreats, and rapid repositioning on the battlefield. This mobility, combined with innovative tactics and psychological warfare, often overwhelmed more traditional armies bound to slower-moving infantry or heavier cavalry. The Mongol army's logistics also depended heavily on horses. Supply lines and communication networks relied on fast-moving riders who could relay messages, scout enemy positions, and coordinate troop movements. The vast distances covered during campaigns across Asia and into Europe would have been impossible without the speed and endurance of their horses. Horses also influenced Mongol culture and spirituality. They were revered and often featured in rituals and ceremonies. The deep connection between the Mongols and their horses shaped their worldview, emphasizing harmony with nature, resilience, and freedom. This cultural dimension reinforced the practical importance of horses, making them central to identity and daily life. The success of the Mongol conquest demonstrated the strategic advantage provided by superior cavalry. Their ability to harness the strengths of their horses transformed warfare and allowed a relatively small force to defeat larger, more established armies. The spread of the Mongol Empire facilitated cultural exchange, trade, and the movement of ideas across Eurasia, reshaping the medieval world. As we embark on this detailed journey into the role of horses in the Mongol conquests, we will explore the biological traits of the Mongol horse, the training and tactics of the Mongol cavalry, and the profound impact these animals had on the course of history. This exploration reveals how the quiet strength and endurance of the horse were as vital to Mongol dominance as the skill and courage of their riders. Continuing our exploration into the role of horses in the Mongol conquests, we must delve deeper into the unique characteristics of the Mongol horse and how these animals shaped not only military success, but also the very fabric of Mongol society. Unlike many of the larger horse breeds familiar in other parts of the world, the Mongol horse was small in stature, but remarkable in endurance, resilience, and adaptability, traits perfectly suited to the unforgiving environment of the Eurasian steppe. The Mongol steppe, with its vast open plains, harsh winters, and scarce vegetation, was a demanding habitat. The Mongol horse evolved to thrive under these conditions, requiring minimal food and water to sustain itself over long distances. Its sturdy build and tough hooves allowed it to navigate rough terrain, from dry grasslands to rocky hillsides, often traveling far greater distances than larger, more delicate horses. This ruggedness was essential, as Mongol warriors depended on their mounts to carry them swiftly across immense expanses of territory, often in pursuit of enemies or during rapid strategic redeployments. Mongol riders typically maintained multiple horses, rotating them to prevent exhaustion and maintain speed during long campaigns. This practice allowed Mongol armies to move with unprecedented agility, covering up to 100 miles in a day, a feat unheard of for most contemporary armies reliant on slower cavalry or infantry. The psychological effect of this speed and mobility was significant. Enemies could rarely anticipate Mongol movements or mount effective defenses, enabling the Mongols to dictate the terms of battle. The bond between rider and horse was not merely utilitarian, but deeply personal and cultural. From childhood, Mongols were trained to ride, hunt, and shoot from horseback, developing an instinctual harmony with their mounts. Their survival depended on this connection. Horses were regarded as family members, and great care was taken in their breeding, training, and health. Veterinary knowledge was passed down through generations, including remedies for common ailments and injuries. The reverence for horses permeated Mongol culture, with horses appearing in stories, rituals, and daily life, symbolizing freedom and strength. In warfare, the Mongol horse enabled innovative tactics that revolutionized medieval combat. Mounted archers could execute hit-and-run attacks, encircle opponents, and perform feigned retreats to draw enemies into traps. Their ability to shoot accurately while galloping at full speed was unmatched, giving them a deadly advantage. The horse's agility allowed riders to swiftly change direction and exploit weaknesses in enemy formations. These tactics, combined with disciplined organization and strategic intelligence, made the Mongol military machine extraordinarily effective. Beyond the battlefield, horses played a critical role in Mongol logistics and communication. Messengers, or arrow riders, carried information across vast distances at incredible speed, coordinating military campaigns and governance across the sprawling empire. Supply chains depended on horses for transporting goods, provisions, and personnel, enabling the Mongols to sustain prolonged operations far from their homeland. The economic significance of horses extended into daily Mongol life. They provided milk, meat, and hides, which were essential for nutrition, clothing, and shelter. The production of arag, fermented mare's milk, was a staple of the Mongol diet and social culture. This multifaceted utility reinforced the horse's central place in Mongol identity, economy, and spirituality. The role of horses in the Mongol conquest was not without its limitations. The dependence on pastures required access to vast grazing lands, influencing Mongol expansion strategies and interactions with settled agricultural societies. Managing horse herds and maintaining mobility required careful planning and discipline, balancing military ambitions with environmental realities. The legacy of the Mongol horse extends beyond its immediate historical context. It influenced cavalry tactics across Eurasia and contributed to the development of breeds adapted to diverse climates and warfare styles. The Mongol Empire's facilitation of trade and cultural exchange along the Silk Road was, in part, enabled by the mobility that horses provided, connecting East and West in unprecedented ways. As we continue this detailed examination of the role of horses in Mongol conquests, we will explore the training methods, battlefield strategies, and cultural practices that made Mongol cavalry so effective. This journey reveals how the strength, endurance, and spirit of the horse were inseparable from the Mongol identity and their extraordinary military achievements. As we further explore the indispensable role of horses in the Mongol conquests, it becomes clear that these animals were not simply tools of war, but vital partners that shaped every aspect of Mongol military strategy and lifestyle. The profound relationship between Mongol warriors and their horses was central to their success, and understanding this connection provides deeper insight into how the Mongols were able to create one of the largest contiguous empires in history. The rigorous training and exceptional skills of Mongol riders set them apart from their contemporaries. From an early age, Mongol children were taught to ride with confidence and agility, often learning to mount and control a horse before they could walk steadily. This early exposure fostered an unparalleled bond between rider and horse. Mongol warriors became adept at shooting arrows with deadly precision even while galloping at full speed, an extraordinary feat that demanded balance, coordination, and trust in their mounts. In battle, the mobility offered by horses allowed Mongol forces to execute highly effective tactics that combined speed, surprise, and psychological warfare. The famed feigned retreat maneuver, wherein Mongol cavalry would pretend to flee in panic only to lure enemies into ambushes, depended entirely on the horse's stamina and rider's control. This tactic disoriented opposing forces. breaking their formations and morale. The horses' agility enabled rapid changes in direction, making Mongol cavalry hard to pin down or counterattack. Mongol horses also carried the soldiers' supplies and weapons, allowing warriors to remain self-sufficient and mobile for extended campaigns. A typical Mongol soldier would have multiple horses, often 5 to 6, to rotate between during long rides. This rotation kept each horse fresh and ensured the army could cover vast distances quickly, sometimes traversing up to 100 miles a day. Such endurance was unmatched by most other armies of the time, granting the Mongols strategic advantages in mobility and logistics. The speed of communication facilitated by horses was another critical element in Mongol success. Mounted couriers relayed messages swiftly across the empire, maintaining coordination among dispersed units and commanders. This communication network, combined with the Mongols' flexible and decentralized command structure, allowed for coordinated multi-front campaigns and rapid responses to emerging threats. Beyond warfare, horses were deeply embedded in Mongol culture and economy. They were vital for transportation, herding livestock, and providing milk and meat, which were central to the Mongol diet. Fermented mare's milk, or air egg, was a staple beverage and held social and ceremonial importance. The care and breeding of horses were community priorities, with detailed knowledge of genetics, feeding, and veterinary care passed down through generations. The spiritual significance of horses in Mongol society cannot be overstated. They were revered as symbols of freedom, strength, and survival. Horses appeared frequently in Mongol art, poetry, and folklore, and rituals to honor and protect these animals were common. The close relationship between horse and rider was both practical and spiritual, embodying ideals of harmony with nature and mastery over the environment. While the advantages of horses were clear, their use also posed logistical challenges. Maintaining large herds required vast grazing lands, which influenced Mongol expansion patterns and interactions with settled agricultural populations. The demands of feeding and caring for horses constrained the size and speed of armies, requiring careful planning and knowledge of the terrain. The impact of the Mongol horse extended beyond the empire's military and cultural sphere, as the Mongol Empire facilitated unprecedented connectivity across Eurasia. Horses were a key factor in the expansion of trade routes, such as the Silk Road. The mobility afforded by horses helped transmit goods, ideas, technologies, and even diseases between East and West, reshaping the world in ways still felt today. In summary, the Mongol horse was more than a beast of burden or a mode of transportation. It was a vital force that shaped the Mongols' way of life, warfare, and empire building. The horse's endurance, agility, and resilience, combined with the Mongols' exceptional horsemanship, created a military powerhouse capable of conquering vast territories with speed and precision. As we move forward, we will delve into the specific tactics and strategies employed by the Mongol cavalry, the social and logistical structures supporting their mounted warfare, and the broader cultural implications of this equine partnership. This journey reveals how the quiet strength of the horse powered one of history's most remarkable conquests and transformed the medieval world. As we deepen our exploration of the pivotal role horses played in the Mongol conquests, it becomes increasingly evident that Mongol military success was as much about strategic innovation and societal organization as it was about raw horsemanship. The horse was the foundation, but the structure built upon that foundation was an intricately woven system of tactics, discipline, and adaptability that transformed the Mongol warriors into a near-invincible force. Central to the system was the Mongol cavalry's tactical flexibility. The horse's speed and endurance enabled the Mongols to execute complex maneuvers with remarkable precision. One of the most effective tactics was the use of feigned retreats, a strategy that exploited both the horse's stamina and the enemy's expectations. Mongol warriors would appear to flee in disorder, only to lure their pursuers into traps or ambushes where hidden Mongol forces would encircle and annihilate them. This tactic relied heavily on the rider's ability to control the horse at full gallop, maintain composure under pressure, and coordinate seamlessly with other units. Mounted archery was another cornerstone of Mongol warfare. Unlike many contemporaneous armies that relied on heavy infantry or shock cavalry, the Mongols perfected the art of shooting accurately from horseback while moving at high speed. Their composite bows, small yet powerful and highly maneuverable, allowed them to deliver volleys of arrows that could decimate enemy ranks from a distance. The horse's agility gave riders the ability to reposition rapidly, firing while retreating or circling the enemy, maximizing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Mongol military organization was built around small, highly disciplined units called arban, groups of 10, which scaled up into zun, hundreds, mingan, thousands, and tumen, tens of thousands. This structure ensured command and control even during large-scale campaigns spread across vast territories. Horses were essential to this system, enabling messengers and commanders to maintain communication and coordinate movements in real time, a remarkable feat for pre-modern warfare. The Mongols' reliance on horses extended into their logistical strategies. Each soldier's multiple mounts allowed armies to travel faster and farther than most opponents could manage. This mobility gave the Mongols the element of surprise, enabling rapid advances into enemy territory, swift sieges, and strategic withdrawals when necessary. Their ability to sustain long campaigns was unparalleled, reshaping the military landscape of the 13th century. Horse breeding and care were sophisticated and systematic. Mongol herders practiced selective breeding to maintain the endurance, strength, and resilience of their horses. They understood the importance of pasture rotation and the nutritional needs of their herds, ensuring that horses remained healthy and capable throughout extended campaigns. The bond between rider and horse was nurtured through daily care and mutual dependence, fostering loyalty and performance. The importance of horses also influenced Mongol culture and social structure. Wealth was often measured in horses, and the number of mounts a warrior possessed correlated directly with his status and military effectiveness. Horses were central to Mongol identity, spirituality, and daily life, celebrated in songs, poetry, and rituals that honored their strength and companionship. While horses provided significant advantages, the Mongols were also keenly aware of their limitations. The need for grazing land influenced campaign routes and settlement patterns, while harsh winters and unfamiliar terrains posed challenges for mounted troops. Adaptability was crucial, and the Mongols frequently incorporated the cavalry tactics and technologies of conquered peoples, further enhancing their military prowess. The impact of Mongol mounted warfare reverberated across Eurasia. Their conquests disrupted established powers, opening new channels for trade and cultural exchange, and contributing to what some historians call the Pax Mongolica. The mobility and communication facilitated by horses played a vital role in connecting distant regions, spreading technologies, ideas, and even facilitating the transfer of diseases, such as the Black Death. In summary, the role of horses in the Mongol conquests was multifaceted, serving as instruments of war, symbols of status, and integral parts of daily life. Their contribution to Mongol success was not simply about their physical capabilities, but about how these animals were embedded within a sophisticated military and social system. This synergy of horse and rider transformed the Mongol tribes from disparate nomads into an unstoppable empire-building force. As we proceed, we will examine specific campaigns, battles, and strategies that showcase the unmatched effectiveness of Mongol cavalry and how the enduring partnership between horse and warrior shaped world history in profound ways. As the Mongol Empire expanded across vast territories of Asia and into Europe, the role of horses remained central to every aspect of their military campaigns, governance, and daily life. This equine connection not only enabled rapid conquest, but also fostered a culture that revered speed, endurance, and adaptability. Understanding the logistical, tactical, and cultural significance of horses in the Mongol conquests reveals the extraordinary sophistication behind their empire-building success. Logistically, horses were indispensable. The Mongol military relied on an extensive network of fresh horses to maintain momentum during campaigns. Each warrior typically rode multiple mounts, sometimes up to 6, switching horses to keep them rested and ready. This strategy allowed the Mongol army to sustain incredibly rapid movements, covering distances of hundreds of miles with remarkable speed. This mobility often caught their enemies unprepared, allowing the Mongols to strike suddenly and withdraw before facing organized resistance. Supply chains also depended heavily on horses. Unlike sedentary armies that relied on fixed supply lines and stores, Mongol forces were largely self-sufficient. Horses carried weapons, provisions, tents, and other equipment, reducing the need for cumbersome baggage trains. This autonomy granted Mongol armies the ability to traverse difficult terrains, including deserts, mountains, and steppe, adapting to diverse environments with ease. Tactically, horses transformed Mongol warfare. The mounted archer was the quintessential Mongol soldier, combining horsemanship with archery skills that allowed for deadly attacks from a distance while maintaining high mobility. Their arrows, made with composite bows capable of delivering great force, could pierce armor and cause havoc among infantry ranks. Horses enabled riders to perform complex maneuvers, such as the famous Parthian shot, firing arrows backward while retreating, a tactic that bewildered and outmatched many foes. The horse's agility and speed were key to the Mongols' strategic doctrine of rapid, coordinated strikes. Their forces operated in flexible units, capable of encirclement, flanking, and feigned retreats, all dependent on the horse's endurance and the rider's mastery. This mobility was crucial in sieges as well, where Mongol forces could quickly isolate and overwhelm fortresses by cutting off reinforcements and supplies. Culturally, horses were revered symbols of wealth, power, and identity among the Mongols. The number of horses a warrior owned was a direct reflection of his status and military capability. Horses were central to Mongol rituals, folklore, and daily life, representing freedom and resilience. The bond between horse and rider was deeply personal, nurtured by constant care, training, and mutual dependence. This relationship was often seen as sacred, reflecting the symbiotic nature of their nomadic lifestyle. Breeding and veterinary care were advanced for the time, with Mongols selecting for traits like stamina, hardiness, and speed. Their knowledge of horse health and nutrition was passed down through generations, ensuring that their herds remained robust and capable of sustaining long campaigns. This careful stewardship was vital, as the success of the Mongol military hinged on the health and availability of their horses. Despite their many advantages, the Mongol reliance on horses also introduced challenges. Large herds required extensive grazing lands, influencing migration patterns, and sometimes bringing Mongols into conflict with settled agricultural populations. Maintaining sufficient numbers of healthy horses was a logistical concern that required careful management and adaptation, especially during harsh winters or in unfamiliar territories. The Mongols also adapted their cavalry tactics based on the regions they conquered, integrating new technologies and methods from subjugated peoples. This flexibility enhanced their military effectiveness and allowed them to operate successfully across diverse climates and cultures, from the deserts of Central Asia to the forests of Eastern Europe. The legacy of the Mongol horse extends beyond military conquest. The empire's facilitation of trade and communication across Eurasia, known as the Pax Mongolica, relied heavily on horse-mounted couriers and merchants. The mobility horses provided connected distant cultures, enabling the flow of goods, ideas, and technologies that shaped world history. In summary, the horse was not merely a tool, but a cornerstone of Mongol success, influencing their military strategies, economic systems, social structures, and cultural identity. The combination of the Mongols' equestrian skills, the endurance of their horses, and their innovative tactics forged an empire that reshaped the medieval world. As we move forward, we will explore specific campaigns and battles where the power of Mongol cavalry was on full display, revealing how the synergy between horse and rider changed the course of history forever. As the Mongol Empire expanded across the vast stretches of Eurasia, the horse remained the unwavering cornerstone of their military, economic, and cultural power. The role of the horse went far beyond mere transportation or warfare. It was the very lifeblood of the Mongol way of life, deeply embedded in their social fabric, religious beliefs, and survival strategies. To truly appreciate the Mongol conquests, one must grasp how this remarkable animal shaped every facet of their success. The Mongol horse was uniquely suited to the demands of steppe life and warfare, unlike the larger, more cumbersome horses favored by many sedentary civilizations. The Mongol horse was smaller, typically standing around 12 to 14 hands high, but possessed extraordinary endurance and toughness. This breed was bred and adapted over centuries to survive harsh winters, sparse pastures, and long journeys without rest or abundant food. Their resilience allowed Mongol riders to cover incredible distances at a rapid pace, often riding 60 to 100 miles a day during campaigns, a feat that astounded contemporary armies. This endurance was critical in enabling the Mongols' signature military tactics, which relied heavily on speed, surprise, and flexibility. The ability to traverse great distances quickly allowed Mongol armies to outmaneuver enemies, execute rapid assaults, and conduct prolonged sieges far from their homeland. Horses were central to the famed feigned retreat tactic, where Mongol cavalry pretended to flee, luring pursuing forces into ambushes where fresh Mongol troops awaited. Such maneuvers demanded a deep bond and mutual trust between rider and horse, forged through early training and constant care. From childhood, Mongol youths were taught to ride with skill and confidence, often mastering archery from horseback before they were fully grown. This early immersion cultivated a culture where horsemanship was not only a skill, but an identity. A Mongol warrior's ability to handle his mount under any circumstance was a source of pride and a determinant of social status. Horses were so valued that warriors often owned multiple mounts, allowing them to switch horses during long journeys to keep each animal fresh and ready for battle. Beyond the battlefield, horses were vital to Mongol pastoral life. They provided milk, used to produce traditional beverages like airag or fermented mare's milk, meat, hides, and transportation. The care of horses was meticulous, involving knowledge of breeding, nutrition, and veterinary remedies passed down through generations. This ensured that horse herds remained healthy and numerous, an economic and strategic asset. Mongol society's organization reflected the centrality of horses. Ownership and management of herds contributed to wealth and status. Horse trading and raiding were common, influencing intertribal relations and diplomacy. Rituals and festivals celebrated the horse, acknowledging its importance in survival, warfare, and cultural identity. The horse featured prominently in Mongol mythology and symbolism, embodying freedom, strength, and resilience. The Mongol military's success also depended on their ability to adapt horse usage to different terrains and enemies. Campaigns spanned deserts, mountains, forests, and plains, each presenting unique challenges. Mongols sometimes incorporated local horse breeds or cavalry techniques, demonstrating pragmatism alongside their horsemanship prowess. This flexibility allowed them to maintain momentum and effectiveness throughout their vast empire. Horses also played a crucial role in the empire's communication and administration. The yam system, an extensive network of relay stations with fresh horses and riders, enabled rapid transmission of messages across thousands of miles. This infrastructure supported not only military coordination, but also governance, trade, and cultural exchange, knitting together disparate regions into a cohesive imperial structure. The influence of the Mongol horse extended beyond military and political realms. By facilitating the Mongols' control over the Silk Road and other trade routes, horses contributed to a flourishing of cross-cultural interactions. Goods, technologies, religions, and ideas flowed more freely, shaping the medieval world in profound ways. The mobility provided by horses accelerated globalization centuries before the modern era. Yet the reliance on horses also posed challenges. Maintaining large herds required access to vast pastures, influencing Mongol migratory patterns and their relations with settled agricultural societies. Environmental factors, such as harsh winters or drought, could threaten horse populations, impacting military capacity. The Mongols' expertise in animal husbandry and environmental knowledge was essential to mitigating these risks. The legacy of the Mongol horse is profound. It exemplifies how human-animal relationships can shape history, culture, and conquest. The endurance, speed, and spirit of the Mongol horse, combined with the skill and discipline of its riders, redefined warfare and empire building in the medieval world. This partnership created an empire that stretched from the Pacific Ocean to Europe, leaving an indelible mark on world history. As we move forward, we will delve deeper into specific campaigns, key battles, and notable figures who exemplified the unmatched power of Mongol cavalry. This exploration will reveal how the Mongol horse was not just an animal of burden, but a symbol and instrument of one of history's greatest military enterprises. As the Mongol Empire expanded, the role of the horse evolved beyond mere military utility to become a cornerstone of political control, economic stability, and cultural integration throughout their vast dominion. The horse was more than an instrument of war. It was a symbol of power, a medium of communication, and a vital component of the empire's infrastructure that linked diverse regions and peoples. Understanding this multifaceted role illuminates how the Mongols managed to govern and maintain cohesion across an empire that stretched from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe. Politically, the mobility granted by horses enabled the Mongol rulers to project power swiftly and effectively across their territories. The empire was divided into administrative units, each overseen by trusted officials who relied heavily on mounted couriers to receive orders and relay information. The famed Yam system was an extensive postal network featuring relay stations stocked with fresh horses and riders. This infrastructure allowed messages and supplies to traverse thousands of miles rapidly, facilitating governance, tax collection, and military coordination. The speed and reliability of communication through horses were unprecedented for the time, setting a new standard for empire management. Economically, horses were at the heart of the Mongol nomadic pastoralism that sustained the empire's population. The Mongol economy was deeply intertwined with horse breeding, trade, and husbandry. Herds were carefully managed to ensure a steady supply of mounts for military and civilian use, as well as resources like milk, meat, and hides. The significance of horses extended into trade routes, such as the Silk Road, where the mobility of horse-mounted merchants and caravans enabled the exchange of goods, technologies, and cultural ideas between East and West. Culturally, the horse held a sacred place in Mongol society. Revered in folklore, rituals, and everyday life, horses embodied the nomadic spirit of freedom, endurance, and resilience. They were often central to ceremonies marking important life events, and equestrian skills were celebrated as essential virtues. Mongol poetry and songs frequently praised horses, reflecting their importance as companions and symbols of status and identity. The horse's presence permeated all aspects of Mongol life, reinforcing a collective cultural identity deeply connected to mobility and the open steppe. The adaptability of the Mongols in utilizing horses also extended to military innovation. They incorporated knowledge and technologies from conquered peoples, including improved saddles, stirrups, and armor for both horse and rider. The stirrup, for example, provided greater stability and power for mounted archers, enhancing their effectiveness in battle. This willingness to adapt and integrate innovations amplified the Mongol cavalry's dominance on the battlefield. Horses also facilitated the rapid expansion and consolidation of the empire by enabling swift campaigns across diverse and challenging terrains. From the deserts of Central Asia to the forests of Eastern Europe, Mongol forces leveraged their equine advantage to strike deep into enemy territories, often achieving victories before opponents could mobilize. The strategic use of mounted troops to outmaneuver and outpace enemies was a hallmark of Mongol warfare. The relationship between Mongol rulers and their horses symbolized the broader connection between governance and nomadic culture. While the empire incorporated vast urban centers and sedentary populations, the Mongol elite maintained their equestrian traditions, reinforcing legitimacy and identity through horsemanship. This balance between nomadic heritage and imperial administration was a key to the empire's stability. The Mongol horse's influence extended beyond the empire's lifespan. It shaped the development of cavalry tactics and military organization in successor states and neighboring regions. The diffusion of horse breeds, breeding techniques, and cavalry strategies influenced warfare and culture across Eurasia, leaving a lasting imprint on history. In conclusion, the horse was not merely an animal, but a vital force that sustained and propelled the Mongol Empire's military, political, economic, and cultural achievements. Its role was integral to the empire's unprecedented reach and enduring legacy. The synergy between Mongol riders and their horses exemplifies how human-animal partnerships can profoundly shape historical outcomes. As we proceed, we will explore specific campaigns and battles where the power of the Mongol cavalry was most vividly demonstrated, highlighting the tactical brilliance and logistical mastery that made the Mongols one of history's most formidable forces. As we continue our deep dive into the remarkable role of horses in the Mongol conquests, it is vital to appreciate not only their military significance, but also the profound cultural, economic, and logistical contributions these animals made to the Mongol Empire's expansion and endurance. The horse was the heartbeat of the Mongol world, a symbol of freedom, a tool of war, and a linchpin in the empire's vast communication and trade networks. From a cultural standpoint, horses occupied a revered position in Mongol society. They were celebrated not only for their utility, but for their symbolic connection to the vast open steppes and the nomadic lifestyle that defined Mongol identity. Oral traditions, poetry, and songs honored the horse, highlighting traits such as endurance, loyalty, and courage. Mongol rituals often involved ceremonies dedicated to horses, acknowledging their spiritual significance and their role as companions and protectors. This reverence fostered a profound bond between rider and mount, reinforcing the harmony necessary for the Mongol cavalry's extraordinary effectiveness. Economically, the Mongol Empire's reliance on horses was multifaceted. Horses provided more than just transportation. They were a crucial source of sustenance, supplying milk, used to make the traditional fermented beverage arag, as well as meat and hides for clothing and shelter. The management and breeding of horse herds were central to the Mongol pastoral economy. Skilled herders used intricate knowledge of breeding, grazing patterns, and veterinary care to maintain robust and resilient horse populations. This expertise ensured a steady supply of mounts capable of supporting long military campaigns and daily nomadic life. The strategic importance of horses in the Mongol military cannot be overstated. Mounted archers utilized the horse's agility and speed to execute hit-and-run tactics, encirclements, and feigned retreats. Their composite bows, powerful yet compact, allowed for rapid firing while on the move, overwhelming enemy formations from a distance before closing in for close combat. The horse's stamina enabled Mongol forces to outpace and outmaneuver larger armies, often covering incredible distances in short periods, an advantage that repeatedly gave them the element of surprise. Logistically, horses were indispensable to the Mongol Empire's vast communication networks. The Yam system, an organized relay of way stations stocked with fresh horses and riders, facilitated rapid transmission of messages and orders across thousands of miles. This network was a critical component of imperial administration, enabling centralized control over far-flung territories and quick coordination of military campaigns. The efficiency of this mounted courier system was unparalleled at the time and contributed significantly to the empire's cohesion and responsiveness. Horses also shaped the empire's expansionist policies. The availability of strong, healthy mounts allowed Mongol armies to strike deep into enemy lands, pursue fleeing foes, and maintain extended sieges. However, this dependence on horses also required access to vast grazing lands, influencing the Mongols' strategic considerations and interactions with settled populations. Their nomadic lifestyle, centered on horse herding, sometimes brought them into conflict with agricultural societies, but it also facilitated cultural exchanges that enriched the empire. The influence of the Mongol horse extended beyond the empire's military exploits. By enabling control of the Silk Road and other trade routes, horses helped connect east and west, fostering economic exchange and cultural diffusion. The movement of goods, ideas, technologies, and even religions across these routes shaped the medieval world in profound ways. The horse was the vehicle not only of conquest, but of globalization centuries before the modern era. Furthermore, Mongol horses influenced equestrian practices and cavalry tactics across Eurasia. Their breeds, breeding methods, and training techniques spread to neighboring regions, impacting the development of military traditions long after the empire's decline. The legacy of the Mongol horse endures in the cavalry forces and horsemanship traditions of many cultures. In sum, the Mongol horse was far more than a beast of burden or a mere military asset. It was an integral part of a dynamic cultural ecosystem, a critical economic resource, and a strategic force multiplier that enabled one of history's greatest empires to rise and flourish. The success of the Mongol conquest was built on the strength, endurance, and spirit of these remarkable animals and the extraordinary skill of their riders. As we move forward, we will examine notable campaigns and battles that showcase the unmatched power and versatility of Mongol cavalry, revealing how horses and their riders reshaped the medieval world and left a lasting imprint on history. As we proceed deeper into the story of the Mongol conquests, the role of horses remains central, not only as tools of war and transportation, but as catalysts that transformed military strategy, societal structure, and even the geopolitical landscape of the medieval world. The Mongol horse was not a mere beast of burden. It was the engine behind a sweeping wave of change that reshaped continents and cultures. One of the defining features of the Mongol cavalry was their unparalleled mobility. The combination of the Mongol horse's endurance and the rider's skill allowed Mongol forces to cover enormous distances rapidly, outpacing enemy armies that were often burdened with heavier armor, slower horses, or less efficient supply lines. This speed provided strategic advantages that were essential for conducting surprise attacks, rapid sieges, and swift retreats, keeping opponents off balance and unable to mount effective defenses. Moreover, the Mongols' approach to warfare integrated their equine capabilities with sophisticated tactics. Their ability to execute complex maneuvers such as encirclements, feigned retreats, and coordinated multi-pronged assaults was unparalleled. These tactics relied heavily on the horse's agility and the rider's mastery of mounted archery. The composite bow, a technological marvel combining wood, horn, and sinew, gave Mongol archers the power and precision to strike from a distance, even while galloping at full speed. The horse's versatility was not confined to battlefields alone. It was also a vital component in the Mongols' communication network, the Yam system, which spanned the vast expanse of their empire. This system consisted of relay stations stocked with fresh horses and riders, enabling messages to traverse thousands of miles in days rather than weeks. Such rapid communication facilitated the efficient administration of an empire that stretched from Eastern Europe to the Pacific, a feat unimaginable without equine mobility. Economically, horses contributed significantly to the Mongol way of life. They were a source of food, providing meat and milk, including the traditional fermented mare's milk called arag, a staple of the Mongol diet. Horse hides were used for clothing and shelter, while horses themselves were valuable trade commodities. The careful breeding and management of horse herds were essential to sustaining the military and economic vitality of the Mongol world. The social fabric of Mongol society was woven tightly with equine culture. From childhood, Mongols learned horsemanship and archery, skills that defined their identity and survival. The number of horses a warrior owned was a measure of status and military capability. Horses were considered sacred beings, often associated with spiritual beliefs and rituals that underscored their importance in daily life and warfare. Despite their formidable advantages, the Mongols were acutely aware of the challenges posed by their dependence on horses. Maintaining large herds required vast pastures and water sources, influencing migration patterns and geopolitical strategies. Harsh winters, droughts, and overgrazing could threaten horse populations, and thus military effectiveness. Mongol leaders and herders developed intricate knowledge of animal husbandry, veterinary care, and environmental management to mitigate these risks. The Mongol horses' impact extended far beyond their immediate conquests. Their use revolutionized cavalry tactics across Eurasia, influencing neighboring cultures and military traditions. The spread of horse breeds and breeding techniques contributed to the development of cavalry forces in Russia, Central Asia, the Middle East, and even Europe. This diffusion shaped the evolution of warfare and mobility for centuries to come. Furthermore, the Mongol Empire's facilitation of trade and cultural exchange along the Silk Road was deeply reliant on the mobility that horses provided. The flow of goods, ideas, technologies, and even religions was accelerated by the vast network of mounted couriers and merchants, contributing to an early form of globalization. The horse, in essence, was a conduit not only for conquest, but for connection. In reflecting on the role of horses in the Mongol conquests, we see a remarkable example of how human-animal relationships can shape history. On a grand scale, the endurance, speed, and spirit of the Mongol horse, paired with the discipline and skill of its riders, enabled the rise of an empire whose influence reshaped the medieval world. This partnership between horse and warrior exemplifies the profound impact that a single species can have when integrated into human ambition and culture. As we approach the final stages of our exploration, we will examine specific battles and campaigns that highlight the tactical genius of the Mongol cavalry, illustrating how horses and riders worked in unison to forge a legacy that continues to captivate historians and storytellers alike. As we conclude our exploration of the pivotal role horses played in the Mongol conquests, it is essential to reflect on how this equine partnership shaped not only the military successes of the Mongol Empire, but also its cultural legacy and lasting impact on world history. The horse was far more than a mere tool of war. It was an extension of Mongol identity, a symbol of their nomadic heritage, and a driving force behind their unparalleled ability to project power across vast territories. The Mongol horse, though smaller than many contemporary breeds, was perfectly adapted to the demanding environment of the Eurasian steppe. Its remarkable endurance and resilience allowed Mongol warriors to maintain relentless campaigns, traversing thousands of miles in difficult terrain and harsh weather. This mobility was not incidental, but a central element of Mongol strategy. It facilitated rapid advances, surprise attacks, and the ability to strike deep into enemy lands before resistance could be organized. Mounted archery, the hallmark of Mongol warfare, depended intimately on the synergy between rider and horse. Warriors exhibited extraordinary skill, firing volleys of arrows with precision while maneuvering at high speeds. The horse's agility allowed for swift changes in direction, enabling tactics such as encirclements and feigned retreats that confounded opponents. This combination of speed, skill, and psychological warfare made the Mongol cavalry a formidable force unmatched in medieval military history. Beyond the battlefield, horses were vital to the empire's administration and cohesion. The Yam system, a vast network of relay stations with fresh horses and riders, ensured rapid communication across the sprawling Mongol territories. This system was crucial for coordinating military campaigns, governance, and trade, connecting distant regions and diverse peoples under a centralized authority. The efficiency of this mounted courier network was revolutionary for its time, underpinning the empire's stability and responsiveness. The cultural significance of horses in Mongol society extended into rituals, social structures, and everyday life. Horses symbolized freedom, strength, and survival, celebrated in songs, stories, and ceremonies. Ownership and mastery of horses were sources of pride and status. The nomadic lifestyle, deeply entwined with horse culture, shaped Mongol identity and values, emphasizing mobility, adaptability, and resilience. Economically, horses supported the pastoralist economy that sustained the Mongol way of life. They provided not only transportation and military capability, but also food and materials. The production of arag, fermented mare's milk, was a staple, reflecting the integral role of horses in sustenance and social customs. Herding and breeding practices demonstrated sophisticated knowledge, ensuring the health and quality of horse populations essential for military and economic purposes. The Mongols' reliance on horses also posed challenges. Maintaining large herds required extensive grazing lands, influencing the empire's expansion and interactions with sedentary populations. Environmental factors such as harsh winters or droughts could threaten horse numbers, necessitating careful management and adaptation. Nevertheless, the Mongols' expertise in animal husbandry and their intimate knowledge of the steppe environment enabled them to mitigate these risks effectively. The legacy of the Mongol horse extends far beyond their empire's lifespan. Their cavalry tactics influenced warfare across Eurasia, shaping the military traditions of successor states and neighboring cultures. The diffusion of horse breeds, breeding techniques, and cavalry innovations contributed to the evolution of mounted warfare for centuries. Furthermore, the Mongol Empire's facilitation of trade and cultural exchange along the Silk Road, enabled by horse-powered mobility, accelerated globalization and interconnectedness in the medieval world. Reflecting on the role of horses in the Mongol conquest reveals the profound impact that human-animal partnerships can have on history. The endurance, speed, and spirit of the Mongol horse, combined with the rider's exceptional skill and discipline, created a military and cultural force that reshaped continents and altered the course of civilization. This partnership embodies the power of adaptability and cooperation, illustrating how seemingly quiet elements, in this case the horse, can become pivotal in shaping empires. As we close this chapter, we recognize that the story of the Mongol conquest is inseparable from the story of their horses, a relationship that exemplifies the symbiosis between human ambition and natural capability. The Mongol horse was not just a beast of burden, but a symbol of freedom, power, and the relentless spirit that carried the Mongols across the vast expanses of Eurasia. Thank you for joining this detailed exploration of the role of horses in the Mongol conquests. May this journey deepen your appreciation for the subtle yet powerful forces that have shaped history and continue to influence the world today. In the midst of work, family, and many other pressures, sleep remains something truly essential in our lives. So please, take good care of your health to face life's challenges with strength and calm. Thank you so much for watching this video. May you wake up tomorrow with a fresh new day full of energy and good luck. Goodbye, and see you next time.